Chapter 1. Just after becoming a super rich man, he became a father? China, Zhangcheng. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Something felt a little soft. Yi Xian pinched it and then a sound came from it. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly opened his eyes. I saw a beautiful woman with skin as white as snow, a plump nose, a cherry mouth, and long black hair scattered like a waterfall. She was particularly charming under the golden sunlight, especially her red lips, which made people want to kiss her. What's going on? This fairy-like woman. Then, a wave of memories came flooding back. Yi Xian thought about the end of the college entrance examination yesterday. He and his classmates had a wild party and drank countless glasses of wine. Then he came to the room with a woman in a daze. Happiness comes so suddenly. It felt like a dream to be dazzled by such a beautiful goddess in front of me. Wrong. Yesterday, it seemed that I was passive. No way. The memory became clearer and clearer, and Yi Xian then remembered that he was the victim. It was unexpected that such a beautiful goddess could have such a scene. At a certain moment, the beautiful woman next to him woke up and happened to look Yi Xian in the eye. There was a moment of silence. A shrill scream echoed throughout the room. Well, I will be responsible for you. With a dry cough, Yi Xian said this, especially when he saw the plum blossom mark on the bedding. Shut up. Shi Mengyan glared at a certain guy and said, if you dare to tell anyone about what happened yesterday, I will make you disappear from this world. After saying those harsh words, he hurriedly put on his clothes, staggered out of the room holding onto the wall, leaving Yi Xian standing there in a daze. 4 years later, on the playground of Zhangcheng University. Look, that's the ice goddess. As Wang Bingbing appeared on the playground, she immediately attracted the attention of many classmates. After all, she was the pure campus beauty of Zhangcheng University. Finally, their eyes fell on a handsome figure. A handsome boy with deep facial features, eyes like stars, looked over. This man was Yi Xian. Looking at the school beauty in front of him, Yi Xian remained calm. Because, yesterday he found out that this innocent school beauty cheated on him, but she didn't react much. Yi Xian, let's break up. Arriving at the center of the field, Wang Bingbing glanced at the boy in front of her and said, you can't give me the life I want. Honestly, you're good looking but nothing else. Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone in the playground was stunned. They thought it was a dog food scene, but unexpectedly it was a breakup. But this is too cruel. He dumped her in front of everyone without giving her any face at all. Ding! The host is detected to have been broken up by his girlfriend, and the godly rich system is activated successfully. Just then, a voice sounded in my ears. Super rich system? 4 years. After 4 years, the system finally arrived. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, randomly add skills. Wealth, 900,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 0. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was stunned, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 900 trillion. Looking at the wealth, Yi Xian was a little confused. Good job. The late system is a king bomb right from the start. With this kind of wealth, it would be easy to buy the whole world. System, what use are you? Yi Xian asked the question that concerned him most. Game rules, for every 100 million spent by the host will receive 1 reinforcement point. The reinforcement point can be used to randomly add skills and increase the skill level. Oh. After looking at the system introduction, Yi Xian understood, which means that the more money you spend, the stronger you will be. Break up, huh? Coming back to his senses, Yi Xian glanced at Wang Bingbing. I agree. She ignored me a moment ago, but now she is out of my reach. Wang Bingbing was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Yi Xian in amazement. You agree? Obviously, this answer surprised her. Shouldn't this guy try to keep her like a dog, beg her not to break up, and then slap himself in the face? But she didn't know what she was missing. Daddy! Before Wang Bingbing could think about it, a childish and sweet voice came over. Then, Yi Xian was hugged by a cute little guy on his thighs. The crescent-shaped happy smile on his face was very healing, and he liked that moment very much. Cough cough. Hearing the cute baby's voice, Yi Xian squatted down and pinched her pink face, although you are cute, you can't say anything nonsense. Poof. Meng Bao snorted playfully, you are daddy. Mr. Yi? Just then, two policemen came over and approached sullenly, which made Yi Xian's eyelids jump. Hey, take a look at this. One of the female police officers rubbed Xiaoxi's head and handed Yi Xian a document. This is the paternity test that Xiaoxi gave us. We have verified that it is true. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiaoxi should be your biological daughter. Then, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the paternity test. Identification of Yi Xian and Shi Xiaoxi. According to the DNA test results, the paternal sample to be tested cannot rule out the possibility that it is the paternal line of the children to be tested. Based on the analysis of the results of 15 different gene loci, the possibility of this biological relationship is 99.99999%. This probability is calculated based on any unrelated untested male. Boom! Faced with such irrefutable evidence, Yi Xian was stunned. Everyone around him widened their eyes and looked at the sweet and adorable baby in disbelief. WTF? Senior Yi Xian actually has such a big daughter? What? After hearing what the police said, Wang Bingbing felt like the sky was falling. How could this be? Yi Xian actually had a child, and this child was almost 3 years old. At that time, they had just confirmed their relationship. Thinking of this, Wang Bingbing felt like a clown. System, is this true? Looking at the paternity test in my hand, there is too much information. Host, have you forgotten your beastly behavior 4 years ago? 4 years ago? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly thought of that beautiful woman. Speaking of which, this cute kid looks quite like her. Damn, I'm going to be a father already? I just became a super rich man and I'm asked to be a nanny. Are you crazy? Mr. Yi. At this time, the policeman's words came again, if you dare to abuse children, you will go to jail. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the policewoman smiled beautifully, Xiaoxi, goodbye. Hee, goodbye, beautiful sister. As Xiaoxi's cute voice was heard, the policewoman smiled even brighter and waved goodbye before leaving. Ha! Then, Xiaoxi blinked her eyes curiously, Dad, who is this auntie? Mama is much prettier than her. Boom! Yi Xian dotingly knocked Xiaoxi's head and said with a smile, Nizi, what nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 2, Supercar Club, When the 80 Million Devil's Son. Gurgle. Not long after leaving the playground, Xiaoxi's stomach started to protest, Daddy, I'm so hungry. Ha, let's go. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Yi Xian pinched his face lovingly, Dad will take you to a feast. Really? When Xiaoxi heard that her dad was going to take her out for a big meal, she was extremely happy, Dad is so nice. Moo-ah. After saying that, she didn't forget to give her dad a kiss. You know what, the feeling of being a dad is pretty good. A quarter of an hour later. Next to the school, Magnolia Hotel. Sir, what would you like to eat? The waiter came closer and leaned over to ask. This. Yi Xian then ordered the set meal on the menu, and the waiter was stunned when he saw it. Sir, are you sure? This is the hotel's most high-end set menu, and it's a bit of a waste for 2 people to eat it. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Money was not a problem for him. That's right. During the meal, Yi Xian asked the little guy, Xiaoxi, what is your mother's name? Shi Mengyan. Xiaoxi said in a sweet voice, and then she thought of something, Dad, it's been a long time since you saw Mom. Hey. Then, Xiaoxi took out her phone and was wearing a white dress. Her face was as bright as the moon, and her eyes were like the brightest stars, flashing with wisdom. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, dancing in the wind. Stunning beauty, peerless beauty, radiant like spring flowers. No words can describe the girl in the photo. She is like a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. Hee, mommy is beautiful. Seeing Daddy's stunned look, Xiaoxi's face was full of smiles. It is no exaggeration to say that mommy is 10 times prettier than the auntie on the playground before. Yi Xian nodded and calmed down, not bad. That is. Xiaoxi said proudly, and then continued, there are many people who like mama now. After finishing the meal, I went to the cashier. Sir, cash or card? The cashier asked politely, and Yi Xian handed over a card. Beep. The card swiping was successful, which made Yi Xian feel relieved. After all, having 900 trillion in wealth in the system was different from being able to use it. Is it tasty? After leaving the restaurant, Yixian asked with eyes full of doting. After hearing this, the chick pecked at the rice and nodded its head, feeling really good to be with its daddy. Squeak! But at this moment, a business car suddenly stopped in the middle of the scene. Yeah. Aunt Shaoli is here. With a swish, Xiaoxi hid behind her father, holding onto the corner of her father's clothes tightly, while secretly looking at the woman who got out of the business car. Young lady, are you sneaking out again? Shaoli got out of the car and saw Xiaoxi's guilty look. Miss will be angry again if she knows. Poof. With the support of his father, Xiaoxi became much bolder. Why can't you let me come to find my father? Well. Shaoli covered his forehead after hearing this. As Xi Mingyin's special assistant, he naturally knew a lot about the young lady. He was also one of the few people who knew that Yi Xian was Xiaoxi's father. All right. Yi Xian interrupted the two and glanced at Shaoli. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. This. Shaoli couldn't help but sigh. This day had finally come. I don't know. What would be the lady's reaction when she saw this scene? That's right. Looking at the business car, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I just happen to need a car. Is it okay to hire a driver? Hee, of course, no problem. Before Shaoli could say anything, Xiaoxi had already gotten in the car. Daddy, come on in the car. Good. Yi Xian nodded and got into the car. Shaoli beside him was stunned. It seemed that he hadn't said anything yet. Is this polite? Ahem. Where are you going, Aunt? Shaoli coughed dryly and asked a somewhat awkward question. After all, considering her relationship as a young lady, there was nothing wrong with addressing her as such. Buy a car. Yi Xian said casually. Shaoli nodded, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Dad, what kind of car do you want to buy? Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Xian cutely. Shaoli was quite envious of her lovely appearance, because the young lady rarely treated people like this. Well. Yi Xian scratched Xiaoxi's nose and said, when we get there, let our Xiaoxi choose. Yeah. Long live Daddy. When Xiaoxi heard that his father had given him such a difficult task, he was extremely excited. Son-in-law, are you sure you want to go to the Supercar Club? Shaoli coughed dryly and said, after all, the Jiangcheng Supercar Club has luxury cars worth millions. As far as she knows, her son-in-law is still in school. Yi Xian nodded in response. His initial goal was to spend 100 million first. Soon, the Supercar Club was within sight. Wow. When Xiaoxi arrived at the club lobby, her face was filled with surprise when she saw the dazzling array of cool supercars. It was her first time to come to such a place. Daddy, look. There are so many beautiful sports cars. Seeing the little guy's appearance, Yi Xian looked at Shaoli in confusion. Ahem, miss, what is busy? There was inevitably some awkwardness while talking. After all, I owed the young lady a lot of company over the years. I see. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoxi, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. You can pick whichever one you like, Dad will pay for it. Seeing the excited little guy, Yi Xian was very happy. Really? When Xiaoxi heard what her father said, she became extremely excited, and many girls around her were envious of her. Oh my God. They also want a father who dotes on them like this. This? No, it's too small. That color is so ugly. Besides. Soon, Xiaoxi arrived in front of a cool black supercar. Dad, this is so domineering. Swish. A sweet and pleasant voice sounded, and then attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked at the supercar next to Xiaoxi, their pupils suddenly shrank. That's the son of the devil. When Shaoli saw the supercar, the corner of his mouth twitched. It was the treasure of the Supercar Club. Worth 80 million. At this time, the sales manager saw this scene and hurried forward to introduce, Sir, this car is equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine with a maximum power of 566 kilowatts and a peak torque of 720 Nm. The acceleration time from 0 to 100 kilometers is only 2.8 seconds, and the maximum speed can reach 350 km/h. The performance is comparable to the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ Coupe. Moreover, the overall appearance of this supercar uses a lot of exaggerated aerodynamic kits. Oh? Looking at the cool supercar in front of him, Yi Xian nodded, I want this car. But. Cough cough. Shaoli was almost choked by the sudden words, and looked at her son-in-law in disbelief. My uncle seems to be different from what I imagined. Chapter 3, Mom, you bad guy, you are not allowed to talk about dad like that. Sir, are you sure? The sales manager was confused and asked for confirmation. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then handed the black card to the sales manager, swiped the card. Ahem, okay. Taking a deep breath, the sales manager solemnly took the bank card. Beep. As the card was swiped successfully, the sales manager swallowed his saliva, because the person in front of him was a very important person. Joke? He spent 80 million lavishly. You can easily guess where this person came from. At this moment, Yi Xian called up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, randomly add skills. Wealth, 8999999991981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 0. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian nodded secretly. Very good. There is still more than 19 million to reach a small goal. Boom! The supercar started up, and a beast-like roar was heard, which made people feel excited. Indeed. This scene, many men around cannot help but envy. So cool. Uncle, did you really buy this? Xiaoli swallowed her saliva, and the current situation was indeed a big shock to her. What else? Yi Xian didn't care about it at all, looking at the small goal that was only one step away from being achieved. Xiaoli. There are villas for sale nearby. The more expensive the better. Villa? After hearing this, Xiaoli vaguely realized something. Son-in-law, are you going to buy a villa? Good. Yi Xian nodded and said indifferently. As for villas, I know something about them. After a pause, Xiaoli continued, a few days ago, a Yulong villa was launched in Jiangchang. It is the top villa in the whole Jiangchang. Yeah. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go there. Half an hour later. Squeak. The sound of a supercar was heard, and then it stopped in front of Yulong Villa number 8. Son-in-law, this is the villa contract and key. Xiaoli coughed dryly, truly shocked by the grandeur of the villa in front of him. Wow. When Xiaoxi saw the villa, her eyes sparkled with stars. Dad, are we going to live here from now on? Yi Xian nodded slightly and said with a smile, do you like it? Like. The villa in front of you is like a palace of modern art. Its exterior is composed of black and white, with simple and powerful lines. Entering the villa, the first thing that comes into view is a huge crystal chandelier, which is dazzling and illuminates the entire hall. In the center of the hall is a huge circular fountain, splashing water, giving people a cool feeling. The interior decoration of the villa is luxurious and tasteful. Every piece of furniture is carefully selected, and every detail reveals the taste and wealth of the rich. As expected, he is the king of buildings worth 110 million. Xiaoli said with emotion, thinking back to today's experience, her brother-in-law had spent nearly 200 million in just half a day. It was hard to imagine how rich he was. Son-in-law, I have something else to do with the group, so I'll leave first. After expressing his emotion, Xiaoli spoke. Yi Xian nodded slightly, go ahead. Goodbye, Auntie Xiaoli. Xiaoxi waved to Xiaoli in a sweet voice, and soon only the father and daughter were left in the hall. Dad, I'm going to visit the villa. As Xiaoli left, Xiaoxi jumped and ran away happily, like a bird out of a cage. System, help me redeem skills. Looking at the little guys departing back, Yi Xian said in his mind. The system responded quickly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic cooking ability. Note, basic cooking skills are enough to kill star chefs in seconds. Then, various dishes and cooking techniques appeared in Yi Xian's mind. There were subtle changes in his hands and taste buds. There was no doubt that at this moment Yi Xian's cooking skills were already at the master level. Ding-a-ling. Just as I came back to my senses, I heard a video call from not far away. Yeah. When Xiaoxi saw the video, her face turned pale. Daddy, help. Mom called. Dada ran over with her little feet. After all, this was the first time she had sneaked out to find her daddy successfully. Just take it. I won't eat you. Looking at the little guy lovingly, Yi Xian showed a fatherly smile. Oh. With her father by her side, Xiaoxi felt more confident. When she answered the phone, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared on the other end of the phone. Xiaoxi, you've grown wings. Shi Mengyan stared at Xiaoxi with her phoenix eyes, while Xiaoxi hid behind her father. Huh. Bad mom, I'm going to find daddy. You. Seeing Xiaoxi's appearance, Shi Mengyan's flaming eyes fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you are so brave. Shi Mengyan, you are very brave. Even if the other person has a stunning beauty, so what? He has 900 trillion people, the child is so big, and you didn't even tell me. When the two met for the first time, they obviously didn't have a very good impression of each other. Snort. Shi Mengyan snorted, that's my choice, it has nothing to do with you. Warning you. After a pause, Shi Mengyan continued, if you dare to bully Xiaoxi, I will make you pay. Mama is a bad guy. When Xiaoxi heard her mother say bad things about her father, she immediately became unhappy and said angrily, you are not allowed to talk to my father like that. I'm ignoring you. Beep beep beep. As we were talking, Xiaoxi turned off the video call in a domineering manner, and her little face was full of expressions of mom is angry with me and unhappiness. Little guy, you are worthy of being daddy's little cotton padded jacket. Come on, give me a kiss. Yi Xian said this with his handsome face turned sideways. Xiaoxi laughed after hearing it. Moa. Mom is so mean, she actually said bad things about you. Xiaoxi doesn't like her anymore. Yi Xian's heart melted after hearing these words. He felt that he must have accumulated so much good fortune in his past lives to have such a caring daughter. At the same time, Fengming Villa. This is. Watching the video of the call ending, Shi Mengyan was unable to react for a moment. How dare you, Xiaoxi, hang up on me. It's against the will of heaven. In the past, Xiaoxi never dared to treat her like this, but now. But after spending a day with that guy, he dared to do this. How can this continue? Yi Xian. Shi Mengyan clenched her teeth, the scene from 4 years ago emerged in her mind, and she clenched her slender hands tightly, wishing she could tear that guy into pieces. Hateful. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. That guy has never spent a single day with Xiaoxi in 4 years. How can he be so stubborn? No. We absolutely cannot let the little guy stay with that bastard. If this continues, it will be disastrous. Faintly, a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart, but Shi Mengyan was unaware of it. The fate of the two was quietly intertwined at this moment. As for what will happen next, no one knows. Chapter 4, Yi Xian, could he be the second generation of a wealthy family? Time flies and night falls. Dad, are you ready? Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and stared at the kitchen expectantly. It was obviously dinner time. All right. Yi Xian was holding 2 plates of egg-fried rice. Under the soft light, each grain of rice was wrapped in a golden coat, emitting an attractive luster. The emerald green of chopped green onions dotted the rice, adding a touch of vitality and freshness. The fried rice is cooked at just the right temperature, keeping the rice soft yet chewy. The moment you put it in your mouth, the aroma is overflowing and the taste is rich, making you want to eat one bite after another. This bowl of egg-fried rice is not only a delicacy, but also an artistic enjoyment. Gulp. Looking at the egg-fried rice on the plate, Xiaoxi swallowed her saliva. Oh. After taking a bite of the egg-fried rice, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled, it's delicious. Dad, you're awesome. Xiaoxi looked at her father with admiration, and Yi Xian couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Joke? Being looked at with such admiration by his little girl is undoubtedly the proudest thing for an old father. It's delicious, eat more. At this moment, Yi Xian had tasted the sweetness of his skills. He was shocked after taking a mouthful of fried rice. Good guy? This is the egg-fried rice I made myself. Moreover, this is only the elementary level of cooking skills, so wait until the skill upgrade screen. Looking at the fried rice, Xiaoxi nodded heavily. The next day, early morning. Dad, where are we going? In the supercar, Xiaoxi asked her father expectantly. Go shopping. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Is this what it feels like to have a daughter? It's amazing. In particular, listening to the cute voice makes the whole person feel indescribably comfortable. Shopping, yeah. The little guy was extremely excited because his mom never took him to such places on weekdays. Buy whatever you want. Dad pays for it. I pinched the little guy's face lovingly, it felt soft and comfortable. Hee, Daddy is the best. The affectionate little guy hugged his dad and expressed his happiness. About a quarter of an hour later, we arrived at the shopping mall. The appearance of the shopping mall is like a futuristic interstellar battleship, with its silver shell reflecting the sunlight and shining brightly. Walking into the interior, the spacious corridors are lined with various high-end brand stores on both sides. Each store is designed with ingenuity to attract customers' attention. In the central circular hall, a huge LED screen constantly plays the latest fashion information and advertisements, and people around stop to watch from time to time. Dad, there are so many beautiful clothes. Looking at the dazzling array of brand name shops, the little guy was overwhelmed. Soon, the two arrived at the Dior flagship store. Welcome. As soon as I arrived at the flagship store, the beautiful shopping guides greeted me enthusiastically. Sir, how can I help you? Buy some clothes. Yi Xian said this with a smile, but the beautiful shopping guide who was receiving him was stunned. Her heartbeat quickened as she saw the handsome guy's charming smile. Dad, does this skirt look good? It was not until Xiaoxi's words that she came back to her senses and her face turned red. Yi Xian heard it and looked over. Not bad, I bought it. Looking at his daughter who was like a little princess, Yi Xian felt that she was so pretty at such a young age, and wondered what she would be like when she grew up. Where's this bag? Purchase. Dad, does this perfume smell good? Buy. Buy. Surprised by the shopping guides, I bought quite a few items one after another. Oh my god. This handsome guy dotes on his daughter so much. It would be great if he were my boyfriend. Ha! At this moment, 3 girls came over from outside the store. One of them was surprised when she saw Yi Xian. Bingbing, isn't that your ex-boyfriend who broke up with you? Shoo. Seeing this, another girlfriend said sarcastically, how dare that poor bastard come to a place like this? Good. The girl nodded in agreement. Bingbing, it's absolutely right for you to break up. We support you. Yi Xian. Seeing the guy who made him lose face, he clenched his hands and said, let's see how you end this later. Hey. One of the best friends rolled her eyes and said, Bingbing, let's go. Let's go over and tease him. As they were talking, the 3 of them entered the flagship store. Hey, isn't this Yi Xian? When they arrived at the store, the girlfriend glanced at Yi Xian and said, why, you can't even afford milk powder and yet you come to a place like this. Don't you even look at your own identity? At this time, another girlfriend added fuel to the fire. That's right. Shopping malls are really bad. They let anyone in. There was no disdain in his words. Yi Xian. Wang Bingbing looked calm as she looked at Yi Xian in front of her. This is not the place for you to come. Dad, it's that bad woman. When Xiaoxi saw Wang Bingbing, she naturally recognized her as the bad guy who broke up with her father on the playground. Ahem. When the shopping guides heard this, they coughed and said, Sir, do you know them? 3 idiots. Glancing at Wang Bingbing and the other 2, Yi Xian said without hesitation. Puff. When the shopping guides heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xian, you. Beep. At this moment, the card was swiped and the cashier's voice continued, Sir, your total consumption this time is 1.32 million. Here is the receipt, please keep it. Ha! After these words were spoken, the 3 people who were about to get angry were all stunned. What? Wang Bingbing's best friend, who had been shouting earlier, had a blank mind. More than 1 million, the bill was paid successfully. How is that possible? Indeed. This scene made the 3 of them dumbfounded. Sir, take care. Everyone in the Dior flagship store bowed and saw Yi Xian off, which made the 2 best friends feel like they were dreaming. This. Wang Bingbing looked in the direction where Yi Xian and his daughter left in bewilderment, and her pretty face turned pale when she realized something. How could it be? That Yi Xian is so rich? Why? I don't know at all. Broken. At this moment, one of Wang Bingbing's best friends said with an unpleasant expression, Bingbing, I heard that some big families like to hold tests and the like. What do you think of Yi Xian? Could he be the 2nd generation of a wealthy family? Boom. Wang Bingbing's face turned even paler when she heard this. How is this possible? Although he said this, his heart sank. More than 1 million people didn't even blink, which already explained a lot of problems. Thinking of this, his face turned even paler. He. The little guy was very happy when he saw the reactions of the few people. You deserved it. Dad, they are so abominable. After walking a long way, Xiaoxi still felt sorry for her father, saying that all those who hate her father are bad people. Chapter 5, a domineering move, meeting Shi Mengyan again. Walk. Holding the pink little hand, Daddy will take you to the next house. After hearing this, Xiaoxi pecked at the rice and nodded her head with a bright smile on her face. Hermes, Givenchy, Gucci. In the mall, the two of them suddenly became a beautiful scenery, attracting the envy of many people. I don't know how much time passed. When I came out of the mall, I saw it was packed with supercars. Xiaoxi, are you happy? He pinched the little guy's face lovingly, his face full of affection. Aha! Xiaoxi kept nodding her head, her face smiling like a crescent, so happy. Muah! The little guy gave a loving kiss, which immediately restored the somewhat sleepy Yixian to full health. With this wave of rewards, he could walk around for a whole day and night without any fatigue. That's Yixian. But at this moment, 3 people suddenly came from not far away in the parking lot. They were Wang Bingbing and others. Ah! Another girlfriend's eyes widened and then suddenly shrank. Oh my god! Devil's son! He took a deep breath, and then felt a little suffocated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's actually the son of the devil. Well. When Wang Bingbing and her boyfriend heard their best friend's words, they couldn't help but look at her in confusion. They had never heard of the term son of the devil. Ahem. Xiaolu, the devil's child, is it expensive? At this time, her best friend asked tentatively. After all, Xiaolu's reaction just now had already explained it all. Of course. Xiaolu's best friend swallowed her saliva and said, you know, this is a limited edition Lamborghini's top supercar. It's worth over 80 million. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Bingbing and the other person felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their brains went blank. Then, when he looked again at Yixian and the other person who had already gotten into the car, his eyes changed. 80 million. There are such expensive cars in the world. Ahem, Bingbing, I think you can try again. Listening to Xiaolu's words, another girlfriend took a deep breath and said, this is a chance to marry into a wealthy family. On the other side, in the supercar. Ding-a-ling. A cell phone rang. I saw the caller ID was Xiaoli, so I picked up the call. Hey, uncle. Xiaoli's voice came from the other side. Well, do you have time now? What's up? Yixian asked, Xiaoli's tone sounding a little anxious. That's right. Xiaoli on the other side paused for a moment. Miss, you are being held at a hongmen feast. I am afraid that you will be targeted. Sir, why don't you go and help the young lady? The hongmen banquet? Yixian was stunned when he heard this, and the little guy couldn't sit still anymore. Although he said that his mother was a bad person, he loved her very much in his heart. Dad, let's go save mommy, okay? Seeing the pitiful expression, Yixian had no reason to refuse, so he rubbed her head lovingly. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoli sent me the location. Hee, Daddy is the best. Seeing that Daddy agreed, Xiaoxi's cute voice was heard. I wonder how many people would be envious if they saw it. More than 10 minutes later, Kunping Hotel. In the box. Poof. A woman sneered and walked into the box. She was Su Qianxue, the initiator of this party and the daughter of the Su family, a Jiangqing family similar to the Shi family. Entering the box, Su Qianxue immediately started to attack. Hey! Isn't this our beautiful Shi? His gaze fell on Shi Mengyan, with undisguised jealousy in his eyes. How could that bitch be pursued by so many people even though she got pregnant and gave birth to a child before marriage? Why didn't you bring your eldest niece? Su Qianxue continued with full of irony, speaking of which, Shi Mengyan, you are just relying on your good looks. If it weren't for the child, she would have long been a plaything for the rich young men of the aristocratic families. With a cold smile, Shi Mengyan was once known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. Due to the weak power of Shi family in Jiangcheng, many young masters from powerful families had been eyeing her. That's right, I don't know who the bastard's father is. Bang! Before a follower beside Su Qianxue could finish his words, Shi Mengyan slapped him. Shut up! Shi Mengyan's eyes were filled with anger. Xiaoxi was her Achilles heel. Say one more word, and I'll make you disappear from Jiangcheng. You. The follower who was covering his face had his pupils shrink, and he dared not fart even a second longer. She was just from a second-rate family and could not compete with the Zhang Chengxi family at all, so naturally she did not dare to completely break off relations and offend them. Snort! Shi Mengyan snorted coldly, then looked at the scene. These people were undoubtedly called by Su Qianxue to embarrass her. How could she not know about such a lowly hongmen banquet? Ha, Shi Mengyan is still as strong as ever. Su Qianxue glanced at Xi Mengyan, but, let's see if you can still be strong later. What if I scratched your beautiful face? Her eyes fell on Xi Mengyan's peerless beauty, and Su Qianxue wished she could take action immediately. The people around the box also had mocking expressions on their faces. They were looking forward to witnessing the disfigurement of such a beautiful girl. Su Qianxue, how dare you? Xi Mengyan's face darkened. She didn't expect Su Qianxue to be so bold. Ha, there's nothing I dare not do. Su Qianxue smiled slightly, then walked towards Xi Mengyan, raising her hand to touch her beautiful face. Such a beautiful face should belong to her. Why does Xi Mengyan, have the right? Thinking of this, Su Qianxue's hands moved even faster. Just when Su Qianxue was about to succeed, a big hand grabbed Su Qianxue's wrist, and the handsome figure stood in front of Xi Mengyan. Then he pushed him, causing him to stagger backward and almost fall to the ground. You are not allowed to bully Mama. At this moment, Xiaoxi stood in front of Mama and stared at Su Qianxue and the others angrily. Xiaoxi, why are you here? When she saw Xiaoxi, Xi Mengyan's beautiful eyes softened. Oh? Su Qianxue came back to her senses and her eyes fell on Xiaoxi. Such a little girl has a face that could bring disaster. Xi Mengyan, this is your bastard. Bang! Before Su Qianxue could finish her words, Yi Xian slapped her to the ground. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Good job. Who is this person? Doesn't he know Su Qianxue's identity? The Zhengcheng Su family's daughter is finished. This guy. Xi Mengyan was also a little stunned when she saw Yi Xian's domineering attack. Su Qianxue's identity was not simple, and it would be a big trouble if he hit her openly. You dare to hit me, do you know who I am? Bang! Before he could finish, he slapped him away with his backhand. As a man with enough wealth to buy all the world's wealth, I don't care who you are. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you. Gulp! As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell into silence, and everyone looked at Yi Xian. Who the hell is this living devil? Dad is so handsome. Seeing the bad woman being beaten by her daddy, Xiaoxi clapped his hands excitedly, saying that her daddy must be the most powerful man in the world. Let's see if you dare to bully your mommy again, hee hee. Chapter 6 Dad, look, Mom is blushing. Walk. Holding Xi Mengyan's slender hand, I walked out of the box. It felt soft, cool, and very comfortable. You. Xi Mengyan was dragged away by someone's hand in a domineering manner. She wanted to break free, but she was no match for Yi Xian. Oof. Looking at the guy in front of her, Xi Mengyan had a complicated expression. She didn't expect that they would meet like this. Don't think that this will make me like you. Yeah. Yi Xian didn't care about it at all. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi, do you think I would want to come? You are so beautiful, but your brain is a mess. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes in anger and said, can't you see that someone is bullying you? For a moment, Xi Mengyan was speechless. Of course she knew it was the Hongmen banquet, but that guy was too irritating. Dad, Mom, come home and show your love. Xiaoxi suddenly said something at this time, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Go away, kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Xi Mengyan glared at the little ancestor fiercely and said unhappily, who is showing off their love? Hey! Xiaoxi glanced at the people around her who were paying attention and said, look at them. Well. Looking around, Xi Mengyan was stunned to find that everyone was looking at them with envy, and even had silly smiles on their faces. At this scene, Xi Mengyan's face suddenly turned red, which spread to her neck. What? Is there something wrong with those people's eyes? Why is it like dog food? Hee hee, Daddy, look, Mommy is blushing. At this moment, the little girl unscrupulously revealed Yi Xian's secrets, which made Yi Xian stunned. He didn't expect that this girl had such a side. I didn't expect you would blush. Yi Xian laughed and joked, but this made Xi Mengyan give him a fierce look. What do you care? Listening to the quarrel between Dad and Mom, Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed, and her mom lied and said she didn't spread dog food. I'm so happy today. Half an hour later, at Yulong Villa. Squeak. As the supercar stopped in front of the villa, Xi Mengyan got out of the car holding Xiaoxi, but Xi Mengyan's heartbeat accelerated and her eyes showed struggle. How? Are you afraid that I will eat you? He glanced at Yi Xian, then pulled Xiaoxi into the villa, leaving Xi Mengyan in a daze. Snort! Hearing the guy's extremely provocative words, Xi Mengyan naturally would not let him get his way. It's just entering the villa, what's the big deal? Mom, let me show you around. Xiaoxi then took her mother's hand and said sweetly, Daddy's villa is so beautiful. Shi Mengyan nodded. Naturally, she didn't want to be alone with that guy for a long time, for fear that the little guy would think she was showing off her love again. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside the villa, and then a man came in. It was the property manager Li Jiren. Mr. Yi, I hope I didn't disturb you? Arriving at the living room, Li Jiren bowed and said, after all, the person in front of him was a big shot who bought the best building, so he couldn't afford to be arrogant. Without. Yi Xian said this with a smile, and Li Jiren breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it. Fortunately, he didn't disturb him, otherwise it would be bad if he made this big shot unhappy. That's good. Li Jiren nodded, and then explained his purpose. By the way, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the villa? The purpose of coming here is to ask some questions and maintain the relationship with the heads of the households. After all, these people are their bread and butter. Well enough. Yi Xian spoke the truth. Whether it was the landscaping or the villa design, everything was impeccable. Yeah. When Li Jiren heard this, a smile appeared on his face. If you need anything, you can call me. As he spoke, Li Jiren handed over a business card with his contact information. Good. After taking the business card, Yi Xian thought of something. By the way, Xiaoxi can't sleep well at night with light on. Are there any villas around here for sale now? I see. Li Jiren pondered for a moment, then checked the sales information in his hand. Mr. Yi, since Yulong Villa has been on the market for a short time, the surrounding number 6, number 7, number 9, number 10, and number 11 are currently unsold. After checking, Li Jiren explained. Oh. Hearing Li Jiren's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It would be a pity to miss such a great opportunity to spend money. Yeah. After pretending to be in deep thought for a moment, when Shi Mengyan returned with the little one after the tour, Yi Xian just made the decision, then I want all 5 villas. Ha! As soon as these words came out, Li Jiren was really shocked, and he couldn't help but coughed. What? Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to buy 5 villas? After a pause, Li Jiren added, although these 5 villas are not too expensive, the total price is almost 350 million. Would you like to reconsider it? In fact, this overwhelming wealth made him a little confused. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and decided to buy the villa no matter what. Money is not a problem. Afterwards, under the gaze of Shi Mengyan and her daughter. Ding dong. Soon, Li Jiren received a text message on his mobile phone. He clicked on it and read, Dear CCB user, your account with the last digit 8273 received 350 million renminbi on September 20, 2024. Please check it. China Construction Bank. Looking at the money transferred into his account, Li Jiren swallowed hard. Wow. Rich people, are they so arrogant? Ahem, Mr. Yi. He coughed dryly and calmed himself down. Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare the contract and send it to you tomorrow morning. Yi Xian nodded slightly. How could he not be happy after achieving 3 small goals in one go? This is Mrs. Yi, right? Li Jiren couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw Shi Mengyan, who was so beautiful. Mr. Yi, you are so lucky. After hearing this, Shi Mengyan's face turned slightly red. She wanted to explain something, but in the end she didn't say anything after looking at the audience. After all, there is no way to explain their family of 3. Wei. Watching Li Jiren leave, Xiaoxi was laughing and thought that uncle had such good taste. Still laughing. Shi Mengyan's face turned even redder when she heard the little guy's laughter, and she glared at him unhappily. Then he looked at a certain guy. Yi Xian, are you crazy? Although the little guy is afraid of light, but you. At this point, Shi Mengyan was somewhat speechless. There is no need to buy all the surrounding villas. You know. Although Shi Group is good, its market value is only tens of billions. Even if she lives here now, it only costs 50 or 60 million. Even she is reluctant to be so generous. Why, are you jealous? Glancing at Shi Mengyan, Yi Xian smiled and joked, why not, your husband buys you a set. Put. Who cares? Shi Mengyan's face became more and more red because of this teasing. That guy is so hateful. How could he call me that? I really want to bite him to death? Chapter 7, Mommy bullies me, I will let Daddy teach you a lesson later. That's right. Xiaoxi thought of something and pulled her mother's hand. Mom, Dad bought me a lot of things this morning. Come and have a look. Then, Xiaoxi showed off his achievements to his mother. But when Xi Mengyan saw what someone bought for her daughter, she was a little stunned. Was that guy pampering her too much? Watching the conversation between two beauties, one big and one small, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. System, improve your cooking skills. In his spare time, Yi Xian began to upgrade his cooking skills. He had already thought about how to use the enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading his cooking skills to the special level. Consume 3 enhancement points. Note, the special level of cooking skills has surpassed that of a 5-star chef. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian clearly felt that his understanding of cooking had improved qualitatively. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, cooking skills. Wealth, 89999994799811112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 1. Not bad. Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel and couldn't help laughing. The world's richest man is nothing. The top 10 richest people in the world combined are not as rich as him. And this. But it's just the beginning. Ha! At some point, Xiaoxi heard her mother's stomach making a sound. Mom, you are hungry. Somewhat. Xi Mengyan touched her daughter's smooth forehead lovingly. Her beautiful face was curved, and she looked particularly charming against the setting sun at this moment, and even the surrounding light became dim. After all, she didn't eat much at the Hongmen banquet, and it would be strange if she wasn't hungry after playing with the little guy for such a long time. Hee hee, I'll let Daddy cook. Xiaoxi's eyes rolled around, thinking mischievously, how could she miss such a good opportunity to let her daddy show off? Your father can cook? After hearing this, Xi Mengyan looked at someone with suspicion on her face. Of course. Xiaoxi acted proudly, as if she was the one who could cook. Dad, go cook, Mom and I are hungry. A tender and sweet voice sounded, and Xi Mengyan's face turned slightly red for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. Oh? After hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and said, okay. After answering, he walked towards the kitchen, wanting to take this opportunity to try out the superclass cooking skills. That guy. Seeing Yi Xian busying around, Xi Mengyan's hostility towards him dissipated a lot. It was obvious that this guy had nothing to say about Xiaoxi. Can't help. The scene where Yi Xian stood up for her before flashed back to her mind. That guy, actually, isn't that annoying? Soon, the tempting aroma of noodle soup wafted from the kitchen, which made Xi Mengyan swallow her saliva involuntarily. My lower stomach was protesting even more violently, as if it wanted to be eaten right away. Poof. Xi Mengyan looked at her unsatisfactory belly and snorted, look at how useless you are. It's just a bowl of noodle soup. Gurgle. Before she could continue, her lower abdomen protested again, which made Xi Mengyan's face turn red. Hee hee, Mommy must be starving. Hearing the sound coming from her mother's belly, Xiaoxi's face curved into a crescent shape with a smile. But, Daddy's cooking skills seemed to be better. Swallowing her saliva, Xiaoxi stared with her big, tearful eyes at her father who came out of the kitchen carrying the noodle soup, and she could no longer take her eyes away from the soup. The soup is rich and golden in color. Every noodle is coated with the rich soup and melts in your mouth. After taking a bite of the noodle soup, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled, wow. Dad, your noodle soup is so delicious. After saying that, the little guy couldn't help but take another bite of the noodle soup. Slurp. Xi Mengyan also took a bite of the noodle soup at this time. It didn't matter if she took one bite, it immediately whetted her taste buds. This taste? It is definitely the best noodle soup she has ever eaten, no doubt about it. Even those 5-star chefs may not be able to make food taste this good. This guy, is this true? Cooking skills are so good? Gulp. Unable to help but savor the aroma of the soup, Xi Mengyan swallowed the sweet saliva and couldn't wait to start eating again. Soon, Xi Mengyan ate up the whole bowl of noodle soup, not even a drop of soup was left. On the other side, Yi Xian was savoring his own cooking. Good guy. As expected of a top-notch chef, the taste is incredible. Hiccup. I don't know how much time had passed, but after Xi Mengyan finished 2 large bowls of noodle soup, she burped beautifully, and her lower abdomen no longer protested. Undoubtedly. The stunning goddess was controlled by a bowl of noodle soup. If this scene were known to the outside world, who knows what a sensation it would cause. How could a goddess be won over with just a bowl of noodle soup? How does it feel? Seeing the beauty in front of him, Yi Xian asked with a smile. Ahem, it's okay. With a dry cough, Xi Mengyan straightened her voice slightly. He. Xiaoxi looked at her mother with dissatisfaction. Mom, you are lying. Baba noodle soup is obviously delicious. Boom. Xi Mengyan, whose thoughts were exposed, gently knocked the little guy's smooth forehead. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. After saying this, Xi Mengyan's face flushed and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Xiaoxi covered her forehead and glared at her mother fiercely. Mom, you are bullying me. I will let daddy teach you a lesson later. Phew. Seeing Xiaoxi's appearance, Yi Xian laughed unscrupulously, which made Xi Mengyan speechless. This little guy was getting bolder and bolder. I don't want to bother with you. Xi Mengyan glared at Xiaoxi, then walked away from the place of trouble. I'm going to take a shower first. A quarter of an hour later. Dad, I want to sleep. Xiaoxi yawned, her eyes dazed. After all, she had been crazy all day. I'll take you to your room. Then, Yi Xian carried the little guy to the bedroom. Squeak. As the door opened, he suddenly saw Xi Mengyan, who had just come out of the bathroom wearing Yi Xian's shirt. Her wet hair had not been dried yet, and she looked like a lotus emerging from water. In particular, a pair of straight and slender legs are very tempting. Gulp. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This huge benefit came really suddenly. Poof. Seeing Yi Xian's appearance, Xi Mengyan sneered. It turned out that all men are the same. Have you seen enough? A voice pulled Yi Xian back from his daze, but the scene just now was like a brand imprinted in his mind, and could not be erased. What a nice view. Yi Xian nodded in evaluation, and then said with emotion, 4 years ago, I was really lucky. Virtue. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone, but she didn't know how charming that flirtatious look was. It's good to know. She said calmly, but her heart was beating fast and the memory of the encounter 4 years ago kept reappearing in her mind. For a moment, Xi Mengyan's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 8, Son-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Yi Xian. After saying a few words, Xi Mengyan's eyes fell on Yi Xian. Since you have entered Xiaoxi's life, then fulfill your responsibilities as a father. Pursing her red lips, Xi Mengyan looked determined, obviously having made some kind of decision. Of course. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Xi Mengyan. He loved such a good daughter so much that he couldn't wait to see her. How could he be so irresponsible? During the conversation, it was obvious that the relationship between the two was no longer as hostile as before. You, go out first, it's time to go to bed. Seeing that it was already late at night, Xi Mengyan pretended to be calm and spoke, but she was extremely panicked inside. Although her children are already so grown up, but she is still a novice in love and has never had such close contact with the opposite sex. No. At this time, Xiaoxi was immediately unhappy. I want my dad and mom to sleep together. Mom, are you okay? While talking, she shook her mother's hand coquettishly and continued, Mama is the best. Well. Listening to the little guy's words, Xi Mengyan really had little resistance. This was undoubtedly her fatal weakness. After all, I have felt indebted to Xiaoxi over the years, so naturally I don't want to let her down. Hey. Xi Mengyan sighed and pointed at the little guy's forehead with a green finger. I really can't do anything with you. Snort. After saying that, Xi Mengyan glanced at a certain guy and said, then you can sleep here tonight. Then, her face couldn't help but turn red. Just let that guy sleep for one night, is that okay? Yes. Hearing that he could sleep with his parents, Xiaoxi was extremely excited, and Mua kissed Xi Mengyan's beautiful face. You, get out of the way. Xi Mengyan looked at Xiaoxi helplessly. Look at you, you drooled all over my face. Wei. Smelling the pleasant aroma and watching the erotic scene, it would be a lie if Yi Xian said he had no thoughts. The next day, early morning. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Xi Mengyan opened the door and saw it was Xiaoli, her assistant who brought her clothes. Miss, this is you, Xiaoli was halfway through his words when he saw his young lady wearing Yi Xian's shirt. The extremely seductive image made his mind buzz. For a moment, the second dimension thought about the scenes that might happen. Oh my god. No way, the relationship between the uncle and the young lady is developing too fast. What are you staring at? Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at Xiaoli. Things are not what you think. I didn't bring any clothes, so I wore that guy's clothes. Oh. I see. When Xiaoli heard what his young lady said, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that the young lady was not such a casual person. Xiaoli, please. Yi Xian came out of the kitchen at this time and heard Xiaoli's voice asking. Hello, uncle. When Xiaoli saw his brother-in-law, he greeted him hurriedly. He didn't say anything when he heard him call Xi Mengyan. After all, it was not excessive to call him that given that guy's status. Haha, you come to deliver clothes so early. Seeing Xiaoli, Yi Xian smiled and said, by the way, you haven't eaten yet. It just so happens that we have done a lot today, so let's do it together. As Xiaoli is Xi Mengyan's confidant, he will naturally be one of them in the future, so Yi Xian extended an invitation. Hearing her brother-in-law's words, especially the fragrance wafting into her nose, she was unable to move and looked at her young lady for advice. Look at what she does. We will be a family sooner or later. Xiaoxi listened to what her father said, smiling, and then ran over with her little feet. Auntie Xiaoli, come quickly. The food that Dad made is delicious. Just like that, Xiaoli was pulled to the dining table. Ahem, well, okay then. Xiaoli responded nervously, and was relieved when he saw that the young lady was not angry. Thank you, uncle. Then. Wensi tofu soup with kung pao chicken and stir-fried spicy chicken was so delicious that Xiaoli couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Eat it while it's hot. Yi Xian greeted Xiaoli, but after taking the first bite, Xiaoli became nervous. After all, Xiaoli had seen a lot of the world, and he looked at the two dishes and one soup in disbelief. Son-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Even 5-star chefs may not be able to make food this delicious. When Xi Mengyan heard Xiaoli's sigh, she rarely spoke, because what he said was the truth. This cooking skill is impeccable. Yeah. When Xiaoxi heard that Aunt Xiaoli liked Baba's food so much, she smiled and said, Aunt Xiaoli, then you should eat more. Thank you, young lady. Xiaoli nodded heavily. After all, her brother-in-law's cooking skills were so good, and she didn't know when she would be able to eat him next time. On the other hand, Xi Mengyan looked at Xiaoli's reaction and glanced at Yi Xian, letting that guy steal the spotlight again. Knock knock. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the villa, and then a group of people came in, led by Li Ziren, the person in charge of the villa. Gulp. As soon as I entered the living room, I was attracted by the rich and fragrant aroma of food, and I couldn't help swallowing. Ha! After a long pause, Li Ziren suppressed his thirst and coughed dryly. Mr. Yi. Here are the contracts and keys for the 5 villas worth 350 million renminbi that you purchased yesterday. Please check and accept them. When I waved, the slim and good-looking property staff came with a tray carrying the contracts and keys of 5 villas, holding their breath and not daring to make the slightest mistake. Chapter 9. Who is the son-in-law? Isn't he too generous? Ha! After hearing this, Xiaoli looked at the 5 contracts on the tray in surprise. Her son-in-law must be too rich. You must know. Previously, my son-in-law spent nearly 200 million, and now it is another 350 million. Xiaoli, take it. Yi Xian glanced at the shocked Xiaoli, but he didn't care about it. After all, such shock had many benefits. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva. Although he was shocked, he did not dare to slack off in his actions. Yes, son-in-law. Undoubtedly. When Xiaoli called him son-in-law, he was sincerely convinced. I wonder how many people in Jiangqing can do this kind of work. When Xiaoli came back after putting the things away, Li Ziren and the others were no longer there. It was obvious that they were afraid that if they stayed too long they would disturb Yi Xian's meal. That's right. Yi Xian thought that with 3 of them now, it would be too monotonous to always drive that supercar. Bang! Then, a bank card fell in front of him. There are 200 million in this card. Take it to the club and help me buy 10 supercars to drive in rotation, including an extended version of the commercial vehicle. Listening to Yi Xian's instructions, Xiaoli looked at the black card in front of him and felt confused. 200 million? 10 supercars? The son-in-law was sure that this was not a joke, and it was obvious that this scene had a great impact on her. Pft cough cough. Xi Mengyan was caught off guard by this action. She looked at someone in surprise. That guy was such a spendthrift. Good. Xiaoli solemnly put away the bank card. Although it was just a card, it weighed more than 1,000 pounds at this moment. Who is this son-in-law? Isn't he too generous? Sir, goodbye, miss. After breakfast, Xiaoli watched the family of 3 leave with envy in his eyes. 10 supercars, this is something we can't take lightly. Xiaoli then drove straight to the supercar club. Hee, it's great for mom and dad to go to the Lantern Festival together. Thinking of her parents accompanying her, Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. She was so happy. System, exchange skills. Not long after, the system voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his music ability to God level. Note, with this ability, the host's musical attainments are on par with God's. Wow! At this moment, the little guy's eyes fell on a beautiful Hello Kitty doll not far away and he couldn't take his eyes off it. It turned out that this was a Lantern Festival music competition and the winner could get a global limited edition doll. Moreover, the official auction price is as much as 100,000. Daddy, look at that doll, it's so cute. The little guy pointed at the doll with his little hand and liked it very much for a moment. Oh little. Yi Xian appeared on the stage and immediately attracted the attention of all the girls. After all, it was hard for such a handsome guy not to attract attention. Next, this original song is dedicated to the cutest little princess, and it's called Little Dimples. This guy. Shi Mengyan glanced at someone on the stage. Is it really okay to pamper the little guy like this? However, from this angle, the guy is actually quite handsome. As for Yi Xian, he would do his best to get what his daughter wanted. Then, Yi Xian captured the whole audience with his magnetic voice. Wow, handsome guy is awesome. The singing voice is so beautiful, it's 100 blocks better than those young singers. My male god, please stop singing and come home with me. As expected, Yi Xian won the competition in the confession room of the cute girl at the Lantern Festival. Hey! The song moved the whole audience, and Yi Xian handed the doll to Xiaoxi. Hee, daddy is awesome. Xiaoxi held the Hello Kitty doll, her eyes full of love, and kissed her daddy's handsome face with a moa sound. Thank you, daddy. He walked away for a while. Mom, look. Xiaoxi's excited voice sounded, and then pointed to the ring-tossing booth not far away. It's your favorite Pikachu. Don't talk nonsense. Shi Mengyan glared at Xiaoxi as if a big secret had been discovered. Who likes Pikachu? However, her slightly dizzy face says it all. Yeah. Yi Xian looked up and down at Shi Mengyan, who had a perfect figure. I didn't realize that you have the body of a queen but the heart of a girl. Snort. Listening to someone's joke, Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes at him and said, Why, do you have any objections? How could that be? Yi Xian said with a smile, he really underestimated her. Dad, can you help mommy catch Pikachu? Xiaoxi assisted from the side. Mom will be jealous if she doesn't have a gift. Listening to the little girl's words, Shi Mengyan almost choked on her saliva. Is this girl crazy? Why is she jealous? Haha, okay. Ignoring Shi Mengyan's reaction, Yi Xian quickly got a small basket of rings. Come on, daddy. Seeing that daddy was about to take action, Xiaoxi cheered him on with all her might, and that action showed her role as a caring and thoughtful little girl very well. Gulp. Seeing the cute little girl, the boys around were extremely envious. Oh my god, is this a little fairy? So cute. Let us be honest, I really want to take one home. You. Feeling the gazes from all around, Shi Mengyan pulled Xiaoxi and said, Calm down. At the same time, at T-Online Music Headquarters. Office of the Director of Operations. Boss Mu. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and then a member of the operations department came in. I found a new song, it's going to be a big hit. Oh. After hearing what her subordinate said, Mu Ruoxue looked over and was surprised to hear the song Dimples sung by Yi Xian. After listening to a little, Mu Ruoxue's eyes sparkled. Check. Find his contact information as quickly as possible. Undoubtedly, the quality of this song far exceeds that of current major platforms. If T-Online Music can sign him as an exclusive musician, it will surely become famous overnight and then open up the market. Yes, President Mu. The subordinate responded in hurry to check Yi Xian's information, but it was this video that changed her life. At the same time, I also discovered my best friend's shocking secret. Chapter 10, Mom, let's cheer for Dad. Lantern Festival, in the middle of the venue. Mom, let's cheer for Dad together. Xiaoxi kept chattering away until she was shocked, but this made Shi Mengyan's face turn red all the way to the back of her ears, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Indeed, after hearing Xiaoxi's words, everyone looked at Yi Xian with envy. Oh my god! Such a stunning goddess was actually taken by that boy, and the child is already so big? No. Asshole, such a good cabbage was taken away like that. Whoosh! At this moment, the ring in Yi Xian's hand flew out and landed accurately on Pikachu's ear. A hit! This made the stall owner's heart sink, and he looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Wow, this guy is an expert. Yeah. Seeing her daddy's pregnancy, Xiaoxi excitedly raised her little pink fist. Her cute appearance once again made everyone envious. Daddy is great. The little guy was jumping excitedly. Shi Mengyan sighed beside him. She had rarely seen him like this before. Handsome guy, that's awesome. The stall owner suppressed his frightened heart and took the Pikachu. It's yours. Yi Xian nodded and gave it to Shi Mengyan. Hey. Take it. You won't be jealous, will you? Hearing what that guy said, Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes at him, but looking at her favorite Pikachu, she didn't bother with him. Let's go. As the stall owner breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Xian took the mother and daughter and walked away, which made the stall owner secretly wipe away a cold sweat. Gulp. Watching Yi Xian's operation, everyone around was stunned and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Damn, that guy is simply a winner in life. Hee hee, mommy is laughing. Not long after they walked away, the little guy saw his mother's mouth curled up and smiled. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Xian looked over and saw the beautiful woman with a charming smile on her lips. Tug. Feeling the gaze of someone, Shi Mengyan's guilty face turned slightly red and her heartbeat quickened. No way. Shi Mengyan gritted her teeth and glanced at Xiaoxi. You are wrong. Seeing that her mother was being stubborn, Xiaoxi made a face, which made Shi Mengyan feel helpless. However, the happy look of the family stunned everyone around them. Even the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Isn't this heartwarming scene what they are striving for? However, at this moment, catch the thief! A scream was heard not far away, and several agile men rushed over with daggers in hand. Kid, get out of my way! Several men sneered and rushed towards Yi Xian without saying a word when they saw him, and also targeted Xiaoxi. Because these two people are exactly their target this time. You. Shi Mengyan frowned slightly when she saw this scene. The appearance of these people was too strange. Bang! However, before he could think about it, a man who was about to touch Xiaoxi was slapped to the ground by Yi Xian. Bang! Then, he stunned the others with a few moves. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, with just this little ability, you want to steal things like others. Dang! The daggers were scattered all over the ground, and several people lying on the ground wailing looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Third-rate master. That kid is at least a third-rate master. You have to know that they are from the Su family in Jiangcheng. Although they are not up to par, they are far better than ordinary people. As for Yi Xian, now that his cooking skills are top-notch and his body has been transformed, his strength has far surpassed that of ordinary people, so it is naturally no problem for him to deal with those people in front of him. Pa. When everyone at the Lantern Festival saw the scene, they all applauded. After all, there are fewer and fewer people who are brave enough to do something righteous nowadays. You are so skilled? Shi Mengyan looked at the people in the field and vaguely guessed something. These people are not ordinary thieves. Yi Xian glanced at the few people. From their actions, it was obvious that their target was obviously them. Oh? After hearing this, Shi Mengyan looked at Yi Xian and said, you figured it out. I'm not blind. After thinking for a moment, Shi Mengyan continued, do you remember Su Qianxuan in the box last time? I'm afraid these people were sent by her. After a farce, Yi Xian took the two back to the villa. Night is falling here. Squeak. The supercar stopped, and after the family got out of the car, they saw a woman who had been waiting there for a long time. Ha! After seeing the person coming, Xiaoxi was full of surprise. Aunt Ruoxua, why are you here? Xiaoxi? Mu Ruoxua was full of surprise when she saw Xiaoxi, and then her eyes fell on the girl next to her. Mengyan, you are here too. This. Indeed, the scene before her made Mu Ruoxua completely confused. Yi Xian. Soon, Mu Ruoxua realized the key point, which was Yi Xian, her target this time. Aunt Ruoxua, do you know Daddy? When Xiaoxi said this, Mu Ruoxua was stunned, and then looked at her best friend, Mengyan. That person back then was him. When Shi Mengyan was discovered by her best friend, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she still nodded reluctantly. Hiss. After getting the answer, Mu Ruoxue took a breath of cold air. Wow, this is such a coincidence. The person I want to sign a contract with is the guy I met my best friend 4 years ago. Chapter 11. They have signed the contract, but you are still thinking about their platform? In the villa. Mengyan. You are so mean. Mu Ruoxue glanced at her best friend. Such a big thing, you didn't even tell me. Shi Mengyan wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. After all, her current relationship with Yi Xian is also very subtle. That's right. After a short conversation, Mu Ruoxue finally realized her purpose. Yi Xian, this song is sung by you, right? While talking, Mu Ruoxue played the video on her mobile phone, and it was undoubtedly the song that Yi Xiandeng could sing. Aunt Ruoxue, you know it too. Xiaoxi saw the handsome dad in the video and said, hee, dad is awesome, right? Yi Xian, I'll just say it straight. Mu Ruoxue pondered for a moment and got straight to the point. I want to sign you as the exclusive musician of T-Online Music. Ahem, although, you may not be short of money. Having said that, Mu Ruoxue coughed dryly. After all, she recognized both the villa in front of her and the son of the devil. Well. Shi Mengyan was stunned and looked at her bestie in surprise. Ruoxue, you want to sign him as an exclusive musician? Yes. Mu Ruoxue nodded seriously. Why do you think I came all the way here? She rolled her eyes, and she still felt like she was dreaming. Sign a contract? Yi Xian was stunned after listening to Mu Ruoxue's words, but he was not interested in the music industry. Compared to this, he prefers to spend money. This is not impossible. But I have a condition? Yi Xian said this with a smile on his face, and Mu Ruoxue's eyes lit up when she heard it, obviously knowing there was hope. What conditions? Mu Ruoxue knew very well that Yi Xian had a great talent for music, although he was not short of money. The conditions are simple. Yi Xian then smiled and said, I wonder if you guys are selling T-Online Music. I want to buy it. Puff. As soon as these words came out, Mu Ruoxue spat out all the tea in her mouth and looked at Yi Xian in shock. What did you say? Acquire T-Online Music. Shi Mengyan was also stunned when she heard this, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at someone, wondering if this guy was crazy. They want to sign you as a musician, but you are obsessed with their platform? Why, no way. Yi Xian didn't want to work for others, so he continued, money is not a problem. Ahem. Mu Ruoxue was really shocked. She didn't expect it to develop like this. Yi Xian, we are not outsiders. I will be honest with you. T-Online Music is facing a big problem with its capital chain and is in urgent need of reversing the situation. If they really want to acquire it, it's not impossible. After a pause, Mu Ruoxue continued, however, I still need to ask the boss for instructions. Can. Yi Xian was not in a hurry and smiled. Then, Mu Ruoxue called the boss of T-Online Music. Hello, boss. I have a friend who wants to acquire T-Online Music. What do you think? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Mu Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief. The boss said that he would discuss this with the other partners and go to the company tomorrow to discuss it in detail. Okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly, there was no rush for this matter. Half an hour later. Mengyan, you have found a treasure. Mu Ruoxue ate the noodle soup, full of disbelief. This noodle soup is amazing. Honestly, it's hard not to like such a handsome, rich and super spoiled boy. Mu Ruoxue sighed as she recalled the superb cooking skills. Ruoxue, what are you talking about? Listening to her best friend's words, Shi Mengyan glared at her. What do you mean she found a treasure? It's just that the food she made is more delicious. What's the big deal? Xiaoxi, would you like to sleep with your aunt tonight? Although it was their first meeting, Mu Ruoxue was completely conquered by Yi Xian. To be honest, if he wasn't her best friend's husband, she might have fought for him. I must help my best friend to win over such an outstanding man. The strange voice nodded, and then said goodbye. Dad, Mom, I'm going to sleep first. Seeing Xiaoxi's actions, Mu Ruoxue gave the little guy a thumbs up. Well. When Shi Mengyan saw the two people, one big and one small, operating the machine, her face couldn't help but turn red. At the same time, heavenly music. Boss room. Zhang Mingyang, Lao Zhang, Lao Yu, Ruoxue called today and said that someone wants to acquire our T-Online Music. Although I am the major shareholder, you also have shares after all. I want to hear your opinions. Zhang Yifeng, acquire Tianlai? Who? Yu Tianchang, yes, I am also curious. Although Tianlai Music is not a large platform, it is also worth more than 1 billion. Zhang Mingyang, well, that's him. As he spoke, Zhang Mingyang placed 2 documents on the table. Zhang Mingyang, his name is Yi Xian, a graduate of Jiangcheng University. However, he owns dozens of supercars worth nearly 300 million yuan and 6 villas worth more than 500 million yuan. However, the information shows that he has an ordinary background. Yu Tianchang, oh? Interesting. Zhang Yifeng, that's right. This Yi Xian's identity must be extraordinary. Today, T-Online Music is facing a huge problem in its operation. If there is no chance to turn things around, I'm afraid it will be closed in half a year at most. Yu Tianchang, Lao Zhang, do you mean to agree to the acquisition? Zhang Mingyang, if you agree, the next question is the purchase price. This Yi Xian is not simple and his origin is mysterious. If we can get in touch with him, we will have great potential in the future. How about setting the purchase price at 1 billion? After some discussion, Zhang Mingyang and others set the price at 1 billion. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room, shining on a beautiful face. She struggled through her sleepy eyes and woke up. At a certain moment, I felt something pressing on me, so I pushed it away and looked around. She was seen sleeping with her arms around someone, with her beautiful face pressed against him. This made Shi Mengyan blush, wondering what she had done. After finally breaking free, he tiptoed out of the room. Mengyan, you're awake. At this moment, Mu Ruoshua's voice came from not far away, and then she looked at her bestie in confusion. What's going on? Your face is so red, could it be that you? Shoo. Hearing Mu Ruoshua's words, Shi Mengyan quickly covered her mouth. Speak softly, don't wake him up. Oh. Mu Ruoshua's eyes widened and she was shocked. Her best friend hasn't woken up yet. This is too much. Look how tired the handsome guy is. Mu Ruoshua, what's that expression on your face? Shi Mengyan frowned and looked at her best friend, her face flushed. Things are not what you think, nothing happened last night. Really? I understand. Mu Ruoshua looked like she understood, no need to explain. However, the playfulness on her face made Shi Mengyan speechless. That stinky Ruoshua must have had some wrong ideas. What should she do? Chapter 12 Ruoshua, come here, I promise not to beat you to death. After a little while. Squeak. The door opened, and Yi Xian came down from upstairs and saw the 2 women who had just washed up, but he felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Yi Xian, good morning. Mu Ruoshua greeted him warmly. Did you sleep well last night? Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then moved his hands. It's just that my hand hurts a little. Pft, cough cough. Shi Mengyan drank some water to calm herself down, but accidentally spat it out, which made Mu Ruoshua look at her. Is it because I move my hands too much? Seeing her best friend's guilty look, Mu Ruoshua imagined some scenes in the second dimension. My goodness, how much exercise would it take to make one's hands hurt? You guys play for a while, I'll make breakfast. After saying that, Yi Xian walked towards the kitchen, while Xiaoxi was still sleeping soundly. Meng Yan. Seeing Yi Xian busy in the kitchen, Mu Ruoshua came to her best friend and reminded her, you should also be more restrained. Look how tired you make me. I exercise moderation, tisk. When Shi Mengyan heard what her best friend said, her face turned red. Control yourself, you big head. Obviously, Shi Mengyan understood what her best friend meant. She had misunderstood again. What should she do? How should she explain it? Even if she explained that she slept with that guy's hand all night, she wouldn't believe it. So annoying, what should I do? Mu Ruoshua naturally wouldn't listen to her bestie's excuses, and continued, besides, asking someone to make breakfast is a bit too much. Mu Ruoshua, come here, I promise I won't beat you to death. She tried to pinch her best friend's hand, but Mu Ruoshua dodged it skillfully. It was obvious that she had anticipated this. Hateful. Good for you, Mu Ruoshua, what is this girl thinking about? After breakfast. Yi Xian drove the son of Demon and took Mu Ruoshua to the T-Online Music headquarters. As for Shaoli, he had already parked 10 supercars in front of the villa, which was quite pleasing to the eye. That's right. On the way there, Mu Ruoxue thought of something. Yi Xian, the boss, sent a message this morning saying that they agreed to sell Tianlai. Yeah. Yi Xian responded with a smile. As long as he could spend the money, it didn't matter to him how much. Ruoxue, I heard yesterday that you are the operations director of Tianlai, right? Thinking about what happened yesterday, Yi Xian asked. Good. Mu Ruoxue nodded, and Yi Xian then asked, then I wonder what kind of person is the president of Tianlai Music? Oh. Hearing this, Mu Ruoxue was stunned and thought for a moment. His ability is average and his approach is conservative. He bears a lot of responsibility for the current situation of Tianlai Music. During the conversation, the two arrived at the headquarters of Tianlai Music. Boss Mu. As soon as I arrived at the headquarters lobby, an assistant was already waiting. The three bosses have been waiting in the conference room for a long time. Mu Ruoxue nodded slightly, but was shocked in her heart. The three bosses rarely waited for people on their own initiative. It seemed that they attached great importance to this acquisition. Yi Xian, this way. Mu Ruoxue led the way and they soon arrived at the meeting room. Squeak. As the door opened, Zhang Mingyang and the other two in the meeting room all stood up to greet them. Ruoxue, this must be Mr. Yi. Yes, boss. Mu Ruoxue looked at the three people's serious expressions and was somewhat confused. My name is Zhang Mingyang, and I'm a major shareholder of Tianlai Music. Zhang Mingyang introduced them first, and then introduced Zhang Yifeng and the other person. I heard from Ruoxue that Mr. Yi wants to acquire Tianlai Music. How about this, a flat price of 1 billion? Mu Ruoxue was stunned when she heard this. You know, even if Tianlai Music's business is not doing well, its market value is still tens of billions. Oh. Seeing the expressions of the three people, Yi Xian naturally understood their intentions. Good. Without pointing it out, Yi Xian accepted the favor. A few minutes later, after Zhang Mingyang and the other two received the payment, their eyes changed slightly when they looked at Yi Xian. Because, from beginning to end, they didn't notice the slightest emotional fluctuation. Ha! Zhang Mingyang and the other two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they had successfully established this connection. However, they didn't know that it was this decision that changed the rest of their lives, but that's a story for later. Ruoxue. Yi Xian then looked at Mu Ruoxue. Are you interested in becoming the president of Tianlai Music? Ah, this. Mu Ruoxue, who had just come back to her senses, was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Yi Xian in disbelief, trying to make sure she had heard it right. Yi Xian, you, let me be the CEO of Tianlai Music. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then said, I don't have any acquaintances at Tianlai Music, so I'll leave it to you to take care of it from now on. Certainly. At this point, the corners of his mouth curled up. If you don't want to, forget it. Willing. Mu Ruoxue spoke up hurriedly. How could she give up such a good opportunity? Her career had been at a bottleneck, and the appointment as president was undoubtedly the best way to break the bottleneck. Very good. Yi Xian's eyes then fell on Mu Ruoxue. Next, organize the platform according to your ideas, and everything else remains the same. Good. Mu Ruoxue nodded heavily, but it felt like a dream. She had become the president of Tianlai Music. And my best friend's husband became his own boss? The most important thing is that he gave all the rights of Tianlai Music to himself. This trust made him feel pressured, fearing that he would not do well and disappoint Yi Xian's expectations. After giving a few instructions, Yi Xian left Tianlai Music without staying for long. Because he has more important things to do. System, exchange skills. Back in the supercar, Yi Xian spoke in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elementary martial arts ability, consuming 1 enhancement point. Note, this ability is comparable to that of a second-rate master. Buzz. Then, Yi Xian felt a warm current surging from his body, and his physical condition became much stronger than before. The feeling was so magical that it was impossible to describe it in words. The power is also much greater than before. However, it is not over yet, and my various skills have been improved a lot. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, special martial arts. Wealth, 8999982799811112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 4. Feeling the changes in his body, At this moment his martial arts ability was upgraded to the special level, his strength was greatly improved, not to mention his cooking and musical abilities, which were directly upgraded to the highest god level. After coming back to his senses, Yixian just drove away when he found someone following him, and there was a strong murderous intent behind him. Obviously, this was directed at him. Okay. Looking at the car following in the rearview mirror, Yixian raised his head and took the opportunity to test his current strength. Next, wait for the show to begin. Chapter 13. What? Yixian Kunping invites us to dinner at the hotel? On the way back to the villa, you must pass through here. Squeak. With the sound of sudden brakes, the supercar stopped, and in front of it there was a sand truck blocking the road. Then, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, and soon Yixian saw a familiar face. Boy, you were lucky last time. This person was Su Qianxue, who was surprisingly the mastermind behind the thief at the Lantern Festival last time. Poof. Looking at Yixian in front of her, Su Qianxue was filled with jealousy. Why did everyone like that bitch Shi Mengyan? Destroy him for me. At Su Qianxue's command, all the surrounding Su family masters rushed forward, including several third-rate masters. Bang! With one slap, the person in front was knocked 4 or 5 meters away. Boy, how outrageous! At this moment, a third-rate master narrowed his eyes and pounced towards Yixian. However, with a bang, the man was knocked to the ground and fainted on the spot, just like before. What? The faces of the remaining third-rate masters changed drastically, and then the slaps in their eyes became bigger, and then without exception, they were beaten unconscious by Yixian and fell to the ground. In an instant, Su Qianxue was the only one left on the field, staring at the field in dumbfounded eyes. How could you? Scared. At this moment, Su Qianxue was completely scared. Several third-rate masters were no match for her. Only then did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, I'm the daughter of the Su family in Jiangcheng. Let me go, I can do anything for you, including myself. As she spoke, Su Qianxue took off her clothes. However, before he could make any move, Yixian slapped him in the face, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away and hitting the ground hard. He then fainted, and it was unknown how many of his ribs were broken. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang and I saw an incoming call. Hey, boss. As soon as the call was connected, the voice of Wang Zihong, the second oldest in the dormitory, came from the other end. You are so awesome. I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm glad you're a father now. Hi. It's a long story. Yixian briefly explained it, but Wang Zihong was shocked. What? Boss, you slept with a goddess 4 years ago, damn. Indeed, Wang Zihong was no longer calm. That's right. Wang Zihong then asked, Cyan and Haozi were just talking about this, why are you not in the graduation photo today? After saying a few simple words, Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. Graduation photos, this is a good opportunity to spend money. Second brother, help me contact my classmates. He paused and smiled, it's tonight at Kunping Hotel. I'll treat the whole class to a banquet. Ha! As soon as these words came out, Wang Zihong on the opposite side was stunned. Kunping Hotel banquet, boss, you are crazy. Just send a message. I'll pay for the class's consumption tonight. Ahem, boss is so generous. After chatting for a few words, Yixian drove towards the Kunping Hotel. At the same time, class communication group. What, Yixian Kunping Hotel invites us to dinner. Hey, I heard Yixian has become rich. Yes, I heard that nowadays people drive luxury cars and have villas. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him for a few days. For a while, the class group was abuzz with excitement, but Wang Bingbing soon learned the news. Night falls and the lights come on. Daddy! As soon as I parked the car in front of Kunping Hotel, I heard Xiaoxi's voice coming over, and she was waving her hand to say hello. At this moment, there is a girl next to Xiaoxi, who is the assistant Xiaoli. Hello, uncle. Xiaoli bowed and greeted him, and as they got to know each other better, she became more and more respectful to her brother-in-law. Yixian nodded, and then Xiaoli continued, everything has been arranged, and the box has been booked at Wulangswen. As we were talking, we arrived at the hotel lobby. That's right. Xiaoli then took out a card, son-in-law, this is a hotel recharge card. To pay for meals. Oh. Taking the card, Yixian handed it to the cashier, please help me top up some money. Sir, how much do you want to charge? The cashier asked patiently, after all, this was a big customer today. First, charge 100 million. Yi Xian said a number, now is the best time to spend money and cannot be missed. 100 million, are you sure, sir? When the cashier heard this, she was shocked. How could she have such authority? Shaoli, what's wrong? Just then, the hotel manager Chen Bingkuan came over. Mr. Chen. Seeing the person in charge coming, the cashier breathed a sigh of relief. This customer said he wants to top up 100 million. Oh? After hearing this, Chen Bingkuan looked at Yi Xian in surprise. 100 million. Sir, let me help you with that. Beep. Soon, with Chen Bingkuan personally handling the matter, the payment was successfully completed. Boss, you. Wang Zihang and the other two arrived at the scene in shock, and happened to hear the scene of the boss successfully paying the bill. Recharge 100 million? Boss, you're crazy. Sun Hao and Li Mingyuan looked at each other, as if they had just heard hallucinations. Most importantly, it succeeded? Well enough. Yi Xian was not surprised by their reaction. After all, the contrast was too great. Just order whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Gulp. Seeing the boss who seemed like a different person, Wang Zihang and the other two swallowed hard. The boss really was a hidden second generation and he hid it too deeply. Oh. Then Wang Zihang and the other two looked at Xiaoxi and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Boss, this is my niece. Xiao Shi. Yi Xian introduced with a smile, this is your Uncle Wang, Uncle Sun, and Uncle Li. Hello, three uncles. When the polite, tender and pleasant voice reached their ears, Wang Zihang and the other two were truly moved. The elder Xiao Mianeo's voice was just too sweet. Hello, niece. Wang Zihang and the other two greeted Xiaoxi enthusiastically. It is hard not to like such a cute fairy-like child. Oh my god, is the boss trying to trick them into giving birth to a daughter? Soon, everyone arrived one after another, and there was a lot of discussion in the box. And no one in the entire class was absent. After all, the average consumption per person at Kunpeng Hotel was at least tens of thousands. With more than 50 people, the total cost would be at least 500,000. They didn't want to miss such a grand banquet at all. What, Lao Wang? You said. Yi Xian recharged 100 million at Kunpeng Hotel. When the squad leader heard what Wang Zihang said, he screamed in shock, and it turned out that this was exactly what Wang Zihang did on purpose. Certainly. Wang Zihang was very confident, and then he took out the receipt. Look, this is what I just printed. After a while, the whole audience was shocked. Then the way they looked at Yi Xian changed. They couldn't believe it at all. They knew that Yi Xian, who came from an ordinary background, was actually a super rich second generation. For a moment, everyone's mind couldn't help but emerge with the breakup scandal on the school beauty playground some time ago. Wang Bingbing was going to suffer a lot this time. If he saw the scene, his expression would be very interesting. Chapter 14 My God, this is not my sister-in-law, she is clearly a fairy. Come. Wang Zihang raised his glass and said to Yi Xian, let's toast to the boss and thank him for the generous banquet. Cheers. In the box, the students were all drinking. Everyone eat and drink well, and don't go home until you are drunk. Yi Xian said proudly, it's okay to be drunk. I've already told them to stay at Kunpeng Hotel tonight. Thank you, boss. All the students were immediately delighted. Kunpeng Hotel. Not only were they having dinner here today, but they could also stay overnight at the Kunpeng Hotel. If I tell this to others, I can brag about it for at least half a year. Big niece. Wang Zihang approached his niece and said slyly, your mother must be super beautiful. Of course. Xiaoxi had no idea what Wang Zihang was thinking. She raised her chin proudly. Mama was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. Well, can you let Uncle Wang see your mom's photo? Sun Hao at the side echoed, that's right, it would be bad to meet someone you don't know on the road in the future. This. Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought about it carefully. She felt that what he said made sense, okay then. Then, Xiaoxi fiddled with her phone and opened the photo album. Hey, this is my mom. As they were talking, Xiaoxi handed Wang Zihang a photo of her mother. However, the moment Wang Zihang saw the photo, his pupils shrank, and the slight drunkenness he had just felt disappeared instantly. What the hell? Wang Zihong stood up from his seat in an instant, his eyes fixed on his phone. Oh my god, this is not my sister-in-law, she's a fairy. Snap. Wang Zihong immediately took a high-definition photo with his mobile phone. Boss, you are awesome. Sun Hao and the other man came over and began to doubt their lives after seeing his sister-in-law's beauty. Her appearance completely refreshed their perception of beauty. Ding dong. Just then, a photo was sent to the class communication group. I'll go. This is Mrs. Yi. The students who were drinking together all lost their composure when they saw the photos in the class group. If you say you are not envious, even a fool would not believe it. Boss Yi, awesome. The students were filled with emotion, as this was the goddess they dared not even dream of touching. After 3 rounds of drinking, I was feeling tipsy. Goodbye, boss. After Wang Yihang and the other two saw them off, Xiaoli drove her brother-in-law back to the villa, and the graduation party ended. Ha! Looking at the direction the car was leaving, Shen Bingkuan breathed a sigh of relief. The man had finally left. VIP card recharge 100 million. Who exactly is this Yi Xian? Looking back on the card application process, he transferred 100 million without even blinking an eye, which is enough to explain everything. Afterwards, Shen Bingkuan made a phone call. Hey, Lao Zhang. After dialing the phone, Shen Bingkuan shared his feelings. I met a strange person today. You may not believe this, but he topped up 100 million in our hotel. Then, Shen Bingkuan started to complain, but soon he lost his composure. Are you sure that person's name is Yi Xian? Zhang Mingyang on the opposite side coughed dryly, and then asked about the appearance characteristics. Old Chen. Zhang Mingyang smiled bitterly, then said, do you remember the acquisition of T-Online Music? The person who acquired it was Mr. Yi. Boom. Hearing this, Shen Bingkuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Old Zhang, what did you say? The person who acquired T-Online Music is Yi Xian. After saying this, Shen Bingkuan couldn't help but take a breath, then looked in the direction where the supercar left, and shock appeared in his eyes. 1 billion. T-Online Music was acquired for 1 billion, and now it is recharged with hundreds of millions. TSK, who on earth is this Yi Xian? And the fact that Yi Xian could make the usually sharp-eyed old Zhang show such goodwill seems to indicate that he is more mysterious than he imagined. He must maintain a good relationship with him at all costs. Mr. Chen. At this moment, one of his men ran over and opened his phone. It's her. The woman Yi Xian is her, the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng 4 years ago, Xi Mengyan, the president of Xi Group. It's her. When Shen Bingkuan saw Xi Mengyan, he gulped and said, she's family in Jiangcheng. They almost became a second-rate family back then. After staring blankly for a long time, Shen Bingkuan looked in the direction where Yi Xian left. The person who made the Xi family lose face back then was actually him? If this news were to spread, it would surely shock the entire Jiangcheng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his drinking ability to the special level. It consumes 4 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and 10,000 cups without falling down. There was a system sound in my ears. Immediately afterwards, the original drunkenness dissipated and the effect was immediate. Ha! With a sigh of relief, Yi Xian looked out the window of the extended supercar. The future is really exciting. On the other side, Jiangcheng University. In the dormitory. Ding dong. The message came, and then my best friend Xiaolu received the message. What? This. After seeing the news, Xiaolu was shocked. What's wrong? Wang Bingbing and another girlfriend came over, and Xiaolu swallowed her saliva and said in surprise, Bingbing, Yi Xian invited everyone in the class to the Kunping Hotel, and they all stayed in the hotel. What? As soon as these words came out, Wang Bingbing's best friend's eyes widened. Kunping Hotel, this? How is it possible? That's the top luxury hotel in Jiangcheng. It said that the meal alone costs at least tens of thousands per person. With accommodation, it's probably at least 20,000 per person. More than 50 people, that's millions. That's not all. Xiaolu took a deep breath and continued. My friend said that Yi Xian recharged 100 million on the Kunping Hotel VIP card. Pft cough cough. Wang Bingbing, who had wanted to drink some water to calm down, spat out all the tea when she heard this, her eyes full of regret. 100 million, this? Wang Bingbing's best friend swallowed hard and said, oh my god, this is such a waste. Also, Xiaolu took a deep breath and then pulled out a photo. Bing bing, this is the woman who had a relationship with Yi Xian 4 years ago. The competitive Wang Bingbing and her best friend looked over there, but they were shocked by the fairy-like girl in the photo. It's so beautiful. Wang Bingbing's best friend couldn't help but sigh. After making the comparison, Wang Bingbing found that she was completely defeated, with her looks, figure and temperament all being inferior. Total defeat. This was the conclusion she came to. No wonder he had been lukewarm towards her since then. It was all because of this woman. No. All of this should have been mine, I regret it so much. Chapter 15. It's soft and feels good. Jiangcheng Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Su Qianxue woke up with bandages wrapped all over her body. At this moment, she felt unprecedented pain, and then the intense fear made her pupils shrink suddenly. I am still alive. That Yi Xian is a devil. Even third-rate masters can't be his match in one move. His skills are so strong that the Su family of Jiangcheng cannot afford to provoke him. Qianxue. Just then, a middle-aged man came to the scene. This man was Su Qianxue's father, Su Jilong. Tell Dad who hurt you like this. Su Jilong was furious. No matter who he is, Dad will seek justice for you. Dad, I don't remember. Su Qianxue pretended to be in pain and covered her forehead. My head hurts. Of course she wouldn't say it, because she knew her father's temper too well. By then, the Su family in Jiangcheng would be in great trouble because of her. What? Doctor, this. After hearing this, Su Jinlong looked at the doctor beside him in confusion. No problem. After an examination, the doctor nodded. Mr. Su, Miss Su suffered a head impact and should have temporary amnesia. Ha! After Su Jinlong heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. Son of a bitch. After the doctor left, Su Jinlong slammed his fist on the bed. His daughter now had damaged memory and 7 or 8 broken ribs. This kind of grudge could never be resolved peacefully. Dad, I'm fine. Su Qianxue was really scared of being beaten. That guy was not something the Su family could deal with. That's right. Then he thought of something and looked at his father. Dad, is my brother still thinking about Xi Mengyan? Hey. Su Jinlong sighed and nodded. Really? Seeing her father's reaction, Su Qianxue's heart tightened. Xi Mengyan was the woman of that ruthless man. Dad, I really don't like Xi Mengyan. Su Qianxue clenched her fists. Please don't let my brother pursue Xi Mengyan again, okay? Good. Dad promises you. When Su Jinlong saw his daughter's expression, he agreed immediately. If it was 4 years ago, he might have supported it, but now Xi Mengyan had a 3-year-old child and he would not agree no matter what. Thank you, Dad. Su Qianxue took a deep breath and then lost in thought. I want to be alone. The next day, early morning. Hiss. A slight pain came over Xi Mengyan, and when she noticed it, her face turned red because someone had been holding her in his arms and sleeping all night, with his big hand still there. Hateful. Seeing that someone didn't wake up, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and left the room carefully. However, Yi Xian opened his eyes after Xi Mengyan left. It's soft and feels good. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he woke up in the morning, he found that it was just like that. It turned out that yesterday's dream was real. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang, and the caller was Mu Ruoxue. Hey, Master Yi. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Ruoxue called Yi Xian. After all, he was her boss now and it would be inappropriate to call him by his name. Did I disturb you in Mengyan's sleep? Something's going on. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This Mu Ruoxue has a keen eye. That's right. Mu Ruoxue thought for a moment, then continued, T-Online Music is now on the right track. What should we do next? What's the next step? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then curved his lips and said, I'll write a few songs for you later, and you can ask the singer to record and upload them. Good. Mu Ruoxue naturally knew that Yi Xian was a talented writer, and the song he sang last time was the best proof of that. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian took a pen and paper and started to write and draw. He soon created Jiangnan, dusk, none of the face, blue and white porcelain. He then took a photo and sent it to Mu Ruoxue. As for how it would proceed next, it was not his concern. On the other side, the office of the president of T-Online Music. This is Looking at the more than 10 songs she received, Muruwashue was stunned. In such a short time, so many classics were created. Having worked as operations director for several years, she could naturally tell what kind of songs would become popular. Very good. Looking at the songs on her phone, Muruwashue was full of confidence. With these songs, T-Online Music will surely be able to turn the situation around. Ding dong. At this moment, Muruwashue received a message on her phone. Dear CCB user, 300 million renminbi has been deposited into your account ending with 4273 on September 25, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the text message, Muruwashue was stunned. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 300 million. After counting, Muruwashue couldn't believe what she saw. Then, Muruwashue received another message on her phone. T-Online Music is in operation, these are for operational purposes. Ha! Seeing the message sent by Yi Xian, Muruwashue felt like she was dreaming. 300 million for operation purposes. In fact, Muruwashue was a little shocked. What kind of man did her best friend have sex with back then? However, Muruwashue quietly felt that the burden on her shoulders was even heavier. After sending the message, Yi Xian smiled slightly, and his 3 small goals were successfully achieved. Just then, the phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. Ha! Looking at the push notification live broadcast of Little Fairyly, is this the girl Xiaoli? She clicked on it and at that moment she was playing PK with someone. It's been a long time since we last met, so my cousin is giving you a big gift. Looking at Shinlier in the live broadcast room, Yi Xian smiled and casually registered a Dosha live broadcast account, and named it Ride a Pig to Watch the Sunset. This scene was unknown to my cousin Shinlier, who was live streaming herself eating breakfast in the dormitory. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Brothers, hold on. There is only half a minute left, and the goddess Lier is going to lose. Oh no, the enemy is about to charge. It's the last 20 seconds. I'm sorry, little fairy Lier. Lier, the other party is too strong. We can't do anything. As time went by, the fans became increasingly annoyed, while the fans in the opposite live broadcast room had smiles on their faces, but they didn't have time to think about it. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with Super Rocket X66. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with a Super Rocket X88. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with a Super Rocket X99. The sudden reward shocked everyone. This is... Shinlier in the dormitory was stunned and looked at the live broadcast room in disbelief. Did a big guy give me a reward? The progress bar directly crushed the opposite side, which stunned the little internet celebrity in the opposite live broadcast room. Oh my god. Shinlier's roommate looked at the live broadcast room in confusion. Liar, you are fighting back. Riding a pig and watching the sunset, this is definitely a big deal. Look, the reward isn't over yet. At this moment, everyone looked and saw even more intense Super Rocket rewards appearing on the screen, but this was just the beginning. Chapter 16, Riding a Pig to Watch the Sunset, is he really your cousin? The roommate then looked at the live broadcast screen and saw that the rewards were still increasing. Lier, who are you? Big Boss Xiang. Looking at the rewards on the screen, the roommates were really shocked. Curious babies stared at Shinlier, eager to know the answer. Well. Feeling the gaze of her roommate, Shinlier blushed. Ahem, I don't know either. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with Super Rocket X111. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with Super Rocket X222. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with a Super Rocket X333. With the soaring rewards, the first round of PK ended, and the number of fans in Shinlier's live broadcast room had quietly reached more than 5,000. Lier, you're so angry. The roommates in the dormitory were all extremely envious when they saw the live broadcast room becoming increasingly popular, especially the reward from that sunset boss. Lier could get a huge sum just from the share. Thank you, Mr. Shi Yang, for the reward. Shinlier looked at the reward for riding a pig to watch the sunset and expressed her gratitude excitedly. This was the first time someone was so generous. As they were talking, the second round of PK quietly began. In the other party's live broadcast room, they put in a lot of effort to give rewards, which soared to tens of thousands. However, before they could come to their senses, the rewards from riding a pig to watching the sunset were directly crushed. Fuck, look, the rewards from Sunset God are still coming. Ahem, you are indeed a great boss. Little fairy Lear has finally made it. Finally, a big boss comes to save her. Hey, great job, Mr. Sunset. Let's make the explosive defense more powerful. The small stool has been moved, waiting for the Sunset boss to show off. In Shinlire's live broadcast room, fans kept complaining because the opponent's health bar was unilaterally pushed down and they had no ability to resist at all. It's all because the reward for riding a pig to watch the sunset is too crazy, and super rockets are output for free. Lear, it's over 1,000. As the live broadcast room was in an uproar, Shinlire's roommate stared at the screen in disbelief, shocked. Gulp. The other companions all swallowed their saliva. The shock they saw was indeed quite big. One super rocket costs $2,000, so 1,000 of them would cost $2 million. Of course, even if the platform takes 50%, Lear can still get 1 million. There was a lot of chatter in the dormitory, and everyone looked at Shinlire with envy. Oh my god. It's hard not to envy him for making millions in one live broadcast. Ahem, this. Shinlire was full of disbelief, and then sent a private message to riding a pig to watch the sunset, hoping that this big guy would stop giving her rewards. After all, if she gave too much reward, she would feel burdened. Besides, who knows who this person who rides a pig to watch the sunset is? She clicked on Ride a Pig and watch the sunset with her slender hand, but Shinlire was stunned by the avatar. This avatar. Cousin Yi Xian. Undoubtedly, Shinlire recognized the person in the avatar. That was her favorite cousin Yi Xian. How could she have made a mistake? Shinlire swallowed her saliva and took a deep breath. Cousin, is that you? As I typed, I was really nervous. I just didn't know how my cousin could have so much money. In the villa, Yi Xian received the message. Oh, you recognized it so quickly. Seeing the message, Yi Xian raised his lips. Xiaolier, you have become much prettier after half a year of not seeing you. Ah. Shinlire saw the familiar address in jokes, and stood up from her seat. Oh my god, it's really my cousin. Fortunately, Shinlire turned off the live broadcast sound at this moment, otherwise it would have caused a lot of trouble. What? After these words were spoken, the roommates were all stunned, and then they looked at each other with bright eyes. Oh my god. What did Lear just say, that Shi Yang boss is her cousin? Shinlire ignored her roommate and continued to send messages to her cousin. Cousin, where did you get so much money? Shinlire pondered for a moment, then continued typing. I'm telling you, if you do anything illegal, your uncle and aunt will definitely break your legs. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued typing. Your cousin, made some money from my part-time job before, and then I partnered with a friend to buy a company. You know T-Online Music, your brother is the boss now. Oh? After hearing her cousin's explanation, Shinlire finally understood, but she still couldn't react. In other words, her cousin was very rich now. Hee, really? After knowing that her cousin was rich, Shinlire was particularly happy. Then I won't be shy about your reward, hee. Don't worry about it. Looking at Shinlire in the live broadcast room, Yi Xian's mind flashed with the little slug who followed him when he was a child. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. I wonder which guy she will be in the future. Yeah. Kiss.jpg. After sending the message, Shinlire's face was full of happiness. She was originally worried that it was someone who had bad intentions towards her, but it turned out to be her cousin. Lear. However, when her roommates saw that Shinlire had finished typing the conversation, they spoke up to interrupt her. The guy riding a pig to watch the sunset, is he really your cousin? Of course. Seeing the looks of her roommates, Shinlire said proudly, it's the cousin Yi Xian I showed you before. He is a big boss now. Honestly, it feels like I'm dreaming. Wow. After hearing Shinlire's words, the roommates' minds suddenly popped up with a handsome figure. Several of them used it as their screensaver. It turned out to be that super handsome cousin. I feel like I like cousin Lear more. What should I do? Ah. At this time, one of the roommates stared at the live broadcast room with wide eyes and screamed, oh my god, Lear, your cousin gave you a reward again. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear with Super Rocket X1211. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X1356. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X1487. This scene really shocked all the girls in the dormitory. Shinlire also looked over there, and this time her mouth opened wide, looking extremely beautiful. Cousin, this, oh my god. Looking at the reward from her cousin, Shin Liar felt like she was dreaming. Even if you are rich, this is too wasteful. Gulp. Shin Liar swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and quickly sent a WeChat message. Cousin, are you still giving me a reward? Of course, I haven't seen you for half a year. Yi Xian smiled slightly. How could he miss such a good opportunity to spend money? My cousin will naturally give Xiao Liar a big gift. But, this. If my parents knew about this, they would definitely beat me to death. Swallowing her saliva secretly, Shin Liar replied to the message. Fine. Yi Xian smiled slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. I'll tell my second aunt and uncle when I get back. After chatting for a few words, Shin Liar stared at the live broadcast room with a red face and looked at the super rocket reward that was still soaring. My god, isn't she afraid of being proud when her cousin loves her so much? Chapter 17. So what if I like my cousin? I can't get him. Call. The people in the dormitory were really shocked, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the perfect win in the second round of PK. But the look in his eyes as he looked towards the live broadcast room was full of complexity. Shock. Stunned. Shocked. All kinds of emotions surged in their hearts, and then they all turned into deep liking and admiration, even though they had only seen photos. Perhaps it is because of the ability of money. 666666, Boss Shi Yang is invincible. Oh my god, there are already more than 2,000 super rockets. Damn, over 4 million in rewards, you're awesome. Hey, the opponent was instantly turned into slag. If heaven hadn't given me Sunset Boss, the rewards would have been like a long night forever. Oh, look, Mr. Sunset hasn't stopped yet. Seeing the heated discussion in the live broadcast room, everyone was really shocked. It's over 4 million and they still want to continue. Are they crazy? The third round of PK begins quietly. The opponent's progress bar was wiped out the moment he came on. At this moment, tens of thousands of fans on the opposite side were all stunned, looking at the continuously soaring progress bar in shock, and the entire live broadcast room was silent. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X3346. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X3356. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear with a Super Rocket X3387. Unprecedented shock filled the live broadcast rooms of both parties. Gulp. The friends in the dormitory sighed deeply and watched the live broadcast quietly without expressing any emotion. Everything was self-evident. But the looks they gave Shin Liar were nothing but envy. Oh my god. Too spoiled, they also really want such a rich cousin. Lear, let me be frank. I want to be your cousin's wife. And me. The roommates who never stopped saying shocking things finally let go of their last bit of reserve. It was not the last straw that broke the camel's back, but every straw that was given during the reward process. Roll. Seeing her unscrupulous roommates, Shin Liar coughed dryly and said, My cousin is not interested in Lolita, and I don't even know if my cousin has a girlfriend. No. Lear, you're the best. Can you please give me your cousin's WeChat? Yes, I'll give you clothes for a month. The sound of screaming and wailing was heard. Shin Liar covered her forehead with her hands, and as expected, this scene happened. Original. Their cousin already has someone they love, and now that he is so rich and dotes on them, it would be strange if they don't like him. Even if it weren't for the blood taboo, she might not be able to hold back. Who made my cousin so handsome and outstanding? Hey! However, this move by my cousin has made me famous. From now on, who will dare to look down on me when my cousin is watching? In other words, with my cousin in hand, the world is mine. Just like that. After 3 rounds of PK, the roommates gave rewards amidst their envious gazes, and finally spent 5,000 super rockets, worth up to 10 million renminbi. Cousin, I love you so much. Looking at the super rocket with a reward of tens of millions, Shin Liar was extremely excited, mhug.jpg. Girl, I just realized how good your cousin is. Yi Xian typed and said, the image of the slug-nosed little girl following behind him emerged in his mind. Time passed really quickly. Oof. Shin Liar snorted softly with a smile on her face. Her roommates were so envious of this scene that they almost cried. Cousin, I haven't even seen you yet. I want a video. After saying that, Shin Liar smiled wickedly, thinking that her cousin must be even more frustrated now. Soon, Yi Xian received the sound of a video call. This girl. After clicking the connection, I was surprised to see a girl who was even prettier than in the live broadcast. It was Shin Liar. Crash. However, at this moment, the friends in the dormitory lost their composure and hurriedly gathered around, but because of shyness they did not dare to appear in sight. Just like that, I watched quietly from the side. Wow. My cousin is more handsome than before. Yeah, I love it so much, I feel like I'm in love, my heart is beating so fast. A few Lolas were chattering, luckily their voices were relatively quiet, otherwise if cousin Lear heard it, he would have wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. You guys, calm down. Shin Liar rolled her eyes at her roommates and said unhappily, so what if you like my cousin? You can't get him. Stinky Lear, what nonsense are you talking about? Yes, everything is possible. Chirping at Shin Liar, just as the brother and sister were talking, a sweet lark-like voice came over. Dad, what are you doing? As the sweet voice sounded, a cute little guy appeared on the screen. It was Xiaoxi who had just woken up. Wow, what a beautiful sister. When Xiaoxi saw Shin Liar, her eyes were full of love. This young lady is really super beautiful. Oh. The sudden scene made the roommates all stunned, and then their girlish hearts were overwhelmed. What a cute little fairy. Cousin, who is this? Shin Liar was obviously also stunned by Xiaoxi. She was so cute, like an exquisite porcelain doll. Just now, she actually called you Daddy? Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly and forgot about this little girl, but since he saw her, he didn't hide anything. Xiaolier, this is my daughter, and also your eldest niece. Ha! When Shin Liar heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her roommates were all heartbroken, looking across at the opposite side with pale faces. How is that possible? Liar's cousin, his child has grown so big now. Xiaoxi, this is your Aunt Liar. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and introduced him. Hello, Aunt Liar. Xiaoxi's sweet and cute voice rang out, which made Shin Liar's heart melt. She immediately liked it very much. Hello, Xiaoxi. Oh my god, you're so cute. I love you so much. Hee hee. Knowing that Daddy has a good relationship with this aunt, Xiaoxi also said sweetly, Xiaoxi likes Aunt Liar too. That's right. After chatting for a while, Shin Liar looked at her cousin. Cousin, when did this happen? How come I don't know about it? This is a long story. Xiaoxi leaned in her father's arms, and Yi Xian followed. It was a night 4 years ago. Listening to her cousin's words, Shin Liar's eyes became blurred. It turned out that her cousin and sister-in-law had such a beautiful encounter. She was so envious. So that's how it is. Shin Liar nodded heavily, then asked suspiciously, well, uncle and aunt don't know about this, right? If my uncle and aunt knew, my cousin would definitely not be as relaxed as he is now. Ahem, I don't know yet. Yi Xian coughed dryly. He had no idea when to let his parents and Xiaoxi meet each other. Let's wait until later. Rest assured. Shin Liar promised, cousin, I will keep it a secret for you. After hanging up the phone, Shin Liar breathed a sigh of relief. 4 years ago, my cousin was not even as old as me, so amazing. However, my niece is so cute, I really want to pinch her. Chapter 18, my brother-in-law was called to the hospital as a parent, so is it normal for him to slap the head teacher? Ding dong. In the villa room, not long after hanging up the phone, Yi Xian received a WeChat message. Dear cousin, we are going to visit Jiangcheng University tomorrow, remember to pick me up at the station kiss.jpg. This girl. Looking at the message on his phone, Yi Xian smiled helplessly, then typed back, okay. Daddy, Aunt Liar is so beautiful. Xiao, she likes it very much. Seeing his dad turning off his phone, the little guy said cutely. Yeah. He rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly and continued, then how about going to the station with Dad to pick up Aunt Liar tomorrow? Really? Hearing what her father said, Xiaoxi was extremely happy. It's great to meet the beautiful Aunt Liar. The father and daughter enjoyed some dog food for a while before washing up and coming out of the room. Day. As soon as I arrived in the living room downstairs, I heard the sounds of busy work in the kitchen, and then I saw that the dining table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Ha! Seeing Shi Mengyan finishing breakfast, Yi Xian was curious. I didn't expect you could cook. Snort. Shi Mengyan snorted, then her face flushed as she thought of something and turned her head away. Who are you looking down on? Yes, Dad. Xiaoxi smiled and said, it was always Mommy who cooked before. But Dad's cooking is still the best. Xiaoxi commented seriously, but Xi Mengyan was upset when she heard this. She really loved this little guy in vain. Eat it if you want. Glaring at Xiaoxi, Xi Mengyan was really angry. This father and daughter only knew how to bully her. Cooking skills, not bad. While eating the breakfast prepared by Xi Mengyan, Yixian commented on it, which made Xi Mengyan feel a little better. After all, it was not easy to be praised for this guy's cooking skills. You're smart. Xiaoxi smiled at her mother, but Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes. Ding-a-ling. During the meal, Xi Mengyan's cell phone rang. When she saw that the caller was her mother, her heart jumped into her throat. After all, my mother doesn't know Yi Xian's existence. Hello, Mom. When the call was connected, Xi Mengyan addressed him enthusiastically, obviously trying to cover up her guilty conscience. Xi's mother on the other side responded and continued, by the way, Xiaodao's head teacher just called and said that he got into trouble at school and asked his parents to come over. Your father and I are in Shanghai discussing business and don't have time. You can go over there. What, that brat got into trouble again? Beep beep. Before Xi Mengyan could finish her words, her mother hung up the phone, which made Xi Mengyan's beautiful face look bitter. She knew something bad was going to happen to her parents. Ahem. Xi Mengyan then looked at Yi Xian, coughed dryly and continued, Yi Xian. Xiaodao's homeroom teacher is calling parents. I have an important meeting later. How about, you go there for me? Yeah. When Xiaoxi heard this, she looked at her mother and said, Mom, Uncle Xiaodao is in trouble again. Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Xiaoxi reveal the truth, Xi Mengyan was caught off guard and could only make the best of it, just to understand the situation. Is it okay for you to go as brother-in-law? Xi Mengyan's face turned red. Thinking about what that guy did in the morning, she gritted her teeth and said that this could be considered a revenge. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled. My brother-in-law was called the head of the family? Yi Xian was of course not stupid. This girl didn't have a meeting at all. It was obvious that she just didn't want to go. Since it concerns my brother-in-law, there is no problem. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone and didn't care about calling him brother-in-law. After all, she had to give this guy some sweetness to get him into the trap. Thanks. Xi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to go and call that brat's parents. Bye, Mom. After breakfast, Xi Mengyan rarely saw the father and daughter off, as if she knew what would happen on their trip. She had heard the class teacher scold her every time she went there before. After all, who made that brat always get into trouble? Dad, this is my first time going to my uncle's school. Xiaoxi was looking forward to it excitedly, feeling that everything was so new and happy. Everything had become different since she had been with her daddy. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Rub the little guy's head lovingly and learn from the message sent by Xi Mengyan that this brother-in-law was just in the first grade of junior high school, but he had called his parents more than 10 times and was a real troublemaker. All right. Looking at the message from his brother-in-law, Yi Xian smiled slightly. This brother-in-law seems to be quite interesting. Soon, the elite aristocratic school arrived. Xi Xiaodao, do you admit your mistake? As soon as I arrived at the office door, I heard a scolding voice, and the person being scolded was my brother-in-law Xi Xiaodao. Why? Then, I heard a voice full of dissatisfaction. He was the first to hit me. Is it wrong for me to resist? You. Knock knock. Just then, after Yi Xian learned the whole story, a knock on the door attracted the attention of people in the office. Who are you? Before the teachers in the office could ask, Xiaoxi had already run over. Uncle Xiaodao. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Xi Xiaodao saw Xiaoxi's face full of surprise, but then his gaze fell on Yi Xian who came with her. Get out of the way and don't step on my shoes. At this time, a kid who looked similar to Xi Xiaodao looked at Xiaoxi with disdain and raised his hand to push her. Bang! But at this moment, Xi Xiaodao suddenly became unhappy and slapped her directly. Damn, try to touch Xiaoxi. You, teacher, Xi Xiaodao hit me again. The child immediately complained, which made Yi Xian stunned. This brother-in-law is quite protective of his child. Hello, teacher. I am Xi Xiaodao's brother-in-law. Coming closer, Yi Xian nodded to his brother-in-law, but his brother-in-law was confused after hearing it. Brother-in-law, what the hell? What the hell? He didn't even know he had a brother-in-law. Uncle Xiaodao, he is my dad. Xiaoxi whispered to her uncle, but Xi Xiaodao's eyes widened. Damn, my sister brought that scumbag here. Is she crazy? Don't be afraid, the old man will have a heart attack. Hello, brother-in-law. Knowing that he had caused trouble, showdown naturally did not dare to offend this nominal brother-in-law, although he did not know why his elder sister asked him to come. Oh. You are showdow's parent, right? The head teacher glanced at Xian and didn't hold back at all because of his handsome appearance. He looked like he was in menopause. Your showdow gets into trouble every day, and today he even got into a fight with someone. I don't. Before the head teacher finished speaking, showdow suddenly became angry. He was the first to attack, so I attacked him. Still making excuses. The head teacher immediately got furious and stood up angrily. Showdow, what did I tell you? It's wrong for him to hit you, but it's wrong for you to fight back. Bang! Unable to bear it, Xian slapped him directly. What kind of scumbag is this head teacher and teacher who is misleading the students? WTF. The sudden scene stunned the brother-in-law. The brother-in-law directly defeated the head teacher. What a great move. As for the child who had previously clashed with Showdow, he was extremely frightened. Asshole. Showdow's class teacher was furious. She looked at Xian like a shrew and was about to fight back. Why did you hit me? At this time, other teachers in the office tried to persuade teacher Showdow to stop fighting because they knew his fighting ability too well. Why did you fight back when I hit you? He glanced at the misleading class teacher and said, didn't you say that fighting back is wrong? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Even the head teacher who was shouting at her stood there in a daze. Showdow felt so happy. Where did my dear sister find this weird brother-in-law? He is so awesome. Chapter 19, if anyone wants to snatch such an awesome brother-in-law, I will fight him to the death. You. For a moment, the beaten head teacher stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a single word, and almost fainted from anger. Damn. If she doesn't get back at him today, how can she survive in this aristocratic school? Does she really call her master Miju in vain? Boy, today's matter is not over yet. What's wrong? The noisy noise immediately attracted the principal of the aristocratic school. Principal, you have to make the decision for me. Teacher Showdow was so aggrieved that she exploded. The evildoer complained first. This guy, it was him who actually beat someone up in public in the office. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. I suggest that Showdow be expelled and given a serious punishment. After saying that, he glared at Xian fiercely, then a look of smugness appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if to say, you are too young to fight me. You know. She is not only the class teacher, but also a relative of the board of directors of the aristocratic school. Nonsense. Showdow couldn't help it and said, it's obviously the class teacher who is biased. My brother-in-law is just explaining things to him. Other teachers can testify to this. When the other teachers in the office heard this, their expressions changed. After all, they knew that teacher Showdow had a strong backer. If they offended teacher Showdow, they would probably end up in this job. This gentleman. Principal Zhao Zifang breathed a sigh of relief and tried to smooth things over. It's wrong to hit someone after all. Why don't you apologize to teacher Zhang first? Yeah. Listening to the principal's words and the reactions of other teachers in the office just now, Xian roughly guessed that this teacher Zhang had an extraordinary background. But it didn't matter to him. On the contrary, he suddenly had a bold idea. Principal, do you sell it in your aristocratic school? Xian raised an intriguing expression and looked at the principal. I want to buy it. Boom. When these words were spoken, everyone including the principal was dumbfounded. Showdow was even more incredulous. He did not expect that his cheap brother-in-law would suddenly ask such a question. This, cough cough. Principal Zhao Zifang saw that Xian had an extraordinary bearing and coughed dryly. To be honest, sir, the noble school's board of directors has indeed been planning to sell it for more than a month, but no one has taken it over yet. Only. At this point, Zhao Zifang reminded, elite noble school is considered top-notch in Zhangcheng. The purchase price is about 2 billion. Are you sure you want it? 2 billion? After Xian heard this, a bright light flashed in his eyes. That's great. I want it. Xian casually took out a black card, swiped the card. This? Zhao Zifang was stunned when he heard this, and then he coughed dryly. Well, let me ask for your instructions. After all, he is only responsible for managing the aristocratic school, and the real decision-maker is the board of directors. Beep. After Zhao Zifang signed the contract on behalf of the board of directors, the payment was received. Mr. Yi, from now on you will be the only director of the elite noble middle school. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but teacher Zhang not far away looked ashen, having been scolded by a relative of the former school's board of directors, which completely confused her. That guy really bought an aristocratic school. Well, let's get back to the topic we just talked about. Then he looked at Xiaodao's homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. Should I still apologize to this Mr. Zhang? Well, everyone, including Principal Zhao, had their mouths twitching. You are the boss of an aristocratic school, why are you still apologizing? Gulp. Shi Xiaodao was really confused when he saw this operation. Oh my god, it can be done this way. Brother-in-law. Awesome, awesome. This method is totally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Damn, if anyone wants to snatch such an awesome brother-in-law, I will fight him to the death. Ahem, Mr. Yi is joking. Zhao Zifang coughed dryly and continued, including me, everyone in the noble school will be decided by you alone. What about an apology? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked, especially teacher Zhang who had just shouted. He felt like crying but had no tears. What a guy, now the positions are reversed and the other party has become his boss. Joke? How could he still be so tough? He even wanted to die. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this answer. Of course, Principal Zhao did not dare to be arrogant. After all, the power of life and death was in Yi Xian's hands. Mr. Zhang, right? Yi Xian's gaze fell on him, which made teacher Zhang tremble and almost fall to the ground. Yi, Mr. Yi. Golda swallowed his saliva. You know, she had to beg and plead to get this job. If she was fired, where would she find a job with such good treatment? Do you still need to apologize? Ahem. Teacher Zhang was extremely embarrassed and waved his hands hastily. No need. How dare you? After taking a deep breath, teacher Zhang looked at Shi Xiaodao with a more favorable attitude. Student Xiaodao, you usually perform well. The teacher misunderstood you just now. Don't take it personally. When Shi Xiaodao heard the teacher who had always made things difficult for him speak so humbly, he suddenly felt so happy that he felt like he was floating in the sky. Snort. However, she couldn't lose face for her brother-in-law. I'm doing this for my brother-in-law's sake, otherwise I'll ask you to get out right now. Yes. Teacher Zhang flattered, and then Yi Xian glanced at him. Since you have decided to continue working in the school, you should correct your attitude and leave if something like this happens again. Understood, Mr. Yi. Taking a deep breath, teacher Zhang did not dare to be careless at this moment, and even did not dare to act domineeringly next time. However, considering your bad behavior this time, I think it's okay to fine you 3 months' salary. His eyes fell on teacher Zhang, which made him tremble all over, and he almost knelt on the ground. No objection. Gulp. Many colleagues around me swallowed their saliva. My goodness, 3 months' salary is nearly 100,000. Then, he looked at Shi Xiaodao and decided not to offend this little ancestor in the future. Let's go. Then, Yi Xian took his brother-in-law and Xiaoxi out of the office. Only when they disappeared from sight did the principal and others breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhang even fell to the ground with a thud. Happy. After leaving the office, Shi Xiaodao was extremely excited and looked at his brother-in-law with admiration. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Hee, of course. Xiaoxi looked at her uncle proudly and continued, Dad is the most powerful person in the world. Chapter 20 Sister, you don't know how awesome your brother-in-law is. I believe it. Shi Xiaodao nodded heavily, held a parent-teacher meeting to criticize the teacher, and spent 2 billion. Just ask. Who else can do it? Then Shi Xiaodao expressed his loyalty. Brother-in-law, don't worry. If my sister dares to bully you in the future, I will not let her suffer. Undoubtedly, a parent-teacher meeting directly turned my brother-in-law into a little fanboy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming and upgrading the car driving to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, this driving level is far better than the God of Cars, just like beating up a child. Listening to the sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's mind then added new ideas about car driving. It can be said that Yi Xian's driving skills are now comparable to those of a god. Yi Xian is extremely skilled in various cool driving skills. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills. Wealth, 8999996169981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 16. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This feeling of becoming stronger was truly addictive. Wow! An exclamation interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts, and the owner of the voice was Shi Xiaodao. But at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the extended supercar in front of him. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Seeing the extended supercar with its lights on, Shi Xiaodao was stunned. Brother-in-law, this is said to be worth at least 50 million. This is yours. Shi Xiaodao swallowed his saliva. He was really shocked. Even though he was the young master of the Shi family in Jiangcheng, he was still a child after all. Of course. After sitting in the car, Xiaoxi said proudly, Uncle Xiaodao, this is just Daddy's car. Dad has another 80 million demon's son, and there are several more in the villa. Xiaoxi said this while counting on her fingers, but Shi Xiaodao was extremely shocked. Oh my goodness. Brother-in-law, how rich are you? You know. Just now, my brother-in-law spent 2 billion to acquire an aristocratic school, and now he has so many luxury cars. His net worth is much higher than that of my sister. Brother-in-law, where are we going now? Sitting in the stretched supercar of her dreams, Shi Xiaodao felt that all she needed to reach the pinnacle of her life was a brother-in-law. Shopping, of course. Since it was their first meeting, Yi Xian naturally wanted to make good use of his brother-in-law. Then he looked at Xiaoxi and said, by the way, ask your mother if she has time to go shopping with you. Really? Long live Daddy. After saying that, Xiaoxi skillfully dialed her mother's phone number. When she learned that the parent-teacher meeting had already been held, Shi Mengyan readily agreed. Half an hour later, at the shopping mall. Squeak! A cool red Ferrari stopped at the entrance of the mall, and then a stunning beauty got out of the car. It was Shi Mengyan. Mom, why did you come so late? Xiaoxi pouted and looked at her mother with dissatisfaction. They had been waiting for a while. Okay, there won't be any traffic jam on the road. Yi Xian lovingly picked up the little guy to comfort him, and smiled slightly. Come in. Whatever you want to buy today, I'll pay for it. Yes. After hearing this, Shi Xiaodao was the first to say with excitement, long live my brother-in-law. Well. Hearing Shi Xiaodao's words, Shi Mengyan was stunned. Stinky boy, stop yelling. Got it, let's go, brother-in-law. After a perfunctory response, Shi Xiaodao called out again, and it was obvious that he didn't hear a word his sister said. You. Shi Mengyan wanted to explode, but Yi Xian stopped her with a smile. It's okay, I feel fine. Poof. I glared at a certain guy. I originally wanted to say thank you to him or something like that, but now I had no intention of doing that at all. I even had the unprecedented urge to stab him. How abominable. That guy, can he die if he speaks nicely? Pay the bill, right? Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Shi Mengyan narrowed her eyes and said, look, I will make you bleed heavily today. Soon, the Hermes flagship store. Yi Xian, how about this bag? Shi Mengyan asked as she looked at the luxury brand bag worth 58,888. Not bad. I bought it. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't care. After all, the more these three people spent, the happier he was. Shi Mengyan's lips curled up slyly, and then she said, by the way, do you have other colors for this bag? Yes, miss. The beautiful shopping guide looked at Shi Mengyan with envy and explained patiently, this one is black. There are also 4 other colors, red, white, pink, and purple. I see. After hearing this, Shi Mengyan felt even happier. Today, I will let you be my brother-in-law. I want them all. After finishing speaking, Shi Mengyan looked at Yi Xian, is everything okay? Certainly. Yi Xian remained calm. Seeing this, Shi Mengyan thought to herself, let's see how long you can hold on. Then, the three of them started shopping. 1 family. 3. 5. Seeing his wealth value drop sharply, Yi Xian smiled even happier, because the more he spent, the more he got. I don't know how much time has passed. By the time we came out of the mall, it was almost night. Ha! Looking at the fully loaded extended version of the supercar, Shi Xiaodao breathed a sigh of relief. This is so exciting. Brother-in-law, I love you. Shi Xiaodao expressed his love crazily. but this action made Xi Mengyan stunned. It seemed that the brat admired this guy even more. How so? It was just a parents' meeting, and the little devil who was the most troublesome thing in the family was so obedient. What happened at the parents' meeting? Thinking of this, Xi Mengyan glanced at someone and then asked her brother, Showdown, what will happen at the parent-teacher meeting today? After some indirect questioning, it was obvious that he wanted to find out what happened at the parents' meeting. Hey! Hearing her elder sister mention the parent-teacher conference, Showdown immediately perked up. Great! Sister, you don't know how awesome your brother-in-law is. Then, Showdown talked with relish about what happened at the parents' meeting, from her brother-in-law slapping the unscrupulous head teacher, to the later acquisition of the aristocratic school, as well as everyone's reactions, especially the head teacher's apology to her in the end. Listening to her brother's words, Xi Mengyan was confused. What the hell? Is this really a parent-teacher conference? Then, Xi Mengyan glanced at the person who was driving. You even beat up the teacher. In fact, Xi Mengyan felt like her brain CPU was burning out. Well, she asked him to attend the parent-teacher meeting, but this guy was so good. Not only did he beat up the other person's class teacher, he also bought over the other person's school? Really, it's not a big deal to be rich. However, the homeroom teacher was such a coward that he actually apologized to this guy and his brother. Make sure, I'm not dreaming. Chapter 21 Yi Xian, you dared to knock my head off. Night falls and the lights come on. In front of the villa. Oh. After getting off the car, Showdown looked at the super sports cars lined up in a row, and the visual shock was unprecedented. Brother-in-law, awesome. Although he was prepared, Showdown still gave a thumbs up, saying that no one could take this brother-in-law away. Xi Mengyan felt very uncomfortable when she heard him calling her brother-in-law all the time. What's so good about that guy? It's just that the Parent-Teacher Association will stand up for you. I don't know if it's right or wrong to let this guy attend the parent-teacher conference for his younger brother. After entering the living room, the little guy took his uncle to visit the villa, which made Showdown's admiration for his brother-in-law even deeper. Ding-a-ling. Not long after the two little guys had been visiting, Yi Xian received a video call from his mother. Hello, Mom. When the call was connected, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared on the other end of the line. It was Ye's mother. Eh? At this moment, Ye's mother suddenly noticed the beautiful girl on the screen. Stinky boy, don't move. Just now, there was a girl next to you, right? After Xi Mengyan heard this, her heart rose to her throat and she glared at someone. Ahem, nothing. That's my girlfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, Xi Mengyan fell on Yi Xian. This guy is crazy. What? As an inspector, Ye's mother had a very good eye. Although it was only a moment, she saw that the girl was definitely very beautiful. You have a girlfriend? Come, let me see. After rolling her eyes at a certain guy, Xi Mengyan appeared on the screen and smiled. Hello, Auntie. Wow. Seeing the stunning beauty, Ye's mother couldn't help but be stunned. She was really beautiful. You have good taste, little brat. So pretty. As Ye's mother spoke with emotion, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but blush as it was her first time meeting Yi Xian's parents, even though the two of them hadn't even started dating yet. Thank you, Auntie. Xi Mengyan's pleasant voice rang out. Auntie is also very beautiful. Really? But I can't compare with you. With her extremely beautiful appearance and sweet mouth, Ye's mother was extremely satisfied with Xi Mengyan. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? At this moment, a voice appeared silently in the video, and it was too late when Xi Mengyan noticed it. Well. Seeing this, Ye's mother was stunned for a moment and then her eyes fell on the cute Xiaoxi. Who is this cute little kid? Xi Mengyan's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she glared at Yi Xian fiercely, as if to say, let you answer the phone here. Mom, listen to my excuse. Oh no, let me explain. Hearing someone's sudden words, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Yi Xian coughed dryly. Well, Mom, what I want to say is that you are a grandmother now. Remember the college entrance examination 4 years ago? I didn't go home that night. Soon, Yi Xian recounted what happened that year, but he didn't feel much burden. After all, he was a man with 900 trillion, so why would he be afraid of a showdown? You kid! After listening to her son's words, Ye's mother already believed it to about 70%. At first, she was surprised that the bad boy was absent-minded for several days after returning, but it turned out that he had a one-night stand with such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Auntie, I'm sorry. Xi Mingyan's face also flushed. Yi Xian and Xiao Shi just met some time ago, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Silly child, what are you talking about? Mother Yi naturally wouldn't be angry, but glared at Yi Xian. You little bastard, look at what you've done. Xiao Shi. Yi Xian held the little guy and introduced him. Come, call grandma. Grandmother. The tender and sweet voice was so lovely that Ye's mother loved it, and it was very healing. Hey. It is said that generations are closer, but Yi Xian felt numb when hearing Ye's mother's voice, and the son who called him was no longer attractive. You little bastard, give the phone to my granddaughter right now. Mother Yi directed her son, then smiled and said, I want to talk to my granddaughter. Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and the grandfather and grandson continued chatting like this, which made Ye's mother laugh from time to time, and Xi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the phone was returned to its owner. Mengyan, you have suffered over the years. Mother Yi glared at her son and said, if that boy dares to bully you in the future, tell your aunt and I will break his legs. Yes, auntie. Xi Mengyan held back her smile and finally hung up the phone. Thank you. Looking at the two little guys playing not far away, Yi Xian said with a smile, I didn't expect them to be so loyal. Then how do you want to thank me? Seeing the guy next to her, Xi Mengyan joked, after all, it was not easy to make this guy owe her a favor. Well. After thinking for a moment, he saw Xi Mengyan's rare expression and looked at her seriously. How about you pledge yourself to me? Roll. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone and said unhappily, you're dreaming. There's no need to pledge your love to me. He glanced at a certain guy and then said, well, you teach me how to cook. After a few words, he agreed. Gurgle. Just then, the two little guys not far away cried out in protest. Dad, we're hungry. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes, which made Xi Mengyan burst out laughing. Wait, I'll cook right away. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at the beauty beside him. My dear wife Mengyan, it's time for you to show off. Do I cook? Xi Mengyan asked suspiciously, but soon realized something and her face turned red. No, who is your wife? Her cheeks couldn't help but throb violently. She had never felt this way before, especially from her perspective at this moment. Yi Xian looked super handsome under the light. What else? Yi Xian naturally didn't notice Xi Mengyan's change, and nodded her head. How do you want to learn cooking? Xi Mengyan covered her smooth white forehead with her hands, her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Yi Xian in disbelief. You dare to knock my head off? This flirting scene made Xi Xiaodao chuckle. His elder sister was being bullied. He was worthy of being his brother-in-law. Be a little more angry. Too little soy sauce. Lo mein. Under Yi Xian's hands-on instruction, Xi Mengyan's cooking skills improved at a visible speed. Soon. A tempting aroma wafted from the pot, and then Xi Mengyan tasted the soup. This noodle soup was made by me. In fact, Xi Mengyan was surprised by her own cooking skills. Yi Xian sighed, my wife Mengyan, you have a good talent, don't you? That's how smart I am. Then, Xi Mengyan glared at Yi Xian, you are calling me that nonsense again. Is there? Seeing that someone was playing tricks on her, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes but didn't pursue it further. After all, she seemed to be used to this guy's shamelessness. I don't want to bother with you. However, the moment she turned around, the corners of her mouth curled up in a charming arc, but Xi Mengyan herself did not notice it. Chapter 22 Mengyan, wife, is it okay for your husband to hold you while sleeping? Sniffing the delicious aroma of noodle soup, Xi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister in disbelief. Sister, did you really make this noodle soup? It's delicious. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Xi Xiaodao did this. Aha! Xiaoxi also echoed, Mom is so awesome. Xi Mengyan's face flushed a little. To be honest, this noodle soup was made under someone's instruction. After dinner, Xi Xiaodao ate a big bowl of noodle soup and then looked at Yi Xian with admiration. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. With just a little guidance, my sister's cooking skills have improved so much. As soon as these words were spoken, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes. Does this brat know how to speak? Uncle Xiaodao, I want to sleep with you tonight. Xiao Shi said this in a cute way. Xi Xiaodao naturally knew what her eldest niece meant. She looked at her elder sister and brother-in-law with her eyes rolling. Okay. I just happen to have something fun, let's play together. Xi Xiaodao then took Xiaoxi's hand and said, Sister, brother-in-law, Xiaoxi and I are going to the room to play first. You? Shi Mengyan couldn't help but panic when she saw the actions of the two little guys, and naturally knew what they were going to do. Hateful. What is so good about that guy that he bribed the two little guys so quickly? It's a shame that I have always loved them so much. A little bit, in the room. Crash. After the beautiful girl finished her bath, she walked out of the bathroom lightly wearing a misty gauze bathrobe. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the water drops rolled on her snow-white skin, shining with crystal light. Her face was a little misty, as if she was a fairy from the moon palace, pure and incomparable. Her eyes are gentle and deep, as if they can see into people's hearts, which makes people fall in love with her. Her every move is full of elegance and calmness, which makes people intoxicated. Gulp. Yi Xian couldn't stop swallowing his saliva, staring at the beauty who appeared in the room. What a nice view. Shi Mengyan's face was slightly dizzy, feeling the gaze of a certain guy. What are you looking at? Ouch. But at this moment, Shi Mengyan lost her balance and sprained her foot and fell to the ground. But Yi Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He put his arm around her slender waist and his other hand around her swan-like white neck. Hiss. Then, Shi Mengyan cried out in pain, and her ankle was slightly bruised. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the bone-setting massage to the special level. Note, this level of bone-setting massage can heal more than 90% of the injuries in the world. As the system sound rang in his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Really? The system randomly generates skills based on your needs. Baihui, Xingke, Shihai, Guanyuan, Mingmen. Familiar with various acupoints and treatment methods. Just like. Born with it. Don't move. I looked at Shi Mengyan's delicate ankles. Her skin is fine as the finest porcelain, with a slightly pink hue, like a goddess who was not in touch with the world. Her toes were as delicate as flower petals, and every movement revealed a silent charm, attracting countless eyes to follow her involuntarily. Let me give you a massage. Calming his mind, Yi Xian used his bone-setting massage skills to massage Shi Mengyan with his unique techniques. Shi Mengyan originally wanted to struggle, but she found that under the guy's massage, the pain in her ankle was decreasing at a visible speed. You also know how to give massages? Shi Mengyan looked at the handsome boy in front of her. Under the warm yellow light, she had to say that he was really handsome. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and couldn't help looking at the white and beautiful legs. I know a little bit. Tisk. Shi Mengyan naturally didn't believe it. After all, she knew many massage masters, so she glared at someone. I'm really curious, how many abilities do you have that I don't know about? Undoubtedly, at this moment, Shi Mengyan felt a strong curiosity about the man next to her for the first time. I want to know. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said playfully, it's not impossible, why not let my wife Mengyan pledge herself to me? How about my husband tell you all his secrets? Put. Listening to the frivolous words of a certain guy, Shi Mengyan glared at him fiercely. Who wants to pledge their love to you? You are just dreaming. I don't want to. The slightly arrogant tone made Yi Xian's lips curl up. I can't control you, little bastard. At a certain moment, Shi Mengyan gave him a glare and said, be gentle. That's it. After a while, the swelling on Shi Mengyan's delicate ankle subsided. All right. Putting down his jade-like feet, Yi Xian said with a smile, Mengyan, my wife, take 2 steps. Just when he turned around and wanted to let Shi Mengyan take a few steps, he happened to look into Shi Mengyan's beautiful face. At this moment, the distance between them was no more than 3 centimeters. Boom boom. Shi Mengyan stared at the man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment and her heart was beating rapidly. Gulp. Looking at the absolutely beautiful woman so close to him, Yi Xuanbo couldn't help but kiss her red lips. Soft. It's cool. It feels very comfortable and has a long aftertaste. You. Shi Mengyan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the bold guy in front of her in disbelief. Ahem, what is that? Yi Xian coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. I couldn't help it for a moment, after all. Who made you so beautiful? After saying this, Yi Xian looked away, fearing that he would do something inappropriate again. I'm going to sleep first. Shi Mengyan's face flushed as red as clouds. The kissing scenes just now appeared before her eyes. A sense of sweetness suddenly surged in her heart. And then there appeared the scene of that guy massaging her ankles. Thinking of this, my heartbeat, which had calmed down a little, started beating faster again. But Before she could think about it, a big hand hugged her. Meng Yan, my dear wife, is it okay for your husband to hold you while sleeping? You. Feeling the body temperature and strong heartbeat of that guy, Xi Mengyan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. That guy was so bold that he actually said that he would hold her while sleeping. Xi Mengyan agreed for some unknown reason, but she regretted it as soon as she agreed. How so? The villain in his heart was full of disbelief. Xi Mengyan, is this still you? You actually agreed to let that guy hold you while sleeping, are you crazy? Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian's mouth curved up, especially when he smelled the pleasant fragrance on her long black hair, which made him feel unprecedentedly calm. The feeling is so wonderful that it is totally indescribable. Just like that. At some point, the two fell asleep one after another, and Xi Mengyan had a beautiful dream and slept very peacefully, with even a fascinating curve at the corners of her mouth. However, no one was able to appreciate this scene. Chapter 23. There are thousands of beauties in the world, but the husband only flirts with his wife Meng Yan. The next day, early morning. The first ray of sunlight shone through the curtains, dappling onto the girl's delicate face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, like butterfly wings, and slowly opened, revealing a pair of bright and deep eyes. Her skin is as white as snow, her lips are as red as cherry blossoms, and every movement exudes incomparable elegance. Her long hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, making her look like an elf walking out of a dream, making people fall in love with her. Xi Mengyan opened her beautiful eyes and was surprised to see the handsome boy in front of her. Her face turned red. This guy is pretty handsome when he calms down. As she murmured, her mind flashed back to what happened last night. That guy had taken advantage of her a lot, but why didn't she feel disgusted at all? Have you seen enough? At this moment, a voice rang in her ears. Xi Mengyan looked over and met a pair of starry eyes. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. When did you wake up? As she spoke, Xi Mengyan wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing that she was staring at that guy and was discovered. I've been awake for a while. He smiled at the beautiful girl in his arms and tucked her slightly messy hair behind her ears. I saw you were so engrossed in watching, so I didn't disturb you. What? After hearing this, Xi Mengyan felt even more ashamed. She had been awake for a while. Doesn't that mean she was discovered when she was staring at him just now? Meng Yan, you haven't ever been in love, have you? Seeing the beautiful lady, Yi Xian asked curiously. Who hasn't been in love? Xi Mengyan's heart tightened. She certainly couldn't let that guy know that she had no experience in love, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. Yeah. With a slight smile, Xi Mengyan's reaction said it all. Meng Yan wife, how about playing a game? After last night, the relationship between the two had obviously improved a lot and was no longer as stiff as before. Game? What game? Xi Mengyan looked at a certain guy warily, not knowing what tricks he was up to. It's simple, a brain teaser. With a smile, Yi Xian started to dig a hole. Well, if I lose, I promise you one thing. Certainly. If you lose, how about becoming my girlfriend? You. When Xi Mengyan heard what someone said, her face turned red. That guy actually asked her to be his girlfriend. Good. Xi Mengyan was very confident in her intelligence. She snorted, if you lose, I'll make you wash my clothes for a year. No problem. After the bet was agreed upon, Xi Mengyan fell into the trap as expected. Then I'm going to start. After a dry cough, Yi Xian said, listen carefully. Among the 26 letters in the English alphabet, the letters E and T are gone. How many letters are left? That's it. Xi Mengyan smiled confidently and said, there are 21 left. E.T. drove away UFO. After all, she is a top student, how could she not know E.T., the abbreviation of extraterrestrials? Wrong. Yi Xian shook his head, and then told him the answer, there are 3 left, because E.T. wore AJ, turned on the 1000 Hz GPS, went to the KTV and spent 100 renminbi to buy a bottle of brandy XO, put on a VCD, went to the WC to play DNF, and killed a Q. You. Xi Mengyan was stunned after listening to someone's words. This guy was too shameless. Why, you don't accept it? Seeing Xi Mengyan's appearance, Yi Xian glanced at her and said, how about this, I'll give you a simple one. Which one of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Quan and Zhuge Liang is not a figure from the Three Kingdoms period? Hearing the question, Xi Mengyan frowned. These 4 people, aren't they all characters from the Three Kingdoms period? What are they talking about? The answer is Chow Chow. He also wanted to smile, and then explained, because Chow Chow had always been the prime minister of the Eastern Han dynasty, Chow Pai established the Wei kingdom. Puff. Hearing what someone said, Shi Mengyan couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. Huh. You used this method to chat up a lot of girls. With such a serious look, it must be said that few girls can resist such teasing. How could that be? Seeing the beautiful woman with a charming smile, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tenderness. There are thousands of beauties in the world, but my husband only flirts with my wife Mengyan. Tisk. I don't believe it. Shi Mengyan, a novice in love, could not withstand such teasing. Her heart was beating like a deer and she felt a little difficulty in breathing. So, has my wife Mengyan agreed to be my girlfriend? The time was ripe. Yi Xian stared at Shi Mengyan and asked. You? Feeling the gaze of someone, Shi Mengyan felt extremely nervous. But Yi Xian didn't give him time to think and urged, okay, just give me a straight answer. Yi Xian, you. Listening to someone's words, Shi Mengyan's mind went blank. I agree. As she spoke, Shi Mengyan's voice became lower and lower, but it could still be heard clearly. Really? Yi Xian's mouth curled up when hearing these words. Then you will be my girlfriend from now on. This way, I can take advantage of you openly in the future. Oh no, this is a show of affection. Poof. After hearing what someone said, Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes at him. It turned out that guy had no good intentions. But why, it feels a little sweet, and also a little bit of anticipation, so strange. If this scene is known to the outside world, I am afraid that the whole Zhangcheng will be turned upside down. Joke? Who is Shi Mengyan? She was the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing back then, and countless young men from wealthy families longed for her. Now that she has agreed to be Yi Xian's girlfriend, you can easily guess what this means. Since you agreed, then. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful girl and said, Mengyan, my wife, come and kiss your husband. Yi Xian, you. Shi Mengyan wanted to say something, but thinking about the established relationship between the two, she couldn't help but sigh, and gritted her teeth and kissed his handsome face. Are you satisfied? After the kiss, Shi Mengyan left like lightning, but her heart almost jumped out of her chest. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss someone. Yi Xian said this with reminiscence, thinking that if one is brave enough, one can ask the teacher to take pregnancy leave. It feels pretty good. Commenting on this, he then sighed, it would be better if the time could be longer. Put. What are you thinking? Shi Mengyan pinched a guy's soft spot with her slender hand and glared at him. This guy is too shameless. Have no idea. Is it right or wrong to answer this guy's girlfriend? Never mind. After all, that guy is Xiaoxi's father, so he is just Xiaoxi's girlfriend, but the development of the situation afterwards was far beyond expectations. Of course, this is all later. Chapter 24. If I leak the secret, I will curse my sister to never escape from the clutches of my brother-in-law. Goodbye, my wife Mengyan. After breakfast, Yi Xian waved goodbye to Shi Mengyan and her brother in front of the villa. Goodbye, mommy and uncle. Xiaoxi was extremely happy to hear daddy calling mommy, but Ximenjian rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. Goodbye. With a wave of his hand, he sent the brother and sister away. However, in the red Ferrari supercar, Shi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister in surprise. Sister, you've been taken down by your brother-in-law already. Boom. As soon as Shi Xiaodao finished speaking, Shi Mengyan used a blood pressure suppression attack on his head, causing Shi Xiaodao to grimace in pain. What nonsense are you talking about? She glared at her brother, then warned him, your brother-in-law and I are only boyfriend and girlfriend right now. If my parents knew, you know the consequences, right? Under the threat, Shi Xiaodao coughed dryly with an unnatural look on his face. He knew his sister's methods best. In his memory, going against his elder sister would definitely lead to death. Ahem, I understand, sis. I will pretend I don't know anything about my brother-in-law's affairs with my parents. Shi Xiaodao promised, then raised 3 fingers and swore, if I reveal the secret, I will curse my sister to never escape the clutches of my brother-in-law. Pft, cough cough. Hearing these shocking words, Shi Mengyan almost vomited blood. Shi Xiaodao. Well, sister, I was wrong. After some commotion, the brother and sister drove towards the Shi family villa. Zhangcheng Station, not far from the exit. Squeak. As the supercar stopped, Xiaoxi stood on tiptoe and looked out the window. Dad, where is Aunt Liar? get out of the car and look for it." He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. After they got off the car, they suddenly saw several cute girls not far away, among whom was Shinlier as expected. "Aunt Lear." After Xiaoxi found the target, he ran over excitedly. "Xiao Shi." Several beautiful girls who heard the sound looked over and saw the cute little baby approaching. Wow! When Shinlier's roommates saw Xiaoxi, their eyes lit up. "Oh my god, she is even cuter than in the video. Oh my god, I really want to take it away and hide it. What should I do?" "Cousin Yi Xian." The two little beauties flirted with each other for a while, and then Shinlier's eyes fell on her cousin. She ran over and pounced on him. But Yi Xian held her head with one hand. "Little Lear, you are already an adult, be reserved." Snort! After failing to pounce, Shinlier pouted. "Stinky cousin, you are still the same as before. He's so handsome, what's wrong with letting Lear hug him?" Seeing the way the two greeted each other, Shinlier's roommates were extremely envious. After all, the man in front of them was a declining boss who had rewarded Liar with tens of millions. That's right. Shinlier then introduced her beautiful roommate. "Cousin, let me introduce you, this is my beautiful roommate. They like you. Lear." After hearing what Shinlier said, several roommates' faces immediately turned red. Boom! Yi Xian knocked her head in annoyance and said, "Xiaolier, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shinlier covered her forehead in pain and muttered, "That's how it is." "Hello." Yi Xian greeted politely with a handsome and charming smile. "Hello, cousin." That smile is like a spring breeze on your face. After all, we are at the age when love begins for the first time, and I like handsome guys like this the most. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He naturally knew what they were thinking, but he was not interested. After all, he had a fairy-like girlfriend at home, so he naturally would not have any thoughts about them. "The station is quite far from Zhengde University. I'll give you a ride." Ah! When Shinlier's roommates heard this, they were extremely excited for a moment. Then, how can that be possible? "Hee, Daddy's car is so big." Xiaoxi also spoke generously at this time. After all, these were all fans of Daddy. "Thank you, cousin." Several beautiful girls looked at each other and nodded. After all, it was worth their trip to ride in the car of the handsome guy they had a crush on. "Let's go." Then, Yi Xian took Shinlier and the other three into the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Oh. After getting in the car, Shinlier widened her eyes. "Cousin, this car must be very expensive, right? How much does it cost?" "It's okay." Yi Xian smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Only 50 million. Ha! As soon as these words came out, Shinlier's beautiful roommates were all shocked. "Oh my god. 50 million? That's just..." Gulp. The three beautiful girls couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In fact, they understood why he spent tens of millions on a single reward. It turned out that Cousin Lear was much richer than they imagined. Indeed, it was on the way to Zhengde. Hey, business is coming again. On the green roadside, there was a woman with gray hair and deep wrinkles on her face, her eyes flashing with cunning. She was wearing an old floral dress and a faded apron around her waist, looking like an ordinary rural old lady. However, when she saw a luxury car approaching, her eyes immediately became sharp. She quickly walked to the middle of the road and pretended to fall to the ground. It turned out to be an old lady who was a habitual scammer. Ouch! She fell to the ground with great precision, something she had already mastered. She lay on the ground wailing in pain, and even broke the blood bag that she had prepared. "I hit someone." Everything is ready, and the old lady who was trying to scam people starts to act like a movie queen. Ah! Shinlier was shocked when she saw this, and her roommates' faces turned pale as well. They had never seen such a scene before. Cousin, did you hit someone?" "Fine." Yi Xian had already seen the old lady's previous scam. "You guys stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look. Push the door and get out of the car." At this moment, the old lady who was trying to scam people is performing even harder. "Young man, how do you drive?" Ouch! There was a glimmer of cunning in the eyes of the old lady who was trying to scam her. This was a big order and the supercar was obviously worth a lot of money. "No, my head hurts, my waist hurts." "Young man, I won't make it difficult for you. Give me 100,000 and I'll have someone take you to the hospital. I won't bother you." The old lady who was trying to scam people became more and more excited as she spoke. as if the extortionate $100,000 had already been put into her pocket. Bang! However, just as he was fantasizing about making a fortune, he was slapped in the face and flew 5 or 6 meters away, hitting the ground hard. What the hell? Is that second generation crazy? How dare you treat such a severely injured old lady like this, like a beast? Boom! When everyone came back to their senses, Yi Xian had already sped away in his supercar. Shenlier and the other three were stunned. Cousin, what have you done? The other three beautiful girls were also shocked, but at this moment, they faintly heard the confused old lady who was trying to scam them suddenly collapse like a zombie. Ah! The three beautiful girls looked back, their eyes full of disbelief. Lear, that was an old lady scamming someone. Chapter 25. Dad, someone confessed to mommy. The old lady who scammed him. Shenlier looked back, then looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Cousin, you knew it from the beginning? Dad, so handsome. When Xiaoxi saw this, she clapped her hands excitedly. Hey, that old lady is so mean. You deserve it. However, the old lady who was hit and dazed got up and started cursing. It's a bad start, don't let me see you, kid. Damn, that slap hurt me so much. The onlookers were all dumbfounded when they saw this. Oh shit. Just now they were thinking of helping the old lady, but it turned out that this old man was a scammer. Pa! The old lady who scammed him spat and cursed, bad luck. And you guys, what are you looking at? As a habitual fraudster, the old lady glanced at the people around her who were pointing fingers and said, have you never seen an old lady commit fraud before? What a bunch of idiots. Bang! As soon as the old lady finished her words, an angry young man slapped her in the face. Fuck, I've tolerated you for a long time. Bang! Immediately, another man joined the battle. Count me in. And me. I'm coming too. Bang 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 bang. Then, the old lady who committed the scam was beaten by the angry crowd until her face was bruised and swollen, and she was bleeding from all 7 orifices. After the crowd dispersed, the old lady began to doubt her life. My whole body is in pain and I have so many broken bones. It will cost tens of thousands of dollars just to get treated. Hateful. The old lady who committed the fraud not only had no remorse, but was full of resentment. This time, the fraud really made her suffer. A quarter of an hour later, in front of the gate of Jiang University. Squeak! The extended version of the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the school gate, and then Shenlier and others got out of the car. Hello, 3 uncles. When Xiaoxi saw Wang Zihang and the other 2, she greeted them warmly and cutely. Hello, Xiaoxi. The trio looked at Xiaoxi, their eyes full of love, but when they looked at Shenlier and the other 4 beautiful girls, they wanted to kiss the eldest one, which was so thoughtful. This is Lier's cousin, right? Wang Zihang and the other 2 greeted them warmly. Shenlier had known about Wang Zihang and the other 2 for a long time and was well aware of her cousin's actions. Hello, 3 brothers. Shenlier smiled sweetly, and then introduced her roommate. This is my roommate, the 3 brothers must take good care of him. Ah, he. Wang Zihang and the other 2 listened to the eldest cousin's words and couldn't help but glance at the beautiful girl. Don't worry, cousin, leave it to us. 3 future junior sisters, just leave the rough work of the ceremony to us. Thank you, brother. Shenlier's 3 beautiful girl roommates blushed, they had never been close to a boy like this before. Seeing this, Shenlier smiled at Wang Zihang and the other 2. 3 senior brothers, they have never been in love. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zihang and the other 2's eyes lit up, and then they looked at Shenlier with gratitude. Cousin, thank you. That's right. Yi Xian glanced at Hong Xian's cousin, then took out a card. Xiaolier, take this card to Kunpeng Hotel and stay there. Okay, cousin. Shenlier nodded and said, not knowing what this card meant. Well, I have something else to do. Yi Xian saw that the meeting with his cousin was over, and then said, I'm leaving first. Goodbye, cousin. After saying a few words, Shenlier and the 3 beautiful girls watched them leave reluctantly. Cousin Lier, let's go. I'll show you around the school. Wang Zihang and his 2 companions were full of energy and they immediately asked for the WeChat accounts of the 3 beauties. With these contact information and the relationship with the boss, they were not afraid of not being able to get the girls. Thank you, 3 senior brothers. Shenlier smiled slightly when she saw the 3 of them were happy. She was also worried about the happiness of her 3 beautiful roommates in the second half of their lives. On the other side, the extended version of the supercar. Dad, where are we going? Xiaoxi asked expectantly, "It's so fun to be with daddy, there's always something interesting happening. Go to the group to find mom." Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, and Xiaoxi was stunned when he heard it, "Really? But if mom doesn't let Xiaoxi go, she will be angry." Then, Xiaoxi's face turned bitter and she said with disappointment, "Fine." He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, "That was before. Now we have daddy." Aha! Xiaoxi couldn't help but be filled with joy when she heard this. "That's great, I can finally go to my mom's workplace. She has never been there. Hee, mom must be very surprised." As they were talking, the She group had already arrived. Wow! As soon as she arrived downstairs of the group, Xiaoxi saw something not far away. "Dad, it's so beautiful there." Someone confessed to Mama. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Yi Xian looked over. Shockingly, "I saw a handsome young man in a suit and tie, holding flowers to confess his love. Next to him was a valuable supercar, and on the ground there were 9,999 rose petals that he had specially ordered. The scene was quite romantic." A love rival? Yi Xian made a curve, then stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. Squeak! Just like that, the bouquet of flowers that cost a lot of money at the confession scene was crushed to pieces, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "Yi Xian, why is he here?" When she saw the car, Xi Mengyan recognized it at first sight. She thought that guy wouldn't misunderstand anything. "Song Tianming. I made it very clear, I don't like you." Xi Mengyan sternly refused, but Song Tianming tried to persuade her to stay. "Mengyan, don't you understand my feelings? I really like you." Snap! Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yi Xian came to the center of the field, and seeing Yi Xian, Xi Mengyan panicked. However, this reaction made Song Tianming frown. "Mengyan, my wife, can't you see that you are quite popular?" Coming closer, Yi Xian said with a smile, but Xi Mengyan naturally noticed that he was unhappy. "Yi Xian, don't misunderstand. Things are not what you think." Before Xi Mengyan could finish her words, Yi Xian put his big hand around her slender waist and pulled her to her side, full of provocation. "No nonsense, just declare sovereignty directly." Such a scene shocked the people around. My God, that boy actually put his arm around President Xi's waist in public. "Who are you?" When Song Tianming saw the provocative scene, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, and his murderous eyes fell on Yi Xian. "Isn't it obvious?" Yi Xian looked at Song Tianming opposite him with interest, Mengyan's boyfriend. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Xi Mengyan on her red lips in front of everyone's shock. He took a sip and the whole place burst into laughter. "Oh shit! President Xi is in love, and the boy is very handsome, but they are quite a good match." "You?" Seeing the girl he pursued being kissed by Yi Xian like this, Song Tianming's face turned pale and threatening. "Boy, you'd better stay away from Mengyan, otherwise I'll make you disappear from Jiangcheng. You dare!" After hearing this, Xi Mengyan's eyes narrowed. "If you dare to touch him, I, Xi Mengyan, will fight to the death with your Song family." Chapter 26, My wife Mengyan is so beautiful even when she is angry. Fight until death. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that this girl had such a side. Oh my God! Seeing this, the people around were stunned and looked towards the field in disbelief. Oh my God! What did they see? President Xi actually broke with the Jiangcheng Song family for that person, and they were determined to fight to the death. This is really protective of his own people. But this seemed like President Xi's style, and Song Tianming looked pale. He knew Xi Mengyan's character and knew she would do what she said. Envy. Unprecedented jealousy made Song Tianming's mentality twisted. Why, that boy, why did he deserve to be treated so well by the woman he pursued? Fight till death? Song Tianming was obviously stimulated. What a fight, to the death. Mengyan, do you really think the Xi family is a second-rate family in Jiangcheng? Snort. Xi Mengyan snorted coldly and looked at Song Tianming. You don't have to worry about this. Mengyan's wife. At this time, Yi Xian held the beautiful woman's shoulders. As a man, how could he let a woman charge into battle? I'll take care of this matter. Joke? In terms of financial resources, he has 900 trillion, and in terms of strength, he is now a martial arts master. He is afraid of a ball. Yi Xian, you. Xi Mengyan's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. After all, the development of the Song family in Jiangcheng in recent years was no weaker than that of their Shi family, and they had great influence in Jiangcheng. Oh? When Song Tianming saw Yi Xian stand up on his own, his mouth was full of sarcasm. Why, you don't hide behind a woman anymore. Sometimes, hiding behind a woman is also a sign of strength, right? The playful and teasing voice really disgusted Song Tianming, and this wave irritated him greatly, sharp teeth and sharp mouth. But I want to see how you deal with it. Song Tianming glanced at Yi Xian, but everyone around him looked at Yi Xian and was really worried for him. You know, the Song group is not weaker than the Shi group at all. Just now, you said that I should disappear from Jiangcheng, right? Yi Xian looked at Song Tianming in front of him and said with a smile, now that Shi Mengyan is his girlfriend, he naturally has to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and Song Tianming in front of him is undoubtedly the best target. Snort! So what? With a cold smile, Song Tianming didn't take Yi Xian seriously at all. Then step forward. Yi Xian spoke calmly, but his words puzzled everyone, including Shi Mengyan. Take a step forward? Song Tianming looked at Yi Xian with contempt and took a step forward. I'm taking a step forward, what can you do? He has a strong sense of superiority. He is the eldest son of the Song family in Jiangcheng. How can his status be compared to that of a young boy? Bang! Without any fancy moves, Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped Song Tianming, sending him flying. A scarlet slap mark immediately appeared on his face. Nothing, I just want to slap you. Wow! The sudden scene shocked everyone. Shi Mengyan's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Yi Xian, he is too impulsive. However, she suddenly forgot her reckless behavior just now. Song Tianming just came back to his senses, but Yi Xian's voice rang again. Let me disappear, who do you think you are? Domineering. Such a domineering scene really made everyone around feel secretly happy. Damn, no matter who this guy is, they gave him a thumbs up just for his courage. Just want to slap you? Who are you? Awesome. Damn it, even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. Daddy is so awesome. Xiaoxi, who was in the supercar, had little stars in her eyes when she saw how awesome her dad was. Dad, it's really super awesome. I like it so much, hee hee hee. Pfft cough cough. Song Tianming felt a burning pain on his face after being slapped. He looked at the two family members angrily and said, what are you standing there for? Destroy him for me. Let's see who dares. Shi Mengyan took a deep breath, and then two masters of the Shi family stood in front of Yi Xian, which made Song Tianming's face even more gloomy. Shi Mengyan. Seeing the woman he pursued defending him like this, Song Tianming felt even more resentful. You are very good. I don't believe you can protect him for life. Walk. After leaving these harsh words, Song Tianming took two Song family masters and left the field, but the whole field was in unprecedented shock. Then, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. That guy, is he crazy? But President Shi is so abnormal. He is willing to break up with the Song family completely to keep that guy. Could it be that they are really in love? Quietly. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. She was definitely the first person to be treated like this by the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng at that time. Let's go. Yi Xian held Xiaoxi with one hand and held Shi Mengyan's slender waist with the other. That's it. Amidst everyone's shock and astonishment, he entered the Shi group. My God. That dude is an amazing person. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoxi, especially as Xiaoxi looked somewhat like Shi Mengyan. They immediately guessed that Xiaoxi was the child born to President Shi. A little bit, the president's office on the top floor. Shaoli. After reaching the top floor, Shi Mengyan's eyes fell on Shaoli. Look at Xiaoxi, no one is allowed to come in without my order. This is Miss. Taking a deep breath, Shaoli responded. She had also heard about what had just happened. Her son-in-law was too tough. Aunt Shaoli, is Mama angry? Xiaoxi felt that the atmosphere was not right and asked Shaoli. This? After hearing this, Shaoli pondered for a moment and looked towards the office. Maybe. Oh. Xiaoxi nodded her head, not quite understanding, but she felt that Daddy was right. Yes, it was that abominable guy who made Mommy angry. On the other side, the president's office. After arriving at the office, Shi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at someone. Are you satisfied now? Too impulsive. Before Shi Mengyan could finish her words, Yi Xian pulled her into his arms, which made her face blush, and she no longer had the calm and domineering demeanor of a CEO. What are you doing? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian sighed and brushed his hand across her beautiful face. Meng Yan, my wife, you are so beautiful even when you are angry. Feeling the irresistible aura of a certain guy, Xi Mengyan sighed, too impulsive. Song Tianming is narrow-minded and vindictive. How? He raised Xi Mengyan's delicate chin and said, I'm worried about your man. Put. Who's worried about you? Xi Mengyan's thoughts were revealed, and her face flushed. I was afraid that you would implicate Xiaoxi. Yeah. Seeing Xi Mengyan's stubbornness, Yi Xian did not point it out, and sniffed the pleasant fragrance on her body. Don't worry, he is just a playboy. A single hair of your man's could crush him to death. Yi Xian said so, but it caused Xi Mengyan to roll her eyes. What she didn't know was that this was all true. Chapter 27. Your cousin recharged 100 million into this card. A hair? You are really good at bragging. Xi Mengyan smiled speechlessly. It was true that this guy was not simple, because not only did her best friend tell her that he acquired T-Online Music for 1 billion, but today she got the news that this guy actually acquired an aristocratic school for 2 billion during the last parent-teacher meeting. After weighing the pros and cons, Xi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief. Can you really handle Song Tianming? Nature. Yi Xian waved his hand casually and said that he didn't care about Song Tianming, let alone the Song family or even Jiangcheng. You know how powerful your man is. Suddenly, the topic of conversation shifted. Put. I don't know if you're just saying a few words without any proper manners. Xi Mengyan said this with a red face, and she didn't resist too much about the guy's attempt to take advantage of her. After all, they were already boyfriend and girlfriend. It's no big deal to take advantage, at least in her opinion. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Why not? Let's spar tonight. The teasing made Xi Mengyan's heart tremble and she rolled her eyes at someone, but her worried heart also relaxed. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Xi Mengyan's face turned even redder. Enter. After glaring at a guy, Xi Mengyan quickly straightened her clothes and spoke, but she saw Xiaoli coming in from outside. She couldn't help but frown, because she had just given the order not to let anyone in. Ahem, miss. Xiaoli came in with a brave face, and was relieved when he saw that the young lady had not overstepped her bounds. Something has happened to the group. Xi Mengyan was stunned when she heard Xiaoli's words. Xiaoli must have offended her by coming in, so something big must have happened. What is it? Xi Mengyan calmed herself down and asked. That's right. Xiaoli glanced at her son-in-law, knowing that he was one of her own, and reported directly, Miss, just now many partners withdrew their capital, causing our group to suffer heavy losses. Now the capital chain is facing the risk of breaking. Moreover, these people are quite close to the Song group. Revenge? Xi Mengyan heard what Xiaoli said and looked at the statistical file. Sure enough, this is Song Tianming's usual style. Miss, the group's situation is now precarious. Whether. After a pause, Xiaoli suggested, tell the master and madam about this. No. Xi Mengyan rejected it directly. They are discussing an important business in the Magic City right now, and we must not disturb them at this time. This. As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell into silence and the atmosphere became unprecedentedly solemn. At some point, Xiaoli looked at Yi Xian, and an idea came to his mind. That's right. Why not let the uncle borrow money to fill the gap first? Xiaoli. Xi Mengyan glared at Xiaoli. How can this be possible? All right. Seeing the two talking, Yi Xian interrupted and said, it's just a gap. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Bang. Then, Yi Xian took out a card and placed it on the table. Here are 1 billion, is that enough? 1 billion. Xiaoli looked at the bank card. Even though she had seen a lot of the world, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This was enough. No, it's too much. Xi Mengyan frowned and wanted to refuse. After all, the shortfall of their group was only around 300 million. Take it. Yi Xian placed the bank card in Xi Mengyan's hand. We are all family, there is no need to be so formal. Let's talk later. If it doesn't work, my wife Mengyan can pay with her body. As he spoke, Yi Xian looked Xi Mengyan up and down, which made her face blush. Puff. When Xiaoli heard the fierce words, he couldn't help laughing. His brother-in-law really didn't play by the rules. Although Song Tianming was no simple man, he might not be able to get the upper hand against his brother-in-law. Well, miss, I'm going out first. In fact, it would be unsuitable for her to stay any longer. You are crazy. Listening to what someone said, Shi Mengyan glared at him. It's okay to say this in private, but he can say anything in public. Thank you anyway. Shi Mengyan naturally knew what the 10 billion meant to the group. If the Song group wanted to take action against them, naturally the Shi group could also fight back. Besides, with $1 billion she could do a lot. After a brief conversation, the two left the office. Xiao Shi, let's go. Holding the little guy's hand, Shi Mengyan personally sent him to the elevator. You, drive slowly. Her face flushed for a moment, and Xiao Li saw it and smiled slightly. It seemed that the relationship between the son-in-law and the young lady was progressing much faster than she had imagined. However, my son-in-law is a great benefactor to Shi group this time. Dad, mommy is not angry anymore, right? Back at the supercar, Xiaoxi asked nervously. I wasn't angry at all. She pinched the little guy's nose and said lovingly, Mom is just worried. I see. The father and daughter chatted for a while, and the little girl finally showed happiness on her face. That's right. Dad, where are we going now? Xiaoxi's sweet voice came out, and she blinked her eyes and stared at her daddy expectantly. Let's go eat KFC. Yi Xian said with a smile. The little guy has said it several times. Real. Long live daddy. Xiaoxi was so excited when she heard this. Normally her mom wouldn't let her eat these, so her daddy is the best. On the other side, the school visit ended. In front of Kunping Hotel. Fans, this is the most luxurious Kunping Hotel in Jiangcheng. It is said that the starting price here is at least 20,000. After seeing off the three senior brothers, Shin Lier started the live broadcast. Oh my god, this is how luxurious the Kunping Hotel is. Oh my god, Goddess Lear is so happy. If I could stay here for one night, it would be worth dying for. Goddess Lear, I'll pay for us to have a baby boy, okay? Fans were buzzing with complaints, various comments appeared on the screen, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was soaring at a visible rate. Oh my god. Shin Lier and her three beautiful female roommates looked at the magnificent hotel lobby. For ladies, how can I help you? The cashier at the front desk spoke in a sweet voice, which was a feast for the ears for the fans in the live broadcast room. Hey. Shin Lier then took out a black card. My cousin said that the hotel will arrange everything for us with this card, right? Card. When the cashier saw the black card in hand, he took a deep breath and said, Yes ma'am. The cashier immediately called the person in charge, Shen Bingkuan, which surprised Shin Lier. Ladies, please wait a moment. Our person in charge will receive you in person later. Hotel manager? Shin Lier was stunned when she heard this, and the fans in the live broadcast room also noticed something fishy. Is this card very valuable? Then, Shin Lier asked the question that everyone was most puzzled about, and the cashier nodded. Madam, you may not know that your cousin has charged 100 million yuan into this card. Boom! As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Shin Lier stared at the black card in her hand in a daze. What the hell? My cousin topped up 100 million on this card. Is he crazy? Chapter 28 Yi Xian, why did you suddenly have a nosebleed? 100 million. Shin Lier turned off the sound, full of disbelief. Cousin, what's wrong with you? What a waste. Lier, I'm so envious. Yes, my cousin actually gave you such a valuable card. The three beautiful girl roommates did not hide their envy at all. 100 million, that was a lot of money they could not even imagine. They were afraid that they would never be able to earn that much money in their entire lifetime. Ahem, I don't know either. Shin Lier wanted to cry but had no tears. If I knew, how could I dare to answer it? Ah. But at this moment, a beautiful girl roommate next to him widened her eyes and said, Lier, your cousin, gave you a tip again while you were riding a pig to watch the sunset. What? Shin Lier then looked at the screen and saw a wave of rewards. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with the dreamy starry sky X100. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with the dreamy starry sky X200. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lier with the dreamy starry sky X300. Soon, the number of rewards for Dream Starry Sky exceeded 500, but this was not a super rocket. You know. One Dream Starry Sky is 10,000 yuan, and 500 of them are 5 million. Gulp. Seeing this, the three beautiful girl roommates all swallowed hard. 5 million, my cousin is so arrogant. Of course, if they knew that Mr. Xiang was your cousin, that scene would be. I can't even imagine it. Xinlier looked at the rewards on the screen, and then looked at the hotel black card. It seemed that her cousin was pampering her to the sky. It would be great if my cousin and I had no blood relationship. However, at this moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with flat roads. 666666, Boss Sunset appears. Welcome Mr. Xiang to the live broadcast room. 5 million right up front, TSK. Most Tycoon, please accept my respects, Mr. Xiang. Look, the rewards are still going on. As comments emerged like mushrooms after rain, everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment, the Dosha platform directly and officially announced the generous rewards from the Sunset Boss. Immediately, many internet celebrities and even big anchors flocked into Xinlier's live broadcast room. For a time, the number of people in Xinlier's live broadcast room increased at a skyrocketing speed. Supreme Black Card? Top up 100 million? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, everyone's eyes towards Xinlier changed. Joke? With a domineering cousin, and now the live broadcast room is guarded by a big man who rides a pig to watch the sunset, who dares to touch this little fairy Lier, who dares to target? Unless, they dig their own graves. Xinlier was not calm, and immediately sent a message to her cousin. Cousin, this is too much. Don't you fear that I will become proud if you dote on me so much? Spend as much as you want. Soon, Xinlier received a reply, cousin has plenty of money now. Well. Xinlier looked at her cousin's Versailles remarks. If this were to spread out, she wondered how many people would be envious. It was very similar to what Xiaoma said back then, I'm not interested in money. Ahem. Xinlier coughed dryly, and finally could only express her gratitude in one sentence, cousin, Liar loves you. Kiss.jpg. Time flies and night soon falls. System, exchange skills. With nothing to do, Yi Xian prepared to exchange for new abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading to God-level perspective. Consume 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability allows the host to see through everything, with endless uses. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. God-level perspective? He actually had this ability. Yi Xian clearly felt that his insight had undergone a miraculous change. Then, as Yi Xian's mind moved, the wall in front of him faded and disappeared at a visible speed, and his vision spread far away. Soon. It was as if a godlike perspective appeared several kilometers away, which made Yi Xian astonished. Telescopes and the like were nothing compared to this ability. Nice ability. Yi Xian's mouth curled up and he looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective. Wealth, 8999995169981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 15. Look at the properties panel, especially the wealth column. There is no end to the spending. 900 trillion is simply not enough to spend. Snap. Just then, a figure came in from outside the villa, and it was Xi Mengyan. Mom is back. Xiaoxi, who was playing, saw the person coming and spoke excitedly, while Yi Xuanchuan looked over with his eyes that had not yet withdrawn their perspective, and could not help but see a scene that made his blood boil. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously. The impact was too great and 2 lines of blood gushed out of his nose. Yi Xian, are you okay? After chatting with Xiaoxi for a few sentences, Xi Mengyan saw Yi Xian bleeding from the nose, and she felt guilty about it. Wait a minute, I'll get the medicine box. However, she didn't know that she was the culprit behind all this. Soon, Xi Mengyan returned with an ice pack and a medicine box. Here, apply some ice. The concern in his beautiful eyes was not concealed, and when he saw Xi Mengyan taking action, Yi Xian took a deep breath and withdrew his eyes of insight, not because he didn't want to but because he didn't dare. After all, if we continue watching, something uncontrollable will definitely happen. Dad, are you feeling better? Xiaoxi also asked with concern. Yi Xian felt ashamed when he heard this. How could he say that he was fine? If Xi Mengyan knew what had just happened, she wouldn't know if she would rush over and fight Yi Xian for 300 rounds. She would be at a great loss. A little. All right. Xi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief, and when she saw that her nose was no longer bleeding, she said, "Why did you suddenly have a nosebleed?" This. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked away. It should be because of the dry weather and a little heat. I see. Shi Mengyan nodded in understanding. Wait a minute, I'll go make some tremella and lotus seed porridge. After saying that, Shi Mengyan went to the kitchen to busy herself, which made Yi Xian feel quite guilty. Damn, the weather is so dry? And I get angry? It's completely false. However, compared to this deception, he didn't want the girl to know the truth. Half an hour later. After eating 2 large bowls of tremella and lotus seeds porridge, Shi Mengyan finally felt relieved. Xiaoxi's mouth curved into a happy arc when he saw his mother's caring look. That's right. Shi Mengyan thought about what happened during the day and said, "Thank you for today. Otherwise, I really don't know where to raise money for the time being." After all, that has a funding gap of more than 300 million, which is not a small amount. Ahem, it's okay. Yi Xian coughed dryly, but the scene he just saw could not be shaken off no matter what. Isn't it natural to spend money on your own woman? Poof. When Shi Mengyan heard what someone said, her face turned red because the little guy was still beside her. Who is your girlfriend? We. When Xiaoxi saw this, she smiled like a crescent moon. Daddy, mommy is blushing. Chapter 29. You can't blame me for this. It's because you are so charming. Go away. Hearing what the little guy said, Shi Mengyan gave him a fierce look, but her face became even redder. Well. After a dry cough, Shi Mengyan continued, "You take a rest, I'll go make dinner." After saying that, Dada walked into the kitchen in a panic. After Yi Xian's cooking instruction, Shi Mengyan's cooking skills have improved greatly. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted into the air, and Shi Mengyan, a good wife and mother wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen. If outsiders knew about this scene, they would definitely envy Yi Xian to death. You know. This kind of scene was something they dared not even dream of. It tastes good. While eating the dishes, Yi Xian commented that it was a pity that this girl didn't become a chef. Aha! Xiaoxi nodded her head as she pecked at the rice. The food that mommy makes is getting more and more delicious. Great! Shi Mengyan was flattered to see her mother giving her a thumbs up. She felt a great sense of accomplishment and secretly made up her mind to study cooking well. Hiccup! The little guy finished his delicious dinner and burped. Although it was not as delicious as what his dad made, it was also super delicious. Dad and mom are so awesome. I'm going to take a shower first. After washing the dishes, Shi Mengyan, who was sweating a little, said that she felt very uncomfortable. He. Seeing Mama leaving, Xiaoxi's face was full of joy. Daddy, Mama seems a little different from before. Yeah. Rubbing the little guy's head lovingly, Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's because our Xiaoxi is becoming more and more sensible." Dad is a liar. Xiaoxi stared at her dad with her cute face, and said seriously, "It must be because of Dad." But, on the other side. After returning to the room, Shi Mengyan looked at the pajamas in the closet, and finally landed on the thin black lace pajamas. She bit it with her pearly teeth and took it into the bathroom with her slender hands. Soon, Yi Xian brought the little guy to the bedroom. Listening to the sound of water, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little distracted. How about, just take a look? Thinking of this, Yi Xian suppressed his fluctuating emotions. From a god's perspective, he suddenly saw a woman with skin as white as cream, like a fairy descending to earth, but he quickly looked away. Daddy, I want to hear a story. At this moment, Xiaoxi looked at her omnipotent father expectantly. She hadn't listened to stories for several days. Ha! With a sigh of relief, Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Okay, Daddy will tell you about a little girl selling bombs. Oh no! The story of the little girl selling matches. It was very cold, snowing, and getting dark. It was the last day of the year, New Year's Eve. On this cold and dark night, a well-behaved little girl was walking barefoot on the street. The little girl had to walk barefoot, her feet were frozen red and blue. She had a lot of matches in her old apron, and she was holding a handful of. After telling several stories in succession, the little guy fell asleep soundly without knowing when. Crash! At this moment, the bathroom door was opened, and then a beautiful girl wearing black lace appeared. It was Shi Mengyan. Xiaoxi, are you asleep? Seeing the little guy sleeping soundly on the quilt, Shi Mengyan spoke softly, afraid of disturbing the little guy's sweet dream. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoxi, Yi Xian nodded. It's normal after playing for a whole day. But... At this point, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the beautiful woman. My dear wife Mengyan, you are so beautiful. Of course, I was the most beautiful girl in Jiangqing back then. Before she could finish her words, she found herself being pinned against the wall by someone, which made Xi Mingyan's heart leap to her throat. Yi Xian, you. Just like that, a French kiss ensued. Xi Mingyan's face turned red. But the little guy was still beside her, although Xiaoxi had fallen asleep. This guy, even if they are boyfriend and girlfriend, he is so bold. But why, instead of feeling disgusted, I feel a little excited. Xi Mingyan, are you crazy? Time seemed to freeze at this moment. At one point, Xi Mingyan even regretted wearing lace pajamas, otherwise she would not have been able to succeed by that guy. However, what the two of them didn't know was that Xiaoxi, who was not soundly asleep, woke up drowsily and saw the scene in front of him through his fingers. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a crescent shape. Dad and Mom kissed each other. I like watching it so much. The little guy thought so. If Xi Mingyan knew that Xiaoxi had woken up, I wonder if she would immediately find a hole to crawl into. I don't know how much time has passed. After the French kiss, Xi Mingyan used all her strength to push someone away. You, don't let go. Xi Mingyan's face flushed as she glared at someone, but all that came to her mind were the scenes just now, and her heart beat rapidly. Cough. Yi Shen looked at the charming girl under the light and coughed dryly. Well, you can't blame me for that. It's because you are so charming. My husband can't control himself. When these words came out, Xi Mingyan's heart started beating fast. You still say that? She glared at someone. She really didn't expect such a scene to happen. She originally wanted to use this to thank that guy, but now she has lost everything. Snort. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Yi Xian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I'm your girlfriend now. Isn't it? After hearing this, Xi Mingyan rolled her eyes and ignored him. Mingyan, my dear wife, to be honest, how do you feel just now? Seeing Xi Mingyan's appearance, Yi Xian became playful and asked curiously. I don't want to bother with you. After listening to the unscrupulous words of a guy, she rolled her eyes at him, then turned her head and saw that his pretty face was flushed, which had spread to her neck. I want to sleep. After saying that, she turned off the light in the bedroom to hide her embarrassment, as she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That guy. How abominable. How can you ask a girl such a question? Humph, I really want to bite him to death. What should I do? But the feeling just now was actually quite good. Bah. Xi Mingyan, what are you thinking about? Your thoughts are very dangerous. Before he could think about it, he felt himself being embraced by someone very warm and safe. Obviously, the familiar smell was Yi Xian. However, that guy's big hands started to get naughty. As expected, this is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 30, Mingyan, my wife, you won't be nervous about meeting my parents, will you? The next day, early morning. Golden sunlight poured into the room through the window, dispelling the last trace of darkness. The beautiful face struggled and the starry eyes woke up, but the figure of that person was no longer in sight, and a memory flooded into the mind. That guy. Thinking about the bad things done by that guy, Xi Mingyan felt so angry that her teeth were itching. It was so hateful. That's right. At a certain moment, Xi Mingyan thought of something. It seems that I am going to that guy's house today. I couldn't help but feel a trace of sleepiness disappear. You know. Now that they have confirmed their relationship, it is different from before, and coupled with Xiaoxi's matter. Smells so good. At this time, Xiaoxi, who was sleeping, was awakened by the tempting aroma of noodle soup and swallowed her saliva. Wow. Mom, Dad is cooking again. Xi Mingyan walked out of the room with her little feet. Just as she was about to say something, her stomach growled with hunger and protest, which made her face turn red. Hateful. Feeling the hunger coming, Xi Mingyan secretly hated him. It's all that guy's fault. Why does he cook so deliciously? He. Quietly, he attributed everything to Yi Xian. Although he said this, he followed the little guy downstairs, and as expected, he saw him busy in the living room and kitchen downstairs. But there was a sumptuous breakfast on the table, and Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Daddy, that's great. Xiaoxi was excited to see the sumptuous breakfast. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. You must have been exhausted yesterday. Eat more to replenish your body. Well. Hearing someone's suggestive words, Xi Mingyan's forehead was filled with black lines. That guy must have done it on purpose. Thank you, Daddy. After saying that, Xiaoxi kissed her father on the side of his cheek, obviously thinking that her father did all this specially for her. Poof. Someone snorted, sat down and started eating. That guy, he still has some conscience. During mealtime, a figure walked in from outside the villa. It was Xi Mengyan's assistant Xiaoli. Uncle, miss. After Xiaoli arrived at the villa, he placed the plane ticket on the table. Here is the ticket. I have already arranged it in Rongcheng. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the time. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's eat together. This, ahem, thank you, uncle. Xiaoli coughed dryly and originally wanted to find an excuse to leave, but when he thought of his brother-in-law's cooking skills, he suddenly had no resistance. Auntie Xiaoli, have a good breakfast today. Xiaoxi didn't miss the opportunity to say, these were all made by Dad. My uncle's cooking skills are amazing. Xiaoli didn't know what was going on, so he told the truth. However, Xi Mengyan glared at the little guy and said, eat well and don't talk. Oh? Xiaoxi made a face and then buried her head in eating breakfast. This made Xiaoli a little confused. The young lady seemed a little different today than usual. But, miss, are you going to meet your parents with your uncle now? Isn't that a bit too fast? Xiaoli. After finishing speaking, Xi Mengyan's eyes fell on Xiaoli. While I'm away, help me keep an eye on the group. Yes, miss. Xiaoli responded respectfully. Although the Xi group now has the upper hand, they cannot be too careless. Soon, the delicious breakfast was over. Sir, goodbye, miss. Outside the villa, Xiaoli waved goodbye to his brother-in-law and his daughter, and did not stop until the supercar disappeared from his sight. My uncle dotes on me so much. I'm so envious. Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. If my future husband can be half as good as my son-in-law, I'm afraid I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Put. Then, Xiaoli frowned and said, Xiaoli, how could you have such an idea? Hee, let's go to Daddy's hometown. In the extended supercar, Xiaoxi spoke excitedly, which was in stark contrast to Xi Mengyan, who was feeling a little nervous. Ha? Xiaoxi obviously noticed that something was wrong with her mother. Mom, are you unhappy? Well. Xi Mengyan, who was already a little nervous, couldn't help but blush for a moment. Of course I am happy. Seeing Xi Mengyan's appearance through the rearview mirror, Yi Xian smiled. Mengyan, my wife, you're not nervous about meeting my parents, are you? After some joking, Xi Mengyan paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes at someone who was nervous. Besides. Glancing at the giggling little fellow beside her, Xi Mengyan glared at Yi Xian. Don't yell nonsense, don't you see Xiaoxi is here too? What's the matter? Xiaoxi is not an outsider. Right, Xiaoxi. After hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded her head in cooperation. Yes, mommy. You. Seeing the father and son singing the same tune, Xi Mengyan was speechless for a moment. After all, they were right and she could only resist with silence. I'm not paying any attention to you. They can't afford to provoke me, but they can't afford to hide from me. This father and daughter are so mean. I'm so sad. Is it really okay for them to bully a person with a different surname like me? In the pleasant atmosphere, Jiangcheng Airport is right in front of you. VIP room. Ha? As soon as he arrived at the VIP room, Yi Xian sensed a vague murderous intent, and the hostility was clearly directed towards him. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Xi Mengyan asked. Fine. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, then said, I'm going to the toilet, you guys wait here. Xi Mengyan nodded slightly, obviously not noticing anything unusual about Yi Xian. Xiaoxi, follow mama here. Oh. Xiaoxi responded, but then added, then daddy, you have to come back soon. Rest assured. He pinched the little guy's face lovingly, it will be quick. After saying that, Yi Xian headed towards the toilet. With his eyes of perspective, he could see everyone who came in, and the surveillance cameras in various places in the airport also became ineffective. Obviously, the other party came prepared. After a little while. In the empty corridor, Yi Xian raised his lips and said, You've been following me for so long, come out now. Pa. At this moment, applause came from not far away, and then Song Tianming appeared on the scene and looked at Yi Xian jokingly. Crash. Afterwards, dozens of figures appeared on both sides of the corridor, including 2 third-rate masters. Boy. Let me see how good you are at fighting. Song Tianming looked at Yi Xian jokingly, a young boy dares to snatch a woman from me and even hit me. Whenever he thought about what happened that day, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Destroy him for me. I will break his bones inch by inch later to relieve my hatred. Zheng. Then, dozens of people, each holding a dagger or a baton in their hands, looked towards Yixian with unfriendly expressions. Kill. Dozens of people immediately rushed forward, their faces full of viciousness. Bang. The man who was rushing in the front was slapped away by Yixian, and then fell to the ground like a corpse, with no sign of life at all. Pa 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 pa. Immediately afterwards, he killed more than a dozen people with just a few strikes, leaving only Song Tianming and 2 third-rate masters. Now, do you know why I came here? Die. 2 third-rate masters attacked Yixian, but Yixian slapped them left and right, and the 2 third-rate masters turned into streams of light and lay dead on the ground. Gulp. Seeing this, Song Tianming's eyes widened and he fell to the ground. How is it possible? Who are you to have killed 2 third-rate masters in a second? Bang. A crisp sound was heard, and Song Tianming was beaten to death by Yixian before he could come back to his senses. Yixian's mouth curved up. With this little strength, you still have the nerve to kill people? Chapter 31. What? Is my wife jealous? Half a day later, Rongqing Airport. Wow. After getting off the gangway, Xiaoxi sniffed the air and looked around curiously. Dad, this is Rongqing. Yixian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Let's go home. It's no exaggeration to say that Dad's hometown is a paradise on earth. Really? When Xiaoxi heard this, her eyes lit up, full of anticipation and excitement. Of course. Yixian smiled and said, the warmth and good looks of the family really made everyone around him envious, but they didn't know that this harmless handsome guy in front of them had just killed more than a dozen people from the Song family in Jiangcheng. Tisk. Shi Mengyan glanced at Yixian and said unhappily, Xanadu, you are really good at bragging. How? Yixian smiled slightly. Baby Mengyan doesn't believe it. You. The sudden address caught Shi Mengyan off guard, and her face flushed like a rosy cloud. You idiot, what are you talking about? What? Mengyan baby, are you crazy? In fact, this kind of teasing made Shi Mengyan surrender. This guy really dares to say anything. He. Seeing his parents bickering and showing off their love, Xiaoxi was extremely happy. He almost jumped up and down to ask them to continue. Oh my god. Everyone looked at Yixian. Damn, this guy is really good at teasing. Oh my god. I'm so envious, he's so handsome and so spoiled, boo-hoo. It's over. I'm like, what should I do if I'm in love? The girls around looked at Yixian with confused eyes, wishing they could rush up to him and loudly confess I love you. But when he saw Shi Mengyan's unparalleled beauty, all his courage was immediately crushed. Wow, that girl is so beautiful. Love ended before it even started, so sad. Hurry up and leave. Listening to the heated discussions around her, Shi Mengyan was really panicked. She pulled Yixian's slender hand and fled the scene in a panic. She was under a lot of pressure. Ah! Daddy and Mommy, wait for me. Xiaoxi chased after her with her little feet tapping away. Everyone was envied by this scene, especially the cute Xiaoxi, who made many men's hearts burst with girlishness. Ha! It was not until they left the airport that Shi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened was truly terrifying. Look at you. Then, Shi Mengyan glared at a certain guy. What nonsense are you calling me? You only know how to flirt with other girls. As he spoke, his voice became very soft, and even contained a hint of jealousy. Oh? Yixian smiled at Shi Mengyan beside him and joked. What did Mengyan say, flirting with other women? My husband doesn't. He paused and said with a sly smile, why, is my wife jealous? Ah! Shi Mengyan was bombarded by this wave of attacks and almost went crazy, her face flushed red. Yixian, you. Crazy. Shi Mengyan was really teased. I'm jealous, what am I jealous of? Panicked. At this moment, Shi Mengyan was so panicked that she didn't even know how to refute and make it clear that she was not jealous at all. Wow, Daddy is awesome. Seeing her mother going crazy, Xiaoxi just watched without any conscience. However, this scene that was almost like showing off their love made many people around look at her again. Well. Feeling the gathering crowd, Shi Mengyan was speechless. What? What are these people looking at? What's good to see? Come on, Mom, fight back. Xiaoxi was watching the fun and talking without thinking too much, but it made Xi Mengyan frown. Xiao Shi. Xi Mengyan saw the little guy's appearance and said, "Look, I'm going to make you look bad. You've become so bold. Wow. Daddy, help. Help." A sweet and cute voice was heard, and it started to circle around Yi Xian for a moment, which made Yi Xian smile. You know what, this feeling is pretty good. Oh my god. The many onlookers were dumbfounded. They almost choked to death while eating the dog food spread by the family, and even burped secretly. Oh my god. It's fine if it's just two people showing their affection, but now the whole family is showing off their affection. This is crazy. TV dramas show affection for money, but you show affection for your life. Boom. Boom. Seeing that more and more people were watching, Yi Xian felt a little embarrassed. If this continued, it would affect the traffic, so he just started to pamper the mother and daughter and gave them each a headbang. Xiaoxi and Xi Mengyan both covered their foreheads, even their expressions were the same, completely in sync. WTF. Did that guy save the galaxy in his previous life, which allowed him to have such a beautiful wife and lovely daughter? Showdown, so envious. Look at what you guys have done. Yi Xian glanced around, and Xi Mengyan also noticed it at this moment and couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell? When did this happen? This shouldn't happen. I didn't do anything. I just chased that little guy and taught him a lesson. Hateful. That guy, why did he hit his head so hard? Squeak. But at this moment, an extended version of Pagani Huayra stopped not far away, and the driver got out of the car and saw it in the field. Fuck. What's going on? The son-in-law and the young lady are being watched. However, when I heard the discussions of the onlookers, I was really stunned. Damn, the son-in-law and the young lady were showing off their love in public, and the young lady was also participating. Oh my god. Crazy. As expected of a son-in-law, this operation is amazing. Seriously, a role model for our generation. Master, miss, get in the car. Taking a deep breath, the driver knew his chance to show off had come, and he shouted loudly. Dad, Mom, let's go. Xiaoxi saw a lot of people, so he pulled his parents towards the supercar. However, the eyes of the people around them followed the family and never moved away. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't bear it. I am afraid that I will miss some sweet moments if I lose focus. So envious. Really, really, really envious. Just like that, under the attention of everyone, Yi Xian drove the extended version of the supercar towards the direction of Wenkeo village, leaving the people unable to recover for a long time. Gulp. I don't know how much time had passed before the sound of swallowing saliva was heard from the crowd. People at the airport exit came back to their senses one after another, and the scene of the couple showing off their love was still fresh in their minds. Even the air you breathe at this moment is mixed with sweetness. How so? They couldn't believe it. They simply couldn't accept that there was such sweet dog food in the world. Indeed. They are convinced by this wave of dog food. Why? Why? I'm not the one being treated like that. Isn't that guy more handsome and more pampering? Damn, why did God let me see this scene? Are you crazy? Chapter 32, your last name is still Shi, but you are so ungrateful. It's all your fault. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes. If that guy wasn't driving, she would have lost control and bit him hard. Thinking about what had just happened, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Blame me? Yi Xian was unhappy when he heard this. Mengyan, my wife, I won't take the blame for this. That is. Xiaoxi resolutely stood on the side of her father. I saw it clearly, it's obviously mommy showing off her love. She's Xiaoxi. Xi Mengyan glared at a certain little guy. You are still surnamed Shi, but you are turning your elbow outward. Poof. Xiaoxi snorted indifferently. So what? Xiao Shi, in life you belong to daddy, in death you belong to daddy's ghost. Well. Indeed, Xi Mengyan was stunned by these words. Wow, it is said that a daughter is her father's lover in the previous life, and it is true. Dad, is mommy angry again? Xiaoxi looked at Mama and asked. Poof. Xi Mengyan was really pissed off by the father and daughter and felt like she was an outsider. How come? Yi Xian smiled slightly and glanced at the sulking Xi Mengyan. Your mother is the most generous person in the world. Let's do this. He glanced at Xi Mengyan and smiled meaningfully. He thought, you little brat can't deal with me, But I'm a man with 900 trillion. There's nothing he can't do. Let me tell you a joke. Yi Xian smiled and said, there was a steamed bun. It swelled up after drinking a bowl of soy milk. Then it exploded. Do you know why? Why? Xiaoxi tilted her head curiously, while Xi Mengyan on the side rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, as if to say, this is a joke. Because. At this point, he glanced at someone Sunset was glancing at, it thinks it's a bomb. Puff. After hearing this, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but laughed, but she quickly returned to normal. Xiaoxi grinned when she saw her mother's reaction. Very interesting. Then, Xiaoxi assisted, Daddy, can you have another one? The god's assist was acting coquettishly and cutely, which made Yi Xian naturally happy. He smiled dotingly and nodded. Then tell me another one. After a pause, Yi Xian continued, one day, a turtle was walking on the beach and saw a crab crawling. The turtle asked, why do you always walk sideways? The crab replied, because I am a crab and have claws, I am willful. Puff. Hearing someone's joke, Xi Mengyan couldn't help laughing again, and then rolled her eyes at someone, hey, can you tell a good story? As expected, Xi Mengyan fell in love with it. A normal story, okay. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian continued, she cut her finger, and he went to buy a band-aid for her, but he was mute. After he gestured for a while, the salesperson didn't know what he wanted to buy. Later, he simply cut his finger, and the salesperson suddenly realized that he needed a band-aid. Then the salesperson laughed and said, it's just a band-aid, why hurt your finger? She was watching from behind him with tears in her eyes. The next day, her period came. The sudden turn made Xi Mengyan's beautiful eyes widen, and then Tang's face turned red. Is that guy crazy? Really? Even if you believe there are ghosts in this world, you can't believe what this guy says. My period is coming? After hearing this, Xiaoxi's face was full of suspicion. Dad, then what? Well. Yi Xian smiled meaningfully, Mom knows the rest of the story better. Yi Xian, you. Listening to a certain guy talking about how handsome he was, Xi Mengyan wanted to tear him into pieces. What kind of story was this, and he asked her to tell it? Hateful. How could she explain this? Should she say that the boy wielded a knife or something? Ahem, Xiaoxi, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will do it with you. While speaking, Xi Mengyan did not forget to roll her eyes at someone. It was really too insidious for that guy to pass the blame on to someone else. And that story, I really misjudged him. At the same time, Jiangcheng Hospital. Dad, you're here. When Su Qianxue saw the person coming, a smile appeared on her face, and the bandages on her body were removed. Fortunately, everything was repaired. Seeing that his daughter had recovered well, Su Jinlong finally felt relieved. By the way, Qianxue. Su Jinlong thought of something and asked, do you remember the person who beat you up like this? This. Hearing her father's words, Su Qianxue's heart tightened, not yet. Hiss. As they spoke, Su Qianxue covered her forehead with her hands, so Su Jinlong naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. Okay, Dad won't ask anymore. Su Jinlong took a deep breath and continued, I came here, firstly to see you, and secondly. Song Tianming was killed at Jiangcheng Airport. A calm voice sounded in Su Qianxue's ears, which made her heart tremble. Song Tianming, of course she knew. Moreover, the Jiangcheng Song family has a good relationship with their Su family. As for Song Tianming, he is the future leader of the Song family. Who would dare to attack him? Wrong. At a certain moment, Su Qianxue thought of something and her face turned pale. Xiaomei just called and said, Yi Xian and Song Tianming had a conflict, and it was at the airport this morning. Is it possible? Thinking of a certain possibility, Su Qianxue felt a chill all over her body. Although there was no evidence, Su Qianxue's intuition told him that the murderer was most likely Yi Xian. After all, Song Tianming knew Yi Xian too well. He had been pursuing Xi Mengyan, so he must have the intention to kill Yi Xian. It's terrifying when you think about it. Su Jinlong naturally didn't know what his daughter was thinking, and sighed, your Uncle Song asked me to help find the murderer, but it's not easy to find out when more than 10 people are dead. What? After Su Qianxue heard this, her face became solemn. She guessed that Yi Xian was the one who killed Song Tianming. Now she pretends to have amnesia, isn't it just to stay away from Yi Xian? Dad, can you please put this matter aside? Su Qianxue pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly to her father Su Jinlong. After hearing this, Su Jinlong frowned and looked at his daughter. Jianxue, why are you acting so weird today? Is there? Su Qianxue's heart trembled, and then said, too many things have happened recently, and I want to have some peace and stability. I see. Su Jinlong weighed the pros and cons for a while, then nodded, okay. After all, the person who has the ability to kill Song Tianming must be someone not to be trifled with, so father will push the matter aside. After hearing this, Su Qianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked into the distance. Yi Xian, is it really you who is the murderer, and who are you? Chapter 33 Spending 500 million to buy the land in Wenkeo Village? Wenkeo Village, not far away. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoxi felt much more comfortable. Daddy, it's so beautiful here. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked at the familiar scenery. We'll be there in a little while. This place. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Xi Mengyan was stunned. The clear stream gurgles past, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, like a flowing painting. The towering ancient trees, with their branches and leaves interweaving into a green canopy, shield this land from the hustle and bustle of the world. Here, every breath can feel the gift of nature, and every moment is worth cherishing. What a nice view! At this moment, Xi Mengyan was also shocked by the fairyland-like scenery of Wenkeo Village. There is such a pure land in the world. Squeak! In the shock, the supercar turned a corner and what suddenly came into view in the distance was a towering ancient tree, with a rich osmanthus fragrance wafting through the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy. See? Yi Xian looked into the distance and explained, that is the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, the symbol of Wenkeo Village. It is more than 1,800 years old, about 18 meters tall, 6 meters in circumference, and an average crown width of 18.90 meters. At this time of year, it's no exaggeration to say that the rich fragrance of osmanthus can be smelled within a 10-mile radius. Wow! Xiaoxi stared into the distance with shining eyes, extremely excited. Dad's hometown is so great. Mom, can we live here forever from now on? Well. When Xi Mengyan heard the innocent words of the child, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at someone, but she was soon attracted by the beautiful scenery around her and the refreshing fragrance of osmanthus. To be honest, it must be a blessing to be able to live here. As the car drove into the entrance of Wenkeo Village, Xiaoxi looked curiously in the distance. Dad, there are so many people ahead. At the same time, under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree in Wenkeo Village. A large excavator, like a giant, stands at the entrance of the village, and opposite it is a 1,000-year-old laurel tree. Get lost. Next to the excavator, a young man wearing a big gold chain looked at the opposite side with contempt on his face. His name was Li Ergu, and he was a village bully in the surrounding area. Wenkeo Village, thank you for your kindness. Li Ergu's unfriendly eyes fell on the old men opposite, and the leader was the village chief Wang Zhenju. Li Ergu, how dare you? As the village chief of Wenkeo Village, Wang Zhenju naturally knew that Li Ergu was difficult to deal with and was known for his vicious methods. Old village chief. Li Ergu glanced at Wang Zhenju, his face showing no respect at all, but mockingly, I work for Xingqiu Group. You are already old, don't risk your life at the last minute. You, cough cough. The old village chief was really angry. He had tolerated Li Ergu's bullying of his neighbors before, but now he was actually trying to raze Wenkeo Village to the ground, and he would not give up an inch of land. What are you standing there for? Li Ergu smiled coldly, dig out the laurel tree king for me, and ignore those who try to stop you. If you want to die, block it. After this was said, the demolition team hesitated. After all, it would be bad if someone died. Rest assured. Li Ergu glanced at the few immortal men in front of him and said, it's just a few lives. It's just a matter of a word from Xingqiu Group. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Before coming, he received an order from the Xingqiu Group that they must raze Wenkeo Village today, even if someone died, because the Xingqiu Group was not a pushover. Good. The demolition team narrowed their eyes, and then the excavator moved towards the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. How dare you! When the old village chief saw this, his face changed drastically. He never expected that Li Ergu was so bold. Squeak! Just then, the sound of a supercar braking stopped, attracting everyone's attention. Push the door and get out. Yi Xian saw the two sides confronting each other, which made him frown. Yi Xian, it's you. When Li Ergu saw the person coming, his eyes flashed with coldness. He had suffered a lot at the hands of Yi Xian in the past. After all, that guy was very skilled. It was because of him that Wenkeo village was spared from the oppression of the village tyrant. Li Ergu? Yi Xian saw the person coming, and then he looked at the scene and guessed something. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for many years, you have become a licking dog. Ha, that's better than being a gigolo. Li Ergu glanced at Xi Mengyan behind him and was really shocked by her beauty, his eyes full of jealousy. You are a bad guy. Xiaoxi stared at Li Ergu angrily. That guy was so hateful. Hey, little kid, your stepfather. The village tyrant grinned, but before he could finish his words, Yi Xian slapped him in the face. With a bang. The next moment, Li Ergu was whipped and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Countless bones were broken, and his head tilted and he passed out. He would not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. But at this moment, several cars arrived at the venue. After stopping suddenly, a middle-aged man came to the scene. His name was Zhao Tianlin, the mayor of Wenkeo village. Stop. Zhao Tianlin hurriedly stopped him from a distance, but when he arrived at the scene and saw Yi Xian, he was shocked. You are Mr. Yi. This sudden scene really stunned everyone. Oh. Yi Xian looked at the strange face in front of him. Do you know me? Ahem. Zhao Tianlin coughed dryly. Mr. Yi, Zheng Mingyang is my brother-in-law. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't handle this matter properly. Zhao Tianlin cursed the people in the land bureau in his heart, then sighed. Mr. Yi, this is it. Xingqiu Group has already paid 300 million to the land bureau to buy the land in Wenkeo village. According to the legal process. In fact, this piece of land should be under the disposal of Xingqiu Group. Yeah. Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Tianlin and said nothing more, but took out a black card. Here are 500 million. No matter what method you use, I want the ownership of the land in Wenkeo village. The plain voice sounded like a bolt from the blue to Zhao Tianlin's ears. He couldn't help swallowing. Wow. 500 million. Yes, yes. Mr. Yi, I will handle this matter myself. Guda swallowed his saliva, then looked at the demolition team with a fierce look in his eyes. Get out of here now. Ahem, it's the mayor. Taking a deep breath, many members of the demolition team looked at Li Ergu, whose life or death was unknown, and dared not say a single word. A farce that ended like this. Ha! Seeing the demolition team leave, the old village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yi, today is all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Yes. The prestigious old men in the surrounding villages were rejoicing, but they were surprised that the Yi family kid was so rich now. That was 500 million. That's right. Yi Xian then introduced, old village chief, this is my wife Xi Mengyan. This is my daughter Xiaoxi. As he spoke, Yi Xian coughed dryly, and these words stunned the old village chief, who was unable to recover for a while. The Yi family kid has a wife and his child is this big now? Chapter 34, Lao Yi, come out quickly, look who's here. What? After understanding the situation, Wang Zhenju looked at Xi Mengyan in disbelief. Xiao Yi, your wife is the president of Jiangcheng Group. Hello, village chief. Xi Mengyan's face flushed slightly and she greeted him politely. Ha ha. Okay. The old village chief had not expected that the Yi family's young man and his wife were of such a prominent background, so he did not have to worry about being harassed by the Xingqiu Group. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Hello, Grandpas. Xiaoxi's tender and sweet voice sounded like a lark, which made people feel comfortable. The old village chief and others were very happy. Oh, by the way, village chief. Xi Mengyan looked into the distance, with wisdom flashing in her eyes. Wenkeo village is far away from the hustle and bustle, the environment is beautiful, and there are towering ancient trees. Now that the land has been bought by Yu Xian, the next step is. He paused and continued, I would like to develop Wenkeo village and build it into Wenkeo farm on behalf of Jiangcheng Shishir Group. I wonder if the village chief is willing to do so. Of course, the development of Shi's group will not destroy the layout of Wenkeo village, but will only make appropriate repairs. And all the villagers of Wenkeo village can participate in the whole process. Listening to Xi Mengyan's story, the old village chief and others could already imagine the grand blueprint for the future of Wenkeo village. Real. Several old men were also quite excited. In that case, of course we agree. After a few words, Yi Xian drove home with Xi Mengyan and Xiaoxi. Mengyan, my wife, you have quite a business sense. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Thank you. I'm not doing this for you. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes and looked at someone, but Yi Xian still noticed her evasive look. He smiled knowingly and said nothing more. Ha! The old village chief took a deep breath and looked into the distance with emotion. Xiaoyi has helped Wenkeo village a lot this time, we can't just not show our appreciation. Later, call all the villagers to follow me to Xiaoyi's house. Good. The respected elders nodded heavily. They would not refuse. After all, if it weren't for Yi Xian, they might not be alive now. Squeak. On the other side, a supercar stopped in front of an exquisite bamboo building. Ha! Ye's mother, who was washing dishes, saw a luxury car and couldn't help but frown and stood up. But when he saw two people getting out of the car, his pupils suddenly shrank. Mom, I don't recognize you. Arriving at the yard, Yi Xian raised his head and spoke. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Grandma. Hey. Looking at the scene, Ye's mother was extremely excited. Old Yi, come out quickly, look who's here. Obviously, Ye's mother had already informed Ye's father about Xiaoxi's matter. She was of course angry when she first heard about it, but after understanding the whole story, she also accepted this fact. Oh. At this time, Ye's father came out of the bamboo building and what caught his eyes were his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Hello, uncle. Shi Mengyan said with a slightly flushed face. This was the first time she met her future father-in-law. Oh no, that guy's father. Good. Xiaoxi came to Ye's father and looked him over. Hello, Grandpa. Ha, you must be Xiaoxi. It's beautiful. Ye's father was beaming with joy. Originally, the old couple had been thinking about saving money for their son's wedding, but now it seemed that they had saved some money. However, it wasn't too long after I returned home. Beichen. Old Yi. At this time, the villagers of Wenkeo village, led by the old village chief, all came to the exquisite bamboo house. The whole yard could not accommodate so many people, and there were villagers and children looking around outside the yard. Well. Such a scene really confused Yi Beichen. Old village chief, what are you doing? Beichen, you don't know yet. The old village chief then looked at Yi Xian and said, your Xiaoyi is incredible. You know about the demolition of Xingqiu Group, right? Just now. After listening to the old village chief's words, Ye's father and mother looked at each other in confusion, and then looked at the extended version of the supercar outside the yard. 500 million land? Wenkeo farm? Two words that they dared not even think about have now been accomplished by their son and future daughter-in-law. Good job. What on earth did this kid do outside? After a little while, the villagers of Wenkeo filled the yard with their own eggs, fruits, grains and other things to express their warm and simple gratitude. Shi Mengyan was deeply moved by this scene. This kind of simplicity is rare. You kid. Mother Yi sent the old village chief and others away, and her eyes fell on her son. Tell me the truth, what did you do? You bought the land of Wenkeo village for 500 million. Look at what you can do. Phew. Hearing this, Shi Mengyan looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help laughing out loud. Nothing. Yi Xian Gubo was not surprised, and smiled. I just acquired a music platform, and then bought a few villas and a few supercars. I have some money. Well. When Father Yi heard this, he couldn't help but complain, you little brat, you call this having some money? Ahem. Yi Xian knew this would happen, so he coughed and said, okay, I admit I'm rich. That's right. Yi Xian then took out a black card and handed it to his father. Dad, here is 10 million. Just consider it as my way of honoring you two elders. What? After hearing what his son said, his father almost threw the black card away, as if it were a hot potato. 10 million? Are you crazy? Why are you giving me so much money? Seeing this, Shi Mengyan tried to smooth things over. Uncle, please accept it. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's personality, he will lose it sooner or later. This. Father Yi was startled when he heard this. Yes, if he kept it, he would be able to help his son in the future. Oh well. After thinking for a moment, he gave the card to Ye's mother, wanting, you can keep this card. Okay. Ye's mother took the black card and put it away carefully. After all, there was 10 million yuan in it. Woof woof. Just then, a little white dog limped out from a corner of the yard. Ah. Daddy, there's a little white dog over there, so pitiful. Xiaoxi ran to the little white dog, and the little white dog rubbed against Xiaoxi's trouser leg with fondness. You're talking about Xiao Bai. Mother Yi glanced at the little white dog and said, I picked this up on my way home from get off work a few days ago. Its legs were broken. However, it is pitiful that he still cannot recover after veterinary treatment. Oh. Looking at the little white dog, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and thought that it would be nice to have this little thing to play with. Xiaoxi. System, exchange skills. Looking at the little white dog in pain not far away, Yi Xian called the system. Soon, the system responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his medical skills to God level. It consumes 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability allows the host to heal all injuries in the world. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. You know. At this moment, life and death, human flesh and bones were all a piece of cake for him, not to mention the puppy with a broken leg in front of him. Xiao Shi. Looking at the little white dog again, Yi Xian walked over and said, "Let me take a look. Maybe there is still hope." Chapter 35. Don't worry, I have more experience than you in this area of private money. Oh. After hearing what her father said, Xiaoxi handed the little white dog to him and said, "Daddy, you have to get well soon. Rest assured." After taking the little white dog, Yi Xian knew its symptoms. Snap. At a certain moment, with Yi Xian's bone-setting massage, his dislocated bones were directly restored to their original positions. However, while the external injuries were healed, he still suffered serious internal injuries. To recover, acupuncture is needed. Mom, there's an acupuncture set at home, right? Give it to me and let me use it. After hearing this, Ye's mother looked at her son suspiciously and said, "Okay." After all. After the bone was adjusted, the little white dog was obviously in better spirits and its cries of pain were much quieter. Swish. Soon, Ye's mother handed the acupuncture needles to her son, and then Yi Xian reached out and took out more than 10 acupuncture needles and accurately inserted them into various acupuncture points of the little white dog. This kid. Father Yi looked at his son's operation and was stunned. When did you learn acupuncture? Old Yi, my son. Before he could finish, Ye's father raised his hand to stop him, wanting, "Your son's acupuncture technique is not simple. I feel like the old masters in the Moxibustion clinics don't have as good skills as my son. Is this true or false?" Ye's mother looked at her son suspiciously, and at this moment Yi Xian finished the acupuncture and then bandaged her claw. The little white dog will recover in 3 days. I tried it out and it feels pretty good. Woof woof. The little white dog with its paws wrapped then jumped around Yi Xian happily. This scene made Ye's father and mother think they were dreaming for a moment. Wow. Dad, that's awesome. Xiaoxi was extremely excited and clapped her hands with joy. This guy. Shi Mengyan looked at the scene, her eyes full of disbelief, and the look she gave Yi Xian changed quietly. He actually knows acupuncture, and the effect is so good when combined with massage. The little white dog is now completely different from before. How much does he have left? He keeps it a secret from me. I really want to pry his head open and see. Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective, God-level medical skills. Wealth, 8999994669981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 15. You little brat. After coming back to his senses, Father Yi sighed. He is worthy of being my son, Yi Beichen. Very similar to my father's style. Go away. When Ye's mother heard this, she gave him a ruthless look and said, "Feng Kai, this has nothing to do with you. Meng Yan, come on, I'll take you to visit the bamboo building." Just like that, Ye's mother took her future daughter-in-law's hand and walked towards the bamboo building, while Xiaoxi chased Xiaobai to play. As for the 3-day recovery, it refers to internal injuries. As for external injuries, the little white dog has recovered as before. What? Why are the paws wrapped? Just kidding, wouldn't it look less awkward this way? You know, even so, Yi Xian's acupuncture has already had a great impact on Ye's mother and others. Dad. Yi Xian then came to Ye's father's side, and another black card fell into his hand. This is the private money your son gave you. You little bastard, you. Looking at the black card in his hand, Father Yi subconsciously looked towards the bamboo building. I love you for a reason. Hey, don't let my mom find out. Yi Xian looked at the bamboo building and smiled. Father Yi nodded heavily. Don't worry, I have more experience than you in this area of private money. But you, boy, are awesome. Father Yi looked at his son and sighed, bringing such a beautiful daughter-in-law, who is also the president of a large group. Wow. For years ago, I was less than 20 years old. After a brief conversation, Xiaoxi came running over from a distance. Gurgle. Before he could say anything, the little guy's stomach growled in protest. Dad, Xiaoxi is hungry. Coming closer, Xiaoxi looked at her father pitifully and spoke. Our Xiaoxi is hungry. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and said with a smile, Dad will make you something delicious right away. That's right, Dad. Thinking of something, Yixin looked at his father and said, I'll make you some medicinal food tonight. Why don't you take Xiaoxi to buy some medicinal herbs? As he spoke, Yixin took out a pen and paper and skillfully wrote down a string of medicinal herb names, which were now easy for him to do. Good. After taking a look at the various medicinal herbs, although he didn't know what their functions were, Father Yi still nodded and agreed. After all, the herbal medicine shop was not far from their home. Xiaoxi, let's go. Father Yi held his granddaughter's hand and said, Go buy good things with Grandpa. Hee, okay. Woof woof. They heard a dog barking behind them, and Xiaobai chased after it, wagging its tail. Soon, night fell. The pitch-dark night swallowed up the day, and the world fell into silence. Only the occasional barking of dogs could be heard outside the bamboo building, but the exquisite bamboo house was brightly lit. I don't know how long it took, but the tempting aroma of medicinal food came from the kitchen. This smell was completely different from the taste of ordinary dishes. You kid, you can do it. Ye's mother looked at the medicinal food on the table. It was delicious and appetizing. This made Ye's mother, who was always good at cooking, amazed. Is this brat still her son? Take it while it's hot, otherwise the efficacy of the medicine will be reduced. Yixin smiled slightly, and Xiaoxi couldn't wait to have a bite of the medicinal food. After one bite, the mellow fragrance lingered in the mouth, leaving a long aftertaste. Tasty. Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled. Dad, is this the medicinal food? It's so delicious. After Shi Mengyan took a bite of the medicinal food, she looked at a certain guy in surprise. This pervert actually had another trick up his sleeve. After 3 rounds of meals, delicious medicinal food was served. Hiccup. Including Xiaoxi, the whole family burped. The medicinal food was truly delicious. Even if they can have another bowl. You guys take a break, I'll go wash the dishes. Mother Yi glanced at her son, her eyes full of satisfaction. With such cooking skills, not to mention her beautiful daughter-in-law, even a god would be reluctant to let her go. That's right. Looking at the little guy, Yixin smiled and said, Xiaoxi, sing a song for Grandpa. After chatting for a while, Ye's mother came out of the kitchen and heard her son's voice. Okay. Xiaoxi smiled, then thought for a moment, and then started singing like a lark while dancing. 2 tigers love to dance, the little rabbit pulls carrots obediently, and I learned to walk with the little duck. Childhood is the most beautiful gift. The little conch blows, and I learned to fly like a seagull. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Ye's father and mother smiled so hard that their ears were extended. This song is very nice. Shi Mengyan looked at the scene and was a little confused. What the hell? This song, when did it happen? She doesn't even know about it. Hateful. What is he hiding from me? It's so strange. I'm tired after a long day, but I don't feel tired at all. Is it because of that guy's medicinal food? Xiaoxi, you're amazing. After the song ended, Father and Mother Yi gave a thumbs up, and then Mother Yi winked at Father Yi. Xiaoxi, how about sleeping with Grandpa and Grandma tonight? Obviously, the help from my mom came online. Chapter 36. If I don't let you know how powerful I am tonight, I will take your surname. Xiaoxian, you guys should go to bed early too. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 to reply, Ye's mother took the little one and Ye's father back to the room. Such a beautiful and excellent daughter-in-law must not be caught. With only 2 people left in the living room, the atmosphere quietly changed. Snort. Shi Mengyan snorted and asked a certain guy, Yixin, tell me honestly, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? Well. Yixin smiled slightly, you said it was a secret. You. Shi Mengyan was stunned after hearing this. That guy was really abominable. Then at least you have to tell me. Taking a deep breath, Shi Mengyan asked the question she had wanted to know for a long time. How much money do you have? How much? Yixin pondered for a moment and said truthfully, it should not be a problem to buy the whole world. Put. Buy, you big head ghost. Listening to someone's words, Shi Mengyan almost fainted. You will die if you don't brag, I don't want to know. Obviously, in his opinion, the truth of this statement is almost zero. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Yi Xian shrugged. If no one believed him directly, what else could he say? Meng Yan baby, I'm going to take a shower first. Waiting for you. After the voice fell, Meng Yan returned to the room with a flushed face and white eyes. This made her sigh. It seemed that she would never be able to escape from the clutches of that guy in this life. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang. I saw it was my brother calling, so I answered it. Little brat, the sun is rising from the west? As soon as the call was connected, Meng Yan started talking. It was very rare that someone actually called her on his own initiative. Hey, am I not connecting with you, my sister? Xiaodao on the opposite side laughed and then got to the point. Well, is my brother-in-law here? Your brother-in-law. Meng Yan glanced in the direction of the room. Don't you have his phone number? Oh. I called, but no one answered. Meng Yan had a frown on her face. She thought her brother had a change of heart, but she never imagined that he was looking for her because he couldn't contact that pervert. He's taking a bath. As expected, I had expected too much from that brat. Ha! Xiaodao on the other side was silent for a moment, then coughed dryly and said, Well, I hope I didn't disturb you by calling you. Well. Meng Yan almost went berserk after hearing her brother's hidden meaning. Get lost. What are you thinking about, kid? Indeed, Meng Yan lamented that children nowadays are so precocious. If you don't behave properly, believe it or not, your parents will come back and let them punish you. Ahem, elder sister, spare my life. Under the suppression of blood, Xiaodao decisively begged for mercy. His vital points were firmly grasped by his elder sister. Since my brother-in-law is not here, I'm hanging up. Upon learning that her brother-in-law was not at home, Xiaodao was too lazy to pretend and hung up the phone directly. Xiaodao, you. Beep beep beep. Before she could finish her words, the call was hung up and Meng Yan stood there in a daze. Crack. Looking at the phone, Meng Yan gritted her teeth and her anger soared. Xiaodao. Now, that's really bold. This situation has never happened before. I feel that ever since that guy broke into my life, my status has been getting lower and lower. If this continues, it will be disastrous. Da Hunden. Thinking of this, Meng Yan took a deep breath and said, If I don't let you know how powerful I am tonight, I will take your last name. After saying. He walked towards the bedroom angrily, but when he just arrived in the room. Ah. Seeing a guy coming out of the bathroom, my mind immediately roared, Yi Xian, you are crazy. At this moment, she no longer had the intention to raise an army to accuse someone. She was so upset by the guy's behavior because that guy was completely naked. What a fuss. Yi Xian glanced at someone. He looked calm and composed but was actually very panicked. He didn't expect Meng Yan's wife to come in so soon. It was not logical. Why, are you captivated by your man's perfect body? Spit. Listening to someone's unscrupulous words, Meng Yan glared at him fiercely. With your figure, I'm not interested. But before she could finish her words, her two slender hands were firmly grasped and pressed against the wall, and she was pushed against the wall again. Yi Xian, you. Under the warm yellow light, her beautiful face was extremely charming, and the effect of the medicinal food made her blood boil. Calm down. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yan, with her eyes wide open, was French kissed by someone. A natural war quietly broke out. This scene. It's just like the encounter 4 years ago. I don't know how much time passed. Meng Yan fell asleep in someone's arms. After all, war is very exhausting. Everything is self-explanatory. The relationship between the two has also made a new breakthrough since this moment. TSK, it feels pretty good. At a certain moment, Yi Xian's mouth curved up, and the scenes of the war just now emerged in his mind. He looked at the beautiful face quietly, enjoying the time that belonged to the two of them alone. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong hostility coming from a distance. After all, now Yi Xian has become a martial arts master, and his insight is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Is there another person looking for death? Yi Xian was undoubtedly in a bad mood as his interest was disturbed. With his eyes of perspective, he saw from a god's perspective the jungle behind the exquisite bamboo building, and dozens of figures appeared and were heading towards the bamboo building. Since you have made your move, let me see what kind of monsters you are. Swish. With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian disappeared from the room and then came to the outside of the exquisite bamboo building. His speed was like that of a ghost. If the outside world knew about it, even the top masters would be shocked. Brother! One of the dozens of people looked at the exquisite bamboo building and narrowed his eyes. The residence in front is the one who bought the land of Wenkeo village, Yi Xian. The leader looked at the exquisite bamboo building not far away and said, buying the land of Wenkeo village for 500 million is really a big deal. But the land of Wenkeo village is related to the future development of Xingqiu Group. No one can destroy it. His name is Lin Zichu, and he is also the top leader of Xingqiu Group. The person next to him is Lin Zitian, the second in command of the group. The two are brothers. Besides, Lin Zichu solemnly instructed, this time the negotiation is the main thing. If it can be resolved peacefully, don't resort to force. Understood, big brother. Lin Zitian nodded in response. After all, they had no inherent hatred towards Yi Xian. Who? But at this moment, Lin Zichu narrowed his eyes and looked not far away. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the field without him noticing, and this person was none other than Yi Xian. Chapter 37, Conquer the two brothers of the Lin family and lay out the Dihao group. There was silence in the jungle. Swish! Dao Dao's eyes fell on the figure that appeared, and Lin Zichu looked at the person warily. Interesting. Looking at the group of people, Yi Xian raised his head and said, you come to me and ask who I am? After hearing this, Lin Zitian realized something, you are Yi Xian. What? As soon as these words came out, dozens of people surrounded him with a rush. Brother, this boy is extraordinary. Lin Zitian took a deep breath. The fact that he appeared so quietly explained everything. It seems that peace talks are impossible. Destroy him. With a sneer, Lin Zitian ordered his men, knowing that no less than half of these dozens of people were third-rate masters. As the voice fell, dozens of people rushed forward. Bang 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 bang. In less than a minute, dozens of people fell to the ground and wailed in pain. If they had not had no intention of killing, they would have become corpses by now. What? Lin Zitian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the field in disbelief. You can't be. Let me try. Second brother. But at this moment, Lin Zichu raised his hand to stop him, and then looked at Yi Xian meaningfully, you are no match for him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu felt the energy surge around him. Sniff. His body turned into black light and Lin Zichu approached the next moment. His skills were much better than those of a third-rate master. Bang! Yi Xian pulled out a palm, and the next moment Lin Zichu flew backwards several meters at an even faster speed, his face pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Boom! Kneeling on one knee, Lin Zichu's face was filled with disbelief, so strong. This. When Lin Zitian saw this scene, he was completely stunned. How could this happen? You know. My eldest brother is a second-rate master. Although he was just promoted 3 months ago, he is still far from being someone that ordinary people can deal with. But even so, that person still didn't defeat the enemy with one move, and was even seriously injured by a palm strike. One can imagine how strong that person is. The two men around were terrified. They thought that their boss was no match for them and they were nothing. Ha! Lin Zichu took a deep breath, forced himself to bow and saluted, Sir, please forgive me for not knowing Taishan. Brother, you? Shut up. Before Lin Zitian could finish his words, he was glared back by his elder brother. However, he had no choice but to retreat in disappointment and stop talking. Oh. Seeing Lin Zichu in front of him, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was undoubtedly a smart man. Ahem. Lin Zichu coughed dryly and continued, Sir, I am Lin Zichu, the boss of Xingqiu Group, and this is my second brother. Boom. As Lin Zichu spoke, he knelt on one knee on the ground, second brother, kneel down. This, oh. Although he was unwilling, Lin Zitian did not dare to refute his elder brother's words and knelt down. What are you doing? Yi Xian was also stunned by the sudden scene. He never expected that the two people who had attacked him just a moment ago would now kneel down. Your Excellency's strength is unprecedented in my life. Lin Zichu's eyes flashed with expectation. Lin Zichu is willing to work for you with Xingqiu Group. Ha! When these words were spoken, not only Lin Zitian, but also the dozens of people lying on the ground around him were all stunned. What? Boss, if you can't beat them, just join them? Serve me. Looking at Lin Zichu kneeling in front of him, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Give me a reason. Sir, I'm telling you the truth. My brother and I are not from Rongqing, but from. When Lin Zitian heard what his elder brother said, he interrupted him hurriedly. Brother, no. In fact, he was terrified. If the news that they were alive spread to Jiangcheng, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. I know my limits. Lin Zichu said with a determined look. Second brother, with our current strength, revenge will be a long way off. But, After hearing what his elder brother said, Lin Zitian wanted to say something but finally sighed. He naturally knew that what his elder brother said was the truth. Grown-ups. Lin Zichu's eyes were full of determination, and he continued, my two brothers are actually from the Lin family in Jiangcheng, a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. However, 8 years ago, the Su family in Jiangcheng suddenly launched an attack and brought many experts to wipe out my Lin family. As they spoke, the eyes of the Lin Zichu brothers turned red, and their hatred for the extermination of their entire family was overwhelming. This scene shocked many of his subordinates. Do you want me to avenge your Lin family? Yi Xian naturally understood Lin Zichu's intention, so his previous actions also made sense. These two poor people were really the ones who wanted to exterminate their clan. Good. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu nodded heavily. If you can help my Lin family to avenge, my brothers' lives will be yours from now on. In recent years, we have been hiding in Rongqing to develop Xingshu Group, just for the purpose of returning to Jiangcheng one day. I can help you avenge your grudge. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian thought that if he had his own subordinates, perhaps many things would be saved trouble. But in the future, if you dare to betray me. Snap. He pushed hard with his feet, and the next moment the ground made a sound of being unable to bear the weight, which then spread out for more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, dozens of subordinates around him were all stunned. Oh shit. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. If this kick had landed on them, they would have definitely been killed. I don't dare. Lin Zichu was not afraid after seeing this. Instead, he was extremely excited. To be able to do this, the adult must be at least a first-rate master. You must know. This kind of person is a guest of honor even in first-class families. Get up. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked towards the direction of the exquisite bamboo building. From now on, you will arrange people to protect Wenkeo village. Anyone who covets Wenkeo village will be killed without mercy. Yes, sir. The Lin Zichu brothers were extremely excited, and Lin Zitian was even more convinced. The strength of the adult in front of them was beyond his imagination. Also, Yi Xian then looked at the two people with bright eyes and said, from now on, Xingshu Group will be renamed Dihao Group. Your mission is to unify the business community of Rongqing and return to Jiangcheng within half a year. Gulp. Hearing this, Lin Zichu and the others swallowed their saliva. Return to Jiangcheng? Half a year. This is what they dream of doing. If it were before, they would naturally have some concerns, but now that an adult is in charge, things are different. Yes. The two brothers were full of energy for a moment, and they couldn't wait to take Xingqiu. Oh no, Dihao Group into Jiangcheng and eliminate the Su family from Jiangcheng. And then, looking at the two people in front of him, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and more than 10 golden needles penetrated into their bodies. Then, with a buzzing sound, the strength of the two people changed quietly. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many subordinates around widened. Such a method was too magical. Ha! Lin Zichu took a deep breath, and then felt the surging power in his body. I am a mid-level second-rate expert. Unbelievable. Lin Zichu felt like he was dreaming at this moment. It had only been 3 months since he became a second-rate master. He admired Yi Xian even more in his heart. As for Lin Zitian, he has now reached the peak of a third-rate master. The whole person looked at Yi Xian, his eyes full of awe and admiration. The Lord is invincible. Gulp. Dozens of people around swallowed their saliva when they saw this. The boss and the second in command have both improved in strength. Who is that adult? This operation is too outrageous. However, the Lin Zichu brothers did not know that their legend had just begun. Chapter 38 Hubby, you must have had a very happy childhood. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun shines on the secluded village of Wenkeo, penetrating through the window and dispelling the last trace of darkness in the room. The beautiful girl woke up, and what caught her eye was a handsome profile. The boy was Yi Xian. Snort! Shi Mengyan raised the corners of her mouth and looked at the guy next to her. The scenes that happened yesterday emerged in her mind, and her face couldn't help but blush. The big bad guy finally succeeded. Sighing, Shi Mengyan saw the guy sleeping soundly next to her, so she stretched out her slender fingers and pinched the guy's nose, wanting to take revenge. I'll let you bully me and I'll make you pay. For a moment, Shi Mengyan became playful. She didn't look at all like the cool and aloof president of a group at all. She was just like a crying little girl who was in love. If such a scene were known to the outside world, who knows what a sensation it would cause. Beautiful pictures, fun to play. Until one moment. Mengyan, my wife, have you had enough fun? Without any warning, a voice rang in Shi Mengyan's ears, causing her beautiful eyes to look over there. When she saw someone staring at her with a doting and smirk, her face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. That guy actually woke up. I was discovered, so embarrassed. What should I do? I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. When did you wake up? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Shi Mengyan asked this, and for some reason her mind recalled the scenes that happened yesterday, and her heart couldn't stop beating like a deer. It's been a while. Smiling at the beautiful woman, Yi Xian embraced her slender waist and said, now that my wife has had enough fun, it's time for the husband to play. Yi Xian, I was wrong. Then, from time to time, there were sweet laughs in the room. The sound was very pleasant and arousing imagination. Really? What's wrong? Yi Xian would not let her go so easily. Xiao Mengyan was getting bolder and bolder. To punish you, call me husband. Put. You wish. Shi Mengyan's face was flushed. I won't scream. Yeah? Seeing the arrogant Xiao Mengyan, Yi Xian didn't care. Then don't blame your man, he was ruthless. You stop it now. Shi Mengyan was so aroused that she glared at a certain guy with a red face. He was really shameless. Husband. The sweet voice came out, and Yi Xian's bones were softened, while Shi Mengyan buried her head in the quilt. It was so embarrassing. It was the first time she screamed like that, and her heart beat faster for a moment. Oh, my dear baby. He rubbed his beautiful wife's head lovingly, which made Shi Mengyan glare at him. What are you doing? Are you treating me like your daughter? Obviously, this action is very much like that guy pampering the little one. Hateful. That guy, how could he do that? But, why don't I feel disgusted but rather enjoy it? Boom. Listening to Shi Mengyan's words, Yi Xian knocked his head on her smooth and white forehead. What do you mean by spoiling her like a daughter? Isn't it enough if my wife likes her? Tisk. Listening to someone's teasing words, Shi Mengyan gave him a coquettish look. I don't like it. In that case, wouldn't he have 2 daughters, eh? Pa. Shi Mengyan, what are you thinking about? Are you crazy? You don't really want that guy to treat you like a daughter, do you? After all the commotion, it was already noon. It's all your fault for getting up so late. After leaving the room, Shi Mengyan glared at someone, but Yi Xian pretended not to hear it. After all, it was normal for little girls to be thin-skinned. Although she was the boss of the group, she was a novice when it came to love. Daddy, Mommy. Xiaoxi's voice was heard at this time, and Ye's mother had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. As the future mother-in-law, she naturally had to behave better when her daughter-in-law came to her home for the first time. She was also trying her best for her son's happiness in the second half of his life. Mengyan, you look good. Did you sleep well yesterday? When Ye's mother saw her beautiful daughter-in-law with a rosy complexion, she knew why as someone who had experienced it, and she was very clear about it. Listening to her future mother-in-law's words, Shi Mengyan responded, not bad, not bad. That's good. Mother Yi winked at Father Yi, it's just right to eat it while it's hot. Xiaoxi, come here. Father Yi changed the subject at this time. Grandpa will peel an egg for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoxi spoke politely in a sweet and tender voice. It can be seen that Shi Mengyan's previous education was very successful. Father and Mother Yi were extremely satisfied with it. The ancestral graves of the old Yi family were filled with joy. That's right. While eating breakfast, Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes and looked at her father expectantly. Dad, where are we going to play today? After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian said lovingly, Dad will take you to a good place today. Let's go catch some game. Dad will grill game for you at noon. Really? After hearing this, Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with excitement. Thinking of Daddy's superb cooking skills, her mouth started watering. Hee hee, I haven't eaten Daddy's roasted game yet. Long live Daddy. For a moment, the little guy shouted excitedly, and his father and mother smiled knowingly when they saw this scene. This warm scene was undoubtedly the best gift for them. After breakfast, Xiaoxi and her mother each wore a sun hat. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma, wait for us to come back. Xiaoxi waved goodbye to her grandparents, and the family, led by Yi Xian, went to the jungle not far away. Thinking back to the past, Yi Xian had eaten a lot of wild game here. Be careful, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the woods. Yi Xian opened a passage with ease, but the air here is much fresher than in the village. Hee hee. Xiaoxi obviously didn't listen to what her father said, but admired the beautiful scenery in the forest and the various strange-shaped towering ancient trees. Dad, this place is so beautiful. I like it so much. Shi Mengyan was admiring the beautiful scenery as she walked, as if they were not here to meet their parents but rather to have fun in this secluded mountain village. The atmosphere was comfortable and beautiful. This feeling is very warm and enjoyable. Hubby, ahem, Yi Xian, you must have had a very happy childhood. Admiring the beautiful scenery around her, Shi Mengyan sighed that she envied such a picturesque place and it would definitely be a good choice to retire here. Yeah, not bad. Yi Xian nodded and said that he had no regrets in his childhood. Ah. Just then, Xiaoxi saw a plump hare not far away and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Dad, look, there's a hare. Whoosh. The hare was very fast and jumped several meters away, but how could it escape Yi Xian's clutches? A golden light flashed, and the next moment, Jinjin, this delicious rabbit, died on the spot. Wow, Daddy is so awesome. When Xiaoxi saw his father catch the rabbit in one go, he clapped his hands excitedly. The pleasant sound echoed in the woods, which was very beautiful. Poof. Shi Mengyan glanced at someone, letting this guy steal the spotlight again. There's another one there. In this way, the game hunting operation began. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed and Yi Xian's backpack was already full of battle records. That's enough, let's go back. Feeling the weight of the hare, they knew it was enough for them to have a big meal. What a cute rabbit. How cruel. On the side, Shi Mengyan glanced at the guy who was showing off his skills and hit him unhappily, hoping to get back at him. Hee hee hee. Xiaoxi was making faces at her mother, looking so adorable. Was her mother jealous again? At the same time, not far away in the darkness of the forest. Boss, Yi Xian is right in front. A sly-looking younger brother looked not far away and said, besides, there is a beautiful girl beside him. We are so lucky. Li Ergo looked to the distance, where he saw 7 or 8 of his younger brothers. His eyes became increasingly fiery as he imagined the scenes that might occur. I couldn't wait to rush up to her and get close to that beauty. Very good. Li Ergo smiled, and then glanced at his brothers. Don't worry, I'll eat the meat later, and you guys can have the soup. Hey, thanks, boss. When 7 or 8 younger brothers heard this, their eyes lit up and they thanked him repeatedly, and they immediately became full of energy. Give me your all later. Li Ergo thought about the tragic scene yesterday, and his face still hurt, that Yi Xian is much more skilled than before. Don't worry, boss. The younger brothers said confidently, we are not vegetarians either. Later, I will teach Yi Xian a lesson. Yes, I have disliked him for a long time. After a conversation, Li Ergo looked into the distance and said, if that's the case, let's do it. Yeah. But at this moment, a voice came from the side, which scared Li Ergo and others. The person who came was none other than Lin Zitian, and he was accompanied by several third-rate masters. Seeing the group of people suddenly appear, Li Ergo's pupils suddenly shrank. Who are you? That's not important. Lin Zitian's mouth curved up. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. He has no interest in talking nonsense to these minions. Yes, second in command. Sniff. In an instant, everyone including Li Ergo was killed on the spot. They didn't even have time to scream. After all, since this matter concerns young Master Yi, they dare not be careless in the slightest, even if there is a slight chance of disturbing His Excellency. Ha! Lin Zitian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Ergo and the others being dealt with. Luckily we made it in time, otherwise it would be bad if they took action. Snort! At this point, Lin Zitian looked at the corpse on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. You dare to attack Master Yi, you are seeking death. Chapter 39. Shi Mengyan changes her mind, and Yi's mother becomes a crazy doting daughter-in-law. Woof woof. After leaving the woods, we suddenly saw a little white dog running towards us excitedly from a distance, wagging its tail, obviously very happy. Noob. When Xiaoxi saw the little white dog, she started chasing after Xiaobai, making it very lively. Pervert, are you sure Xiaobai will recover in 3 days? Indeed, looking at the lively little white dog, its condition is better than usual. Boom. Seeing Xi Mengyan say this, Yi Xian knocked his head on her smooth forehead. Why, are you questioning your man's ability? Didn't my dear Mengyan experience how powerful my husband is yesterday? Well. Hearing the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, Xi Mengyan glared at him fiercely. Tisk. What nonsense are you talking about? If there was no one around, Xi Mengyan would really find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What kind of vicious words are these? Is she crazy? Xiao Mengyan is shy. How about, try again tonight? Yi Xian was in a playful mood and teased her, but Xi Mengyan's heart started beating faster and she rolled her eyes at someone. Who cares about you? After saying that, the embarrassed Xi Mengyan chased after Xiao Shi. She really didn't dare to continue talking to that guy, otherwise, who knows what shocking words that guy might say. Hateful. Xi Mengyan was so aroused that she kept thinking about what might happen that night in her head. Why did she feel so excited? It was so strange. Xi Mengyan, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Ha? Before he could think about it, Xiaoxi saw his mother coming over and asked suspiciously, Mom, why are you here? Aren't you whispering to your daddy? Go away. Xi Mengyan's face flushed for a moment. What does a child know? She said this reluctantly. Of course, she couldn't say that she couldn't stand her father's teasing. Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Oh. Xiaoxi nodded as if she understood, but after all, how could she understand the complexity of adults? He. Grandpa, Grandma. Back in the yard, Xiaoxi shouted excitedly, and when Ye's father and mother heard their granddaughter's voice, they hurried out. Ye's father had already prepared the barbecue grill and charcoal. He had seen his son's cooking skills yesterday, and he was craving for the barbecue today. Xiao Shi is back. Father and Mother Yi looked at each other and saw their cute granddaughter. They hadn't been so happy in a long time. Woof woof. On the side, Xiaobai was happily running around the yard. Mengyan, you must be tired. Mother Yi poured a few glasses of water and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard. Come, drink some water and take a rest. Thanks, Mom. Xi Mengyan said it casually, but her face turned red when she said it. Father Yi at the side also looked over and a look of joy appeared on his face. Mengyan, you. As the person involved, Ye's mother was extremely excited. What did you call me just now? Mom. Xi Mengyan said this with a flushed face, but thinking that they had both reached the last step, she didn't think much about it, but her face became even redder. When Ye's mother heard her daughter-in-law calling her that, she was so happy. That brat was really good. He let his daughter-in-law call him that so quickly. TSK. As expected of my son, I am so proud of you. By the way, Mengyan. Mother Yi was so happy that she thought of something. Do you like grapes? I'll pick some for you. Auntie, Mom, no need. Seeing Ye's mother's sudden enthusiasm, Xi Mengyan was really flattered. Ahem, Mengyan, don't worry about her. Father Yi coughed dryly at this time, and seeing Mother Yi busy with work, he smiled and said, Your mother has always wanted a daughter. This is her biggest regret. Now that you call her mom, she will be happy for days. Ah, I see. When Xi Mengyan heard what her future father-in-law said, her face turned red. She had never expected this to happen. She was so embarrassed. How come, he called me that? Wow. But at this moment, Father Yi saw Yi Xian coming in, so many wild rabbits, and they are very fat. Not a bad record. Is that so? When Xiaoxi heard what her grandfather said, a crescent-shaped smile appeared on her face. Daddy is so awesome. Dad, where's my mom? Yi Xian looked around but didn't see his mother, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Your mother. Ye's father glanced at the beautiful wife on the stone table, and then started talking to his son, which made Yi Xian stunned. Good boy, that girl has changed her tune now? Snort. Seeing a guy looking at her, Xi Mengyan glared at him, obviously guessing that the guy knew that she had changed her name. Dad, you come and light the fire. Yi Xian looked at his father, then came over with the plump hair in his hand. I'll go take care of the hair. Good. Father Yi was also in a good mood. His daughter-in-law had already changed her name to calling him Mom, so how far would it be for her to call him Dad? Soon, Yi Xian came to a corner of the yard and began to skillfully process the rabbit's fur and internal organs, like a butcher cutting a rabbit. Beichen. Just then, an old man with a cane came in from outside the yard. It was the old village chief Wang Zhenju, holding 2 fat fish in his hands. Yo! The old village chief saw Yi Xian cutting a rabbit and said, Xiaoyi, you are really good at knife skills. Hello, village chief. Xiaoxi, who was playing with Xiaobai, greeted the old village chief in a sweet voice when he saw him. Hee, hello Xiaoxi. The old village chief chuckled and continued, these are the fat fish that were just caught from the pond. I'll give them to you as a snack. Old village chief, you are too polite. Father Yi quickly stepped forward to take the fat fish and invited, Xiao Xian happens to be grilling fish today, stay and eat with us. This. When Xiaoxi heard what his grandfather said, his eyes rolled, Grandpa village chief, my dad's grilled fish is super delicious. Oh well. The old village chief chuckled and rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly, then let's try Xiaoye's cooking skills. Come, Mengyan. At this time, Ye's mother washed the grapes she had picked and put them in a fruit bowl. Eat grapes, they are so sweet. The old village chief is here too. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Ye's mother was enthusiastic, and the old village chief saw this and laughed happily. Beichen, what good news are you so happy about? Hi. Father Yi glanced at Mother Yi and continued, Old village chief, this is it. After a little while. Hearing his father's explanation, the old village chief smiled happily. I see. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and sighed, it seems that they have a good relationship. After hearing this, Shi Mingyan's face flushed slightly and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her future mother-in-law was too enthusiastic. That girl really didn't help her out of the predicament. He. Seeing her mother's expression, Xiaoxi said with a smile, Mama's blushing, so shy. Chapter 40 Beichen, wanting, you gave birth to a good son. The barbecue operation is smooth and flowing. Soon, the aroma of barbecue with the addition of various condiments spread out, filling every corner of the courtyard. Gulp. Ye's father and mother couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked at each other. Their barbecue skills were amazing. Smells so good. Xiaoxi stared at the grilled rabbit meat and fish, she was very greedy. Xiaoye's cooking skills are pretty good. The old village chief couldn't help but let his taste buds awaken, but at this moment, his face suddenly turned red and he started coughing violently. Ahem. When Father Yi saw this, he hurriedly asked with concern, is the old village chief okay? His old illness has come back again. The old village chief took a deep breath and then calmed down a little, but his face flushed and it was obvious that he was very uncomfortable. Old village chief, let me take a look. As he spoke, Yi Xian put his hand on the old village chief's wrist, but he didn't stop grilling on the other side. This guy. Shi Mengyan looked at this scene and couldn't help but glance at someone. Barbecuing and treating a patient at the same time, it was true. Old village chief, do you have any hidden illness? Oh. The old village chief was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Xiaoyi, can you diagnose it? You know. When I was young, many doctors were unable to diagnose it, but it was finally discovered by a famous doctor living in the mountains. Only. At that time, his hidden illness could only be alleviated but not cured, and he has been suffering from the same disease ever since. The hidden disease is very stubborn, but it can be cured. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian nodded and said, What? After hearing this, the old village chief was filled with excitement. Xiaoyi, you said my disease can be cured. It's no wonder he is like this. This old illness causes him extreme pain, especially during the rainy season every year. Yi Xian didn't say much. He simply took out a dozen golden needles and inserted them into the old village chief's acupuncture points like lightning. At some point, the old village chief's face turned red, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out, mixed with some necrotic internal organs, and one could even smell a pungent odor. Is the old village chief okay? Ye's father was shocked and hurriedly supported the old village chief. Although his son was proficient in acupuncture, they would be guilty if something really happened to the old village chief. Ha! The old village chief took a deep breath and waved his hand. Miraculously, his coughing symptoms disappeared and his breathing became much smoother and more comfortable than before. This is God. The old village chief then looked at Yi Xian with a different look in his eyes. Is my old illness cured? What? After hearing this, Ye's father and mother were all shocked and looked at their son in surprise. Is this still the brat they knew? I guess so. Yi Xian put away the golden needles, controlled the grill, and then said, Mom, go get some paper and pen so I can write a recipe. Oh, okay. Looking at the scene, how could Ye's mother not know what was happening? She did not dare to delay and quickly brought paper and pen. Yi Xian casually wrote down a prescription and handed it to the old village chief. The acupuncture just now only removed most of the hidden disease. If you want to completely eradicate it, you need to use Chinese medicine. After a pause, Yi Xian looked at the old village chief and said, Old village chief, follow this prescription and take it once a day. The disease will be cured within half a month. Gulp. The old village chief was extremely excited when he heard this. He knew his own body well, and the fact that he was in better condition than ever before was the best proof of that. Xiao Yi, your skills are comparable to those of a miracle doctor. Then, he looked at Ye's father and mother with envy. Beichen, wanting, you gave birth to a good son. He. When Ye's father heard this, he smiled, while Ye's mother waved her hands and said, Hey, it's all because of this brat's hard work. This. Shi Mengyan looked at the scene and saw that the old village chief's hidden illness was cured with just a flip of his hand, which really stunned her. That guy, his medical skills are so good. Daddy is so awesome. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly and applauded her father, her eyes full of little stars of admiration. Woof woof. Xiao Bai was also having fun, running around Xiaoxi. The scene was warm and beautiful. All right. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice came out, it's time to eat. Then, Yi Xian's sword danced. As everyone marveled, slices of roasted rabbit and fish fell onto the plates so precisely, as if they were completing pieces of art. Golden and crispy, tender and juicy. Gulp. Looking at the appetite and the aroma of barbecue filling my nose, my appetite is really full, and I even feel like I can swallow the plate. Old village chief, try it. Father Yi picked up a piece of barbecue and put it in his mouth. The delicious taste immediately bloomed on the tip of his tongue, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. Tasty. The old village chief's eyes lit up. This cooking skill is on par with Xiaoye's medical skills. Undoubtedly. After taking a sip, the old village chief gave the highest praise. Delicious. Xiaoxi also ate the barbecue at this time, and her eyes narrowed into a line of enjoyment. Hee, I knew that daddy is the best. After eating, Ye's father and mother both nodded with emotion. This brat hit it too well. I suffered a huge loss before. Snort. This guy is in the limelight. Shi Mengyan took a bite of the delicious barbecue, glanced at a guy and murmured, but the admiration and adoration in her beautiful eyes quietly deepened. There is even a hint of pride. Like. This barbecue was not roasted by Yi Xian, but by Shi Mengyan. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice, Excuse me, is this Mr. Ye's house? Gulp. After saying this, the town mayor Zhao Tianlin couldn't stop swallowing his saliva, it was so delicious that he couldn't control himself at all. Mayor Zhao. When the old village chief saw Zhao Tianlin approaching, he hurriedly stood up. Old village chief, no need to be so polite. Zhao Tianlin didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, Mr. Yi respected the old village chief very much. Well, what? Zhao Tianlin reluctantly looked away from the barbecue plate. Mr. Yi, this is the land contract and related certificates for Wenkeo village. Mengyan, accept it. Yi Xian glanced at Shi Mengyan. After all, the affairs of Wenkeo village would be handed over to this girl from now on. You, okay. Shi Mengyan was stunned by the sudden words, and then she looked at that guy meaningfully, and her heart was quite moved. You know. This is 500 million, and I gave it to her like this. You are Mrs. Yi. Zhao Tianlin greeted her in a very tactful way. Shi Mengyan couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlin felt happy and thought he was very smart. Shi Mengyan nodded slightly. After all, their relationship was completely confirmed, and the name they addressed her was harmless. Wow. When Ye's father and mother saw this, they looked at each other with joy, knowing that this daughter-in-law was here to stay. Mayor Zhao, come here. Eat barbecue. Father Yi was so happy that he handed a plate of barbecue to Mayor Zhao, who was flattered by the gesture. Take it. Yi Xian glanced at Mayor Zhao, then nervously took it with both hands. Ahem. Thank you, Mr. Yi. When Xiaoxi saw this scene, the corners of her mouth curved up. Looking into the distance proudly, smiling, just look at it and say that daddy is super awesome. Chapter 41 The mysterious Jiang Xiao obtains the god-level ability to taming beasts. The afternoon sunshine is pleasant and beautiful. Hee, Xiao Bai, don't run. In the courtyard, Xiaoxi was chasing the little white dog and playing, and the atmosphere was very warm. Xiaoxi, slow down. Seeing how happy the little guy was, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but remind him. Ding-a-ling. While enjoying the time, a phone call rang and I saw it was Lin Zichu. Hello. After answering the phone, Lin Zichu's voice came from the other end. Master Yi, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Fine. He glanced at the warm scene, and the corners of his mouth curved up. What's the matter? That's right. Hearing that his rest was not disturbed, Lin Zichu breathed a sigh of relief and continued. There will be a large-scale auction in Rongqing this afternoon. Are you interested in participating? Oh. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but soon realized the opportunity to spend money. He naturally had no interest in the auction, but was interested in the auction itself. For example, buy the auction. If so, it will cost a lot of money. Okay. After a few words, he hung up the phone. Who is it? Xi Mengyan saw Yi Xian hung up the phone and asked suspiciously. A friend. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then said, I'll go out for a while. Oh. Xi Mengyan nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Dad, you need to go out. Xiaoxi's cute voice came out, looking at her father, then you have to come back soon. Good. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, then looked at Mr. and Mrs. Yi. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving first. Drive slower. Half an hour later, the Wanjin auction will begin. Master Yi. When Lin Zichu saw Yi Xian, he greeted him respectfully. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then the two of them entered the auction. Old Zhang, this is Master Yi. Arriving at the auction hall, Lin Zichu introduced the man who was coming towards him. Young Master Yi, this is the person in charge of the auction. Hello, Mr. Yi. Zhang Zidong greeted him respectfully. As a longtime friend of Lin Zichu, he naturally knew how extraordinary the person was who could impress him. Your presence will make our auction even more glorious. Yeah. Looking around, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Actually, I didn't come to the auction for the auction. Oh? Zhang Zidong couldn't help but wonder after hearing this, who is Yi Xiao? It's very simple. Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I want to buy your auction. Money is not an issue. Pft, cough cough. Hearing the arrogant words, Zhang Zidong almost choked on his tea. Master Yi, are you really going to buy the auction? Good. Yi Xian nodded, and Lin Zichu's eyelids twitched. He originally wanted to introduce him to his friends, but he didn't expect that young Master Yi took a fancy to the auction. This. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zidong coughed and said, Well, Mr. Yi, I still need to report this matter to the boss. Nature. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Zhang Zidong called the boss behind the auction. Hello, boss. Master Yi said that he wants to acquire the auction? Yes, I understand. After a while, Zhang Zidong breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. Master Yi. The boss said that I am the authorized representative to purchase the property at the auction, but... After a pause, Zhang Zidong continued, the acquisition will cost at least 500 million, and this is the lowest estimated price at the auction. 500 million? Listening to Zhang Zidong's words, Yi Xian nodded slightly. I want it. Beep. As the transfer was successful, Zhang Zidong was filled with emotion and even more awe. That's 500 million. He gave it to him so lightly, without even blinking an eye. However, if he knew that Yi Xian had used 900 trillion, he didn't know how he would react. Master Yi, this is the acquisition contract. Zhang Zidong took a breath and continued, after signing, the Wanjin auction will be yours. Good. After the acquisition was completed, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the trip was worthwhile. Young Master Yi, walk slowly. After visiting the auction for a while, Zhang Zidong saw Yi Xian and the other person off. He heaved a sigh of relief only when they disappeared from his sight. The scene just now seemed like a dream. A few minutes later, Zhang Zidong returned to the auction. Squeak. As the door of a private room was pushed open, a young man was seen waiting in the room for a long time. Young Master Jiang. Zhang Zidong bowed respectfully, and the young man nodded slightly. Uncle Zhang, Yi Xian is gone. Zhang Zidong responded without overstepping the boundaries and was very respectful to the young man. What you said just now is true. Zhang Buchan looked out the window and asked with his eyes narrowed. Absolutely true. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath and said, the fact that my good friend surrendered to me speaks volumes. Moreover, according to my friend, Yi Xian is very powerful and even a second-rate master like him can't be defeated with one move. After a pause, Zhang Zidong continued, this Yi Xian is at least at the peak of a second-rate expert, or even a first-rate expert. Oh. In his early 20s, he already has such strength. Zhang Buchan's eyes were determined, and he continued, if we can make friends with this person, he may be a great help in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ding dong. At one point, Lin Zichu received a message on his phone. Dear CCB user, 300 million renminbi has been deposited into your account ending with 4286 on September 28, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the text message he received, Lin Zichu was stunned. Master Yi, what are you doing? Obviously, he saw that the person who transferred the money was Yi Xian. These 300 million are for the operation of Dihao Group. This is Master Yi. Looking at the huge sum of money in his hands, Lin Zichu was filled with emotion. The previous acquisition of Wanjin Auction had already cost him 500 million, and now it was another 300 million, plus the previous acquisition of the Wenkeo village land for 500 million. Yi Xiao, who exactly is he? You must know. This kind of skill is far beyond the ability of ordinary people, and Yi Xiao didn't even blink an eye from beginning to end. Ha! After saying goodbye and watching the supercar drive away, Lin Zichu took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. Master Yi, Zichu will definitely live up to your expectations. In the supercar, Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective, God-level medical skills. Wealth, 8999993869981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 23. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. System, exchange skills. The supercar is speeding, and the summoning system suddenly activates new abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the beast control ability to the god level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability can make all beasts have unprecedented affinity for the host, and at the same time can also control all beasts. Wow! Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little confused. God-level beast control seemed very cool? Chapter 42 My dear wife, are you jealous? Buzz. Unconsciously, the beast-controlling ability spread out with Yi Xian as the center, and a magical scene occurred on both sides of the road under the invisible wave. Thousands of rats, snakes and insects appeared on the road. The king is calling. Hurry, I want to see the king. The aura of the king, that's for sure. Deep in the jungle, there were tigers, brown bears, and other animals rioting. Looking down from the air, one could see clouds of dust rising in the distant sky, as if a tide of beasts was approaching. Squeak. However, the busy road in the distance was suddenly congested and paralyzed. Ah, that's... Oh my god, what happened? Animals are rioting, is the end of the world coming? Mom, I want to go home, this is so scary. Everyone must have been looking around in horror as countless beasts were rushing towards one direction at a terrifying speed, and everyone could clearly sense the excitement and fanaticism of these animals. Woof woof. In a car full of pet dogs, all of them were restless and resisting, especially the husky. At a certain moment, they finally broke free from the cage and ran away. Quick! The king wants to see you. The dogs were running like crazy, and the truck driver was stunned. No, don't go. On the side, not far away. The fish ponds that were being transported were also all boiling with anger, and many of them even jumped out of the car and onto the ground, jumping towards the direction where the king's aura was. Scenes like this occur in every corner of this road. Fuck. What the hell? What the hell? Everyone who got out of the traffic jam was stunned. What the hell just happened? All the animals are rioting, how could this happen? However, as the king's breath soon faded away, the crazy animals returned one after another. This strange scene really made everyone shudder with fear. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from Dao Dao's throat. The scene in front of him was too abnormal. However, Mu Yixian had no idea about this. Who knows how he would react if he knew? As night fell, Yixian returned to Wenkeo village. Squeak! As the car stopped, he pushed the door and got out. Woof woof! Xiaobai ran over from the bamboo building courtyard, and Yixian strangely understood what it said. Master, you are back. This is. Yixian was shocked when he realized that he could actually understand Xiaobai's words. It was worthy of the god-level beast taming ability. Rubbing Xiaobai's head, Yixian's mouth curled up. The system is getting more and more interesting. Go play. Yixian smiled slightly, and Xiaobai ran away happily, circling around Yixian a few times before running away. Daddy is back. When Xiaoxi heard Xiaobai's call, she ran out with a happy face, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This guy. When Xi Mengyan saw someone, she couldn't help but glare at him. She was just playing with her daughter, and she heard that a certain guy came back and abandoned her without any conscience. Undoubtedly, Xi Mengyan was full of jealousy at this moment. Hee, Daddy, go and coax mommy quickly. Xiaoxi made a face at her mother and hid behind her father, smiling happily. Well. After hearing this, Yixian looked over and saw that his arrogant wife was sulking, and he could smell the jealousy from a long distance away. Mengyan baby, come and hug me. Without waiting for Xi Mengyan to say anything, he hugged the beauty with a big hug. However, this scene stunned Ye's father and mother, and Xi Mengyan's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. What are you doing? After glaring at someone, Ye's father and mother coughed dryly. Well, you guys continue. After saying that, the old couple walked towards the main building, leaving the space in the middle to the young couple. Look at you. Seeing his father and mother leave, Xi Mengyan wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Is this guy crazy? What did you do? To be honest, at that moment Xi Mengyan wanted to tear this guy into pieces, it was so infuriating. How? Holding the slender waist of the beautiful woman in his arms, Yixian said with a smile, My dear wife, are you jealous? Put. Who is jealous? I'm not. With a delicate snort, Xi Mengyan's jealousy dissipated at a visible speed, and was replaced by a hint of sweetness, which felt sweeter than honey. Wei. Just then, an inappropriate laugh was heard from the side. Following the sound, I looked. But I found that Xiaoxi was covering her eyes and looking at her parents showing their love through her fingers. Tug. Seeing that the little guy was still there, Xi Mengyan's face suddenly turned even redder. Dad, Mom, you guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. Xiaoxi was still watching openly, but Xi Mengyan glared at him and said, Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? In fact, how could she be so attached to someone at this moment? Hurry up, don't let me go. I was really pissed off by that guy's audacity. Is it really okay for that bastard to behave like that in front of the little guy? Ding-a-ling. After a while of being bored, the atmosphere was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone, which made Xi Mengyan feel as if she had been pardoned. Hey, Xiao Li. After answering the call, Xi Mengyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, something big has happened. Xiao Li on the other side then delivered a bombshell. Song Tianming is dead. What? After hearing this, Xi Mengyan was stunned and then looked incredulous. How is it possible? You know. Song Tianming is the only descendant of the Song family in Jiangcheng. He has now begun to take control of the Song group. How could he be killed at this critical moment? Absolutely true. Xiao Li took a deep breath and thought for a moment. It is said, it was because of revenge. Vendetta? Xi Mengyan frowned, then nodded. Okay, I understand. Upon hearing the news, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, she knew Song Tianming's character too well. Now that he was killed, it meant that Yixian was no longer in danger. If Song Tianming knew about this in the afterlife, I wonder if he would crawl out and confront me face to face. Damn it, Yixian was the one who killed me. Certainly. This scene will never appear. After hanging up the phone, Xi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. What's wrong? Seeing Xi Mengyan's reaction, Yixian asked suspiciously. Yixian, there is good news. Xi Mengyan pondered for a moment. Song Tianming is dead. Yeah. Yixian smiled slightly. He was very clear about this. He who dares to snatch a woman from me deserves to die. Put. What are you talking about? After hearing this, Shi Mengyan glared at a certain bastard. Don't you know that the dead are the greatest? But this guy, isn't he surprised at all? Chapter 43 I will take care of my kidneys, and you will make money to support the family. The next day, early morning. In front of the exquisite bamboo house, after a few days of sightseeing, it's time to go back. Grandpa and Grandma, goodbye. Xiaoxi waved goodbye, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the airport, ending her trip to Wenkeo village. Ha! Shi Mengyan heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally leaving. They were about to meet that guy's parents. At the same time, they had also broken through the last step. I don't know whether she should be happy or sad. Dad, it's so fun here. Xiaoxi looked at the scenery outside the window and chirped reluctantly, can we come back next time? As he spoke, Xiaoxi couldn't let go of Xiaobai. Woof woof. Xiaobai cried for help and twisted his body to try to break free from Xiaoxi's clutches. Master, help! Yi Xian actually heard Xiaobai's cry for help, but he turned a deaf ear to it. After all, to him, his daughter was the most important person in the world. Yi Xian, what are your plans for the future? Looking at the beautiful scenery of flying backwards, the scenes of this trip flashed before her eyes like a movie. This is undoubtedly her most beautiful memory. Planning? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then continued, I will take care of my kidneys, and you will be responsible for making money to support the family. Well. Listening to what someone said, Shi Mengyan couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Tisk. You, what are you talking about? Indeed, Shi Mengyan was stunned by this guy's words, and her face turned red, spreading to her neck. What's going on? Take good care of your kidneys and earn money to support your family. It's a good thing that this guy could think of this, but the image of that guy recovering his kidneys can't help but emerge in my mind. I can't even imagine that scene. This guy's kidneys still need to be taken care of? To this, she has the final say. Besides, she is the one who needs to be supported. Seriously. Rolling her eyes at someone, Shi Mengyan asked, after all, this was related to her focus for some time to come. Yi Xian thought for a moment, looked at the beautiful lady and said, spend money. All right. Listening to someone's words, Shi Mengyan shook her head helplessly, thinking that Yi Xian was joking, but she had no idea what Yi Xian was worrying about. For a man with 900 trillion, having too much money is also a thought. In the afternoon, in front of Yulong Villa. Oh, you're finally back. After parking the car and looking at the familiar scenery, Xiaoxi spoke. Enter the living room. However, I saw a familiar figure. Uncle Xiaodao. When Xiaoxi saw the person coming, a look of joy appeared on her face. Woof woof. But at this moment, the little white dog was barking at the little knife. He. Xiaoxi picked up Xiaobai and rubbed him. Don't be mean, this is your uncle. Woohoo. Being rubbed by Xiaoxi, the little white dog immediately whimpered and looked at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes, obviously asking for help and trying to break free. You little brat, what are you doing? When Shi Mengyan saw her younger brother, she was stunned and was quite surprised. Hey, what do you mean I'm not thinking about my brother-in-law? Oh no. Halfway through the conversation, he quickly changed the subject. I just miss you, sister, and want to exchange some feelings. Tisk. He glanced at his unscrupulous brother. His words just now completely exposed his intentions. I don't believe you. I don't want to bother with you. He rolled his eyes at Shi Xiaodao, then looked at the little white dog. Xiaoxi, let's go. Let's go give Xiaobai a bath. Oh yeah. When Xiaoxi, who was playing with Xiaobai, heard this, her face was full of excitement. Xiaobai, we are going to take a bath. Woof woof. When Xiaobai heard this, he opened his eyes and shouted anxiously. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaobai and heard what it meant. No, Master Xiaobai doesn't want to take a bath. However, obviously, its resistance was futile. Brother-in-law, that puppy is so cute. Shi Xiaodao also likes Xiaobai very much, but he didn't feel comfortable competing for favor since his eldest niece was holding him. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly, thinking about the trip to Wenkeo village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the gaming ability to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, the gaming level of this ability host is enough to be on par with gods, and comes with a black plug-in. I exchanged skills again, but this time I exchanged for gaming abilities? What the hell? In fact, this ability is a bit useless. How can it be just games? Could it be possible to make myself a game live broadcaster? Brother-in-law. At this time, Shishioda's voice came from the side. Can you play games? Yes, the most popular chicken eating game right now. Well. After hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. What a joke. Really? The system will not activate such a skill for itself for no reason. Brother-in-law eating chicken game? A little. Yi Xian said modestly, and Shi Xiaodao was delighted when he heard it. Really? That's great, brother-in-law. Then let's play around. Shi Xiaodao couldn't wait to log into the chicken game, and then skillfully downloaded and registered an account for her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, follow me closely. After landing, they came to a room, and Shi Xiaodao explained patiently. Soon, Yi Xian was fully armed with an M416 in his left hand and an ACM in his right hand, and was equipped with a high-precision sniper rifle and grenades. Quick! Brother-in-law, be careful. There is someone hiding behind the tree in the distance. Bang! At this moment, Yi Xian fired a bullet and accurately killed the hunter lurking behind the tree. Wow! When Shi Xiaodao saw the enemy being killed, he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Brother-in-law, you are so lucky. Get the first kill right away. As they were talking, the two walked out of the room and came to an open space. There were 3 teammates in front, surrounding Yi Xian. Ta. The 3 bullets fired quickly and efficiently, each shot hitting the head and killing 3 enemies. Shi Xiaodao just reacted when he saw the 3 enemies being killed. I'll go. Shi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law in disbelief. Brother-in-law, are you sure you know this? Indeed. The level is too high, absolutely god level, every shot is a headshot, and the reaction is too fast, he can't keep up at all. Just like that. Yi Xian and his brother-in-law are playing the chicken game and showing off. As expected, he won the game easily, but Shi Xiaodao was shocked, and the scenes of following his brother-in-law just now appeared in front of him. Powerful. Brother-in-law, invincible. Suddenly, Shi Xiaodao's eyes changed when he looked at his brother-in-law. His face flushed with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. If I were a woman, I would marry you. Roll. Yi Xian glanced at his brazen brother-in-law and said, Go ask your sister if she agrees. Hey, I'm not kidding. Shi Xiaodao rubbed the back of his head, then thought of something and asked tentatively, Ahem, what brother-in-law? Lend me some money. Borrow money? Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Yi Xian looked at the game screen and smiled meaningfully. Why, are you in love? When these words came out, Shi Xiaodao's heart skipped a beat. How did my brother-in-law know this? Chapter 44 If my sister dares to break up with you, I will break off all ties with her. No way. Shi Xiaodao's face flushed red. This was his biggest secret. Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. I looked around nervously, then breathed a sigh of relief when I couldn't see my sister. Yeah. Seeing his brother-in-law was still stubborn, Yi Xian pointed out the problem to his teammates on the screen. Look, it's the little girl who met love around the corner. Poof. The sudden revelation really caught Shi Xiaodao off guard and he was really shocked. He remembered that they didn't speak during the entire game because they were afraid that his brother-in-law would find out. I thought I had hidden it well, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape my brother-in-law's eyes. Ahem, brother-in-law, how did you find out? At this moment, Shi Xiaodao no longer had the confidence he had before and whispered in a low voice. I'm not blind. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his brother-in-law, and then said, You met you at an intersection, and met love at a corner. It's too obvious. Any fool would know that. Well. Shi Xiaodao was speechless after hearing this. This shouldn't be the case. They have been playing together for a long time and have never been discovered. According to his brother-in-law, there are too many fools. Hey, brother-in-law has a keen eye. Shi Xiaodao flattered him without leaving any trace, and then said, however, please keep it a secret, brother-in-law. You kid. Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law. If that girl knew about this, she would definitely be beaten up. Rest assured. Yi Xian nodded, then fiddled with his phone, and soon Shi Xiaodao received a message. Brother-in-law is generous. After Shi Xiaodao finished speaking, he looked at his phone, but when he saw the information on the phone, he couldn't help but be stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000. Gulp. Shi Xiaodao swallowed hard. Brother-in-law, I love you so much. Go away. Yi Xian pushed away his brother-in-law who was about to pounce on him. Calm down, don't let the little girl suffer. Aha! She showdown nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and was so grateful to her brother-in-law that she believed her happiness for the rest of her life depended on him. Don't worry, brother-in-law. She showdown's eyes were full of confidence, and he said in a shocking tone, if my sister dares to break up with you, I will cut off all ties with her. Ha, your words are worth my support. Yi Xian smiled slightly. If Shi Mengyan knew about this, she wondered if she would fight with Yi Xian for 300 rounds. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Just then, Shi Mengyan and her mother, who had been bathing the little white dog, came back. Seeing the happy atmosphere between the two, they couldn't help but ask curiously. Swish. When Shi Xiaodao saw his elder sister suddenly approaching, his face immediately turned red and white, and he was really scared. Joke. If his secret was known by his elder sister, it would be absolutely devastating for him. Nothing. Shi Xiaodao suppressed his anxiety and coughed dryly. Well, what, sister? You don't know, my brother-in-law is so handsome. Thinking of what his brother-in-law had just done, Shi Xiaodao couldn't help but get excited. My brother-in-law is really good at playing games, even better than those great players. Playing games? Hearing Shi Xiaodao's words, Shi Mengyan frowned. You just play games every day. And you're not doing your job. I couldn't help but mutter. The brat's study is the biggest headache for the whole family. Now this guy not only doesn't want to help, but also pushes the brat into the fire pit. Boom! Before Shi Mengyan could continue to attack, Yi Xian slapped her on the head. Nizi, you were so bold. Let's not do business, okay? Then, he looked her up and down at her graceful figure and said, in that case, let's have a good fight tonight. You. After hearing what that guy said, Shi Mengyan was stunned and was speechless for a moment. That guy was really shameless. Who cares about you? Afterwards, Shi Mengyan walked away with a glare at a guy. Glaring was the last thing she could do. Brother-in-law, awesome. Shi Xiaodao looked at his elder sister being held in the palm of his hand, and gave his brother-in-law a thumbs up. His elder sister was his nightmare, but now with his brother-in-law around, good days were coming. Hateful. Listening to her brother's complaints, Shi Mengyan felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She felt that her status in all aspects was plummeting. That guy. Obviously, Shi Mengyan knew that all this was because of Yi Xian's appearance. Even now it was like this, she dared not imagine what would happen in the future. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Shi Mengyan's heart skipped a beat. Hello, Mom. After answering the call, Shi Mengyan looked guiltily at the two people in the living room and Xiaoxi and the little white dog playing not far away. Mother, she responded, then smiled and said, Mengyan, I heard that you have a boyfriend. Ah. Hearing what her mother said, Shi Mengyan's face flushed. Well, Mom, you already know everything. Snort. The whole group knows about it, what do you think? Shi's mother rolled her eyes and said this, and Shi Mengyan's face turned even redder. Mom, it's not what you think. Listen to my excuse. Oh no. Explain. However, Mother, she obviously didn't give her the time. Okay. I don't care about the affairs of you young people, by the way. After a pause, Shi's mother continued, your father and I will return to Jiangcheng in a few days, and I will bring you home to meet you then. This, Mom, actually. Beep beep beep. Before Shi Mengyan could finish, her mother hung up the phone, which made Shi Mengyan stunned. What are you talking about? What should I do? We'll see you in a few days. Thinking of this, Shi Mengyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At the same time, in a hotel in Shanghai. Are you sure? Shi's father asked with concern. After all, it was related to his daughter's lifelong affairs. Mother, she nodded, and then said, I have learned about it. That boy actually beat up Song Tianming for his daughter in front of the group. I think it should be good for my daughter. The wife nodded and said, then Ding Dong received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, a graduate of Jiangcheng University, owns 6 Yulong villas and dozens of supercars. In addition, he is also the boss of T-Online Music, Jinghuan Noble School, Rongqing Wanjin Auction, etc. Looking at the message on the phone, Shi Lingfeng was stunned. Good boy. Indeed, with so many identities added together, his net worth is no less than that of the Shi Group. What's wrong? When Mother Shi saw Father Shi's reaction, she looked over suspiciously. But. His brows furrowed as he asked, this is, our daughter's boyfriend, the student who just graduated. So many identities, amazing. Mother Shi couldn't help but gasp, and then she was a little confused. But, where have I heard this name before? Chapter 45. Come, let your husband give you a massage to relax you. After dinner, in the room. Ha! After taking a shower, Shi Mengyan wore thin black silk pajamas, which perfectly showed her slim figure. You must be tired after a hard day. Looking at the charming and beautiful lady under the warm yellow light, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Come, let your husband give you a massage to relax you. You. Feeling the strength of a guy's massage, Shi Mengyan glared at him and said, You have a conscience. She originally wanted to refuse, but the guy's massage technique was very comfortable. That's right. After a short massage, Shi Mengyan leaned into a guy's arms and said, My mother called during the day. They said they would return to Jiangcheng in a few days, and they wanted to see you. As she spoke, Shi Mengyan's face couldn't help but turn red. After all, this was too sudden and she was completely unprepared. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Xian held the slender waist in his arms and said, My mother-in-law is coming back. Let's meet. Seeing that guy acting so nonchalant, Shi Mengyan wanted to bite him hard. It was the first time he met the parents, and this guy was not nervous at all. Snort. Aren't you afraid that my parents won't like you? Restraining the urge to stab someone, Shi Mengyan glanced and said. How could that be? Yi Xian rubbed Shi Mengyan's head lovingly and said tenderly, It's not like your man is not good enough. Let's talk later. With my husband's irresistible charm, it's easy for him to deal with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Listening to what that guy said, Shi Mengyan was stunned. Pa! You bastard, you are so narcissistic. As she spoke, Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone. Charm that has nowhere to go? That guy, how can he say that? Narcissism? Hearing this, Yi Xian was immediately unhappy, raised his hand and hooked his fair chin. Mengyan, my wife, your man is capable, okay. But now my dear wife is becoming more and more courageous. Come, let your husband teach you a lesson. Just like this, after an unknown amount of time, the drums of war stopped. As for Shi Mengyan in his arms, she had already fallen into a sound sleep. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be another sweet and warm dream. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, a cell phone rang, and I was stunned when I saw the caller ID. Hey, Zitian. Obviously, the caller was none other than Lin Zitian. Master Yi. The man on the other side paused for a moment before speaking. It's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you and the young lady's rest? Without. Yi Xian glanced at the gorgeous lady beside him. If she had come 10 minutes earlier, she would have disturbed him. Of course, it was not certain whether he would answer the call or not. What's up? At this point in time, Lin Zitian would definitely not call unless there was a special situation. Now that he called, it was obvious that there was something he couldn't handle or couldn't make up his mind about. That's right. Lin Zitian breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained, We just caught a suspicious person, and we don't know how to deal with him. Oh. After hearing Lin Zitian's words, Yi Xian's eyes of insight suddenly saw a man with extraordinary eyebrows. This man is quite interesting. After saying a few words, Yi Xian hung up the phone and left the villa. A few minutes later. Swish. Yi Xian's figure appeared in the field. If an outsider saw it at that speed, he would be shocked. Master Yi. When Lin Zitian saw the visitor, he greeted him respectfully, and so did his subordinates beside him. That's the man. As he spoke, Lin Zitian looked at the man with an extraordinary temperament, and he was naturally not an ordinary person either. May I have your name? The man looked at Yi Xian and thought for a moment. Fangzhen. I told you, my sister is in danger, I'm going to save her. Fangzhen's eyes were filled with anxiety. Just a few minutes ago, his sister's colleague called him and said that they were harassed by gangsters. He was worried that something might happen, so he left the bamboo house in the woods and prepared to go there. Unexpectedly, I met Lin Zitian and his group. Master Yi, this boy's steps are steady and he is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Zitian looked at Fangzhen warily, otherwise he would not have asked Yi Xian for instructions. Yeah. Yi Xian looked at Fangzhen with interest. Even though his tendons and veins are completely broken, he still has the physique of an ordinary person. But are you sure you can save your sister in your condition? What? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zitian's eyes fell on Fangzhen. Master Yi, what did you say? This man's tendons and veins are all broken, how is this possible? Indeed, Lin Zitian was shocked. You know, it is lucky to be alive with all the tendons and veins broken. How could he be like a normal person? You. Fang Zhen's face changed drastically after hearing this. You know, this is his biggest secret. If his identity is exposed to them, it will be a disaster for them. Who is it? At that time, he was feared by all the countries as the king of mercenaries. Unfortunately, he offended the Hades Palace during a mission, which resulted in the arrival of masters from the Hades Palace organization and severe damage to him. He has been lingering on until now. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his sister. And if he hadn't been worried about his sister, he would have committed suicide long ago. It seems your sister is very important to you. Yi Xian smiled at Fang Zhen, then said, I can save your sister, but from now on your life belongs to me. How? Looking quietly at Fang Zhen in front of him, Lin Zitian looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Does Yi Xiao want to accept this person? This. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fang Zhen fell silent. He was very clear about his own situation. It was impossible for him to rescue his sister with his ability. Even. He has no idea how his sister is doing now. Good. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Zhen's eyes became determined. As long as you save my sister, my life will be yours. Very good. Hearing Fang Zhen's decision, Yi Xian showed a meaningful look. In the future, you will be glad for your decision today. Now, I'll give you a gift. As the voice fell, dozens of golden needles turned into golden light and accurately penetrated into the major acupoints on Fang Zhen's body. Then a magical scene appeared. I saw a vibrant vitality emerging from Fang Zhen's body. Then, repairing his broken tendons and veins, Fang Zhen's eyes widened as he felt the changes in his body. Is this, my tendons and veins recovering? How is this possible? Indeed, the scene happening before my eyes was too unbelievable. At some point, Yi Xian took back the golden needle, and Fang Zhen felt that his physical condition was better than ever. Although he had no strength at all, he felt that recovery was only a matter of time. Thump! Thinking of this, the mercenary King Fang Zhen knelt on the ground. He knew that the man in front of him was his benefactor in life. I will never forget your kindness, sir. Get up. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said, now that the tendons and veins have recovered, if you want to regain your strength, you still need to take medicine. In half a year at most, we can return to our peak. What? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zitian's eyes widened and he looked at Fang Zhen in astonishment. Master Yi actually cured the broken tendons and veins. Such medical skills are amazing. Chapter 46, Healing Broken Veins and Subduing the Mercenary King. This. When everyone around heard this, they all looked at Yi Xian in shock. What a guy. The broken tendons and veins were healed. It's so amazing. Young Master Yi's medical skills have reached such a high level. My goodness, if I follow such a genius, I will be able to soar to great heights in the future. For a moment, they all felt honored to be Yi Xian's subordinates. Back to the top. Hearing this, Fang Zhen was extremely excited. No one knew how he had survived these years. On the one hand, he didn't want his sister to run around for her, and on the other hand, he had to be wary of the people in the underworld palace. He was like a useless man and couldn't protect his sister at all. It's Yi Xian. She gave him a new life and dignity. She not only saved him, but also provided security for her sister. He can only repay her great kindness with the rest of his life. Thank you, sir. Fang Zhen took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. Yi Xian's status in his heart had already risen to a height that no one could surpass. From now on, anyone who targets you will be his enemy. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, and then said, from now on, just call me Master Yi like them. Yes. Fang Zhen responded respectfully. Although he was forced by his sister before, he was now convinced. Then, Yi Xian looked into the distance and said, next, go save your sister. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Fang Zhen took a deep breath and thanked him again. With young Master Yi's help, his sister would have nothing to worry about. Ha! When Lin Zitian saw what Yi Xiao did, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he called Yi Xiao, otherwise it would have been a big deal. Ahem, Brother Fang. I'm sorry for what happened. With a dry cough, Lin Zitian felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were family now. Fine. Fang Zhen naturally didn't care, and then said gratefully, if it weren't for Brother Lin, I wouldn't have known Master Yi. Speaking of which, Brother Lin is also half my benefactor. Well. For a moment, Lin Zitian felt embarrassed after hearing this. Brother Fong, you are joking. You must know. Fongjin, whose tendons and veins are all broken, still looks like an ordinary person. One can imagine how strong he was at his peak. That's right. Brother Fong, what's your sister's name? Lin Zitian looked at Fongjin suspiciously. Fong Shirhan. Fongjin breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face when he said the name. If it weren't for Shirhan, I would have died long ago. Hi. Everything is over. Following Master Yi, things will get better and better in the future. Seeing Fongjin in a low mood, Lin Zitian said to comfort him. Fongjin nodded heavily. He had the same feeling. After all, the miraculous medical skills demonstrated before had already explained everything. Hyatt Regency Palace Club, lobby. TSK, what a beautiful lady. A yellow-haired man looked at the pretty girl in front of him with undisguised heat in his eyes. He was the gangster Fongjin mentioned, and he had 5 or 6 men around him. No one in the field dared to step forward, because the yellow-haired man was the one who controlled this club. Even the manager could only sigh. I'm sorry, Brother Huangmao, Shirhan didn't mean it. Bang! Before the colleague could finish speaking, the yellow-haired man slapped her to the ground, then grabbed the female colleague by the hair, dragged her aside and threw her out. Grass! Who do you think you are? How dare you disturb me while I am being intimate with this beautiful girl? After the yellow-haired man finished speaking, his eyes fell on Fong Shirhan again, looking up and down at her perfect figure. Shirhan, right? What a nice name. I guess she hasn't lost her virginity yet. Hearing this, Fong Shirhan's pretty face turned pale. What are you going to do? However, when Huangmao saw Fong Shirhan was frightened and looked pitiful, the heat in his eyes became even stronger. Rest assured. I'll let you know how happy I am later. After saying that, the yellow-haired man pulled Fong Shirhan and headed towards the box. His intention was obvious. Stop. At the critical moment, the door of the club was kicked open, and then a group of people appeared. You're ruining my good deeds, you fucking. Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Xian slapped him in the face, sending him flying several meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Wow! The surrounding area immediately fell into chaos and many guests dispersed, fearing that they would be implicated. Brother Huangmao. You guys are looking for death. Bang 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 bang. Before they could say anything, Lin Zitian's men had already defeated the yellow-haired boy in no time. After all, they were all third-rate masters. Shirhan, are you okay? Fongjin hurried to his sister's side and asked with concern in his eyes. Brother, why are you here? When Fong Shirhan saw her brother, her expression changed drastically. Go quickly, the boss behind Hyatt Huagong is not someone we can afford to offend. Rest assured. Lin Zitian was stunned when he saw the charming Fong Shirhan. My goodness, Fongjin's sister is so beautiful. Sister Shirhan, no one can bully you today. Mad. The dazed Huangmao struggled to get up and looked at Yi Xian angrily. Boy, do you know who my big brother is? How dare you touch me? In fact, Huangmao had been working in Hyatt Palace for several years and had never been treated like this. Bang! As soon as Huangmao finished speaking, Yi Xian slapped him in the face. Really? Call someone. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief, but he didn't wait for him to think about it. Beat. The scolding almost scared the yellow-haired guy to death. He swallowed his saliva, knowing that he had met a ruthless person today. Boy, just wait. Then, Huangmao dialed the phone. Yi Xian moved a chair and sat in the middle of the hall, crossing his legs to see what kind of monsters were behind the Hyatt Palace. Hiss. Fong Shirhan looked at the handsome and domineering Yi Xian, and her heart couldn't help but jump up. Brother, who is he? Master Yi. Fongjin looked at his sister and continued, he is our greatest benefactor in our lives. Oh. After hearing what her elder brother said, Fong Shirhan looked at Yi Xian and nodded as if she understood. The yellow-haired man looked at Yi Xian with a sneer in his eyes. His elder brother was a bully in Jiangcheng, nicknamed Master Tuesday. He got this title because he single-handedly wiped out the entire family of his opponent. He is absolutely a ruthless person, at least to the yellow-haired people. How brave! Soon, a voice came from outside the club. How dare you act wildly in Tuya's territory? Then, outside the club, Tuyi brought hundreds of people into the club, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Let Master Tu see what you are capable of. As the voice fell, Tu Yi turned into a black light and punched towards Yi Xian. Presumptuous. When Lin Zitian saw Tu Yi making a move, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian. He also met his punch with a bang, and then they both retreated. Lin Zitian took a step back, and Tu Yi on the opposite side retreated 3 steps. What? Such a scene stunned many of Tu Yi's men behind him. Their eyes widened. It was impossible. Tu Yi was actually at a disadvantage. Chapter 47, One Finger, defeated Tu Yi? Good skills. Master Tu's eyes fell on Lin Zitian and he was secretly shocked, while Lin Zitian glanced at Master Tu. If it was before, he might have been afraid, but now he is not far from being a second-rate master, so naturally he would not take the butcher in front of him seriously. Master Yi, how do we deal with this person? Looking at Master Tu, Lin Zitian looked at his own Master Yi. Disposal? Yi Xian looked at Master Tu and said, I'll give you 2 choices. Either surrender, or die. Speaking of which, it's time for Jiangqing to start planning. What? After these words were spoken, the yellow-haired man was completely confused and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Is that kid crazy? Actually, want to make Master Tu surrender? Yeah. Master Tu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Zitian. This person is not enough to make me surrender. Sniff. As the voice fell, Tu Yi's face turned red and he gathered his strength to attack at an extremely fast speed. Master Yi, be careful. Lin Zitian's face changed drastically. He obviously didn't expect that Master Tu would suddenly attack, although he knew that Master Tu could not hurt Yi Xiao at all. Looking at Tu Yi's rapid attack, Yi Xian stretched out a finger to meet it. Madman. When the yellow-haired man saw Yi Xian's actions, his face was full of sarcasm. That kid is finished. You must know. Master Tu went mad, and his fighting power was comparable to that of a second-rate master. That guy actually dared to resist with just 1 finger, and the same was true for the hundreds of his men around him. Looking at Yi Xian with ridicule, he is still young. Even with this, you still want to submit to their butcher master, are you kidding? Snort. Tu Yi naturally saw Yi Xian's actions and grinned, boy, you were so arrogant. Let me show you how powerful Master Tu is. As he spoke, Master Tu increased the strength in his hands and smashed towards Yi Xian. This. Fang Zhen was a little shocked when he saw this. That Master Tu's skills were barely comparable to a second-rate master. Although he could kill instantly at his peak, he definitely couldn't block it with just 1 finger now. Bang! As expected, Fang Zhen punched him and his expression changed drastically. After the dull sound, the next moment he flew backwards at an even faster speed, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler than paper. The sudden scene really shocked everyone. What? The yellow-haired man was stunned, his eyes widened, staring at the field. That kid, how is it possible? 1 finger, defeated Master Tu. Indeed, the scene before him had a huge impact on him. Who is Tu Yi? He is the overlord of this area. Even those third-rate families are polite to him. But right now, in front of that boy, I was so vulnerable. It's terrifying when you think about it. Huang Ma was completely frightened, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Pfft, cough, cough. Tu Yi was extremely shocked and looked at Yi Xian in horror. You, how is it possible? Then, when he looked at Yi Xian again, his eyes changed. And if he hadn't held back just now, he would probably be dead now. Powerful. That man was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. He had never felt this way before. My goodness. All of Tu Yi's men swallowed their saliva. Damn it, not even Tu Yi could defeat that guy with just a finger. If they went up, they would die without knowing how. Oh my god, how could there be such a powerful person in the world? They had never seen or even heard of him. Wow. Fang Shihan saw the benefactor in front of him defeat the boss behind Hyatt Huagong with just 1 finger, and her eyes were full of admiration. Brother, benefactor is so powerful. Yeah. Fang Zhen was also filled with emotion at this moment. Just 1 finger really defeated someone who was comparable to a second-rate master, and if Yi Xiao had not held back at the last moment, that person would have either died or been disabled. Such strength seems not weaker than that of the underworld palace at all. Perhaps one day in the future, I will be able to avenge myself. Thinking of this, Fang Zhen looked at Yi Xian and became more determined to follow him. Ha! After pondering for a while, Tu Yi's eyes flashed. Although he was the bully in Jiangcheng, he was nothing in front of the real bosses in those families. And Hyatt Palace has looked glamorous over the years, but in reality it has been surviving in the cracks between those big guys and families. He knows all too well the pain that goes through. If only he could catch up with this adult. In the future, even Jiangcheng will have a place for him. After all, he has never seen such a skilled person before in his life. Even those big guys may not have such a skilled person. Thinking of this, Tu Yi's eyes became determined. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, Tu Yi knelt on one knee and said, "I am willing to submit to you and serve you." As soon as this scene came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. When Lin Zitian saw this, his eyes narrowed, thinking that Yi Xiao's method was amazing, and the bully of Jiangcheng, Tu Yi, surrendered like this. Not good. When Huang Mao saw this, he felt a chill in his heart and a sense of uneasiness became even stronger. Yi Xian nodded slightly, very satisfied with Tu Yi's decision. Why don't you kneel down and greet the master? Then, Master Tu gave a look, and hundreds of his men knelt on the ground in unison. We greet you, sir. The momentum was so huge that it was unparalleled at the time. Get up. Yi Xian smiled slightly, now the layout is considered a success. Thank you, sir. Butcher breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart finally relaxed. He stood up with hundreds of his men. Someone come. Go and destroy the yellow-haired guy and throw him out of the club. Afterwards, Tu Yi ordered his men. They were naturally decisive people. Now that they had surrendered to Master Yi, a mere yellow-haired man was insignificant. Master Tu, don't. I don't dare. Snap. Before he could finish his words, his four limbs were crippled and he was thrown out of the club with a thud. As for his future fate, no one knew, but it must have been extremely miserable. Snort. Fang Zhen snorted coldly when he saw this. If Master Yi had not been present, he would have definitely cut the yellow-haired man into pieces. He understands very well. If we hadn't arrived in time, my sister would have been in a disastrous situation. Ahem, I'm sorry, brother. Master Tu scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and then said, I am not good at managing my subordinates, I hope you will forgive me. Need not. Fang Zhen glanced at Tu Yi and naturally knew that they would be his own people from now on, so it would be bad to make things too awkward. Of course, the most important thing was to give face to young Master Yi. Sister, I'm sorry. Then Fang Zhen cast a very thoughtful look at Fang Shihan. No more words, from now on you are my Master Tu's sister. Whoever dares to bully you, I, Tu Yi, will wipe out his entire family. Seeing the scene, Fang Zhen's anger dissipated a lot. Lin Zitian looked at Tu Yi and saw a smile on his face. The future is really exciting. Chapter 48 Qianxue, do you know that adult? The crowd dispersed and the place became quiet. Just. Master Tu coughed dryly and said, Thank you for showing mercy, sir. Sniff. But at a certain moment, Yi Xian inserted dozens of golden needles into Tu Yi's body, and then activated them with mysterious techniques. This is a great medical skill. Feeling the changes in his body, Master Tu trembled all over, and then he became extremely excited. Because he found that the long-standing hidden illness had disappeared. Buzz. After about a few minutes, Master Tu was promoted to a second-rate master with such strength. This made Fang Zhen astonished. What a powerful method. He had never seen or even heard of this method before. Thump. The hidden disease was eliminated and his realm was elevated, which made Master Tu kneel on the ground in submission. Thank you, Master Yi, for your kindness. Yi Xian raised his hand to let him get up, and then said, This is what you deserve. But if you dare to betray me in the future. Snap. Yi Xianwei grasped the chair, and the next moment the fine mahogany chair turned into powder and scattered on the ground. This seat is the end. After being intimidated, Tu Yi's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes widened. I dare not. Gulp. He swallowed hard, truly shocked by the scene before him. Oh my God. He saw something, and with a slight force, the hard mahogany chair turned into powder. If it fell on him, it would turn into ashes. Master Yi, this. When Lin Zitian saw this, he was also shocked, so strong. In fact, this scene gave him a new understanding of Master Yi's strength. He was afraid that even a first-rate master could not do it. Brother, is this Master Yi performing magic? Fang Shihan opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the powdered sawdust in the field curiously. This was completely beyond her understanding. Ahem, I guess so. Fang Zhen said this with a dry cough. To be honest, he was also shocked. You know. At his peak, he was a top-notch master. Even the masters of the underworld palace who attacked him could not do this. Could it be that Yi Xiao was the legendary martial arts master? Magic? When Tu Yi and others heard this, their mouths twitched. Wow, have they ever seen such an awesome magic? This is clearly a sign of extreme strength. They will never forget this scene for the rest of their lives, until not long in the future, they realize that Yi Xiao is much more powerful than they imagined. Of course, this is all a story for later. After finishing everything, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the girl with good looks. You must be Shirhan. Seeing her benefactor's eyes on her, Fang Shirhan's heart tightened and her face turned red. Yeah. Shirhan, why don't you thank Master Yi for saving your life? Fang Zhen reminded them from the side. After all, if it weren't for Yi Xiao and his siblings, their situation would be unimaginable. Thank you, Master Yi, for saving my life. Fang Shirhan said this with a slightly dizzy face, her heart beating faster. Should she repay the favor of saving her life with her body? Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. We are one family, so there is no need to be so formal. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then thought of something. If you have nowhere to go, why not help me take care of the villa? Ah, this. Fang Shirhan was stunned when she heard what Yi Xiao said. She obviously didn't expect her benefactor to make this request. Shirhan. After Fang Zhen heard this, he was shocked. Why don't you thank Master Yi? You must know. The place where Yi Xiao lives is undoubtedly the safest place, and he will no longer have to worry about his sister living in Yi Xiao's villa from now on. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Although Fang Shirhan didn't know what this meant, she still agreed. After all, she knew that her brother would not harm her. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said, It's getting late today, let's go to the villa tomorrow. Yes, Master Yi. Fang Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief. She naturally knew that young Master Yi had been very kind to them, so she would do her best to help young Master Yi manage the villa. Tu Yi and Lin Zitian looked at Fang Shirhan with envy. After all, Yi Xiao's villa was the closest place to contact Yi Xiao. Undoubtedly, that will be the person Yi Xiao trusts the most. Butcher. Yi Xian looked at the magnificent Hyatt Palace, and then looked at Master Tu. I'm here. Master Tu bowed respectfully, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After all, this was Master Yi's first order. Here are 300 million. Yi Xian then took out a black card and continued, Your mission is to expand your power in the shortest possible time. Zitian and Fang Zhen will cooperate with you. Yes, Master Yi. Master Tu took a deep breath, glanced at Lin Zitian and Fang Zhen beside him, and responded solemnly with great excitement in his heart. Needless to say, Lin Zitian was even more powerful than before. As for Fang Zhen, although he did not make any move, he gave off a faint feeling that made everyone's heart palpitate. Although it is very faint, it does exist. Therefore, this Fang Zhen must be very extraordinary. When Lin Zitian heard this, he was overjoyed. You know, Yi Xiao's current layout in Jiangcheng means that it will be easier for the Dihao group to return to Jiangcheng in the future. And then, the day of their revenge is not far away. After giving a few instructions, Yi Xian left Hyatt Palace as the butcher nodded and bowed. Goodbye, Master Yi. The butcher had a smile on his face, almost flattering. After all, this was the backbone of his future unification of Jiangcheng's underground forces. With young Master Yi around, he was not afraid even if the sky fell. It was not until the supercar disappeared from his sight that the butcher breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with excitement. Ha! But at the same time, Su Qianxue was discharged from the hospital and saw this scene. That's Hyatt Palace Tu Yi. Su Qianxue's face was full of disbelief, because she saw the person Tu Yi respectfully bent down and called Master Yi, and it was none other than Yi Xian, who had sent her to the hospital. It's him. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Su Qianxue took a deep breath, and at the same time was extremely grateful that Yi Xian did not kill her that day, otherwise she would have been dead for a long time by now. Qianxue, do you know that adult? Su Jinlong looked not far away and naturally saw Yi Xian. After all, this was the first time he had seen someone who could make Master Tu treat him so seriously. If my daughter knew such an important person, their Su family would be able to take off. How come? Su Qianxue's heart tightened, and then she said, We just met once, but he didn't see me. Besides, how could such a big shot as mine have any intersection with me? Oh. When Su Jinlong heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and thought it was a pity. If that gentleman could become the son-in-law of their Su family, then their Jiangqing Su family would rise because of this. Dad, that big shot must not be provoked. Su Qianxue said this with a guilty conscience, and then she thought of something, especially my brother, I must keep an eye on him. Speaking of this, Su Qianxue thought of her eldest brother who would return from abroad in a while. She hoped that her eldest brother would not offend this adult by pursuing Xi Mengyan, otherwise the Su family would be in great trouble. Chapter 49. Don't think you're the only one who can take advantage. I can do it too. The next day, early morning. The first ray of sunlight shines through the gauze curtains and gently falls on the beauty's face. Her eyelashes flutter slightly, like a butterfly gently awakened by the sunlight. The sunlight draws a perfect arc on her nose, making her facial features more three-dimensional. The sunlight illuminated her face, making her look like a fairy from a painting, incredibly beautiful. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a handsome boy looking at her lovingly and quietly. Tug. Xi Mengyan couldn't help but blush, and glanced at someone coquettishly. What are you looking at? Without. Yi Xian smiled dotingly and tucked the slightly messy hair behind his ears. My wife Mengyan is so beautiful, my husband couldn't help but stare at her. Tisk. Xi Mengyan's face flushed as she listened to what that guy said. She didn't know how long that guy had been staring at her. And I hope nothing happened when I was sleeping. If that happened, I would be so embarrassed. You just talk nonsense. Although she said this, Xi Mengyan felt sweet in her heart, especially the smell of that guy and his warm embrace, which made her completely irresistible. How could that be? What my husband said is true. By the way, your man couldn't help but kiss me twice just now. Is that okay? Yi Xian was thinking of something and spoke seriously. Well. After hearing this, Xi Mengyan's beautiful eyes widened. Her surprised expression was particularly charming under the golden sunlight, especially the slight blush that followed. Yi Xian, you actually kissed me secretly. Snort. After saying that, Xi Mengyan was immediately filled with hatred. Was that guy crazy? How could he take advantage of the opportunity and break in? Cough. Dong knocked on Xi Mengyan's forehead lovingly and coughed dryly. My dear wife, what are you talking about? Can you blame me for this? Who made you so beautiful? I. Xi Mengyan was stunned after hearing this and was speechless for a moment. What? Was it her fault? That guy. It's so abominable, how could he do this? Why can't I win an argument with him? Is it really okay for you bastard to bully me like this? No. This is not fair to me. Xi Mengyan said arrogantly, and Yi Xian was stunned when he saw her appearance. Then tell me, how can we be fair? Then, close your eyes. Xi Mengyan glared at someone fiercely. You, okay. Yi Xian closed his eyes, but with the ability to see through things it was obviously no different from not closing his eyes. Only. Before Yi Xian could think about it, Xi Mengyan kissed a big bastard on the lips with a blushing face, and then let go as if she had been electrocuted, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Xi Mengyan didn't dare to look at someone. Now it's fair. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little stunned, and looked at Xi Mengyan in disbelief. Mengyan, my wife, you are so good at playing now? Snort. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone and said arrogantly, don't think you are the only one who can take advantage. I can do it too. My wife Mengyan is so amazing. Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. But it was quite good to be taken advantage of by this girl. At least he would not suffer any loss. Flirting and a wave of dog food. Xi Mengyan thought of something at some point, and raised her swan-like neck to look at a certain guy. By the way, there is a charity banquet today, will you come with me? Charity banquet? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this, then narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a great place to spend money, so there was no reason not to go. But you can't agree to it so easily. It's impossible to go without some benefits. Flower protector? Yi Xian paused and continued, it's not impossible. It's okay for my dear wife to give some benefits first. For example, French kiss. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mengyan's face flushed. Damn it, this guy is taking advantage of the situation again. But there were many big shots attending this charity dinner, and I was a little nervous. It was just a passionate kiss, it's not like I haven't done that before. Before Yi Xian could come to his senses, he was kissed by the beautiful woman. French kiss is quietly launched online. Snort. After a while, Xi Mengyan glanced at someone who was still not satisfied. It's alright now. Yeah, not bad. Yi Xian was savoring the feeling just now. Fortunately, he asked for some benefits, otherwise he would not have received such treatment. It's just a charity party. My husband went there. She paused and continued, don't worry, my husband is here. Any husband who dares to bully my baby Mengyan will be suppressed. Look at what you can do. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone, but she felt a lot more at ease in her heart and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's right, wife. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said seriously, if there are more such tasks in the future, please feel free to come. My husband likes it the most. Put. You wish, I don't want it. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes, then checked the time. Hurry up and get up, or we'll be late for the charity banquet. Oh. Come, Mengyan, your wife and husband will help you put on your clothes. While Yi Xian was speaking, he had already started to take action. No, I can do it myself, he. Before Xi Mengyan could finish her words, she glared at someone and had no choice but to let him help her put on her clothes. She didn't mind this feeling. After a delicious breakfast, we took a long run. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Xi Xiaodao looked at her formally dressed elder sister and brother-in-law curiously and asked. Yes, Dad. Xiaoxi was wearing a princess dress and tilted her head. To attend a charity dinner. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, let's have a big meal there today. Real. Long live Daddy. Xi Xiaodao and Xiaoxi were extremely excited, however, Xi Mengyan on the side twitched her lips slightly. What the hell, she was obviously attending a charity banquet herself. What does it have to do with this guy? Shouldn't we wish our mom long live her? Hey. Forget it, I don't want to bother with them. Brother-in-law, there should be a lot of people attending the charity dinner. I guess I'll meet a love rival. Xi Xiaodao. Hearing her unscrupulous brother's words, Xi Mengyan glared at him fiercely and gave him a death stare, which made Xi Xiaodao swallow his saliva. Rest assured. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, they are just a few kittens. I, your brother-in-law, can beat them to death with just a single hair. Daddy is so awesome. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly, even though she didn't know what her father meant. Ha, my brother-in-law is so domineering. Xi Xiaodao listened to her brother-in-law's words, and a scene of her brother-in-law beating his rival to death appeared in her mind. It was quite exciting, hee. Chapter 50 Sister Ruoxue, you are calling me brother-in-law boss? Tisk. Xi Mengyan glanced at a certain guy. She was not surprised by this and had become accustomed to his behavior. Just blow it as hard as you can. However, we certainly can't indulge this guy's boasting. If he continues like this, he will definitely get into trouble in the future. Boom. Before Xi Mengyan could continue to complain, Yi Xian hit her on the head. Well, you little Mengyan, you don't believe it, right? What do you want, Tian Gang? Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Yi Xian raised his lips and said, how about, your husband will perform with you at the charity banquet? You dare. Hearing this, Xi Mengyan was really scared, because she knew that the guy could do it. If that's the case, how would she cope? By then, there won't even be a chance to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That's good to know. Seeing Xi Mengyan showing weakness, Yi Xian said with a smile, don't always provoke your man, or I'll teach you a lesson later. Hee, Daddy is so handsome. Xiaoxi's face was smiling like a crescent as she watched her parents quarreling. This was her favorite scene. Sister, you and your brother-in-law should avoid showing affection. There are still people here. Xi Xiaodao kept saying something shocking, which made Xi Mengyan blush and she looked at him with murderous eyes. Show off your big head. Xi Mengyan glanced at her brother, which eye of yours saw the display of affection? My two eyes, Feeling the death gaze of his elder sister, Xi Xiaodao shrank his neck. Ahem, what sister, I was wrong. Snort. After hearing what her unscrupulous brother said, Xi Mengyan snorted with satisfaction. Then Xi Xiaodao made faces at her sister. Damn, her sister was too strong. When I get back, I will definitely let my brother-in-law discipline me. I can't go on like this. For a moment, Xi Xiaodao was thinking in rebellion. If Xi Mengyan knew about this, I wonder if she would hang Xi Xiaodao up and beat him. Soon, we arrived at Kunping Hotel in a pleasant atmosphere. This is where the charity banquet was held. Squeak! The sound of brakes was heard, and the group entered the Kunping Hotel. Mr. Yi. As soon as I entered the lobby of Kunping Hotel, I heard a familiar voice, and then Chen Bingkuan came over. You are also here to attend the charity banquet. This is Miss Meng Yan, right? Haven't seen you for a long time. As the person in charge of Kunping Hotel, Chen Bingkuan naturally knew a lot of people and had met Xi Mengyan several times before. Xi Mengyan smiled slightly, which made Chen Bingkuan's heart move. Wow, this young Master Yi is so lucky. Sister, why don't you hold your brother-in-law's arm? I want you to talk more. Xi Mengyan glared at her brother, but still put her slender hand around Yi Xian's arm, thus making their relationship public. After all, she had never treated any man like this before. How? Feeling Xi Mengyan's nervousness, Yi Xian held her slender waist and said, My dear wife, you are still nervous. This doesn't sound like a group boss. Snort. What do you care? Xi Mengyan glared at a certain guy, saying, How mean? How could he be so direct? But that guy is holding his waist. Is it really okay to appear in public like this? Meng Yan. After arriving at the center of the field, Mu Ruoxue greeted, Xiaodao, Xiaoxi is here too. Hey, meet the boss. After saying hello, Mu Ruoxue fell on Yi Xian and bowed slowly. Well. After hearing this, Xiaodao was stunned. Sister Ruoxue, you are calling me brother-in-law boss? Yes. Mu Ruoxue smiled slightly and continued, You may not know yet, Tianlai Music has been acquired by your brother-in-law. Hiss. After hearing this, Xiaodao took a breath of cold air. Of course he knew Tianlai Music. It was the biggest dark horse on the music platform right now and it was very popular. Brother-in-law, you not only bought the elite noble school, but also Tianlai Music is yours. It's okay. Yi Xian waved his hand and said this, but Mu Ruoxue was shocked. Elite noble school, the boss bought it. Xiaodao, you said your brother-in-law. After some understanding, Mu Ruoxue also understood, but she looked at her boss and best friend's husband in disbelief. When they went to participate in the Xiaodao event, they called the parents, beat up the head teacher, and even bought the school to make the head teacher apologize. What kind of operation is this? Indeed, Mu Ruoxue was stunned when she heard it. Although I wasn't there, I can still imagine how explosive it was. All right. Mu Ruoxue took a long time to digest this information. She really couldn't understand her boss's happiness. That's right. Mu Ruoxue thought of something and said to her bestie, Meng Yan, I just saw that bitch Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue. Xiaodao was stunned when he heard this, it's that bad woman. Yi Xian frowned. Su Qianxue got better so quickly. They were indeed a big family. Ignore her. Xi Mengyan shook her head and no longer cared about Su Qianxue. Ha! But at this moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong murderous intent coming from the darkness not far away. With the eyes of perspective, he suddenly found the source of the murderous intent, which was a middle-aged man with a somewhat similar appearance. This person seems familiar. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of where he had seen it before. But we should know soon. After eating some snacks, Yi Xian looked at Xi Mengyan, Meng Yan, I'm going to the toilet first. Xi Mengyan glared at someone. After all, her best friend was still by her side, even though she was that guy's subordinate. Brother-in-law, come back soon. Dad, we're waiting for you. The two little guys were talking to each other, unaware that their brother-in-law dad was going to do something big. Just like that, a few minutes later. Hotel open space. I've been following you for a long time, come out. A calm voice sounded, and then dozens of people rushed in from all directions, blocking all of Yi Xian's escape routes. The leader was none other than Song Tianming's father, Song Guofeng. Boy, you are very brave. Song Guofeng looked at Yi Xian coldly, you knew I was coming, but you still dared to leave me here alone. Yi Xian. It's not easy to find a chance to kill you. Song Guofeng's eyes were full of murderous intent. When he thought of his son's tragic death and the fact that this boy was so intimate with the girl his son was pursuing, he became filled with murderous intent. In particular, he found out that this guy was most likely the murderer of his son, although he had no direct evidence. Boy, is Tianming's death related to you? Song Guofeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. This was very important to him. Song Tianming? Yi Xian then thought of someone and then looked at Song Guofeng and understood. So, that idiot is your son. You want revenge? It's you. Song Guofeng listened to Yi Xian's almost confession, his eyes reddened. Kill him for me, I want him to be torn into pieces. Chapter 51 Meng Yan, it seems that your status is getting lower and lower. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. Boy, die. Dozens of people rushed forward, and Song Guofeng's face was full of ferocity. Only by grinding his bones and scattering ashes could he relieve his hatred. Presumptuous. Just as the person in front was about to attack, a figure appeared like lightning. Bang! With one punch, the third-rate master was killed on the spot before he could even come to his senses. Then a man appeared in front of Yi Xian. This man was none other than Mr. Tu, the owner of Hyatt Huagong. Butcher. When Song Guofeng saw the person coming, he naturally recognized him as Tu Yi, a tyrant of Jiangqing's underground forces. His face was gloomy and he said, "Asshole, this guy has a grudge against me for killing my son. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of my Song family?" Song Guofeng's face was gloomy. The butcher was a ruthless character, and he didn't want to be an enemy of such a madman unless it was absolutely necessary. Whoever moves less leaves will die. Tu Ye's eyes were firm, but Song Guofeng's murderous intent was even stronger. Okay. In that case, then you should die together. Kill. At the command, dozens of assassins from the Song family rushed towards Yi Xian and Tu Yi. Boy, you must die today. Even the Lord can't save you. Dozens of people attacked ruthlessly, but Yi Xian remained calm as he looked at the dozens of people running towards him. Yeah. Master Tu sneered, but an ordinary third-rate family in Jiangqing dares to show off its power. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. He narrowed his eyes. This was the first time that he helped young Master Yi, so naturally, Master Tu did not dare to slack off in the slightest. So, he wants to end the battle as quickly as possible. Swish. Dozens of figures rushed in from everywhere, each of them had the aura of a third-rate master and their combat power was far beyond their realm. A massacre quietly took place online. You know. In order to protect Yi Xiao, he brought his most elite men. Die. At this moment, the third-rate top master of the Song family stabbed Yi Xian in the heart at an extremely fast speed. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. Phew. But before he could get close, the neck of this third-rate master had already been cut, and bright red blood spurted out. The person who attacked was none other than Tu Yi. Hee, how is it possible for you, butcher? The Song family's third-rate top expert's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the guy who had killed him in an instant. Your strength is that of a second-rate expert. You have actually become a second-rate master. Before he died, the man realized why he was killed without even having time to react. What? Song Guofeng was shocked and looked at Master Tu in horror. The butcher has become a second-rate master. Not good. The strongest members of the Song family were killed, and it was obvious that the defeat was inevitable. However, before he could react, with a puff sound, one of Tu Ye's confidants pierced Song Guofeng's heart from behind. Before he died, he saw the hot blood on the tip of the knife. Only. He couldn't understand why the butcher, who was obviously a second-rate master, would submit to that boy. Plop. As Song Guofeng turned into a corpse and fell to the ground, all the people from the Song family who were on this trip were killed, and the scene was filled with a strong smell of blood. Well done. Seeing the scene, Yi Xian nodded slightly. The butcher was flattered and smiled. Young Master Yi, go ahead. I'll take care of the aftermath. A little bit, in the banquet hall. Dad, why did you come back just now? When seeing Daddy coming back, Xiaoxi pouted her little mouth, looking like an unhappy baby, very adorable. It's my brother-in-law. It's not fun at all when you're not around. Shishadao standing aside was also looking disgusted. Seeing this scene, Shi Mengyan was speechless. She really had no way to deal with these two little ancestors. Puff. Mu Ruoxue looked at the two little guys and couldn't help but smile. She looked at her bestie with some sympathy. Mengyan, it seems that your status is getting lower and lower. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes at her best friend in annoyance, but she felt jealous in her heart. Why should that guy just pamper others a little? Look, the auction is about to start. At one point, Mu Ruoxue looked not far away and spoke aloud. Welcome everyone to attend this charity dinner in your busy schedule. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to charity organizations. Without further ado, let's proceed to the first item. At the auction table, Shen Bingkuan personally presided over the auction, which shows that the scale of this auction is not small. Next, the first lot. As the voice fell, the large screen in the background of the auction table lit up, and an introduction to the auction items appeared. Heart of Eternity Blue Diamond Pendant. As soon as the first item was put on the market, the whole venue was in an uproar. Wow! When Xiaoxi saw the beautiful blue diamond pendant, her eyes sparkled. Dad, that pendant is as beautiful as mommy's. Brother-in-law, my sister will look super beautiful wearing it. Shi Xiaodao was assisting from the side, which made Shi Mengyan glare at her unscrupulous brother. Does this brat know how expensive the pendant is? Good fellow. Mu Ruoxue was also shocked. It's actually the Heart of Eternity. Rumor has it that this is a symbol of true love. Really? Yi Xian smiled slightly, but Shi Mengyan's heart tightened. Yi Xian, this thing is very expensive, you don't really want to buy it? Nature. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and Shen Bingkuan in the field continued to speak. I believe everyone has already understood it, so let's go directly to the auction. The reserve price of this pendant is 50 million, and each bid must be no less than 5 million. Gulp. When Shi Xiaodao heard the offer, he was completely dumbfounded. Ahem. So expensive. When Yi Xian heard the price, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. Naturally, the more money he spent, the better. 50 million. 55 million. There was frequent bidding in the venue. After all, the value of the Eternal Heart Blue Diamond Pendant was far more than this price, and soon the price soared to 200 million. At this point, all parties fell silent. After all, 200 million is almost the limit for this Heart of Eternity Blue Diamond Pendant. 300 million. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in the venue, and all eyes fell on Yi Xian, immediately shocking the entire venue. What the hell? Shi Xiaodao swallowed hard and looked at his brother-in-law in shock. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Good guy? Everyone around was also stunned, and then their eyes fell on Shi Mengyan, full of envy. This gentleman offered 300 million. Is there a higher price? When Shen Bingkuan saw that it was Yi Xian who was bidding, he was shocked. It turned out that Mr. Yi was no simple person and the auction process was much faster. In that case, he heaved a sigh of relief and made the final decision. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Eternal Heart Blue Diamond Pendant for 300 million. Hiss. Not far away, Su Qianshue's eyelids twitched when she saw this. Sanyi just took the photo without even blinking. Who is this Yi Xian? Shi Mengyan, you are so enviable. Su Qianxue sighed. Only now did she realize how badly she had lost. Bitterness appeared on her lips. Was there something wrong with her brain that made her offend such a big shot? Chapter 52. Hee, Dad and Mom are showing off their love again. You. Shi Mengyan felt the gazes from all around and couldn't help but sigh. You just want to show off. Yeah. Yi Xian took the blue diamond pendant in his hand and handed it to Shi Mengyan. Here, this is for you. Wow. After hearing this, Mu Ruoxue looked at her best friend in astonishment. The boss was really generous. Well. Shi Mengyan was also stunned, and looked at someone in disbelief. Yi Xian, give this to me, this is 300 million. Obviously, Shi Mengyan didn't expect this either. Certainly. Yi Xian pinched her beautiful face lovingly and said with a smile, as long as you are happy, buying the whole world is not a problem. This guy. Hearing those words that sounded almost like a confession, Shi Mengyan's face suddenly turned red, and the redness spread to her neck. Hee, Mom and Dad are showing off their love again. When Xiaoxi saw how loving her parents were, her face curved into a crescent shape with a smile. Brother-in-law, awesome. Shi Xiaodao watched as her elder sister was being held in check, and her admiration for her brother-in-law was like the endless rushing of a river or the flooding of the Yellow River, which was out of control. Hiccup. When Mu Ruoxue saw this, she couldn't help but burp secretly. She was the closest to him and was obviously being hit hardest by the dog food. She wondered what kind of awesome husband her best friend had found back then. This man is definitely a wife-loving man. I'm afraid there is no girl who doesn't like such a man. That Shi Mengyan, isn't she a little too happy? Su Qianxue looked at the scene, especially the girl's envious eyes, and she already understood how explosive the scene was. Ding dong. Su Jinlong, who was sighing at the side, then received a message on his mobile phone and clicked on it to take a look. What? When Su Jinlong saw the news from his subordinates, his face changed drastically. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing her father's reaction, Su Qianxue asked curiously. She had never seen her father so serious before. Qianxue, something big happened. Su Jinlong took a deep breath, and his mind could no longer focus on the auction. Song family patriarch, Song Guofeng just died in Kunping Hotel. Boom! After hearing this, Su Qianxue was filled with disbelief. Dad, what did you say? Song Guofeng is dead, how is that possible? In fact, this information had a huge impact on her, even greater than the death of Song Tianming before. She subconsciously looked at Yi Xian. Absolutely true. Su Jinlong nodded seriously and continued, the person who saw it is one of my confidants, he can't be wrong. And at this point, Su Jinlong paused and said, Song Guofeng brought all the masters of the Song family this time, including the third-level peak expert, all of whom died. It is suspected that he was avenging Song Tianming. Really? Although there is no evidence, based on Su Qianxue's understanding of Yi Xian, it is very likely that he was the one who did it. That's right. It seemed that Yi Xian left the banquet hall some time before the auction started. Could it be that was the time? It's terrifying when you think about it. Su Qianxue's eyelids were twitching wildly. He had destroyed a third-rate family in Jiangcheng with the flip of a hand, yet he was still able to remain calm and composed. Such cunning was unimaginable. Dad, what do you want to do next? Su Qianxue asked tentatively, fearing that a decision made by Su's father would lead the Su family to follow in his footsteps. What can I do? Taking a deep breath, Su Jinlong naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Fortunately, the news was blocked in the first place. During this period, our Su family must keep a low profile. Be as low-key as possible. After a pause, Su Jinlong sighed, my intuition tells me that Jiangcheng is going to be in chaos. Ha! Su Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her father's words. Fortunately, her father did not go too far in seeking revenge for the Song family, otherwise it would have been disastrous if he had angered Yi Xian. Time passed quickly and the auction came to its finale. Next, the first item will be auctioned. After a pause, Shen Bingquan pulled open the red silk cloth on the auction table, mysterious rusted sword. You may not know this, but this rusted sword is indestructible. Many tests have failed to reveal its material, and we don't even know who forged it. Oh? When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. The research value of this item is immeasurable. Next, the unreserved auction begins. Seeing the reactions from all parties, Shen Bingquan's mouth curved up, and he didn't need to say anything next. 100 million. Soon, a voice was heard, and it turned out to be a big shot from Jiangcheng. Joke? Ordinary people, who would spend so much money to buy a rusty sword with an unknown future, unless they were kicked in the head by a donkey. 200 million. There were also people bidding at another location. Obviously, it would be put as the finale of the auction, and its value speaks for itself. Interesting? Yi Xian smiled slightly as all parties bid. Then his eyes fell on the auction table and his eye of perspective was activated. This is a very sharp sword. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be that this is made of outer space black iron? If I don't take a picture of such a sharp weapon, it would be a waste of my trip. 500 million. After weighing the pros and cons, the auction price has soared to 500 million, and all the bidders are second-rate forces, but there are only a few bidders. Obviously, this is the limit they can bear. Is it over? Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth and looked towards the stage. 1 billion. He offered a price again, and everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. Even Chen Bingquan at the auction table was stunned. 1 billion. In fact, Chen Bingquan even thought he was hallucinating at first. You know. This price was far beyond the value of the mysterious rusty sword itself, at least in his opinion. You are crazy. Shi Mengyan was also shocked when she heard the bidding of the guy next to her. 1 billion to buy a rusty sword. Although it has potential value, it is certain that you can earn 1 billion. Gulp. Shi Xiaodao couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard what his brother-in-law said. Oh my god, how much money does my brother-in-law have? It's so crazy, it feels like a dream. This. Su Qianxue frowned when she heard this. Could it be that this sword is not simple? Ahem, who knows? Su Jinlong coughed dryly and came back to his senses from the shock of the previous news. However, this Yi Xian is much more mysterious than we imagined. No matter what, we must not make enemies with this person from now on. Otherwise. At this point, Su Jinlong's face was full of solemnity. What awaits the Su family must be a world-destroying disaster. Chapter 53. My dear wife, your husband will perform a magic trick for you. Time flies and the charity banquet is over. Goodbye, Aunt Ruoshua. Xiaoxi waved goodbye to Mu Ruoshua, and Mu Ruoshua didn't come back to her senses until Xiaoxi disappeared from her sight. This best friend and boss are so enviable. With a sigh, Mu Ruoshua looked into the distance and said, if my boyfriend can be half as good as my boss in the future, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Brother-in-law. During the supercar race, Shishoda's excited eyes fell on his brother-in-law. He looks so handsome today. Super generous. The scene of the charity banquet appeared before his eyes like a movie. Billions of dollars were spent, which was enough for him to brag about for half a year. Of course. Xiaoxi looked at Uncle Xiaodao and said proudly, don't you even look at who the daddy is. Snort. He's still my brother-in-law. Shi Xiaodao said this while looking at his eldest niece. Shi Mengyan sighed after hearing this scene. As expected, that guy was in the spotlight again. But spending so much money, doesn't he feel any pain at all? However, they didn't know that what they saw now was just the tip of the iceberg. If they knew that Yi Xian had wiped out the Song family in Jiangqing this time, who knows how they would react? He. Xiaoxi quarreled with Uncle Xiaodao for a few words, blinking her big crescent eyes curiously. Dad, where are we going next? A sea of flowers in the suburbs. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes after eating so much dog food. It was really enough that this father and daughter always feed us dog food. Don't they consider their own feelings? Sea of flowers? After Shi Xiaodao heard this, his eyes sparkled. Long live my brother-in-law. Hearing this, Shi Xiaodao immediately thought of the girlfriend he met around the corner. He would be very happy if he could bring the goddess here. What are you laughing at, little brat? At this time, Shi Mengyan looked at her unscrupulous brother who was laughing foolishly beside her with suspicion and asked. Well. Hearing what her elder sister said, Shi Xiaodao was startled, and even her face turned pale. Nothing. My brother-in-law is so awesome, of course I am, happy. For a moment, Shi Xiaodao, feeling guilty, tried to change the subject, but this tactic of diverting trouble away was apparently very successful. Go! What nonsense are you talking about? Shi Mengyan glared at him, which made Shi Xiaodao breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my god, he almost got exposed. This kid. Seeing his brother-in-law relieved, Yi Xian's mouth curled up in an intriguing arc. From his expression, Yi Xian had already guessed something. At the same time, Kunping Hotel. Li is in charge. A group of uninvited guests came to Chen Bingkuan's office, and Chen Bingkuan stood up to greet them. Mr. Xiaoben, what's wrong with you? That mysterious rusty sword is still there. Mr. Mitsui is not going to attend the charity banquet. The mustache-wearing Hyuga Komodo said this, with several samurai following him. This. Chen Bingkuan coughed dryly after hearing this. Sorry, Mr. Xiaoben, the charity auction has ended. The mysterious rusty sword was bought by someone. What? After hearing this, Hinata Xiaoben's face turned ugly. Can you tell me who bought it? I, Mitsui Shokai, am willing to buy it back at the same price. You must know. Just now, we got accurate information that the mysterious rusty sword has an extraordinary origin and is most likely made of black iron from outer space, and its value is no less than their Fuso artifact, the Murasakibara sword. And this is why Chairman Mitsui is so anxious. The value of a weapon made of such fine material cannot be measured by money. Excuse me. Chen Bingkuan saw that Mitsui Chamber of Commerce had bad intentions and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Xiaoben, our hotel cannot make an exception and disclose the identity information of the photographer. Yeah. Hinata Komodo narrowed his eyes. Thank you for taking charge, Li. Walk. At that moment, Hinata Xiaoben wanted to kill the man in front of him with a knife, but he knew that the power behind the Kunping Hotel was not simple, so he did not do it. Just now, was that murderous intent? Chen Bingkuan looked at the direction where Hinata Xiaoben left and said worriedly, Mitsui Trading Company seems to have suffered a great loss. Mysterious rusted sword, Mr. Yi seems to have a keen eye. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bingkuan sent a message. This was all he could do. As for what would happen next, it was not something he could control. Wow. Looking around, thousands of flowers are shining in the sunshine, emitting charming luster. The colorful flowers are blooming one after another, like the most gorgeous clouds in the sky, which makes people stop and appreciate them carefully. As the breeze blows, the sea of flowers undulates like waves, emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Xiaoxi sniffed the rich floral scent, her eyes filled with love. He. Daddy, this place is so beautiful. The tender and sweet voice echoing in the sea of flowers is very healing. Hey, that's beautiful. Shi Xiaodao chuckled. The image of holding hands with his girlfriend appeared in his mind, and he felt excited just thinking about it. Certainly. If Shi Mengyan knew this, she would definitely beat him up so badly that he wouldn't even recognize her. My dear wife, how do you like it? Looking at the two happy little guys, Yi Xian put his arms around their slender waists. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Shi Mengyan felt someone's big hand and her face turned red. She glared at that person and asked him if he saw that there was someone else around. Relax. He knocked Shi Mengyan's head with a bang. What are you thinking, girl? Is your man so hungry that he will eat anything? Poof. Covering her forehead, Shi Mengyan snorted. Of course she knew what that guy meant by being so hungry that he will eat anything. But something seems to be missing. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian looked at the refreshing sea of flowers around him and said, That's right. It's vitality. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at the beauty beside him. My dear wife, your husband will perform a magic trick for you. Magic? When Shi Mengyan heard what someone said, she was stunned. She was no longer surprised by the way he addressed her. After all, it was useless for her to resist, so she just let him call her that. Good. Pa. Then, Yi Xian snapped his fingers, and his god-level beast-controlling ability spread out, and a thought was transmitted. Then, a magical scene appeared. Countless colorful butterflies came from all directions, each of them was very beautiful. Your Majesty! The king is calling you. Hurry up and meet the king. No less than 1,000 butterflies appeared in the field, and then danced around Yi Xian and the other man in worship. This. When Shi Mengyan saw this scene, she was completely shocked. How is this possible? Oh my god. Not far away, Shi Xiaodao looked at the thousands of butterflies surrounding his brother-in-law and elder sister, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What happened? This guy. Shi Mengyan looked at the butterflies around her, her whole heart was greatly shocked. Pervert, how did you do this? Chapter 54, The Dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. The sea of flowers sways and butterflies dance. Want to know? Yi Xian smiled slightly. This god-level beastmaster was indeed powerful. He summoned no less than 1,000 butterflies with just a flip of his hand. And this. Or maybe it was because he didn't allow more butterflies to come here. If all of them came, it would probably become a butterfly storm. Shi Mengyan naturally didn't know what someone was thinking, so she nodded. Then, kiss your husband. As soon as these words came out, Shi Mengyan's face flushed like a rosy cloud. Tisk. Kiss you big head ghost, I don't wanna know. He glared at someone fiercely, and at this time Shi Xiaodao and the little guy came closer. Wow. Dad, did you do this? Xiaoxi looked at her father with admiration, and apparently subconsciously ignored her mother. After all, her mother was not that powerful. Of course. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Go play. Hey, brother-in-law idol. Shi Xiaodao admired her brother-in-law very much, although she didn't know how he did it. Snort. Let's go, let's ignore him. Shi Mengyan glared at someone, then pulled Xiaoxi to play with chasing butterflies. Ding dong. At this moment, Yi Xian received a message from Chen Bingkuan. Mr. Yi, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce intends to take back the mysterious rusty sword. Although I did not tell them your information, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce must have known about it. Please be careful. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the message sent by Chen Bingkuan. Oh? Listening to the three people playing not far away, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, what is that? Whatever. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, then summoned the system. System, redeem skills for me. Following the thought, the system responded quickly. Yi Xian was already familiar with this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his weapon refining ability to the god level. It consumes 5 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the hostess weapon refining level has reached the pinnacle, comparable to a god. What the hell? God-level refining weapon? Yi Xian was stunned by the new ability. Could it be that mysterious rusty sword? Then look at the properties panel. In the supercar, Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective, God-level medical skills, God-level beast taming, God-level gaming, God-level refining. Wealth, 8999992269981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 24. So annoying. Looking at the long list of wealth values, Yi Xian sighed. He didn't know when he would be able to spend it all. Having too much money was really painful. Not to mention, Yi Xian still has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Let's take it one step at a time. At least, I feel pretty good right now. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was no longer obsessed with spending money, but preferred to enjoy the present moment. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, he saw with his insight that a business car had stopped not far away. This place was sparsely populated. Few so people? Seeing the group of people coming down, Yi Xian frowned. Could it be Mitsui Chamber of Commerce? Soon, a person came to the scene. Mr. Yi Xian. The Japanese bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Mr. Xiaoben would like to invite you to move over and talk. Oh. Seeing this person, Yi Xian nodded slightly. After all, Xiaoxi and the others were also there. There is a little dense forest not far from the Sea of Flowers. Mr. Yi Xian, please return the rusty sword you won to Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Hinata Xiaoben didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. For this, we are willing to pay 1 billion renminbi. Yeah. Seeing the Japanese in front of him, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'm very curious. What if I don't agree? Hinata Xiaoben narrowed his eyes, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Mr. Yi Xian. I wonder if you have heard of an old Chinese saying. After a pause, Hinata Xiaoben continued, he who knows the current situation is a hero. Besides, you don't want anything to happen to them, right? As he spoke, Hinata Xiaoben's gaze fell on Shi Mengyan and the other two, and the threat in his eyes was obvious. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is really domineering. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said, but, have you heard another old saying? A dragon has a reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die. Baka. After hearing this, Hinata Xiaoben's eyes were filled with coldness. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian was so uncooperative, Hinata Xiaoben didn't bother to pretend and directly ordered his men to take action. Yes, Mr. Komodo. 5 or 6 ninjas were holding samurai swords, with fierce light in their eyes. Boy, die. Sniff. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 people holding samurai swords slashed at Yi Xian. How dare a young boy offend the dignity of their great Fuso? Yeah. Looking at the 5 or 6 people who had gathered around him, Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth and said, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Kill them. A plain voice sounded, and the next moment, the blade flashed. At some point, a figure appeared beside Yi Xian, and then 5 or 6 warriors died on the spot, falling to the ground and becoming corpses. Bakayalu. When Hyuga Komodo saw that all his men were dead, he immediately flew into a rage. Die. The third-rate peak strength emerged and rushed towards Fangjin, who suddenly appeared. However, Fangjin glanced at Hinata Xiaoben. A figure flashed, and with a puff sound, Hinata Xiaoben covered his neck with both hands, still unable to stop the hot blood from gushing out. His eyes widened, staring at Fangjin in disbelief. You are obviously just a third-rate expert. How could it be possible? Plop. With a dull sound, Hinata Komodo's body fell to the ground. As for Fangjin, he didn't even look at him, because even if he was a third-rate top master, he was still like an ant in his eyes. Master Yi. After killing the man, Fangjin bowed and saluted. Looking at Fangjin in front of him, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Third-rate master, it seems that you have recovered well. Good. Fangjin said gratefully and respectfully, it's all thanks to Master Yi. It is no problem to kill a second-rate early-stage expert now. Very good. Yi Xian then took out the mysterious rusty sword, and held the hilt in Fangjin's shocked gaze, then his internal force surged in under the god-level refining technique. Buzz. As the sword trembled, the rust fell off the next moment, revealing its true cold appearance. The word Longquan was printed on the sword, and it was the Longquan sword. Nice sword. When Fangjin saw the Longquan sword, his eyes lit up. No wonder Mitsui Company was willing to spend 1 billion to get it back. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then threw it to the other side. Fangjin, this sword is yours from now on. What? Fangjin was stunned by the sudden scene. Master Yi, can you give me this sword? This is too expensive. Gulp. He swallowed hard. This sword was extraordinary, and young Master Yi had spent 1 billion to buy it. How could Fangjin have such good fortune? Take it. Yi Xian waved his hand without caring, and then looked into the distance. With it, you can do things for me better. Oh well. Holding the hilt tightly, Fangjin kept this favor in his heart and secretly swore that if anyone dared to harm Yishao in the future, he would kill them with one sword. Chapter 55. Mom, you need so many rivals in love. In the Sea of Flowers. He. Xiaoxi said happily, Uncle Xiaodao, hurry up and catch that butterfly. Okay. Xiaodao looked at the butterfly not far away and caught it with one pounce. The atmosphere was very warm. Fortunately, the little white dog was not there, otherwise it would have been even more noisy. Where did you go? Seeing someone coming back, Xi Mengyan glanced at the guy and asked. You're meeting a friend, but you have to connect with me. Yi Xian waved his hands to evade the question, and Xi Mengyan rolled his eyes at him. Meeting friends in this place, are you kidding me? He. Xiaoxi, who was playing nearby, ran over and said, Daddy, this is for you. Isnt the wreath beautiful. The cute voice sounded, which made Yi Xian take the wreath lovingly. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, there's me too. Xiaodao was asking for it, and Xiaoxi made a face at Xiaodao. Wait. Just like that, quickly. Xiaoxi gave one to Uncle Xiaodao, and then took another wreath. Mom, this is for you. Seeing the wreath in her hand, Xi Mengyan nodded slightly. You have a conscience. Disperse. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the next moment, thousands of flying butterflies circled a few times and then left. Oh. Xiaodao was stunned. Brother-in-law, this magic is amazing. If I could, it would be great to bring my girlfriend here. Brother-in-law, can you teach me? Looking at the elder sister who was walking in front with Xiaoxi, Xiaodao took a deep breath in anticipation. Sure. Yi Xian was naturally not stingy, and then gestured in his brother-in-law's hand. When you need a butterfly, just recite it silently, but it can only be used 3 times. Thank you, brother-in-law. Although I don't know the principle, it doesn't matter. As long as it's romantic, isn't that enough? My happiness for the rest of my life depends on my brother-in-law. Time flies and night falls. Squeak. The supercar stopped in front of the villa, and Fang Shirhan and 8 beautiful girls with fair skin had been waiting for a long time. Master, hello, madam. A sweet voice sounded, and each one was very pretty, which made Xiaodao's eyes widen. There are so many beautiful sisters. This is? Yi Xian was a little confused and couldn't help but look at Fang Shirhan. Master, this is the maid Shirhan specially selected for the villa. If the young master and the young lady are not satisfied, I can let them go back. Fang Shirhan saw Yi Xiao's reaction and spoke nervously. Mom, you're going to have so many rivals in love. At this moment, Xiaoxi said something shocking. Boom! Xi Mengyan knocked Xiaoxi's head and her face flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Since you've hired me, then let me stay. She glanced at someone. Although these girls were beautiful, they posed no threat to her. After all, she still had some confidence. After saying a few words, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes and watched someone enter the villa. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. Xiaodao swallowed his saliva. Each of these beautiful sisters looked just like the girlfriend he imagined when she grew up. Master is so handsome, I like him so much. Yes, I will be blessed in the future. The 8 maids were chattering excitedly, and soon after arriving at the villa, Xi Mengyan received a phone call. Hey, Mom. What, you guys are back to Jiangcheng? There will be a family dinner tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xi Mengyan's face turned red. How? Seeing the stunned beauty, Yi Xian glanced at the maids who were cleaning the villa. Are you jealous? Otherwise, your husband should fire them. What are you talking about? Xi Mengyan glared at a certain guy. She was not so narrow-minded as to say, ahem, well. After a pause, Xi Mengyan continued, My parents are going back to Jiangxing tonight, and they want to see you tomorrow. I see. I thought my beloved wife was jealous of the maid. Yi Xian said this with a smile, which left Xi Mengyan speechless for a moment, and she could only snort to express her dissatisfaction. Put. You jealous bastard. Xi Mengyan glanced at a certain guy. The maids were extremely envious of the way the two of them flirted with each other. I didn't expect that Master Yi had this side. Fang Shihan looked at the Yi Xiao in front of her and found it hard to associate him with the domineering Yi Xiao of yesterday. Just meet me. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. Before Xi Mengyan could say anything, the voice of his brother-in-law came from the side. Brother-in-law, can you play a few games with me? Shi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law with pitiful anticipation, as he was now in a critical period of promotion. This brat. Seeing that guy acting as if it had nothing to do with her, Xi Mengyan gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite that guy. Wasn't he worried at all? Meanwhile, on the other side. Snap. Inside the magnificent office, a Japanese man had a gloomy look on his face and the goblet in his hand shattered. What did you say? An unbelievable voice came out of Matsui Murakami's mouth, and his eyes fell on the trembling confidant in front of him, and this confidant turned out to be a third-rate top master. How is it possible that Xiao Ben and his group have all lost contact? Matsui Murakami narrowed his eyes and looked towards the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Last news, Xiao Ben went to negotiate with the owner of the mysterious rusted sword. Could it be, something went wrong? Find me the owner of the rusty sword. Matsui Murakami had a gloomy expression. Hinata Komodo was his confidant, and he couldn't accept his unclear death. Ding dong. Soon, his confidant received the message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, a graduate of Jiangcheng University, owns 6 Yulong villas and dozens of supercars. He is also the boss of Tianlai Music, Jinghua Noble School, Rongqing Wanjin Auction, etc. He is suspected of conquering Jiangcheng's tyrant butcher. Looking at the message on his phone, Matsui Murakami narrowed his eyes. Ha! Subdue the butcher. As the president of Matsui Chamber of Commerce, he had naturally heard of the butcher's name. It seems that the boy is quite extraordinary. However, Matsui Chamber of Commerce has been rooted in Jiangcheng for a long time, so it is not appropriate to be too ostentatious. After pondering for a moment, Matsui Murakami thought of something. Earlier, did the Jiangcheng Han family intend to cooperate with the Matsui group? Good. After hearing this, the confidant narrowed his eyes and said, President, do you mean to let the Han family be cannon fodder to test the waters? Matsui Murakami nodded and continued, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Let's let the Han family test their strength. Once confirmed, Xiao Ben's death is related to Yi Xian. At this point, Matsui Murakami's eyes flashed with murderous intent, kill him at all costs. Yes, President. The confidant's eyes were full of fierceness, and a conspiracy against Yi Xian quietly began. Chapter 56. You are so brave. Don't think that I beat you just because your brother-in-law is protecting you. The next day, early morning. Ding dong. During the breakfast, the doorbell rang outside the villa, and a figure appeared when the door opened. Sister Shirhan. The person who appeared at the scene was none other than Mr. Tu, the owner of Hyatt Huagong. The reason he came in person was to bring a carefully selected gift to Mr. Yi. Ha! Fang Shirhan returned to the villa carrying 2 gifts. Shi Xiaodao asked curiously, Sister Shirhan, what is this? Master Xiaodao. Fang Shirhan knew that Shi Xiaodao was young Master Yi's brother-in-law, so she naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. This is a gift that young master asked me to prepare. Gift? Shi Xiaodao was stunned, having no idea where to send the gift. After a brief understanding, Shi Xiaodao looked at Xi Mengyan in disbelief. Sister, are mom and dad back? Why don't I know? Shi Xiaodao said this as if he had discovered a new world, while Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at her unscrupulous brother. Did you read the message your parents sent you? Well. After hearing what his elder sister said, Shi Xiaodao opened his phone and coughed dryly. Well, I was too tired from playing games yesterday, hee. The packaging is good, inside. Bang! Before he could make a move, Xi Mengyan knocked him down. What are you doing? Brother-in-law, look at my sister. Shi Xiaodao was immediately unhappy and looked at her brother-in-law in a complaining manner. I'll deal with her properly when we get back. Shi Xiaodao. Hearing the brat's words, Xi Mengyan looked over with murderous eyes, which made Shi Xiaodao feel cold on his back. You are so bold. Don't think I won't dare to beat you just because your brother-in-law is protecting you. Brother-in-law, murder. Help. Watching the brother and sister chasing each other, Yi Xian smiled slightly, while Xiaoxi watched with relish as he was watching the game from the side. Master, madam, goodbye. Fang Shirhan brought the maids to the front of the villa and waved goodbye to Master Yi sweetly. The maids were extremely envious of their young master meeting his parents. Mom, are we going to Grandma's house? Xiaoxi blinked her crescent eyes and smiled. He scratched the little guy's nose lovingly, glanced at someone beside him and said, what will his parents say when they find out that this guy is the same guy from 4 years ago? For a moment, Xi Mengyan thought that this guy would definitely be embarrassed. Yes. Xiaoxi naturally didn't know what her mother was thinking, otherwise she would definitely protect her father. Hey, brother-in-law is coming to our house now. Shi Xiaodao was also looking forward to it very much. After meeting his parents, he would completely become his brother-in-law. Finding a brother-in-law was the most correct thing his sister had done. Certainly. If Xi Mengyan knew this thought, she would be beaten up. This brat. Seeing the look of her unscrupulous brother, Xi Mengyan sighed. This brat was indeed getting bolder and bolder. It seemed that she would have to teach him a lesson when she found a chance. Gulp. Feeling the elder sister's meaningful gaze, Shi Xiaodao's heart was shocked and he couldn't help swallowing. What kind of look was that from his elder sister? I shouldn't have said anything wrong, right? In the joyful atmosphere, the Shi family villa quietly arrived. Hello, miss. When they arrived at the villa, they heard greetings from the Shi family masters on both sides. Xi Mengyan nodded and the group entered the villa. They were used to this. Master, the young lady is back. I heard the sound. Uncle Quan's voice was heard in the living room. Hello, Uncle Quan. After arriving in the living room, Xi Mengyan's sweet voice was heard. Uncle Quan loved her the most when she was a child. Ha, Mengyan is back. Xi Mengyan's face flushed slightly. After all, she brought Yi Xian back with her this time. Yi Xian, this is Uncle Quan. Hello, Uncle Quan. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Uncle Quan responded enthusiastically, obviously having heard of this future son-in-law. Mom and Dad. When Shi Xiaodao saw Shi's father and mother, he hurried over. You kid. Father Shi knocked Shi Xiaodao on the head with a thump, while Mother Shi's eyes fell on Yi Xian. You must be Xiaoye. Looking at the handsome Yi Xian, Shi's mother's eyes were full of satisfaction. Mom, you don't know, my brother-in-law was the one back then, Before Shi Xiaodao could finish his words, he felt the death stare from his elder sister. Shi Xiaodao. Father and Mother Shi looked at each other and wondered if this guy was the one their daughter had been hiding from them for 4 years. However, this guy's kindness to the group is just, that's it. The old couple sighed. After all, if it weren't for Yi Xian, Shi group would have been in big trouble. Mom and Dad, please listen to my excuse. Oh no, say. Mother Shi ignored her daughter and said enthusiastically, Xiaoye, you've worked hard all the way here, come sit down. Mengyan, take out my best tea leaves and make a pot of it. Father Shi nodded at Yi Xian and gave instructions to his daughter. Well. Xi Mengyan was stunned by this reaction. What? For a while. She thought she had heard it wrong. Her parents' reaction was wrong. How could it be like this? Shouldn't the parents make things difficult for that guy and make him embarrassed? The script is wrong. Dad is so awesome. When Xiaoxi saw the enthusiasm of her grandparents, her eyes were full of smiles. That's right. Yi Xian was also stunned by Shi's father and mother's enthusiasm, and then said, Uncle and Aunt, this is a gift for you two elders. Oh. Xiaoye is thoughtful. When Shi's mother saw the exquisitely wrapped gift, she became even more satisfied with her son-in-law, but why waste that money? After all, you and Mengyan will get married soon. Cough cough. Xi Mengyan, who had just come back from making tea, almost choked on her own saliva when she heard what her mother said. What? Getting married, are you crazy? What happened when I didn't go over to make tea? This is... Uncle Quan took out a gift and said, Master, this is billionaire vodka. It is said that each bottle is worth 30 million. Ha! After hearing this, Shi Xiaodao was completely stunned and looked at the wine bottle inlaid with diamonds in shock. Ahem, Uncle Quan, you said this bottle is worth 30 million. Is this true or false? In fact, this price had a great impact on Shi Xiaodao. His brother-in-law was too generous. Of course it is true. Uncle Quan looked at the bottle and continued, the bottle of this wine is inlaid with more than 3,000 diamonds. It is called liquid diamond. Also, the production process of this wine is very complicated and luxurious. Looking at the cool and luxurious bottle, Xi Mengyan was stunned. One bottle is 30 million, so these 4 bottles are 120 million. At this point, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but take a breath, and her eyes changed when she looked at someone. It was just a family dinner, but such an expensive gift. It's too much. Chapter 57, Secret Conversation in the Study Room Scared the Father-in-Law. 120 million. Looking at the 4 bottles of billionaire, even Xi's father was stunned for a moment. This cheap son-in-law was quite generous. Quick! Seeing this, Xi Xiaodao narrowed his eyes and said, Uncle Quan's brocade box must be a gift for my mother. Open it and take a look. Xi Xiaodao said this impatiently, and Xi Mengyan glared at him. This brat would die if he didn't speak. Joke? Although I don't know what's in the brocade box, considering it's a gift for my dad, I'm afraid the gift in the box is definitely not simple. Hateful. Let that guy steal the show again. Ah, okay. Uncle Quan smiled slightly and opened another gift with curiosity. As for Yi Xian, he also had no idea what the butcher had prepared. As he was speaking, the brocade box opened. The Ring of Heaven jade bracelet. Shi Lingfeng was stunned when he saw the gift in the brocade box. Is this the item from the Magic City auction? Dad, is this expensive? Seeing his father's astonished look, Xi Xiaodao asked curiously, isn't it just a bracelet? More than valuable. Shi Lingfeng looked at the transparent jade bracelet and said, some time ago, your mother and I attended an auction in Shanghai. This bracelet was sold for a whopping 100 million yuan. I didn't expect it to end up in Xiaoye's hands. Well. After Xi Xiaodao heard this, his eyes changed when he looked at the brocade box and jade bracelet. What, Dad, you said, this bracelet is worth 100 million. Hiss. After saying this, Xi Xiaodao couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, has my brother-in-law gone crazy too? The butcher. Listening to Xi's father's words, Yi Xian did not expect that the gift prepared by the butcher was so valuable, but the effect was quite good. That's right. Seeing the 2 gifts, Yi Xian thought of something and took out a card. Uncle and aunt, there are 2 billion in this card. I'll take this opportunity to repay the debt I owe to the Xi family. Having said this, he then looked at Xi Mengyan who was in a daze beside him and said, at the same time, this is also a proposal for Mengyan. Tug. Hearing this, Xi Mengyan was stunned by the sudden words and her face immediately turned red. Yi Xian, what are you doing? What, just propose marriage? In fact, this move caught her off guard. She never thought that this guy would propose marriage the first time he met her parents. How could it be possible? However, that is an ordinary person, and Yi Xian is obviously not one of them. After all, the fact that he has 900 trillion is not just talk. Brother-in-law, awesome. Xi Xiaodao gave his brother-in-law a thumbs up, saying that this was an amazing move. Hee, mommy, shy. When Xiaoxi sought his blushing mother, he smiled unscrupulously, which made Xi Mengyan want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Is this little guy crazy? Ahem, Xiaoye. Father, she coughed dryly and glanced at the 2 gifts on the table. We will accept these 2 gifts. It's just 2 billion, forget it. We are very happy that you have this intention. He paused for a moment and continued, if you hadn't intervened earlier, the current situation of Xi's group would be unimaginable. So, I plan to put these 2 billion in the group, and Xiaoye, how about you hold 30% of the shares? After these words were spoken, Xi Mengyan lost her composure. Dad, you. Before Xi Mengyan could finish her words, she was pulled back by the goddess Shimu, who assisted her. Don't get involved in this matter. Seeing this scene, Xi Mengyan was so sad that she could not even cry. She didn't want to get involved, but this was her lifelong event. Uncle, this is not good. Yi Xian was stunned, obviously not expecting his father-in-law to be like this. It's settled. Shi Lingfeng was in a good mood immediately. It was obvious that the future son-in-law had nothing to say about his daughter, and he also understood what was going on. After all, the situation in Jiangcheng is very volatile right now, and it's hard to tell when the Shi family will be affected. After hearing this, Xi Mengyan was immediately unhappy. Dad, what do you mean it's settled? It's too hasty. I think we can discuss it further. Xi Mengyan said this as a delaying tactic. If this were true, it would mean that their parents agreed to their marriage. Sister, just obey me. Shi Xiaodao chuckled. He really hoped that his brother-in-law would marry his elder sister, so that he could escape from his elder sister's clutches and gain his freedom as soon as possible. Shut up! A death stare came over, which made Shi Xiaodao shrink his neck. Shi's father and mother were no longer surprised by this. Xiao Yi, come with me to the study room. Shi Lingfeng looked at Yi Xian and spoke after thinking for a moment. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, always feeling that his father-in-law was hiding something from him. A little. When they arrived at the study, Uncle Quan closed the door and then he started coughing violently. His face turned pale and it took him a long time to recover. Xiao Yi, Uncle knows that you are not a simple person. Father Shi took a deep breath and looked at the young man in front of him who was hard for him to see through. It can also be seen that you are very good to Meng Yan and Xiaoxi. So, I'd like to trouble you to take care of them. Xiao Dao will also stay with you for the time being. After pondering for a moment, Shi Lingfeng continued, although the Shi group is well known, it is only a third-rate family in Jiangcheng after all. During our trip to the Magic City, your aunt and I encountered a killer. If it weren't for your Uncle Quan's desperate protection, the consequences would be unimaginable now. When Father Shi said this, a bitter look appeared on his face. He had struggled for half his life, but in the end he could not match those Jiangcheng families with deep roots. Their energy and connections were beyond his imagination. Oh. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Yi Xian was stunned. He obviously didn't expect his father-in-law's family to be in such a situation. Don't worry, uncle. Yi Xian nodded seriously and continued, with me here, no one can bully Meng Yan and the others. That's right. Yi Xian's eyes then fell on Uncle Quan. Perhaps I can lend a helping hand to Uncle. For example, curing Uncle Quan from the poison. Uncle-in-law is joking. Uncle Quan smiled bitterly. The poison I was poisoned with has already penetrated my internal organs. No. Sir, how did you know I was poisoned? Uncle Quan cast an incredulous look at Yi Xian halfway through his words. You know, only he and the master knew that he was poisoned, not even Mother Shi knew. Xiao yeah, you. Shi Lingfeng was shocked. The reason why he entrusted his daughter to Yi Xian was, firstly, because he was Xiaoxi's biological father, and secondly, because of his ability. Don't worry, uncle. With me here, it will be hard for Uncle Quan not to recover. As the voice fell, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand. Then, to the shock of his father-in-law, he accurately inserted them into Uncle Quan's acupuncture points. What a brilliant needle technique! As dozens of golden needles penetrated into Uncle Quan's body, it didn't take long for Uncle Quan's face to turn red again. At a certain moment. Poof! A mouthful of black blood spurted out and then splashed onto the ground, corroding holes on the solid tiles and making people feel cold all over. It shows how strong the poison is. Uncle Quan felt the comfortable breathing and body, and looked at Yi Xian with a changed look in his eyes. The poison was cured just like that. Chapter 58, The Son-in-Law's Medical Skills, Unbelievable. Breathing is smooth and I feel in good spirits. Amazing. Uncle Quan stretched his muscles and said in disbelief, I feel better than before I was injured. By the way, I helped Uncle Quan get rid of the hidden illness that had accumulated over the years. When Uncle Quan heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was solemn. Sir, such a kindness is like a rebirth. Uncle Quan, you're welcome. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled. This was just a matter of convenience for him. We are family, so there is no need to be so formal. Seeing Uncle Quan's poison being cured, Shi Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge rock pressing on his heart finally fell. Xiao Yi, what about you? Indeed, the scene before his eyes was far beyond Shi Lingfeng's cognition. Don't be surprised, uncle. Yi Xian had already thought of an excuse, and continued, in my early years, I once learned medicine from a hermit master, and now I have achieved some success. I see. After hearing Yi Xian's explanation, Shi Lingfeng also understood. That's right. Yi Xian looked at Shi Lingfeng. I see that uncle's mind is seriously exhausted. I'm afraid it's caused by worrying too much. Moreover, he also has many hidden diseases. Today, I will also help uncle to recover his mind and get rid of his hidden disease. At the same time, Yi Xian also gave acupuncture to his father-in-law again. Buzz. After a while, Shi Lingfeng felt that his whole body condition was surprisingly good, and even the aura around him was significantly improved. Master, what are you doing? Uncle Quan looked at Father Shi in disbelief. A top third-rate master. My son-in-law's medical skills are incredible. Afterwards, Uncle Quan looked at Yi Xian with even more respect. It turned out that their son-in-law was much more powerful than they had imagined. In this way, they will also have a better chance of winning when dealing with the upcoming changes in Jiangcheng. Xiao Yi, such a kindness, ah. Shi Lingfeng wanted to say something, but finally sighed, I don't need to thank you for your kindness, Uncle will remember it in his heart. You're welcome, Uncle. Having successfully won over his father-in-law, Yi Xian's lips curled up. He wondered how his beloved wife would react if she knew. That's right. Thinking of something, Yi Xian wrote down 2 prescriptions and handed them to Uncle Quan and father-in-law respectively. Uncle, these 2 prescriptions can cure your hidden illness. He paused and continued, in addition, this prescription can also be given to trusted subordinates to strengthen their physique and improve their strength. Good. After solemnly taking the prescription, Shi Lingfeng and Uncle Quan looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. If such a prescription were to be auctioned, it would surely fetch an unimaginable price. At least, it would cost 10 billion. Xiaoye, thank you very much. Shi Lingfeng didn't want to owe such a big favor, but the prescription was too important for him to refuse. You know. With these 2 prescriptions, the Shi family's strength will definitely be improved in the shortest time possible. After a while, leave the study. Seeing the 2 people chatting and laughing, Shi Mengyan was stunned. Judging from the atmosphere, they seemed to be having a good conversation. What are you talking about? It took so long. Mother Shi looked at her father-in-law and son-in-law suspiciously, feeling that there was a clear difference from before she entered the study. Nothing. Shi Lingfeng waved his hand and smiled, just chatting about family matters. Yeah. Mother Shi was obviously a little unconvinced, but then she thought of something and said, it's almost time, let's eat. Good. Father Shi was in a good mood, and he looked at his son-in-law with increasing satisfaction. Xiao Yi, let's have a couple of drinks later. Ah Quan, open 2 bottles of billionaire. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Uncle Quan nodded heavily, feeling extremely grateful to his son-in-law. Wow. When Xiaodao heard what his father said, his face was full of disbelief. 2 bottles of billionaire were worth 60 million. It was such a waste. Brother-in-law, my dad is a heavy drinker. In order to finance her relationship, Xiaodao ruthlessly betrayed her father. You kid. When Shi Lingfeng heard what his son said, he glanced at him and obviously realized that his future son-in-law had a good relationship with Xiaodao, otherwise he would not have protected him so much. Come on, do it. People are in high spirits when they are happy, so Shi's father started drinking with his future son-in-law. Old Shi, take it easy. Shi's mother was persuading them, while Shi Mengyan was looking at the 2 people drinking strangely. The scene before her eyes was indeed beyond her imagination. Originally she was planning to watch a good show, but she never expected that instead of watching the good show, someone else would become the center of attention. Mom, are you unhappy? Xiaoxi saw her mother's reaction and asked curiously. When Shi's mother and others heard this, they all looked over. Shi Mengyan's face flushed. No, how could it be? Even. I don't dare to look at that guy. It would be bad if he knew what I was thinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shi's father finally got drunk and fell on the table. After all, billionaire is not just talk, the after effect is unprecedentedly strong and people who have never tasted it can never understand it. Mengyan, Xiaoye can drink quite well. When Shi's mother saw Shi's father fall down drunk, she looked at her son-in-law in surprise. You know, there are not many people who can drink more than Shi's father. After all, he has been struggling for half his life, so you can imagine how much he can drink. It's okay. Shi Mengyan glanced at the drunk person and said something unhappily. She obviously didn't expect that he could drink so much. But she didn't know that Yi Xian was just pretending. After all, Yi Xian's god-level drinking ability has made him invincible. Mengyan, help Xiaoye back to his room to rest. Mother Shi glanced at Father Shi and thought to herself that it would be embarrassing when they woke up tomorrow. That's okay. Then, Shi Mengyan helped Yi Xian back to the room, while Xiaoxi played with Shi Xiaodao in the living room. You guys, you drank so much, hurry up and put on your clothes, Before Shi Mengyan finished speaking, a French kiss ensued, which made Shi Mengyan's face turn red all the way to the back of her ears, especially the strong smell of alcohol filled the air. After a long time, Shi Mengyan, who had been fighting for a long time, fell asleep in someone's arms. As for Yi Xian, the only remaining trace of alcohol dissipated. My father-in-law is really enthusiastic. Looking at the beauty sleeping in his arms, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Now he should be able to win over his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But at this moment, Yi Xian clearly sensed that there was murderous intent approaching from a distance, and the speed was not slow. With the eyes of perspective, he suddenly discovered the existence of a second-rate master in the lead. This is Jiangcheng Han family? From a god's perspective, Yi Xian was stunned when he learned the identity of this person. Since you are here, then stay. He then sent a message to Fangzhen, and it was this message that determined the fate of the Han family as cannon fodder on this trip. A massacre was inevitable. Chapter 59, the beast taming ability is demonstrated, and the Han family in Jiangcheng is tragically wiped out. The Shi family villa is so deep and far away that I don't know how far or deep the alley is. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field. The leader was none other than Han Xiaotian, the young master of the Han family. There were dozens of people around him, the weakest of whom were all third-rate mid-level masters. In addition, there was a middle-aged man next to him, who exuded the aura of a second-rate master. Uncle, the Shi family is ahead. Han Xiaotian was speaking to the second master of the Han family, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the Shi family villa. The second master of the Han family glanced at the place not far away and said, "The goal this time is just to assassinate Yi Xian. Remember not to cause any trouble." "Don't worry, uncle." Han Xiaotian smiled, and then his eyes sparkled. "But, is it okay to take Shi Mengyan away with you?" "A woman, whatever you want." The second master of the Han family glanced at Han Xiaotian. He naturally knew that he had been eyeing Shi Mengyan for some time. If Shi Mengyan had not been pregnant before marriage, she would most likely have become the daughter-in-law of their Han family now. "Thank you, second uncle." Han Xiaotian grinned, but before they could continue to act, several figures appeared not far away. Who? As the unusual movement was heard, the second master of the Han family narrowed his eyes and looked vigilantly at the opposite side not far away. "You are, huh?" When the second master of the Han family saw the person coming, his face was full of disbelief. "Lin Zitian, how could it be? Didn't you die 8 years ago?" "What?" Han Xiaotian was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the opposite side in shock. "Second uncle, you said he was the second son of the Jiangcheng Lin family who was wiped out 8 years ago." "Good." Taking a deep breath, the second master of the Han family said solemnly, "Back then, the Su family used the power behind them to wipe out the Lin family in one fell swoop. That's why the Su family has already stepped half a step into the ranks of first-class families." "Jiangcheng Han family?" Lin Zitian frowned when he saw the person coming. "Hanifeng, since you have made a move, then just stay here." "Ha, I didn't expect you to submit to that brat." Hanifeng was not stupid either, and he quickly guessed the relationship. "Kill them all, leaving no one behind." Lin Zitian didn't waste time talking nonsense and directly ordered his men to take action. Snort. Seeing this, Hanifeng snorted coldly. "I want to see how a remnant of a wiped-out family like you can stop me." Bang! The two fists collided, Hanifeng's attack was blocked, and Lin Zitian took several steps back. A third-rate top expert. After the blow, Hanifeng felt Lin Zitian's strength and was a little bit unbelievable. Good boy. He's less than 30 years old, but his fighting ability is already comparable to that of a second-rate expert. How is it possible? Han Xiaotian looked at Lin Zitian opposite him in shock. That guy was less than 30 years old but already as good as his second uncle. But that's all. Hanifeng took out a dagger and attacked Lin Zitian at high speed, intending to kill him with one blow. Not good. Lin Zitian's face changed drastically, obviously underestimating Hanifeng's strength. "Ha, now I know I'm scared." Hanifeng narrowed his eyes, feeling it was a pity that such a genius died in his hands. "No one can save you today." With a cold smile, Hanifeng's mouth corner already curled up with sarcasm, while Han Xiaotian's face was full of excitement. So what if he was a genius? He was still killed by his second uncle. Yeah. But at this moment, an attack came from somewhere in the dark and landed on Hanifeng's dagger, which was coming at him at an extremely fast speed. Zhun. The sound of weapons clashing was heard, and the next moment Hanifeng was chopped away by the huge force. A man suddenly appeared in front of Lin Zitian, and it was Fangzhen. Middle third rate? Feeling the strength of the person on the other side, Hanifeng's face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? In fact, Hanifeng couldn't believe that he, a second-rate master, was injured so badly by a third-rate middle-level guy. Anyone who attacks Master Yi will die. As the voice fell, Fang Zhen had already disappeared from the spot, so fast that Lin Zitian had to swallow his saliva. This guy is really not simple. Sniff. Before Hanifeng could come to his senses, a knife flashed across his neck and blood gushed out. Until his death, he could not believe that the guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. Kill. Fang Zhen glanced at the people around him, and then Lin Zitan led his men to start the slaughter mode, but the eyes looking at Fang Zhen had completely changed. After a while, all the members of the Han family were killed. Ha! Looking at the dead bodies scattered all over the alley, Lin Zitan breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Fang, you were so amazing. Good. Fang Zhen smiled slightly, which made Lin Zitian's mouth twitch. Damn it. With his mid-third-rate strength, he could kill a second-rate master instantly. That's okay, but in that case, isn't his strength no different from that of a waste? Ahem, retreat. Lin Zitian coughed dryly and left with his men. He was too lazy to deal with the bodies of the Han family. In the villa room. Not bad. Yi Shen looked at the scene from a god's perspective. Although the people from the Jiangcheng Han family have been killed, keeping them alive is still a hidden danger. Why not try your beast control ability? At a certain moment, Yi Xian thought of something and looked towards the Han family in Jiangcheng with deep meaning. I hope the Han family will like this gift. Buzz. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly released his god-level beast controlling ability, and then issued an order. That's it. An unprecedented riot started from this moment, centered at the Han family in Jiangcheng. At the same time, in the jungle behind the Han family in Jiangcheng. Hiss. Countless and tens of thousands of poisonous snakes emerged from their nests, including some pythons that were nearly 10 meters long. Hurry up, the king has given orders. Kill everyone in the villa. A torrent of poisonous snakes emerged from all directions towards the Han family villa with a devastating force. If an outsider saw this scene, he would be scared to death. Soon, the end of the Han family came. Ah! The sudden sneak attack killed 5 or 6 Han family masters in secret on the spot, and then the army of venomous snakes overwhelmed them. Not good. How could there be so many poisonous snakes? The Han family's secret masters appeared in front of the villa one after another. Looking at the endless swarm of poisonous snakes, their scalps tingled. No. How so? Accompanied by shrill screams, one by one the Han family masters were overwhelmed by the poisonous snakes. Even though they were very powerful, there were too many of them. Poof. Puff. Just like this, about a quarter of an hour later, the entire Han family was filled with densely packed poisonous snakes. As for the people of the Han family, all of them were poisoned to death by the snakes, without exception. Hiss. At this moment, one of the pythons, which was nearly 10 meters long, narrowed its eyes and scanned the surroundings like a king, as if it was looking for anyone alive from the Han family. Mission accomplished. Retreat quickly and don't cause trouble for the king. Feeling the king's order, the dense army of well-trained venomous snakes dispersed in all directions and quickly disappeared from the villa as if nothing had happened. Only the bloody smell and the dead bodies of venomous snakes in the Han family villa showed that a fierce battle had just occurred here. At this point, the Han family, which had dominated Jiangcheng for more than a decade, was tragically wiped out, and the murderer was Yi Xian. Chapter 60, ISNT My brother-in-law is piano playing so good? 10 minutes later. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field, and the one leading them was dressed in Japanese clothes, with the aura of a third-rate peak surging around him. This person was Mitsui Murakami's confidant. Kill the Lord in the wild, and no one in the Han family of Jiangcheng will survive. As soon as these words came out, Watanabe Yesha looked at the strong smell of blood in the field and said, "The poisonous snake killed the whole family, how strange. What a pity, a chess piece is wasted like this." Looking at the scene in front of him, Watanabe Nosama frowned slightly. What a waste. It seems that we need to think long and hard before testing that kid. Withdraw. With an order, Watanabe Nosaza and his group disappeared on the spot. This place really made them feel uneasy. You must know. Even though the Jiangcheng Han family is not taken seriously by the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, it is still a second-rate family with no less than several second-rate masters in charge. In this case, their entire family was wiped out. If those poisonous snakes came back, it would be a disaster for him. It seems that this matter needs to be reported to the president immediately. The next day, at the Shi family villa. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw a beautiful girl's face. Feeling the slender waist in his arms, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This girl must be exhausted. Thinking about yesterday's trouble, Yi Xian smiled, but this was also because his acupuncture helped Xi Mengyan improve her physical fitness, otherwise she would not have been able to last that long. Overall, the effect is pretty good. System, exchange skills. While feeling comfortable, Yi Xian sent out a thought. Soon, the system responded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the piano ability to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, under this ability, the host's piano attainments have reached the pinnacle and reached the highest level. God level piano? As he murmured, Yi Xian's mind suddenly filled with piano-related experience and skills, and he could play all the famous songs with ease. Yi Xian. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. After she came back to her senses, Xi Mengyan woke up at some point. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it? Xi Mengyan looked at someone strangely. She had called him several times, but this guy didn't respond. Is there? Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian curved his head and said, Of course I am thinking about my baby Mengyan. Let me see if my wife misses me. Put. Who misses you? I don't. Hearing the teasing words from that guy, Xi Mengyan's face turned red and she glared at that guy. After being together for a while, the two came out of the room. Morning, brother-in-law. When Xiaodao saw his brother-in-law and elder sister coming out, he greeted them warmly and ignored his elder sister without leaving any trace. Dad, Mom, wake up. When Xiaoxi saw her parents, her face was full of joy. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, and then Xiaoxi started whispering to Xi Mengyan. Morning, uncle, aunt. Seeing Xi's father and mother, Yi Xian smiled. Ahem, Xiaoye can drink quite well. Father, she coughed dryly. He didn't know how to get back to his room yesterday, and that was also one of the few times he got drunk. Xiaoye, have breakfast. Mother, she greeted her future son-in-law and waved to the maids, try auntie's cooking. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly and had a warm breakfast like this. Dad, where are we going? Watching Grandpa and Mom go to the group, Xiaoxi looked at Dad curiously. This. Yi Xian pondered for a moment after hearing this. Xi's mother beside him thought of something and said, Oh, right, Xiaoyi. Xiao, she said earlier that she likes playing the piano. There happens to be an exhibition today, why not go and take a look? Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Yi Xian looked at the little guy in surprise. Sure enough, the abilities given by the system did not come out of nowhere. So he was just waiting here. Okay. Seeing Xiaoxi's expectant look, Yi Xian rubbed her little head lovingly and drove the extended supercar to the piano exhibition. Xiaoye. While running, Xi's mother took out a notebook and said, Hey. This is the household registration booklet. Mengyan, you guys can go get the certificate when you have time. The mother-in-law came to the rescue and directly gave the household registration booklet to her future son-in-law. I wonder how Xi Mengyan would feel if she knew about this. What do you mean by getting the marriage certificate? Did she agree to it? The exhibition has arrived in a pleasant atmosphere. Wow! When entering the exhibition, what caught Xiaoxi's eyes was a dazzling array of high-end pianos in various fashionable styles, which made her extremely excited. Daddy, that crystal piano is so beautiful. And this. The little guy looked around happily, and the pleasant voice sounded like a lark, which was extremely healing. By the way, Xiaoye. Mother, she looked at her handsome son-in-law and asked curiously, How is your piano? So. Yi Xian said with a smile. Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law suspiciously. His brother-in-law said that generally speaking, it was very impressive to others. Dad, you can play the piano. After hearing this, Xiaoxi looked at her father excitedly, as if she had heard the happiest thing. Excuse me, everyone. At this time, the person in charge of the exhibition apologized. The piano master Mr. Vic, who was originally scheduled to be invited, has something urgent and cannot come to play for you. I am very sorry here. What? When these words were spoken, the people around were stunned, and then disappointment appeared in their eyes. Many of them came here for Mr. Vic. But the person in charge smiled apologetically and said, Any gentleman or lady here who wants to play can give it a try? In order to liven up the atmosphere, the person in charge had no choice but to try to smooth things over. Dad, why don't you try it? At this moment, a voice came from not far away, and then everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. The person in charge's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian. The young man was very handsome. If there is a beginning, it doesn't matter even if the conversation doesn't go very well. Brother-in-law, come on. Xiaodao raised his fist to encourage his brother-in-law, while Xi's mother smiled, naturally happy to see her son-in-law play the piano. Well, all right. Yi Xian also felt a little itchy and came to the piano. Under the light, the girls around him were excited. From their perspective, Yi Xian was super handsome. It completely meets all their expectations for their significant other. At a certain moment, the sound of piano rang out. The noisy place suddenly became silent. Then the notes were like strings of pearls, gently jumping in the air, each of which was shining with gentle light. The piano sound seemed to come from a distant dream, with a hazy beauty that made people feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. This piece of music is none other than the famous piano piece Wedding in a Dream from the Previous Life, which is also the youthful dream of countless people. Oh. When Xiaodao heard her brother-in-law playing the piano, her eyes widened. My brother-in-law plays the piano so well, right? Daddy is great. Xiaoxi looked at the handsome dad playing the piano, her eyes were full of love, and she knew that her dad was super good. Chapter 61 Xiaoye has done a great favor to our family. You must repay her well. The song ended and everyone fell silent. This lasted for about 10 seconds before everyone came back to their senses. Pa 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 pa. Warm applause then rang out in the hall. The person in charge of the exhibition fixed his eyes on the scene, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Sharp. This young man's piano skills are better than those of all the piano masters they invited. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect your piano skills to be so high. Xi's mother looked at her son-in-law, and she was so satisfied at this moment. To be honest, if they had known that their son-in-law was so capable, how could they not agree? I don't know what Meng Yan is thinking. Let's go. After a brief trial, Yi Xian felt it was pretty good and rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly. Wow. Not long after walking, Xiaoxi was attracted by a piano. Daddy, look, it's so beautiful. Looking around, I suddenly saw a luxurious piano placed not far away. It was obviously worth a lot just by looking at it. Do you like it? Seeing the little guy's happy look, Yi Xian asked with a smile. Xiaoxi nodded his head like a little chicken pecking at rice. Xiaodao's eyes fell on the price and he was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. I bought it. Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked at the staff who was displaying it. How much is this? Ahem. The staff member coughed dryly, obviously not expecting anyone to ask. Sir, this piano is a global limited edition, called the Swishton Diamond Piano, with 11,608 pure black and pure white diamonds inlaid on the top. The piano cover is made of 32 kilograms of platinum, and the speakers are made of 22 carats of white diamonds. Hiss. Listening to the staff's introduction, Xi's mother took a deep breath. Indeed, the configuration of the piano was beyond her imagination. Just from these materials, it was clear that this piano was absolutely priced sky high. 210 million. Before the staff member finished speaking, Xiaodao's voice of disbelief was heard, and then everyone looked over. Good. The staff nodded heavily. Sir, this piano is indeed 210 million renminbi, but it is definitely worth the money, and it was designed by an internationally renowned piano designer who took 3 years to design it. Swipe the card. Looking at the diamond piano in front of him, Yi Xian handed a black card to the staff. That's okay, sir. The staff member took a deep breath, and then felt delighted, because he could get a huge sum of money just in commission. Xiaoyi, this is too expensive. Mother Xi looked at the luxurious diamond piano and wondered if spending 210 million to buy a piano was a bit too much. At the same time, Xi Group. Master. Shaoli came to the office with a contract in his hand. The equity transfer contract has been drafted. Shi Lingfeng glanced at it for a few seconds, then nodded. Go down. Hey. Seeing Shaoli leaving, Shi Lingfeng handed the contract to his daughter. Give the contract to Xiaoyi later. That's okay. After pondering for a moment, Shi Mengyan took the contract with mixed feelings. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, Xi's father's cell phone rang. Hello. What did you say? Upon hearing the news from the other side, Father Xi stood up from his seat. The Han family in Zhangcheng was destroyed? Okay, I got it. After a while, after hanging up the phone, Shi Lingfeng could no longer remain calm. What's wrong? Seeing her father's face change drastically, Shi Mengyan asked doubtfully. It was the first time she saw her father react like this. Something big has happened. Taking a deep breath, Father Shi looked towards the Han family in Jiangcheng. The Han family in Jiangcheng was wiped out by a poisonous snake, and no one survived. What? After hearing these words, Shi Mingyan's face was full of disbelief. The Han family was wiped out by the venomous snake. How could it be possible? Indeed, this situation was somewhat unbelievable. It was understandable that a poisonous snake could kill an ordinary person, but the Han family was a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. Indeed. After a pause, Shi Lingfeng continued, according to the information we received, a venomous snake riot occurred around the Han family yesterday. Countless poisonous snakes swarmed into the Han family, which led to the tragedy of annihilation of the entire family. Having said that, I couldn't help but sigh. First it was the Song family, and now it's the Han family. I'm afraid Jiang Chengtian is about to change. However, fortunately, their Shi family has a capable son-in-law, who can better protect themselves when dealing with the upcoming changes in Jiangcheng. It is. If he knew that the Song and Han families were all ruined by him, their good son-in-law, I wonder how Shi Lingfeng would react. This. Hearing her father's words, Shi Mengyan was a little stunned. Dad, what did you say? The Song family was also destroyed? In fact, Shi Mengyan has not paid attention to many things these days. Good. Father Shi nodded. It happened some time ago, and the news was well blocked and not made public. So that's how it is. Looking at his daughter beside him, Father Shi thought of something. Oh, Mengyan. What's wrong? Hearing her father calling her, Shi Mengyan looked over. Father Shi nodded and continued, Xiao Yi has done a great favor to our family. You must repay him well. Dad, what did you say? Hearing what Shi's father said, Shi Mengyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at her dad, and her face couldn't help but turn red. How could she repay that guy? Hadn't she been taken advantage of enough by that guy? What else can I say? Father Shi glanced at his daughter and said, Xiao Yi is so outstanding, there will be many people pursuing him in the future. You need some snacks. It would be great if we could have a son next year. After hearing what Shi's father said, Shi Mengyan's forehead was full of black lines. What was going on? What did he mean by giving birth to a son? Weren't they talking about the situation in Jiangcheng? Why did they end up talking about this? Ahem. Dad, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. With a dry cough, Shi Mengyan really didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that her father would say something unexpected and vicious. This child. Father Shi wanted to give more instructions, but when he saw that his daughter was no longer in the room, he couldn't help but shook his head. Forget it, let the young people handle their own affairs. After a while, Shi's father left the group by car. Drive onto the road less traveled. Bang! Without any warning, a bullet came rapidly from a distance, blowing out the front tire on the spot. The car then lost balance and screeched to a stop in the middle of the field. Get started! Not far away, dozens of killers appeared on the scene. Master, this is not good. Uncle Quan sensed the people around him and said solemnly, these are the killers from last time. An assassination thus began. Chapter 62, Showdown, you said your brother-in-law bought this. Kill. Arriving at the scene, dozens of killers with cold faces rushed forward. Bang. With one strike, the leading man flashed his sword and attacked Shi Lingfeng. His speed was so fast that he was obviously a second-rate master, but Uncle Quan took the attack. The killer leader's attack was blocked, and he took several steps back. Ha! The assassin leader narrowed his eyes and looked at Uncle Quan in surprise. Your poison has been cured. In fact, this scene was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, the poison came from a top-ranked assassin in Hades' palace. It was so toxic that even a top-ranked third-rate assassin would not be able to withstand it. But the person in front of me. Not only was the poison removed, but his strength was even stronger than last time, and he was barely able to contend with him. Snort! So what? Both of you must die today. With a sneer, the assassin leader of the Hades palace had a fierce look in his eyes. Go to hell. Squeak. But at this moment, several cars stopped not far away and surrounded everyone in the field. The leader of the Hades assassins frowned, and then dozens of people surrounded the scene. Who are you? The leader of the assassins felt uneasy, and Shi Lingfeng and the others naturally recognized the person who came first. It was Tu Yi, the bully of Jiangcheng. Warning you. The assassin leader narrowed his eyes and said, we are from the underworld palace. Have you ever thought about the consequences of interfering in the affairs of the underworld palace? Ha, really? Master Tu smiled slightly, and naturally he would not take the Hades palace, which he had never heard of, seriously. I don't care what palace you belong to, if you dare to attack the young lady's family, you will die. Kill. During this period, under the prescription given by Yi Xian, the strength of Tuya's men has been greatly improved, and they are determined to do something big. Now, how could they miss such a good opportunity? How dare you? Bang! Before the leader of the assassins could finish his words, he saw Tu Yi had already taken action and slapped him in the face. The leader of the assassins was completely unable to react to this sudden scene. By the time he came to his senses, he had already been slapped away. Wow! Master Tu looked at his slap. Yi Xiao's prescription was so effective that not only did it greatly increase his strength, but also his speed. Although he is only an early-stage second-rate expert now, his strength is comparable to that of a mid-stage second-rate expert. You can't possibly. The second-rate killer from Hades Palace had a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't believe that the guy, who had the same strength as him, was so much stronger than him. Nothing is impossible. Master Tu was very excited. His strength had greatly increased, and now he was protecting Yi Xiao's father-in-law, which was a great achievement. Come, let your Master Tu see how powerful your Hades Palace is. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment Tu Yi had already punched the killer leader in the abdomen. There was a sound of bone cracking, and countless ribs were broken. All the internal organs were seriously damaged and he was seriously injured on the spot. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the killer leader's face turned pale as paper. As for more than a dozen of his men, they had already turned into corpses and lay on the ground. The Hades Palace killer is nothing more than that. Master Tu sneered, the blade in his hand flashed, and then blood oozed from the killer leader's neck. Before he died, his eyes widened. You dared to kill me, you're dead. Plop. After he finished speaking, the assassin leader turned into a cold corpse and fell to the ground, and the scene was filled with deathly silence. Indeed. Until the moment of his death, the leader of the assassins couldn't believe that the man actually attacked them from the Hades Palace without even thinking. The underworld. He is the supreme being, the uncrowned king of killer organizations in North America. Bullshit. Master Tu glanced at the assassin leader, his eyes showing contempt and ridicule without disguising at all. What the hell is the Underworld Palace? I've never even heard of it. Patriarch Shi, long time no see. Then, Master Tu greeted him with a smile. The man in front of him was young Master Yi's father-in-law and he dared not neglect him in the slightest. Thanks for your help. Shi Lingfeng did not dare to be arrogant when he met Master Tuesday. After all, the butcher's power in Jiangchang was enough to make third-rate families wary, naturally including the Shi family. What's more, he just came to the rescue. Master Shi is too polite. The butcher bowed hurriedly and said respectfully, You are the elder of Master Yi, and it is my duty to protect you. After hearing this, Uncle Quan looked at Master Tu suspiciously. Young Master Yi, could it be Yi Xian? That's right. Master Tu said with a chuckle, and seeing his admission, Shi Lingfeng and Uncle Quan looked at each other, and both saw the other's astonishment. You know. The butcher is a ruthless character and few people dare to make enemies with him. One can imagine how powerful he is if he can subdue such a man. I see. Father, she breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that his son-in-law was much more mysterious than he imagined. These people. Shi Lingfeng looked at the killer in the field. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. After all, he was also a public figure. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely have a bad impact on the group. That's easy. The butcher looked at the scene and said with a smile, You go first, I will handle it. Time passed quickly and night fell. Mama. When Xiaoxi heard the sound of the supercar stopping, she hurried out of the villa, followed by the barking Xiaobai. Miss me? Holding the little guy, Shi Mingyan's face showed a beautiful curve. Such a scene made Feng Shirhan and others envious. To be honest, as girls, they couldn't help but like it. Indeed, the young lady is so beautiful. Aha! The chicken pecked at the rice and nodded its head. The two of them stayed together for a long time. Soon, a truck drove over from a distance and finally stopped in front of the villa. Then the car door opened. Suddenly, a piano inlaid with diamonds appeared. When Xiaodao came out of the villa and saw it, his eyes lit up. Oh, the piano my brother-in-law bought has arrived. Piano? Everyone looked over there, and Xi Mengyan was stunned when she saw it. This was definitely a piano and not a work of art. Xiaodao, you said your brother-in-law bought this. In fact, Xi Mengyan was a little stunned. After all, judging from the appearance alone, this piano was definitely priced sky high. Of course. This is what my brother-in-law bought for Xiaoxi. Xiaodao looked at his niece with envy and said sourly, Sis, don't you know that this piano cost 210 million? What? When Feng Shirhan and the maids heard the price, their eyes changed when they looked at the diamond piano. 210 million? Is this true? It's just a piano, but this is too expensive. That guy. Listening to her brother's words, Xi Mengyan's forehead was full of black lines. Is he going crazy to spoil the little guy to the sky? Chapter 63 Brother-in-law, the $1 million auction is yours? A little villa balcony. At this moment, the two of them were looking at Xiaoxi playing in the brightly lit living room, and the extremely eye-catching diamond piano. You pamper Xiaoxi too much. Although there is nothing wrong in educating children, the investment is too huge. Yeah. Yi Xian didn't care, too much favor? I still think it's not enough. Well. Someone's words made Xi Mengyan roll her eyes. Does this guy know what he is talking about? A piano worth 210 million is not enough. It's crazy. Originally, she thought she was a little too doting on Xiaoxi, but who would have thought that she was nothing compared to this guy? I don't want to bother with you. Feeling that it was impossible to communicate with this guy, Xi Mengyan gave up the idea. Since he wanted to pamper his daughter like crazy, she just let him be. How? Holding her slender waist, he said softly, Is my wife Mengyan jealous? Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Only a ghost would be jealous. Someone's sudden words made Xi Mengyan's face turn red. This guy was starting to act inappropriately again. That's right. At a certain moment, Xi Mengyan thought of something and took out a contract from the side. Hey. My dad asked me to give it to you. Xi Mengyan handed the contract to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian looked at it suspiciously. My father-in-law gave it to me? This is a share transfer contract. After seeing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect his father-in-law to be so fast. Satisfied. She rolled her eyes at someone. This guy directly owned 30% of Xi Group's shares, much more than her. How come? He threw the contract aside and pinched the beautiful lady's face. I'm not interested in the contract. My husband is interested in baby Mengyan. Snort. Listening to what a certain guy said, Xi Mengyan felt sweet in her heart for some reason. That guy was talking nonsense again, but why did she feel so sweet? I won't pay attention to you. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Xi Mengyan really didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that the guy would lose control and eat her up until there was nothing left. And there are so many people watching, it's really scary. Just like that. He took a step forward and rolled his eyes, then started playing with the two little guys. However, when his eyes fell on the diamond piano, he couldn't help but sigh. Was he really not envious at all? That guy really has no bottom line in spoiling his daughter. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, Zidong. The caller was Zhang Zidong, the person in charge of Rongqing Wanjin auction. Master Yi. After a pause, Zhang Zidong coughed and said, Well, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. What's up? Looking at the warm scene in the living room, Yi Xian smiled. That's right. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Zidong continued, I have acquired a lot of antiques recently. I am going to hold an auction in Jiangcheng tomorrow. I wonder if Master Yi has time to attend? Jiangcheng is holding an auction? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. This was a good idea. It was just the right time for some things to appear. For example, prescriptions and refined weapons. The next day, early morning. The first ray of golden morning sun poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Against the backdrop of the morning light, a beautiful face appeared before us. Gulp. Looking at this face, Yi Xian couldn't help swallowing and taking a sip. Feels pretty good. Seeing the beauty in his arms move her body, change into a comfortable position and fall asleep again, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. I have nothing to do, so I exchanged for a skill and tried it out. Soon, the system responded to the thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the treasure appraisal ability to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, under this ability, no one in the world can match the treasure appraisal ability. Then look at the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God level cooking, God level music, martial arts master, God level drinking, God level driving skills, God level bone massage, God level perspective, God level medical skills, God level beast taming, God level gaming, God level refining, God level piano, God level treasure appraisal. Wealth, 8999990269981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 34. Not bad. Looking at the wealth value on the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Faced with such huge wealth, he really didn't know when he could spend it all. It's no exaggeration to say. If he spends all this wealth, he will probably become the man who owns the whole world. What are you thinking about, pervert? At this moment, a voice sounded from the side, and the owner of the voice was Xi Mengyan. Of course I'm thinking about my precious wife. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said jokingly, lifting the chin of the beautiful woman. Go. What nonsense are you talking about? Xi Mengyan glanced at someone with a pouty look. This guy was always rude and she seemed to have gotten used to it. She didn't know why she fell in love with him. After breakfast, Yi Xian drove his family away from the villa. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Shi Xiaodao looked at the direction of travel suspiciously and asked curiously. Yeah, Dad. Xiaoxi agreed as she looked at the scenery flying backwards outside the window. I'll take you to the auction today. Auction? After hearing this, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. For a moment she couldn't figure out what this guy was up to. He suddenly wanted to go to that kind of place. But let me say this first. Thinking of past practices, Xi Mengyan reminded, don't show off at the auction. Rest assured. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Naturally, he would not bid for anything at this auction. As they were talking, the $1 million auction was approaching. Squeak. As the car stopped, Zhang Zidong and the auction's senior executives had been waiting for a long time. Boss, you're here. After getting off the car, Zhang Zidong and his group of people from the auction greeted them warmly, not daring to be careless at all. Brother-in-law, they call you boss? Shi Xiaodao looked at the Wanjin auction curiously, and then looked at his brother-in-law suspiciously. Of course. Zhang Zidong patiently explained, Wanjin auction is owned by Master Yi, so naturally we have to call him boss. What? As soon as these words came out, Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened, and he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Brother-in-law, did I hear it right? This $1 million auction is yours. Indeed, the sudden information had a great impact on him. Even Xi Mengyan's eyes showed surprise. This luxuriously decorated auction turned out to be this guy's property. Is he crazy? But, when did this happen? Why didn't she know anything about it? Chapter 64, Oh my god, how come I am the boss lady? Boss, this is the boss lady, right? Zhang Zidong had already figured out his boss's background and spoke with great insight. Yi Xian nodded as usual, while Xi Mengyan's face flushed. Hello, Madam Boss. Zhang Zidong was very good at assisting, and Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone without leaving any trace. Hello. What a joke that girl is. She just admitted and promised something blindly. How could she be the boss's wife? However, I still responded for some unknown reason. After all, it is impolite not to respond when someone greets me. If it doesn't work, I'll explain it later. You guys go to the box first, I'll be right back. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and spoke to Xi Mengyan. Xi Mengyan nodded obediently. She was eager to leave the scene. Shi Xiaodao looked at this scene with a smile on his face. His brother-in-law was so powerful. His sister was completely under his control. Dad, you need to hurry up. Xiaoxi waved to remind her father, and Yi Xian smiled dotingly. Master Yi, what do you want? Zhang Zidong bowed with fear, not daring to be arrogant in the slightest. It's not an order. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then took out a prescription and several weapons. This is? Zhang Zidong was stunned, looking at a prescription and several weapons emitting cold light. It was obvious that they were not ordinary things. The added bonus of an auction. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued. This prescription can improve one's physique and speed if taken for a long time, and can also increase the speed of martial arts training. What? Hearing this, Zhang Zidong's pupils widened and he looked at the prescription in disbelief. Master Yi, is this true? Certainly. Then Yi Xian looked at the weapons. These swords are so sharp that they can cut through iron like mud. I think the photographers will be very satisfied. Ha! Others may not know, but Zhang Zidong knows that his own Master Yi is of extraordinary status. Since this thing was said by him, its effect must be good. Very good. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. I was originally worried that the auction wouldn't attract those people, now it's all good. If we have a few items from young Master Yi, the auction will surely become famous. After a few words, Zhang Zidong sent Yi Xian to the auction area, while he arranged several items for auction. Crack! The door of the box opened and Yi Xian came into the box. Brother-in-law, what took you so long? Shi Xiaodao looked around the box boredly, then looked at the auction hall. Brother-in-law, when did you hold an auction for something like this? It was purchased a few days ago, not long ago. Yi Xian waved his hand and said proudly, if you like anything, just shoot it. Anyway, the auction is ours. Well. Shi Mengyan couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard what someone said. This guy was not afraid of being hacked to death. Dear guests, welcome to the first Wanjin auction. After a while, Zhang Zidong appeared at the auction stage, warming up the audience with some speeches. However, people in the surrounding boxes had different expressions. After all, the Wanjin auction was considered a force outside Jiangcheng. Now that they have just arrived, many people come here with a tentative mindset. No more talking. After a few words of warm-up, Zhang Zidong looked towards the box where young Master Yi was and took a deep breath. Next, let's proceed to the first item. A mysterious prescription. Then, a prescription suddenly appeared on the big screen, but only half of the medicinal ingredients were included. It was obvious that Zhang Zidong had done it on purpose. This prescription was commissioned by a master to be auctioned at an auction. This prescription has infinite uses. Long-term use can improve physical fitness and increase the speed of martial arts training. For half of the prescriptions here, you can contact people you know to verify them. Zhang Zidong has full confidence in Yi Xiao, and this can also make everyone feel at ease. After all, with the power behind them, it is easy to verify. Soon, the aura floating in the boxes on all sides explained everything. Mitsui Shokai. Is this, the prescription real? Watanabe Nosaka looked at the auction table and took a deep breath. The president orders that this prescription must be auctioned. Master Yesha, is this prescription really that magical? Watanabe Nosaka cast his sharp eyes at his subordinates. Are you doubting the president's decision? I dare not. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate was almost scared to death. He could not afford to take the blame. Poof. Watanabe Nosaka snorted coldly, sensing the eagerness of the people around him to try. It seems that there are many people who are interested in the prescription. This 10,000 gold auction is quite interesting. 100 million. 200 million. Soon, bidders from all sides came in to bid, and the whole scene became very lively. 1 billion. At a certain moment, Watanabe Nosha sneered and quoted a price. The last thing their Mitsui Chamber of Commerce lacked was money. Everyone, give my Mitsui Chamber of Commerce a favor. Immediately afterwards, Watanabe Nosama's voice was heard, and all the boxes that were originally about to bid fell silent. After all, outsiders may not know how powerful Mitsui Corporation is, but they know it very well. Behind it is the Fuso Mitsui Zaibatsu, and it has been entrenched in Jiangcheng for many years, so its influence is quite large. Although they are a powerful family in Jiangcheng, there is still a big gap between them and Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Ha! Hearing Mitsui Company bid 1 billion, Zhang Zidong took a deep breath and said, "Congratulations to Mitsui Company for winning the mysterious prescription. Now, let's start the second lot." Just like that, the auction went on very smoothly afterwards, and even those who wanted to cause trouble restrained themselves. Until the auction ended with several swords that could cut through iron like mud. This caused another uproar in the venue, and the boxes on all sides were ready to take action. But soon, Watanabe Nosama and others returned empty-handed. After all, the previous prescription was already a courtesy to Mitsui Company, but now these swords that could cut through iron like mud were no longer acceptable, and Watanabe Nosha couldn't say anything about it. However, they obviously have other channels. Master Yesha, I found it. The men beside Watanabe Nosaku narrowed their eyes and said, "Those items are all placed in the transaction waiting area, and there are no experts guarding them." Very good. Watanabe Nosha's eyes sparkled when he heard this. God is helping me. It seems that the Wanjin auction is just a facade. Bring your men with you and follow me to rob the Wanjin auction house. After a pause, Watanabe Yesha said maliciously, "Wait, I'll see how it ends." Your Excellency is wise. Watanabe Nosha's men all sold their farts, suddenly unaware of how stupid their actions were. Snort. In Jianchan, no one dares to offend the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Watanabe Yesha was extremely confident and said proudly, "It seems that this time, we will return with a full load, especially those swords, which will definitely greatly increase the speed of our Chamber of Commerce's secret research." However, it was Watanabe's act of killing that brought disaster to Mitsui Company, but that is a story for later. Chapter 65, Annihilate Watanabe Yasaku and go to Mitsui Chamber of Commerce alone. Time flies and the auction ends. Brother-in-law, this is wonderful. Shi Xiaodao took a deep breath. Today, several items were auctioned at sky-high prices, especially the prescription, which was auctioned for 1 billion. Big profit. Knowing that her brother-in-law was the owner of the auction, Shi Xiaodao was extremely excited. It was too easy to make money here. Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then he saw the sneaky Watanabe Yesha and his group under his eyes of clairvoyance and smiled meaningfully. Let's go. You. Shi Mengyan looked at the scene. Who knows how much money this guy made from today's auction? Although, I don't know how this guy acquired such an auction. Only. This pervert has so many secrets that I don't know about. It seems I must dig deeper tonight. Meanwhile, the auction items are stored in the area. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field, and the leader was none other than Watanabe Yesha, and beside him were more than a dozen third-rate masters, each of whom was capable of taking on 10 enemies at once. Ha, there wasn't even an alarm? Watanabe Nosama came to the venue, looked at the many auction items, and smiled sarcastically. Master Yesha, this time it's all easy for us. Watanabe killed one of his men and said excitedly, but it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. Hearing his men's words, Watanabe Nosama nodded, find the thing, then retreat. Then, take advantage of this opportunity to blackmail me. Yeah. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the field. The sudden scene frightened Watanabe Yesha. This person was Fangjin. When he saw the person coming, Watanabe Nosha narrowed his eyes. Middle stage third rate, you are looking for death. Lord Yesha, I'm here to destroy him. At this time, one of Watanabe Yesha's men volunteered and looked at Fangjin jokingly. You know, he is also in the middle stage of the third rate, but his strength is stronger than his realm. Be neat. Hey, don't worry. The subordinate grinned, and then his eyes fell on Fangjin, a mere third-rate mid-level expert. This auction is really useless. Die. Sniff. The next moment, without Fangjin making a move, the third-rate mid-stage Fuso master died on the spot, so fast that Watanabe Yesha didn't even notice how he did it. Leave no one behind. Following Fangjin's order, Lin Zitian and his men arrived at the scene and started a massacre. In less than 10 seconds, all of Watanabe and his group were killed without a single survivor. Even. From beginning to end, these people from Mitsui Corporation didn't even have time to scream. Gulp. Zhang Zidong came to the scene and was stunned when he saw the people arranged by Yi Xiao. He did not expect that Mitsui Chamber of Commerce would take action directly, and he did not expect that Mitsui Masao's confidants would be killed by Yi Xiao's men. This time, a mortal enemy was created. Mitsui Corporation is not a simple company. Even Jiang Xiao, who was behind him before, did not dare to offend it easily. Thank you, everyone, for your help. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zidong expressed his gratitude solemnly. That's right. Fangjin thought of something, and then said, Young Master Yi said that the prescription bought by Mitsui Chamber of Commerce will be given to the previous owner of Wanjin auction. Well. After these words came out, Zhang Zidong's expression was complicated, and then his old face turned red. Zhang Zidong is unworthy of this. You, take care of yourself. Fangjin glanced at Zhang Zidong, then left the field with Lin Zitian and others, leaving Zhang Zidong alone in the air. Hey! As expected, Master Yi has a keen eye. After a while, Zhang Zidong came to a private room. Young Master Jiang. After arriving at the box, Zhang Zidong sighed and bowed. What's wrong? Zhang Buchan looked at Zhang Zidong in front of him, questioning suspiciously. This prescription was given to you by Master Yi. And. He paused for a moment and continued, his men told me to fend for myself. This? After Jiang Buchan heard this, his expression changed significantly. It seems that my presence makes Yi Xian a little unhappy. That's right. It was I who was abrupt. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Buchan continued, Zhang Zidong, from now on you should assist Yi Xian well. After this prescription, our relationship will end. At this point, Jiang Buchan said, you and I don't have to contact each other from now on. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Zidong said this in a serious tone, and he naturally realized the seriousness of the matter. Night falls in the villa. Ding-a-ling. Not long after Shi Mengyan fell asleep, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, butcher. After answering the call, Yi Xian frowned slightly. After all, making a phone call at this time was definitely not a trivial matter. Master Yi. The butcher opposite pondered for a moment, then continued, I heard earlier that you had a conflict with Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. There's something I think it's best to tell you. Oh? Listening to the butcher's words, Yi Xian asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Ahem, that's it. After a dry cough, the butcher continued, over the years, there have been several missing persons cases in Jiangqing every once in a while. I got the news that the disappearance of these people is related to Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, and... At this point, the butcher said solemnly, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has existed in Jiangqing for a long time. It is said that it is secretly conducting some unknown research, but no one knows what it is. This is strange, so I thought it would be best to tell you. Yeah. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flickered, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian looked towards the direction of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. This Mitsui Chamber of Commerce seems to have a good affinity with me. Is it a secret research that is unknown to the public? Whatever. Then go and take a look, maybe. Whispering to this point, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with interest. There is an unexpected discovery. Swish. Then, Yi Xian disappeared from the room and came to an unknown distance outside the villa. People are missing, hundreds of missing persons. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. About a quarter of an hour later, Mitsui Company was already in sight. If the outside world knew about this, they would be shocked. After all, even if a supercar was driven at full speed, it would take half an hour to get here. Stop. Who is here? Leave immediately. Two Mitsui Chamber of Commerce guards looked at the sneaky figure in night clothes. Bang! With one slap, the two guards in front were killed without even having time to scream. Hearing the sound, several people soon walked out from the Chamber of Commerce. Shoo! The blade flashed, and the next moment several people were stabbed in the throat, cleanly and efficiently. Just like that. Under the eyes of perspective, Mitsui Corporation and its unknown secrets were exposed, and some things about live experiments were also discovered, which made Yi Xian feel cold. In particular, seeing dozens of people being dissected for live experiments shocked Yi Xian greatly. It turned out that all Japanese dogs are bad. Chapter 66 confirmed, Shi Mengyan is pregnant again? Beep beep. Immediately afterwards, a scarlet alarm sounded throughout the Chamber of Commerce, and figures emerged from the depths. Oh no, enemy attack. Soon, everyone discovered the bodies of several of their companions with grim expressions on their faces. Try to find. Make sure to find the person who came. A confidant of Mitsui Masao had a fierce look in his eyes. Once discovered, kill them on the spot. Yes, Master Hida. Taking a deep breath, everyone left one after another. Okamura Hida was one of the few second-rate masters under Mitsui Masao and also his most trusted subordinate. At that moment, the Chamber of Commerce was turned upside down. On the other side, Yi Xian had passed through layers of obstacles and arrived at the core area. Then, Yi Xian looked at the metal exoskeleton arm similar to a crab claw that he was studying, and with his refining ability, this technology had actually been completed by 90%. If we continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before we can achieve technical success. In addition, there are other exoskeletons placed nearby, but they are all high-level failed products. If that's the case, then destroy it. Sniff. Dozens of golden rays flashed by, and the next moment, many research results were blasted into pieces by the golden needles, and the entire scene was in a mess. The unusual noise also attracted the attention of patrolmen not far away, and their faces changed drastically when they arrived. What? All the research results are ruined. Damn it. You know, this is the result of their several years of research. Now that it has been destroyed, all their years of hard work will be wasted. What's wrong? Gangsu and Feitian came closer, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was so angry that his lungs exploded. Master Feitian, something happened. But at this moment, a staggering figure came to the scene with sweat on his forehead. The exoskeleton technology chip has been stolen. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Gangsu and Feitian's mind went blank. What did you say? The exoskeleton technology chip was stolen. How possible? Indeed, this information made Gangsu and Feitian's face change drastically. The technical chip is the most important thing, and the consequences of losing it are unimaginable. Close all entrances. Gangsu and Feitian immediately said with a serious face, "Search for me, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find that person." Outside the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Swish! A figure appeared not far away, looking at the chaotic Chamber of Commerce with a smile on his face. This should be considered as getting rid of harm for the people. As for what will happen next, it is not his concern. Half an hour later. Squeak! There was a sudden brake sound and the black business car stopped. Judging from its appearance, it was very valuable. At this moment, Gangsu and Feitian had been waiting for a long time. President! Taking a deep breath, Gangsu and Feitian looked guilty. My subordinates failed in their duties. The exoskeleton technology chip was stolen. Asshole! Mitsui Masao slapped Gangsu and Feitian on the face. At this moment, he wanted to kill him. A bunch of rubbish. Did you check the surveillance? This, cough. Gangsu and Feitian coughed dryly. We checked, but we didn't find anything abnormal. That person avoided all surveillance. Mitsui Masao narrowed his eyes. Avoiding all surveillance, is there a traitor? You know. Their Chamber of Commerce has a lot of secret surveillance, and non-core personnel have no way of knowing about it. Swish. Then, several figures flew over from a distance and then came to the scene. If the outside world knew about these figures, they would be shocked because they were all top-notch masters. With so many top-notch masters, even Jiangcheng can be swept away. How? Mitsui Masao frowned and asked several people. Master, there is no suspicious person within a 10-mile radius. Taking a deep breath, the leader pondered for a moment, unless that person is an ordinary person, or his strength is far beyond ours. Impossible. Mitsui Masao narrowed his eyes and said, how could such a small Jiangcheng have a top-notch expert? Keep checking. The next day, early morning. Slurp. The sun was shining brightly. Xiaoxi ate a mouthful of noodle soup happily. Wow, it's delicious. Aha! Shishadao was pecking at rice and nodding his head at the side, saying that his brother-in-law's cooking skills were impeccable. It's delicious, just eat more. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but at this moment Shi Mengyan, who was eating noodle soup, retched. Ha! Seeing her mother's appearance, Xiaoxi was curious. It's obviously delicious. What's wrong with her? Sister, are you okay? Shi Xiaodao was standing by and asked with concern. I'm fine. After heaving a sigh of relief and calming down a little, Shi Mengyan tried to dry heave again but failed. Nizi, let me take a look. After saying that, Yi Xian took Shi Mengyan's pulse, and then his expression became strange. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian frowning, Shi Mengyan suddenly felt uneasy. After all, this situation had been going on for several days and she hadn't taken it seriously before. Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and Fang Shirhan and the maid beside him also looked over. Well, you might be pregnant. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Mengyan's mind buzzed, and Fang Shirhan and others' eyes widened with surprise. What? Young madam is pregnant? Oh my god. In other words, is the villa going to have a new member? Ha! Shi Mengyan was also stunned, her face immediately turned red, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Certainly. Yi Xian knocked on Shi Mengyan. How could I be wrong? And judging by the pulse, it's a boy, as expected. This. Shi Mengyan's face immediately turned even redder. She knew very well how good that guy's medical skills were, and he would not joke about such things. What should I do? Shi Mengyan couldn't help but panic. You idiot, it's all your fault. No wonder none of her relatives came these days. Turns out, she won the lottery. Daddy, is Xiaoxi going to have a younger brother? Xiaoxi listened to the conversation between her parents as if she understood it, and asked with her innocent and curious eyes blinking. Of course. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Are you happy, Xiaoxi? Hee hee, of course I'm happy. Daddy is so awesome. When Xiaoxi heard this, she couldn't stop clapping her hands excitedly. The maids felt so warm watching this scene. They thought the young lady was pregnant again. So envious, what should I do? If only it would be me who was pregnant. When Xiao Dao heard this, it was as if he had heard a huge secret. His eyes rolled around. As expected of my brother-in-law, this operation is amazing. Hey, if my parents knew, they would be so happy. Thinking of this, some scenes have already emerged in my mind, which makes me look forward to it. Chapter 67, Xi Mengyan's grandfather's birthday party, picked up a priceless painting in the antique street Fujian mountain residence. Ding-a-ling. As she was sighing, Xi Mengyan's cell phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, her beautiful eyes paused, because the caller was Xi's mother. Sister, why didn't you answer Mom's call? Xiao Dao looked at his elder sister and smiled, saying that his mother was going to have a grandson soon. Shut up. Xi Mengyan's face turned red. She was already nervous and glared at her unscrupulous brother. After taking a deep breath, he finally answered the call. Hello, Mom. After answering the phone, Xi Mengyan greeted warmly. Soon, Xi's mother's voice came from the other end. Mengyan, what are you doing taking so long to answer the phone? No. Xi Mengyan blushed with guilt, fearing that her mother would find out about her pregnancy. That's right, my phone is not with me. I see. Mother, she didn't think much about it and didn't care. I thought you were hiding something and deliberately didn't answer the phone. Well. Listening to her mother's words, Xi Mengyan's face flushed, spreading to her neck. How could it be? Mom, what are you thinking about? Xi Mengyan said this with gritted teeth, while Xiao Dao beside her laughed, as if he had caught someone using her against him. That's right. After chatting for a while, Xi's mother reminded, don't forget your grandfather's birthday party tonight. Ah. Hearing her mother's reminder, Xi Mengyan was stunned and almost forgot that today was her grandfather's birthday party. By the way, bring Xiaoye to meet your grandpa. After saying this, Xi's mother hung up the phone skillfully, without giving Xi Mengyan any time to react. No, Mom, hey. When Xi Mengyan reacted, she found that the call had been hung up, which made her forehead full of black lines. What did she mean by did her grandfather discuss this with her? What's wrong? Seeing Xi Mengyan's expression, Yi Xian asked suspiciously. My mom called to remind me that my grandpa's birthday party is tonight. He paused and coughed dryly. I also said that I would take you with me tonight. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Your grandpa's birthday party, is it tonight? At this point, Xi Mengyan said a little embarrassedly, I should have told you earlier, but I was too busy recently and forgot. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, then he thought of something. I heard that there are many treasures in the antique street recently. Why not go and take a look? Maybe you can come across something good. Xiao Dao was stunned when he heard it, and then looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, are we going to the antique street? Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiaoxi and Xiao Dao looked at each other. Yes. Long live Dad, we can finally go out and play again. For a moment, the maids were so excited and envious of Xiaoxi's cute appearance. They also wanted to have such a lovely daughter. What should they do? Pity. They could only watch. After all, they didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone a daughter. Master, Madam, goodbye. After breakfast, the maids said goodbye to the young master's family in front of the villa. Looking at the heartwarming scene, they couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if their future husband was their own young master. I envy the young lady so much. Yes, the young master dotes on me too much. As the chirping sounds were heard, Fang Shihan's lips curved up. The more she came into contact with Yi Xiao, the more charming he became. It wasn't long before we arrived at the antique street. Wow. After getting off the car, Xiao Dao looked around curiously. This is the antique street, it's quite lively. This is my first time here. He looked around, then took Xiaoxi's hand and said, Xiaoxi, come on, uncle will take you for a walk. Hee hee, okay. Just like this, the two little guys happily wandered around the stalls. Slow down. Xi Mengyan saw how excited the two were and reminded them with concern. Let them go. They can't be lost. Yi Xianhan said nonchalantly. After all, he had the ability of X-ray vision, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. You are really generous. Boom. Before Shi Mengyan could continue to complain, she was hit on the smooth and white forehead. Shi Mengyan cried out in pain after her head exploded. She looked at someone indignantly and said, "Why did you hit me? Knock you? Who told you to talk nonsense?" Glancing at the girl beside him, he continued, "Isn't it possible to send them away? Does your man want to spend some time alone with you? Put. World, you big head ghost." Shi Mengyan couldn't stand being teased by this guy. She really didn't know how many girls this guy had teased before. Before joking, Yi Xian glanced around. Not surprisingly, they are all fakes, which shows that the possibility of finding a bargain in this antique street is almost zero. You should know that even those treasure appraisal masters have suffered a lot of losses in the antique street. At a certain moment, Yi Xian discovered a golden light among the gray fakes, and he was the only one who could see the golden light. That is, dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. Seeing the calligraphy and painting, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and with his ability to appraise treasures, Yi Xian knew that this calligraphy and painting was worth at least 1 billion. And if it were put up for auction and met by big collectors, its value would probably increase significantly. This is not. The gift for the birthday party hasn't arrived yet. As he spoke, Yi Xian walked towards the stall, where there was another antique of good quality. 3-legged jar with string pattern. That's right. It was a wine bottle, and it was well preserved. Interesting. It seems that I have found a big bargain today. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be a shame if he didn't take such a valuable item. You found something good? Shi Mengyan glanced at someone. She knew from the previous charity banquet that this guy was good at appraising treasures. With a slight nod and without saying anything else, the two of them came to the stall. "Boss, what do you want?" When the stall owner saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up, knowing that business was coming. And judging from the way Yi Xian and the other man were dressed, they must be wealthy people, and the vendors like people like this kind of people with a lot of money the most. As for the reason, it's very simple. First, he is rich, and second, he is easy to cheat. Yi Xian picked up the painting and asked, "How much is this?" "This?" The stall owner glanced at the calligraphy and painting, and then said, "Boss, this painting is the treasure of our stall. It is said to be from the hands of a famous artist. If you can buy this painting, you will definitely get a good price." He boasted without blushing or beating his heart, and his acting skills were comparable to those of an award-winning actor. However, Yi Xian smiled slightly at this. As for him suffering a loss, it would only be the end of the world. "I want it." Yi Xian listened to the boasting and didn't care. "How much?" "This." When the stall owner heard this, his eyes sparkled with joy. Meeting his fate, I won't lie. 100,000. Only 100,000 yuan, and you can take this painting. When the vendors around heard his words, their eyelids twitched wildly. Is this guy crazy? This is too cruel. No one would agree to this unless he is a fool. Chapter 68. My dear, can you sell me this wine bottle? 100,000? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. This stall owner had a big appetite. After all, in his opinion, this painting was probably worthless. He then looked at the dark wine bottle beside him and took it. "Well, I'll take this wine bottle as well. How about a total of 100,000? A plain voice sounded, and Shi Mengyan was stunned. What was that guy doing? He wanted to spend 100,000 for a shabby painting and a wine jar. Sure. The stall owner was stunned for a moment. He had originally thought of various excuses, such as good quality and low price, and fair to everyone, but now he had no chance to use them. However, he would naturally be happy to sell it at a higher price. Soon, the money and goods were settled. The stall owner narrowed his eyes and said, "Boss, these two antiques are yours. I wish you great fortune." He said this with a smile on his face, but he was laughing in his heart. It would be good enough if he could make a fortune without losing everything. But that was not what he cared about. Anyway, as long as he makes money, that's enough. He. Sure enough, this guy is an amateur. He is stupid and has a lot of money. It would be great if there were more people like him who are kind and charitable. Old Chen, you can do this. We just opened today and a fat sheep came, wow. The colleagues in the surrounding stalls were laughing, and the stall owner Chen said, "Hush, you are crazy, don't let that kid hear it. Don't worry, it's my treat tonight." Mr. Chen, the stall owner, said this proudly, and the people around him nodded in comfort. It was not bad to have a free meal. Brother-in-law, you spent 100,000 yuan to buy these two things? Shi Xiaodao couldn't help but frown when he saw the two antiques in his brother-in-law's hands. It was obvious that he couldn't see what was so special about these two ugly things. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiaoxi blinked his eyes curiously. Are you sure it's worth the money? Shi Mengyan saw a certain guy's calm expression. Although she didn't know whether the two antiques were real or fake, there was definitely something fishy about his expression. As expected. Soon, his guess was confirmed. This little friend. Before they had walked far, a voice was heard not far away. The person who came was actually an old man, but a middle-aged man next to him had a very strong aura. Obviously, this old man is of extraordinary status. I wonder if you could lend me the wine bottle in your hand to take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around looked over, even Lao Chen and others at the stall cast their eyes over the wine bottle. For some reason, when he saw the old man with an extraordinary temperament, Mr. Chen, the stall owner, had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be, not that easy? Thinking of this, old Chen at the stall recalled Yi Xian's calm behavior just now. It was so strange, as if he was eager to buy it. And, there is also a wine bottle. Really? The old man narrowed his eyes, then stared at the wine jar with a bright light. My friend, can you sell this wine jar to me? Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, old Chen at the stall had an idea in his mind. It was obvious at first glance that the old man was not an ordinary person. So, the old man was afraid that Yi Xian would not agree, so he continued, 5 million, no. 8 million. The old man directly quoted a price far higher than that of the wine jar, because he particularly liked wine jars in his antique collection. What? Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened, and his expression changed as he looked at the wine bottle in his brother-in-law's hand. 8 million. Sister, I am not dreaming. In fact, the impact of this news on him was unprecedented. Ahem, probably, no. Shi Mengyan coughed dryly, then looked at someone with a complicated expression. This guy was indeed not someone who would suffer any loss. Every time it behaves out of character, there must be something fishy. If you don't know this guy in advance, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Fuck. The stall owners around the stall owner Lao Chen were all stunned and looked at the distance in confusion. Who the hell am I? Where am I? That ugly-looking wine jar was actually offered for 8 million by the old man. Authentic. The wine bottle turned out to be genuine. My dear old Chen lost everything now. Plop. Mr. Chen at the stall felt his legs go limp and he fell to the ground with a deathly pale face, staring into the distance with empty eyes. 8 million. My God, he will never make that much money in his entire life. Bang. At one point, the stall owner, Lao Chen, slapped himself in the face. It hurts, this is real. The crazy old Chen slapped himself in the face. Seeing this scene, his companions couldn't help but sigh. If this happened to them, they would probably want to die. Of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the old man was delighted when he saw this. Thank you for your help, young friend. You're welcome, old man. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then the transaction was completed. As expected, Yi Xian made 8 million by trying his hand. Let's go. The old man smiled as he watched Yi Xian leave, with a curve at the corner of his mouth. Master Qian, that little guy is not simple. The middle-aged man next to him looked at Yi Xian and said, judging from the reaction of the stall owner not far away, it seems that the little guy just bought this item. I'll sell it to you for 8 million. And? After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man frowned and said, that little guy actually gave me a very dangerous feeling. Oh? After saying this, Elder Qian looked at Yi Xian and said, you are already a first-rate master. How can you be so? This little guy is quite interesting. Find some time and have someone check it out. After a pause, Qian Lao said, but remember not to let him notice it. Rest assured. The middle-aged man nodded in response. He naturally knew this. Daddy, great. After leaving the field, Xiaoxi looked at his father with eyes full of admiration. He liked his father more and more. Of course. Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Shi Xiaodao clicked his tongue beside him, saying that this brother-in-law is really omnipotent and can even appraise treasures. My sister has found a treasure. That's right. Shi Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the painting in her hand. Isn't this painting simple too? I guess so. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at the painting. We're having a birthday party for your grandfather tonight. This will be your birthday gift. Isn't this a bit too expensive? Xi Mengyan frowned for a moment and looked at the painting. Although she didn't know what kind of painting it was, judging from the wine jar just now, the value of this painting might be even higher than that of the wine jar. How come? It's the first time I meet my precious Mengyan's grandpa, so the gift can't be bad. Listening to someone's nonsense, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes, unaware of what happened at the birthday party tonight. Chapter 69 Nizi, what's that look in your eyes? As night falls, I return to Zhuxianju. Wow. After getting off the bus, Xiaoxi looked at the brightly lit Zhuxianju with stars in her eyes. So beautiful. Of course. Shi Xiaodao looked at what was in front of him and murmured, Zhuxianju is one of the most luxurious restaurants in Jiangcheng. Hey, brother-in-law. At this point, Shi Xiaodao glanced at his brother-in-law. How about buying it? Boom. As soon as Shi Xiaodao finished speaking, he was hit on the head by the blood suppression. Shut up. Obviously, the one who had his head knocked was none other than Xi Mengyan. Yi Xian, don't even think about Zhuxianju. Fearing that the guy would set his sights on Zhuxianju, he reminded him, it is said that there are some big shots in Jiangcheng backing Zhuxianju. Don't offend them easily. Rest assured. He rubbed Xi Mengyan's head and said with a smile, is your man a person who doesn't know his limits? How dare you? Feeling the guy's actions, Xi Mengyan's face turned red. That hateful guy actually treated her like that. Didn't he see Xiaoxi and that brat were still there? Crazy. That guy is really going too far. If he continues like this, it will be disastrous. Snort. Xi Mengyan wanted to say something, but thinking that this was a public place for her grandfather's birthday party, she could only glare at a certain guy and pulled Xiaoxi towards Zhuxianju. Xiaoxi, let's go. Then, Xiaolang pulled Xiaoxi away from someone in an embarrassed manner. Shi Xiaodao admired him so much when he saw this scene. My brother-in-law is awesome. My elder sister is no match for my brother-in-law at all. Soon, the group entered Zhuxianju. Yi Xian, keep a low profile today. Xi Mengyan glanced at someone. After all, those present today were either relatives or powerful people. Low-key? Yi Xian glanced at Xi Mengyan suspiciously. I have always been very low-key. Yeah? Listening to someone's words, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes. This guy is low-key? I'm sure you're talking about him. Why doesn't she know anything about it? Boom. Feeling Xi Mengyan's disbelief, Yi Xian's face darkened. Nizi, what are you looking at? The sudden brain explosion really caught Xi Mengyan off guard. She didn't expect that guy would dare to do such a thing in public. Are you crazy? I just told him to keep a low profile, but it seems he really didn't listen. Ha, this little couple. Xi's father and mother happened to see this scene, and both of them had smiles on their faces, and it was obvious that they had a very good relationship. Indeed. Countless people were envious of this scene. After all, Xi Mengyan was so beautiful that it was hard not to attract attention, not to mention that she was the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng back then. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, wishing they could push him aside and take his place. At the same time, a young man in a corner of the banquet narrowed his eyes. That kid is looking for death. This man's name is Sun Wenbin, the young master of the Jiangcheng Sun family, who is similar to the Shi family, but his mother's family is the Jiangcheng Su family. Check it for me. Yes, master. Sun Wenbin's men did not dare to delay and sent someone to investigate Yi Xian's identity. He nodded slightly, then looked at Yi Xian. Xi Mengyan is someone my cousin cares about. What kind of person is that kid? Ding dong. Soon, Sun Wenbin's men sent a message. Master, I found it. That boy is most likely a pretty upstart. As soon as these words came out, Sun Wenbin looked at Yi Xian again with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Really? I never thought that the most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng would fall to this level. Sun Wenbin smiled coldly. Very good. Today, Major, I will expose you. Let's see how you end up. Thinking of this, his eyes flickered with some evil intention, but he didn't know that such an action would bring him fatal disaster. I wish Mr. Mu all the best and a long life. Sun Wenbin came closer with the brocade box, and the person who received the gift opened the brocade box and said, this is a pair of jade bottles from the Yuan dynasty. Wow. This jade bottle is worth a lot of money, at least tens of millions. At the birthday banquet, everyone was amazed. After all, it was obvious that this jade bottle was not an ordinary item. In ancient times, it was enjoyed by kings and nobles. Sun family boy, you are thoughtful. Mu Shirong smiled and nodded. After all, the Mu family was a second-rate family in Jiangcheng, so it was not surprising for the Sun family to do so, even though the gift was a bit expensive. Mr. Mu, my cousin also asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Yeah. Old Mu smiled slightly. After all, the Su family in Jiangcheng is not far from being a first-rate force and is much stronger than the Mu family. Young master's son is so heroic. Yes, a birthday gift worth tens of millions. People around were envious and flattered him. Although Sun Wenbin was a dandy young man, the Sun family behind him was more connected to the Su family, which was enough to make them do so. Listening to the compliments from the people around him, Sun Wenbin felt that his goal had been achieved. This was exactly what he wanted. He first raised himself up, and then used a crushing attitude to embarrass the boy. He was already familiar with this method. This must be Miss Shi's friend, right? Narrowing his eyes, Sun Wenbin finally looked at Yi Xian and began his plan. Feeling Sun Wenbin's hostility, Yi Xian frowned. He had noticed it when he came in. Then he glanced at the girl beside him. It was true that beauty is a disaster. Sister, you are Su Xiaozan's lackey. Shi Xiaodao's face turned cold when he saw Sun Wenbin. He obviously recognized him, but his elder sister glared at him, which made him shrink his neck. If Sun Wenbin heard this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Yi Xian. Shi Mengyan sighed, his name is Sun Wenbin, and he comes from an extraordinary family. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at Sun Wenbin and naturally didn't take him seriously. However, it would be better not to provoke him, otherwise he would suppress both the Sun and Su families. I guess Miss Shi's friends must have prepared a generous gift for Mr. Mu. There was no disguising of the embarrassment in his words, which made him go further and further down the road to death. That Sun family kid. When Shi's mother heard this, she frowned. She naturally heard the bad intention and was about to stand up for her son-in-law. However, Shi's father pulled him back and shook his head. Others may not know, but how could he not know that his son-in-law was no simple person? As a disciple of a master, how could he not make preparations when he knew about Meng Yan's grandfather's birthday? As for the kid from the Sun family, he only brought shame upon himself. Poof. Shi Xiaodao was immediately unhappy and glared at Sun Wenbin. Of course. Brother-in-law, why don't you show that painting to grandpa? Shi Xiaodao. Listening to her unscrupulous brother's words, Shi Mengyan's face flushed. Is this brat crazy? In what kind of occasion does he dare to call her like that? Wei. When Xiaoxi saw her mother's appearance, she was filled with joy. Daddy is going to be in the spotlight again. Chapter 70, the painting of dwelling in Fujian Mountains appears, shocking the birthday party. You must be Xiaoye. Mu Xiaorong looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He had naturally heard about it from Father Shi a long time ago, and he also knew that this little guy was not simple and was a disciple of a master. The most important thing is that this little guy is Xiaoxi's biological father. He was naturally very satisfied with such an outstanding grandson-in-law. At least the impression he made was 10 times better than that of Sun Wenbin. Meet Mr. Mu. Yi Xian slightly bent over and took out the painting. This is just a small gift to show my appreciation. I wish you good fortune like the long flowing water of the East China Sea and a long life like the evergreen pines of the southern mountains. As soon as these words were spoken, this blessing instantly killed Sun Wenbin. That kid. Seeing that Mr. Mu had such a good impression of Yi Xian, Sun Wenbin was very jealous and naturally didn't want him to be in the limelight. That's right. Then he looked at the painting, with a smile on his face. This painting must be extraordinary. How about letting us open our eyes to it? After hearing this, Shi Mengyan looked at Sun Wenbin with disgust. It was obvious that Sun Wenbin wanted to embarrass Yi Xian. That brat. Shi's mother was immediately unhappy. This was her father's birthday party. It was intolerable for her son-in-law to be targeted so openly. The Sun family kid is probably going to be in trouble. The corners of Shi's father's mouth curved up, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian, who looked calm, and he even felt a hint of pity in his eyes. Although I don't know what this painting is, it is definitely far better than Sun Wenbin's gift. Are you sure? He looked at Sun Wenbin with an idiotic look. He had seen people being slapped in the face, but he had never seen anyone who was so eager to be slapped in the face. Nature. Sun Wenbin smiled slightly, then looked around. What do you think? Good. At that moment, several second-generation dandies that Sun Wenbin was on good terms with spoke up one after another, looking at Yi Xian with mocking eyes. Why would this guy offend anyone else but young Master Sun, when the person behind him was the Jiangqing Su family? Oh well. Yi Xian glanced at Qi Mangyan, his eyes seemed to be saying that it was not his fault that someone was looking for trouble. As the scroll unfolded, a painting suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is... When Mr. Mu saw this, he stood up from his seat, and even the originally noisy scene became quiet for a few minutes. However, Sun Wenbin obviously did not notice this. Shoo. Seeing the cheap-looking goods, Sun Wenbin said with sarcasm, "That's it? He is indeed a boy who has never seen the world." You. Shi Xiaodao was so furious. How dare that lackey treat his brother-in-law like this? That boy, I really want to beat him to death. Mother Shi's face darkened. Father Shi looked around and comforted her. Don't worry, this painting is not simple. Didn't you see how shocked the old man was, and the other people in the treasure appraisal world were? After hearing this, Shi's mother looked over and saw that without exception, everyone's face showed a look of surprise and excitement. This. Mother Shi pondered for a moment, then looked towards the scene. Lingfeng, isn't this painting simple? That's for sure. Shi Lingfeng nodded heavily and continued, besides, it is not easy to make the old man and those treasure appraisers react like this. This is... A little later, before Sun Wenbin could continue to show off, he was slapped in the face so quickly. Dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. An old man in the banquet hall screamed, his beard rustling with excitement. It's actually one of the 10 most famous paintings ever. Ha! Shi Xiaodao was stunned when he heard it, and looked at the scene in confusion. The 10 famous paintings handed down from generation to generation, they seem to be very powerful. Of course. Mu Xiaorong took a deep breath and said, this painting was painted by Huang Gongwang for his junior fellow apprentice Zheng Chu. It has been lost for hundreds of years after changing hands several times. Moreover, this painting is not just a painting, it is a philosophy and even more so a life attitude. The most important thing. At this point, Mu Xiaorong couldn't help but get excited. This work is worth at least 1 billion, and if it were sold at an auction to collectors, it would probably fetch 1.5 billion. Boom! Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, their eyes filled with shock. 1 billion upwards. Oh my god. Crazy, this is actually one of the top 10 famous paintings handed down from generation to generation. Wow. Such a move, too wasteful. Hiss. Shi's mother took a deep breath and fiddled with her phone to search for information about dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. It was a simple glance, but it completely shocked her. Moreover, the paintings in the picture are exactly the same as those in the same scene. Am I dreaming? Mother Shi looked at the scene in astonishment. Xiaoyi actually gave the old man a painting worth 1 billion as a birthday gift? Good fellow. Although Shi Lingfeng knew that this extraordinary son-in-law was extraordinary, the scene before him was really beyond his imagination. A painting worth 10 billion could even soar to 1.5 billion if auctioned. Crazy. That kid is going to ruin the birthday party. No, impossible. Sun Wenbin's face was cold. How could that kid come up with such a masterpiece worth over 10 billion? In comparison, his birthday gift was just rubbish. Not on the same level at all. The invisible slap in the face is the most deadly. For a moment, Sun Wenbin felt a burning pain on his face. Hateful. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Xian with resentment. That kid, it was because of that kid that I became a clown. Just, why is this happening? That kid was so lucky that he was able to discover such a heaven-defying existence. If I don't avenge this, I wouldn't be called Sun Wenbin. Oh. Shi Xiaodao listened to his grandfather's explanation, his eyes widened to the extreme, and he looked at his brother-in-law in shock. Oh my god. Brother-in-law, this is too awesome. Previously, a wine bottle was sold for 8 million, and now this painting is worth over 1 billion. You know. My brother-in-law only spent 100,000 yuan on these 2 antiques? Damn it. This speed of making money is too fast. You already knew this? Shi Mengyan watched someone's operation, and there was no doubt that Sun Wenbin's difficulties disappeared, and she even slapped him hard. If I say I don't know, do you believe me? Holding the slender waist of the beauty in his arms, Yi Xianxiao wrote. Tisk. You are in the spotlight again. Shi Mengyan glared at a certain guy, but this scene made countless people envious, and made Sun Wenbin even more hateful. That kid, damn it. All of this should belong to me. If his cousin hadn't coveted Xi Mengyan, he might have pursued her. How could he have let that pretty boy get away with it? Damn, that boy deserves to die. Chapter 71. Sure enough, there are flies looking for death everywhere. Ha! Mu Xiaorong took a deep breath, his eyes reluctant to leave the painting. Xiaoye, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Although he liked it very much, he knew that this gift was not simple and was worth at least 10 billion. No problem. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He had expected this scene and said with a smile, although the paintings are precious, they can only be properly appreciated if there are people who like to collect them. Mr. Mu loves collecting, so he would not let this work gather dust. It would be a waste of talent if it were in my hands. Although this thing is precious, it is for others. As for Yi Xian, joke? He himself has 900 trillion, and this painting is just a drop in the bucket. Not to mention, this painting was just a bargain he found at the antique street, and he actually did not suffer any loss. This. After hearing this, Mu Xiaorong was silent for a moment. Xi Mengyan glanced at someone inside. Grandpa, just accept it. That's it, Grandpa. Xi Xiaodao echoed from the side. After all, this is a token of my brother-in-law's kindness. As he spoke, he was thinking in his heart that as long as his brother-in-law could take down my grandfather, he would be his brother-in-law for sure, and even the King of Heaven could not change him. Oh well. Listening to his granddaughter and grandson's words, Mu Xiaorong coughed and said, then I'll accept it. At this point, Mr. Mu showed no sign of concealing his joy. After all, it was one of the 10 legendary paintings, and it was an honor to be able to see it once, not to mention being able to collect it now. When you get married, I'll give it to you as a gift. After pondering for a moment, old Mu laughed. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. Wow, old Mu actually agreed to their marriage. That boy is so enviable. Grandpa, what are you talking about? After hearing this, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but glare at her grandfather, her face flushed like a cloud, spreading to her neck. Hee, mommy is shy. At this time, Xiao Xishan was chattering beside him, which made Xi Mengyan glare at the little guy. Her face turned even redder and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. When Xi Xiaodao heard what his eldest niece said, he gave Xiaoxi a thumbs up. Okay, I won't tell you. Mr. Mu smiled happily, and undoubtedly had an unprecedentedly good impression of his grandson-in-law whom he met for the first time. This Xiaoye is really good at making trouble. As Xi's mother watched the situation calm down, she felt relieved and then looked at Yi Xian with curiosity. How outstanding is Xiao Yi? $1 billion birthday gift, he gave it without even blinking an eye. And last time, during the family dinner, the gifts given to the old couple amounted to 200 million, and 2 billion was used as a betrothal gift. Not many third-rate families, even second-rate families can afford such a sum of money. At least, this is a huge sum of money for their Mu family. You'll get used to it. Although Xi's father was shocked, he knew much more than Xi's mother after all. However, this was not a bad thing for them. After all, the more outstanding Yi Xian was, the more correct their choice was. Asshole. Sun Wenbin's face turned pale when he saw this scene. He really didn't expect that the boy actually got the approval of Mr. Mu. You know, this is definitely a bad thing for him. Originally, he was thinking of helping his cousin pursue Xi Mengyan. Although Xi Mengyan had given birth to a child, her stunning beauty was still captivating. As for that little bastard, he can be made to disappear with just any excuse. It's all because of that pretty boy. Finally, Sun Wenbin's gaze fell on Yi Xian, and his look towards him became even more resentful. It's all him. It was all because of that kid that his plans were disrupted and he even lost tens of millions. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Sun Wenbin had never suffered such humiliation before. Could it be possible that we let that boy possess the beauty? In fact, Sun Wenbin was very unwilling. Why? He is the great young master of Jiancheng, how could he be inferior to a pretty boy? If he were to. Thinking of a certain moment, Sun Wenbin's eyes lit up. Yes. As long as this kid takes the initiative to leave Xi Mengyan, everything will be different. Thinking about this, it seems more and more feasible. As for if that kid doesn't agree, I don't mind making him disappear from this world. Snort. Boy, I'll let you be proud for a while. With a cold smile, Sun Wenbin made a phone call. Obviously, he needed the cooperation of his subordinates to ensure that everything went smoothly. Hey, master. I dialed the phone and a respectful voice came from the other end. Sun Wenbin nodded slightly. Let everyone outside come in, I want to destroy this pretty boy. Oh? Hearing his young master's words, the Sun family master hesitated for a moment. Yes, young master. After talking for a few words and hanging up the phone, Sun Wenbin looked at Yi Xian again with a sneer on his face. He would make this kid kneel in front of him and beg for mercy later. That scene makes me excited just thinking about it. A young boy with no background dares to fight with me, he is looking for death. Soon, the birthday banquet was in progress. Yi Xian surprisingly got a note from the staff. Boy, come with me if you dare. After reading it, Yi Xian looked around and was surprised to see Sun Wenbin looking at him provocatively, and even stroked his neck with his finger, clearly seeking his own death. Sure enough, there are flies everywhere looking for death. Yi Xian murmured, while showdown watched his brother-in-law suspiciously. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Nothing. Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law and smiled slightly. I'll make a phone call. Shi Mengyan naturally didn't notice anything wrong, otherwise she wouldn't be as calm as she is now. Yeah? Showdown glanced at his brother-in-law. He seemed to hear something like flies die, but did it have anything to do with the phone call? Dad, come quickly then. It's time to eat soon. Xiaoxi looked at her father and said with a smile, I'll save a chicken drumstick for you. Good. He rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly. As for Sun Wenbin, he naturally didn't take him to heart. It was just that it was Meng Yan's grandfather's birthday party and it would never be good if some conflicts occurred here. And the most important point is that it is inappropriate to take action here. That kid. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Sun Wenbin smiled and said, You are really brave. I didn't expect you to dare to leave. In that case, I want to see where you, a pretty boy, get your confidence from. Without alarming anyone, Sun Wenbin followed Yi Xian. That kid had better cooperate, otherwise, he will know what regret is. However, from this moment on, Sun Wenbin's life has entered a countdown, and he suddenly didn't know what kind of existence he had provoked. Chapter 72, The miraculous corpse dissolving powder showed its power, and Sun Xiaobin died tragically. Ha! Mother Shi came to the dining table and frowned when she saw her good son-in-law, Meng Yan. Where is Xiaoye? Mom, Yi Xian is going to make a phone call. Shi Meng Yan said this with a smile, and went to have a glass of red wine. Sister, you can't drink red wine when you're pregnant. Shi Xiaodao reminded in a low voice at this time, and Shi Meng Yan, who was about to drink red wine, was startled. However, when Shimu heard this, her heart was shocked, her eyes were filled with surprise, and then she looked at her daughter. Meng Yan, what Xiaodao said is true, you are pregnant. Lowering her voice, Shi's mother asked in a low voice. After all, my daughter and son-in-law haven't officially announced their relationship yet, so it would be a bit inappropriate to let the news of her pregnancy spread at this time. Shi Meng Yan glared at her brother, then sighed and nodded resignedly. Yeah. Hee, Grandma. Dad said that mommy is pregnant with a little brother. Xiaoxi was assisting at this time, which made Shi Meng Yan almost find a hole to crawl into. It was too embarrassing, especially in front of her mother. Real. When Shi's mother heard this, she was filled with joy. That's great, it means I'll be able to hold a big fat grandson in my arms after the new year. Mom, keep your voice down. Listening to her mother's words, Shi Meng Yan rolled her eyes at her. If she had known, she would not have drunk red wine. Now that's good. If my mother knew about my pregnancy, then it would be equivalent to everyone knowing about it. After a while, Shi's mother left. On the main table. Puff. When Shi Lingfeng heard what Shi's mother said, he spat out all the tea and looked at his daughter not far away in disbelief. What did you say? Meng Yan is pregnant again. Indeed, this news came as a shock. Mr. Mu was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and said, Haha, young people nowadays are really hard-working. Okay. He paused and continued, if Xiaoxi had a younger brother, she wouldn't be so lonely. Of course. Shi's mother was smiling, and so was Mu's family. They all had a good impression of Yi Xian. Shi's group had helped them at a critical moment, and even offered 2 billion as a betrothal gift. Just now, the old man celebrated his birthday and gave out a $10 billion handed-down painting as a birthday gift. This alone is enough to explain everything. At least. Their Meng Yan is much more important than 1 billion. On the other side, an empty corridor. Boy, you really dare to come. A young man blocked his way, and next to him were two burly men, who were actually third-rate masters. There was mockery in both of their eyes. At this time, three people appeared from behind, who were third-rate masters like the two others. I'm warning you, stay away from Xi Mengyan, she's my cousin's woman. Sun Wenbin glanced at Yi Xian and said, my cousin is from the Su family in Jiangcheng. He is the future patriarch of the Su family. He is not someone a young boy like you can offend. Yeah. Yi Xian glanced at Sun Wenbin, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What if I don't want to? Sun Wenbin was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Yi Xian. I don't want to, you dare to say that? Master, let me try. Let's see how hard its bones are. Beside Sun Wenbin, one of his men volunteered to move forward and punch Yi Xian in the head. If he was hit, he would at least suffer a concussion if not die. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Sun Wenbin smiled coldly. He originally didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but since this kid didn't cooperate, it was not his fault. After all, a young man with no background in good luck, although a little troublesome, is ultimately like an ant to him. It's just a worthless life, so it's dead. Bang! Before the man got close to him, Yi Xian slapped him and sent him flying. He became a corpse while still in the air and then fell to the ground. What? This sudden scene really shocked everyone. That guy. How could it be possible? Third-rate master. Surprisingly, he was killed instantly by a single palm strike. They didn't even notice how the other party attacked. Asshole. Sun Wenbin's face was icy cold, and his eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. What are you standing there for? Come on and destroy him for me. Yes, master. After taking a deep breath, the frightened Sun family master finally came back to his senses. Kill. The group no longer dared to be careless. After all, this guy was very powerful. Sniff. Before they could make any move, several golden rays of light instantly pierced through their eyebrows, and then they all fell to the ground with thuds, and even the expressions on their faces still retained the ferocious look before death. Apparently, they don't even know when they die. Gulp. When Sun Wenbin saw several third-rate men die strangely, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were filled with horror. You. Impossible. Who on earth are you? Indeed, Sun Wenbin was scared at this moment. 5 third-rate masters were killed by that guy in the blink of an eye. He knew very well what that meant. This person's strength is unfathomable. Who I am? Yi Xian glanced at Sun Wenbin, with a faint smile on his face, but it made Sun Wenbin's scalp tingle. Is this important? Then, Yi Xian took a step forward. What are you going to do? Sun Wenbin's eyelids twitched wildly, and he looked at Yi Xian opposite him. Don't come over. I'm warning you. As he was speaking, he accidentally fell to the ground and trembled. I am the only son of the Sun family in Jiangcheng. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go, and my grandfather is the head of the Su family in Jiangcheng. Let me go. With a hissing sound, Sun Wenbin was pierced in the center of his eyebrows by the golden needle before he could finish his words. This ended his life. His face was still full of fear. It was unclear whether it was a happy or sad thing to die so painlessly. Plop. The corpse fell to the ground, and a faint smell of blood was already floating in the air, which made Yi Xian frown slightly. Such a good guinea pig, just in time to try out the corpse-dissolving powder I prepared. Whoosh. As several voices appeared and then fell on several people, a magical scene followed. The bodies of Sun Wenbin and others disappeared at a visible speed. That's right. It mysteriously turned into ashes and disappeared. If outsiders saw this, they would be shocked, because this scene was far beyond their imagination. After 3 breaths, Yi Xian was the only one left in the field. As for Sun Wenbin and his party, they all disappeared from the face of the earth, as if they had never existed. The effect is pretty good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Such corpse-dissolving powder was simply a must-have for killing people. Especially if it appeared at an auction, it would surely fetch an unimaginable price. This way, a lot of trouble can be saved. After muttering, Yi Xian turned and left the scene, leaving behind only a faint smell of blood lingering. No one knew that just now Jiang Cheng's son Xiao had died on the spot. Chapter 73. If Xiaoye takes action, the old man's illness will be cured. The banquet ended and everyone dispersed. Ahem. At a certain moment, Mr. Mu started coughing violently out of joy, and his face turned pale. Grandpa, are you okay? Xi Mengyan saw her grandfather coughing violently and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. No problem. Mr. Mu took a deep breath and suppressed his rising and falling breathing. Naturally, he didn't want to worry the younger generations. Asthma. An old problem. In this room, Mu Jianfeng came over with medicine. Dad, take the medicine first. After taking the medicine, Mr. Mu's breathing became much more stable. I just drank a little bit of wine, maybe it stimulated me a little. Mother, she was relieved to see that her father was fine. She thought of something and looked at her brother-in-law, Grandpa. My brother-in-law is an amazing doctor. I can definitely cure your illness. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Grandpa, my dad is awesome. Xiaoxi was standing by at this time, assisting anxiously. Xiaoyi also knows medical skills? Mother, she looked at her son-in-law with surprise in her eyes. Yes. Father, she thought of what happened in the study room earlier. If Xiaoye takes action, the old man will be cured. This. Shi Mengyan naturally knew that someone's medical skills were amazing, and thought for a moment, Grandpa, how about letting Yi Xian help you? That's fine. Mu Xiaorong looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Xiaoyi, thank you for your help. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, after all, this was just a simple thing for him. Sniff. A golden light flashed, and the next moment, dozens of golden needles penetrated into the major acupoints on Grandpa Mu's body. Buzz. At a certain moment, Mr. Mu's breathing became much more relaxed, and even his white hair quietly turned gray, although very faintly. Ha! After a while, Mr. Mu took a deep breath and said, is my asthma healed? And I feel a lot stronger than before. Seeing this, Mu Jianfeng hurried forward. Father, how do you feel? Although he is the head of the Mu family, there are many things he cannot handle properly, so the presence of Mr. Mu is particularly important. It feels really good. Old Master Mu stood up, then looked at his grandson-in-law with a slightly changed look in his eyes. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so great. But after thinking for a moment, Mr. Mu said solemnly, Xiaoyi, you must never use this kind of medical skills lightly in the future. After all, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. At this point, Mr. Mu looked at the whole room and said, today's events are classified as top secret. No one is allowed to leak. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva and bowed in unison. Yes, old patriarch. This. When Mother she saw this, she was really stunned. Xiaoyi has great medical skills. Father, she nodded slightly. Naturally, he had the most say in this matter, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of being a good son-in-law. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Mu. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, Mu Xiaorong saw his grandson-in-law who was neither arrogant nor impatient, and he thought that he was undoubtedly the most outstanding young man he had ever seen. That's right. Thinking of something, Mr. Mu looked at Yi Xian and said, since you are Xiaoxi's father, call me Grandpa like Mengyan from now on. Shi Mengyan's face turned red after hearing this, and she couldn't help but glare at a certain guy. It's over. Grandpa was also captured by that guy. What should she do now that she can't turn over? Brother-in-law, you are invincible. Shi Xiaodao just laughed. His grandfather directly asked his brother-in-law to change his words. Of course he knew what that meant. Xiaoyi, sure. Mu Jianfeng smiled heartily, and was obviously in a good mood. The Mu family owes you a big favor. Uncle, you're too polite. We're family and we shouldn't have different opinions. Yi Xian said with a smile, and the word uncle really touched Mu Jianfeng's heart. After all, he was really happy to have such a powerful nephew-in-law. Okay. Everyone around nodded in satisfaction at Yi Xian. It could be said that this move conquered everyone in Shi Mengyan's grandfather's family. Xiaoyi, very good. Father, she nodded with satisfaction, looking at his son-in-law with great pride. If he had known that his daughter had found such an excellent son-in-law for the Shi family, how could he be angry? He would have been so happy that he would not even have time to show it. The foreign grandpa is awesome. Xiaoxi said this proudly and boastfully, as if it was her rather than her father who had just healed the foreign grandfather. Of course it's amazing. Grandpa Mu rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly, and it was obvious that the old man liked the little guy very much. That's right. Mr. Mu then thought of something and looked at Yi Xian. Xiaoyi, you know a lot about treasure appraisal. Why don't you accompany me to an underground auction later? Underground auction? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Old Master Mu smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this underground auction is not simple, and it will auction off all kinds of strange and bizarre items." Oh? Hearing what Mr. Mu said, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Okay. Underground auction, Grandpa, I'm going too. After Shi Xiaodao heard this, his eyes rolled around and he hurried forward to speak. Boom! Before he could continue speaking, Father Shi smacked him on the head. "What are you doing here, kid? Come home with me later. Not everyone can participate in underground auctions. Only the rich or the noble are eligible, and the price of each item is shockingly high." Brother-in-law, Father Shi glanced at him, and Shi Xiaodao immediately shrank his neck. Okay, I'll go home. Not long after, only Grandpa Mu and Yi Xian were left on the field. "Afyu, let's go." Mr. Mu gave instructions to the middle-aged man not far away. "Yes, old patriarch." Uncle Fu bowed and responded, and Mr. Mu continued, "Xiao Yi, this is your Uncle Fu." "Hello, Uncle Fu." Yi Xian smiled and nodded. He could naturally see that Uncle Fu had a very high status and was also a first-class master. "Hello, Master Yi." Uncle Fu smiled slightly, and his aura was restrained so well that it was hard to even associate him with a first-rate master. "You know, top-notch masters are all guests of honor in Jiangcheng. Let's go." Mr. Mu smiled slightly, and the group drove towards the underground auction. "This young Master Yi is not simple." Uncle Fu looked at Yi Xian with deep meaning. He didn't know why he could sense an indescribable danger from him. Could it be that Miss Meng Yan's husband was an expert? Chapter 74, Trying Out My Skills for the First Time, Meeting Jiang Buchan. Squeak. On the way to the auction, the sound of a sudden brake blocked the business car's path. Swish. Dozens of figures appeared around the supercar in front. "Boss, this person is Jiang Buchan." "Get started." Following the order from the leader of the assassins, dozens of people immediately rushed towards Jiang Buchan, which made Jiang Buchan's face change drastically. He didn't expect that his itinerary would still be leaked despite being so careful. "Master, is this Jiang Buchan from the Jiang family?" Uncle Fu looked towards the distance and spoke thoughtfully. When Mr. Mu saw Jiang Buchan, he said, "Save old man Lu's grandson." "Yes, sir." As the voice fell, Uncle Fu had already disappeared from the scene, and with a bang, he knocked the person who had attacked from the front away. Uncle Fu. When Jiang Buchan saw the person in front of him, his eyes froze. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet him here. "Who are you?" The assassin leader's face was icy. He sensed a very strong aura from Uncle Fu, a top-notch expert. "Are you guys in the same group?" Then he looked to a place not far away. "Kill them all, leave no one alive." "Yes, Captain." At that moment, everyone rushed forward to kill him. Uncle Fu saw this and sneered, looking for death. The figure flashed, and the next moment 5 or 6 people were killed on the spot. The strength of this first-class master was so terrifying. Poof. The leader of the assassins smiled coldly and glanced at Uncle Fu with contempt. "Do you really think that we are the only ones who have come? Get started." Then, without any warning, the two men rushed towards Old Man Mu. They naturally saw that he was the key. As long as they held him hostage and used him as a threat, the top-notch master would surely surrender. "Old man, die." The 2 second-rate killers had fierce eyes and pounced towards Mr. Mu at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Uncle Fu's face changed when he saw this. He obviously didn't expect that there was an assassin in the dark, so he immediately wanted to go to rescue them. "Stop him." With a ding, the second-rate top killer captain blocked Fubo's attack, but he himself took several steps back. "Your opponent is us. Assholes, you are looking for death." Uncle Fu's face darkened when he saw this. He naturally knew the intentions of these killers, but if the old patriarch was taken hostage, the consequences would be disastrous. So what if he's a top-notch expert? That guy must die today. The assassin captain smiled coldly, and Jiang Buchan's face changed drastically. "Mr. Mu, be careful." In fact, if anything happened to Mr. Mu, he would be guilty of a great crime. After all, he was my grandfather's best friend. Bang! Bang! Before Jiang Buchan could continue to think about it, 2 slaps came from not far away. When he looked, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The 2 second-rate masters were slapped away by Yi Xian on both sides, and even the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Not to mention Jiang Buchan, even Uncle Fu was stunned by such a scene. You must know. He was a second-rate expert, and he was beaten like a piece of trash. Can you imagine that scene? What? The leader of the assassins was stunned by the sudden scene. Retreat. Without even a second thought, the leader of the assassins directly issued an order to fail the mission. It is easy to imagine how strong he is, as he defeated 2 second-rate masters in seconds just as a joke. If there was only one Uncle Fu, they might be able to put up a fight, but now that a young boy of unknown strength has suddenly appeared, things are different. After all, he knew better than anyone what it meant to be able to severely injure 2 second-rate masters with one move. Although he could do it, it would definitely not be so easy. In an instant, the leader of the assassins fled with his men. Ha! Uncle Fu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Master Yi, you are so skilled. Indeed, he was filled with emotion. If it hadn't been for Yi Xian, the consequences would have been disastrous. From what we have just seen, his strength is at least in the late second rate. After all, mid-second rate people can't do this. This is really too good. Xiao Yi, thanks to you just now. Old Master Mu looked at his grandson-in-law in front of him with deep meaning. His father had told him before that his grandson-in-law was not an ordinary person, and it seemed that it was not an exaggeration at all. You're welcome, Grandpa. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand. If those people had not attacked the old man just now, he would not have had the qualifications to take action. Joke? Yi Xian is now a martial arts master, which means he is superior to first-rate masters. Not to mention the 2 second-rate masters before, even a first-rate master can be crushed to death with just one finger of his. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Buchan saw Yi Xian's complicated expression. Oh? Mr. Mu looked at Jiang Buchan suspiciously. Buchan, do you know Xiao yet? Jiang Buchan sighed and nodded, then apologized. Master Yi, I was thinking of finding an opportunity to apologize to you. Regarding the matter of the $1 million auction, I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it personally. After seeing Yi Xian's skills just now, Jiang Buchan lowered his posture even more. After all, to be able to have such skills and talents, one could easily guess what it meant. 10,000 gold auction? After hearing this, Mr. Mu was stunned, and then looked at his grandson-in-law. Xiao Yi, was that auction in Jiangqing a while ago yours? Indeed, this surprised Mr. Mu. After all, that auction was not a simple one. It seemed that many people from Mitsui Corporation had secretly tried to sabotage it before, but they failed in the end. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, without hiding anything. I see. Mr. Mu pondered for a moment, then looked at Uncle Fu and said, Ah Fu, send some people to the auction to help out from now on. Yes, old patriarch. After some conversation, Jiang Buchan looked at Yi Xian in surprise. It turns out that Master Yi is Sister Meng Yan's boyfriend. What a coincidence. Jiang Buchan was startled, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was great. Mr. Mu is a close friend of his grandfather, and Yi Xian is the son-in-law of Mr. Mu's grandson, which means that their relationship has become much closer. Bu Chen, are you going to the underground auction too? After understanding the situation, Mr. Mu asked Jiang Buchan. Yes, Mr. Mu. In that case, let's go together. During the conversation, Jiang Buchan nodded and drove towards the auction. However, this incident invisibly changed Jiang Buchan's life, but he didn't know it. Okay. Jiang Buchan pondered for a moment. He would not miss such a good opportunity to get closer to Yi Xian. System, exchange skills. Yi Xian called the system and spoke while looking at the scenery flying backwards outside the window. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging and upgrading the spatial ability to the God level. Note, this ability is not limited to spatial movement, spatial blockade, and spatial cutting. The specific use of the host will be experienced by himself. Oh? Hearing the voice coming from his ear, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. God-level spatial ability? Apparently, this is another new ability he unlocked, but it seems very powerful. Old Patriarch, we seem to be followed. Uncle Fu glanced behind him and spoke solemnly. Could this be the killer from before? Jiang Buchan glanced behind him, then apologized. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Fine. Mr. Mu waved his hand slightly. Ah Fu, shake him off. Yes, sir. Uncle Fu then stepped on the accelerator to increase the distance, and the car behind him undoubtedly also started to accelerate. Although it was concealed, his purpose was exposed. How about trying your spatial ability? Yi Xian glanced at the car behind him. The two golden needles in his hand moved in space and disappeared directly in his hand. The next moment, they appeared in front of the tire of the car behind him and then sank into it. The car burst and lost control. Chapter 75, Space Cutting, Strange Murder. Boom! The center of gravity was lost and the car soon crashed into the roadside, with flames bursting into the sky. Even from a distance, I can feel the scorching temperature. Squeak! Immediately afterwards, the surrounding roads were paralyzed on the spot, and many car owners braked suddenly and stuck their heads out to watch. What's going on? There was a car accident and the car exploded. The scene was immediately in chaos, but the car Yi Xian was in had already left for a long time. It's working pretty well. With his eyes of perspective, Yi Xian saw everything that happened on the scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. And this is just a trial of spatial movement, and I am looking forward to other spatial capabilities. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? At this moment, Mr. Mu at the side asked Yi Xian curiously, which brought him back to his senses. Nothing. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and naturally would not say that he had just tried out his skills and killed the killer who was following him. Of course, even if he said it, Mr. Mu might not believe it. That's right. Mr. Mu then thought of something. The underground auction has a good background. It is said to be related to the three major families in Jiangcheng. Listening to what Mr. Mu said, Yi Xian was slightly stunned, but he was not surprised. After all, the auction is a piece of juicy meat, and it would be abnormal if the three major families did not get involved. As they were talking, the auction was already approaching. Okay, next. After arriving at the box, the auctioneer's voice rang out from the auction table, "Start the first item." As the voice fell, it immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Then, I saw a cage covered with black cloth. When the cloth was lifted, a man who looked like a beggar was revealed in the cage. This person is very powerful. Seeing the man in the cage, Uncle Fu frowned and said, "He seems to have some mental problems." I didn't expect that this kind of thing would appear at this auction. Zhang Buchan pondered for a moment, then continued, "However, this kind of existence is a time bomb, and it may kill the master at any time. The first lot, the reserve price is 50 million, and each bid increase must be no less than 5 million. The bidding will begin now." When the auctioneer's voice fell, all the boxes fell into silence. Although they were jealous, they did not dare to take risks facing an uncontrollable natural killer. The auctioneer saw this scene and smiled bitterly. He had expected this result. After all, although this man was strong, he could not be commanded to do his job, so his value was naturally greatly reduced. After all, what is the use of something no matter how precious it is if it can't create value for yourself? As expected. Seeing that no one was bidding, the auctioneer sighed and said, "If no one is interested, then the first lot will be unsold. 50 million Chinese yuan, first time. 50 million Chinese yuan, second time. 50 million Chinese yuan, the third time." Just when the auctioneer thought the item had failed to sell, a voice came from not far away. "I want it." With a swish, everyone looked over, and the person who bid was Yi Xian. The mental trauma might be unexplainable for others, but it was not the case for him. "Xiao Yi, are you sure?" Old Master Mu frowned. Judging from his aura, the beggar-like guy in the cage was probably as strong as Afu. Only, if used properly, it can be helpful, but if used improperly, the consequences are unimaginable. "Don't worry, Grandpa." Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said, "This person's mental disorder should be caused by stimulation. If acupuncture is applied, it may not be impossible to recover. 50 million to buy a potential fighter, not bad." Mr. Mu originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of Yi Xian's medical skills and abilities, he said nothing more. "Well, be careful." Yi Xian nodded in response, then looked at the beggar man in the cage who was like a beast. Since this man could cause such a great mental stimulation to such a master, his identity must be no simple one. Zhang Buchan saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. If he could recover, at least he would have another powerful master under his command, and his strength would definitely be even stronger. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a vague murderous intent in the distance. Feeling the murderous intent, Yi Xian suddenly discovered with his eyes of perspective that a group of people were rushing towards the box, and their clothes were exactly the same as when they came before. They are from the same group as the previous group. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the group of people who were getting closer. The leader was a first-rate killer. Okay. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at the assassin in the dark. Let me try my hand on you. Space cutting. Under his thoughts, Yi Xian suddenly used his spatial ability, but a magical scene happened next. I saw a dozen killers approaching secretly. Captain, the target is just ahead. At this time, one of the men spoke, and the captain code-named Night Fox nodded slightly. Very good. Wait a minute, act according to circumstances. Yi Hu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were many masters at the auction here, and it was not appropriate for them to reveal their identities. Yes, Captain. Dozens of subordinates responded solemnly, but their eyes were full of mockery as they looked in the direction of the box. Anyone who dared to hinder the work of the Black Sky Organization would only end up dead. Poof. Poof. At this moment, without any warning, a wound appeared on the neck of the two men, and then bright red blood spurted out, and they fell to the ground on the spot. What? The sudden scene really scared everyone. Yi Hu frowned and checked the wounds of the two people. Is this a knife wound? Impossible. When did the other party make the move? Instantly, Yi Hu felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything before his eyes was really too weird and completely beyond his expectations. Puff, puff, puff. Before he could think about it, several more people died mysteriously on the spot, blood still gushing out of their necks, and their death was exactly the same as the previous two. What? How so? The few survivors were really scared. Nearly half of their people had died before the other side showed up. It was easy to imagine what this meant. Withdraw. Yi Hu had a gloomy look on his face. He did not dare to act rashly and wanted to evacuate with his men. However, as soon as the surviving men turned around, blood spurted from their necks. This horrified Yi Hu. Even though he was a first-rate master, he had no confidence at all after seeing the scene before him. We must leave immediately, ho ho. Before he could finish his words, he covered his neck with his hands and suddenly found that his throat had been cut. Blood gushed out and his consciousness collapsed. He was extremely horrified. Until his death, he didn't know who had attacked him. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Yi Xian dispersed his eyes of perspective and curved his lips. The spatial ability is really amazing. Chapter 76, Create the Xian Palace and Subdue the First Xian Guard Jiang Beichen. This is... At the auction venue, a staff member sniffed the air and said, "It smells very strong of blood." With a hint of curiosity, the staff followed the smell. Soon, we arrived at the field. What? Ugh. With a thud, the staff member fell to the ground, his face as pale as snow. Dead, someone is dead. There were more than 80 people lying in all directions, and the field had already become a sure hell. The piercing screams quickly attracted the attention of everyone at the auction, and when a group of people arrived at the venue, they were all very solemn. When did these people get in? The leader said solemnly, judging from the remaining aura, the leader is most likely a top-notch expert. There are no signs of fighting on the field. How is it possible? After checking, the leading captain took a deep breath and said, everyone was killed instantly. They didn't even have a chance to resist. The person who made the move is extremely powerful. Looking at the captain's cold expression, he said, no one is allowed to reveal what happened today. An hour later, inside the auction box. Suddenly, I saw a beggar locked in an iron cage. His eyes were red and he was tense. Open the cage. Looking at the beggar man, Yi Xian said. Sir, are you sure about this? The staff member who was in charge of the handover was stunned after hearing this. In fact, the existence imprisoned inside was too terrifying, even though he himself was only a second-rate master. Open it. The handover staff thought for a moment and said, okay then. Crash. After opening the chains, the beggar man turned into a black light and attacked the second-rate expert staff member. Bang! With one punch, the staff member was knocked away. If the beggar had not been mentally ill, he would have been a corpse by now. But, even so, he still grimaced in pain. Die. The beggar man's pupils widened, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he was about to attack again at full speed. Not good. The second-rate expert staff member's face changed drastically, and he regretted it so much that he should not have opened it earlier. Now he might even lose his life here. Sniff. But at this moment, dozens of golden rays penetrated into the major acupoints on the beggar's body, and the originally violent beggar stopped in place as if he was under a spell. When the staff saw this, they were shocked. What a brilliant needle technique! Sir, take care. By the time the staff came to their senses, Yi Xian had already left the box with the beggar, and they only then realized what was happening and sent him off respectfully. The scene that happened earlier appeared before my eyes like a movie. The originally violent beggarman actually calmed down after being pierced by dozens of golden needles. One can tell what this means just by thinking with one's toes. If those who participated in the auction knew about this method, I wonder how they would react. A little. Yi Xian brought the beggarman to a place not far from the auction. At this moment, there was no trace of violence in the beggarman, and his expression was no different from that of an ordinary person. Plop. The beggarman knelt on the ground. My lord, I will never forget your kindness. Suddenly, Jiang Beichen, who had regained consciousness at this moment, knew what he had experienced, and the medical skills just now explained everything. Get up. Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? Where are you from? Jiang Beichen pondered for a moment, and then his eyes became firm. Sir, my name is Jiang Beichen, from the Jiang family in the Magic City. 3 years ago, the young master of the Jiang family, the first family in Magic City, hired assassins to kill my entire Jiang family. My parents hid me so that I could survive. That night. Listening to Jiang Beichen's narration, Yi Xian also understood. He watched his parents and relatives being killed with his own eyes, and he could not do anything. No wonder he became mentally ill. Would you like to do something for me? Looking at Jiang Beichen, who was alone in front of him, Yi Xian asked with a smile. Boom. Jiang Beichen took a deep breath and said, If you don't mind, my lord, this life of Beichen will be yours from now on. Jiang Beichen is naturally not stupid. Although he is quite powerful now, he still has a long way to go to get revenge. Who knows whether the Lu family in Magic City has any connection with the mysterious killer organization? Back then, even his grandfather, who was a half-step martial arts master, was no match for the killer, let alone him now. Very good. Yi Xian looked at Jiang Beichen in front of him, his mouth curved up. It just so happens that I am going to set up a force called Xuandian. From now on, you will be Xuani and obey me directly. Yes, sir. Jiang Beichen took a deep breath. As for his name, it was no longer important to him. After all, his family was destroyed. His greatest wish for the rest of his life was to destroy the Lu family in Demon City and then follow Yi Xian. Next, I'll give you a gift. After saying this, dozens of golden needles were inserted into various major acupuncture points on Xuanzhou's body, and then a portion of medicine liquid was taken out. Drink it. This is good. Although Jiang Beichen didn't know what this thing was, judging from the refreshing effect he got from taking a sniff of it, this thing must be extremely extraordinary. Gulp. As the medicine entered his mouth, Yi Xian activated dozens of golden needles to help Jiang Beichen absorb the medicine better. This medicine is not simple. It is made by Yi Xian using various herbs. Its effect is more than 10 times stronger than those prescriptions auctioned before. It is no exaggeration to say that if this medicine were known to the outside world, it would turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down. Buzz. At a certain moment, Jiang Beichen's whole body trembled, and his strength suddenly increased from the early first-class level to the late first-class level. This is... Sensing the increase in strength, Jiang Beichen's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with disbelief. Late first class, sir. Boom. Jiang Beichen was filled with excitement and knelt on one knee. Thank you for your gift, sir. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, then smiled, this is what you deserve. That's right. Then Yi Xian thought of something and took out a black card. Here is 100 million Chinese yuan. Your next task is to develop Xianwei in the shortest possible time. There is only one thing, the scale doesn't have to be too big, but the quality must be high. Yes, sir. Taking the black card, Jiang Beichen took a deep breath and responded. He understood the significance of Xianwei very well. It would definitely be the sharpest knife of the adults in the future. Therefore, this task is both arduous and important. As they were talking, the two of them arrived at a villa on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Here it is? Xianyi looked at the quiet and elegant villa in front of him, which was completely out of place in the center of Jiangcheng. This is where the Xianwei will gather for some time to come. Also, after a pause, Yi Xian continued, this is still a secret research base. Anyone who covets this place will be killed no matter who they are. There is something here that drives Mitsui Chamber of Commerce crazy, and that is the exoskeleton counting chip. However, it has now been developed to 100% by Yi Xian with the help of his equipment refining level. And this place will also be the future arsenal for Xianwei and the Xian Palace that they want to build. As for what it will develop into in the future, that is not what he needs to consider now. Chapter 77, Mommy is pregnant now, it's good to breathe more fresh air. I will keep this in mind. Xianyi looked at the villa again, his eyes quietly became much more serious. It turned out that this villa was so important to the adults. Yi Xian nodded, and then instructed, during the period of strengthening the Xianwei, help me search for various materials as much as possible for later research. When the time comes, I will ask Wan Jin Auction to cooperate. As he was speaking, Yi Xian entered the laboratory. Hey! He picked up the long sword beside him and said, this will be your temporary weapon. Oh! After Xianyi took the sword, he clearly sensed a unique aura emanating from it. It was actually Yi Xian's spatial ability that was bestowed upon it. It could be said that this sword was much more powerful than the previous Longquan sword. Nice sword. Xianyi took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you for the sword, sir. Try your best. Yi Xian waved his hand and glanced around. You get familiar with it first, I'll go first. With a swish, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and even Xianyi didn't notice anything unusual. My lord is so strong. Xianyi stared at where Yi Xian disappeared, feeling deeply moved. You know. He is now already a first-rate late-stage master, but even so he couldn't sense anything at all. You can imagine how strong Yi Xiao is. Even back then, their grandfather, the strongest man in the Zhang family in Magic City and a half-step martial arts master, couldn't do this. It's terrifying when you think about it. At a certain moment, Xian Yi's eyes were excited. Could it be that? Sir, is the legendary martial arts master. Gulp. Thinking of this, Xian Yi swallowed hard. The martial arts master is an existence that is superior to everyone else in the Demon City, and only the Imperial City can have such a master. At least, he had never seen it. If he is really a martial arts master, then the Lu family of Demon City will no longer be a threat. The master is only in his early 20s, but he has the strength of a martial arts master. Thinking of this, Xianyi narrowed his eyes. Who on earth is this, sir? He has such a terrifying talent. On the other side, Yulong Villa. Swish. A figure appeared in front of the villa, and it was already getting dark. The person who appeared not far from the villa was Yi Xian. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise they would definitely think it was an hallucination. Daddy, it's Daddy who's back. Xiaoxi, who was playing on the lawn, seemed to sense something when she saw the figure. Joy immediately appeared on her face, and she ran over with her little feet. Woof woof. Xiaobai ran over from the lawn excitedly, barking, Master, you are finally back. Woo woo, Xiaobai can finally be free. Apparently, Xiaoxi had been teasing the little white dog quite a lot during the time when Yi Xian was away. Dad, why did you come back so late? Xiaoxi pouted her lips, her face full of longing for her daddy. Hee hee, something's up. Yi Xian smiled slightly and rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Daddy will cook a big meal for my Princess Xiaoxi tonight, okay? Really? Long live Daddy. Children's happiness is simple. Before Xiaobai could even spin around excitedly, Xiaoxi hugged him and rubbed him. Woo woo. The little white dog's pupils widened and he whimpered pitifully, Master, help me, the little master is going to cry again. To this. Obviously, Yi Xian simply chose to ignore it. Hello, Master. Entering the villa, the busy maids greeted us in sweet voices. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he heard Shi Mengyan's cell phone ringing. Hello. Shi Mengyan answered the phone, glanced at Yi Xian and said. Mississippi. Xiao Li's voice came from the other side. Well, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Li asked the first question. After all, this was very important to her. It would be bad to disturb the son-in-law and the young lady's fun. Ahem, no. Shi Mengyan naturally understood what Xiao Li said, and looked at someone with a blushing face. What's the matter? That's good. Listening to the young lady's words, Xiao Li also breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, Wenkeo village has entered the planning implementation stage. Do you and your son-in-law want to come and take a look? After all. Others may not know, but Xiao Li knows very well that the land of Wenkeo village was bought by her brother-in-law, and he is also a shareholder with 30% of the group's shares. In a sense, his influence is greater than that of the young lady. Wenkeo Village? Shi Mengyan pondered for a moment, then glanced at someone and said, I understand. I'll discuss it with him. After saying a few words, Shi Mengyan hung up the phone, and at this moment her slender waist was already embraced by someone. What are you doing? Shi Mengyan glared at a certain guy. Didn't this bastard see so many people were watching him? He didn't know how to restrain himself at all, they are all watching. Hey, just watch it. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and said, What's wrong with a husband hugging my wife's waist? It's definitely a lot of dog food, the maids are so sweet listening to it. Finished. Young master, is it necessary to do this? This is too much pampering. Have you ever considered the feelings of these single people when you are so openly showing off your love? So angry. How could the young master be like this? And I am so envious of the young mistress. She must be the happiest woman in the world. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Someone's words made Shi Mengyan roll her eyes. What do you mean, just look at it? Doesn't that guy feel embarrassed at all? This is too shameless. After a few words of banter, Shi Mengyan got down to business. Let's get down to business. Shaoli just called and said that the development of Wenkeo Village has entered the planning and implementation stage, and asked if you want to go and take a look. Wow. Just as Shi Mengyan finished speaking, Xiaoxi came running over with her little feet. Mom, are we going to Grandpa and Grandma's house? This. Shi Mengyan didn't expect that the little guy would suddenly come over, break free from someone's big hand around her waist, and roll his eyes. I want to ask your daddy. Dad, is this true? Ha, of course. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly and said with a smile, It's true. Mom is pregnant now, it's good for her to breathe more fresh air. Oh. When the maids heard this, their impression of the young master soared. Oh my god, the young master is so heartwarming. The young mistress must have done a lot of good deeds in her previous life, otherwise she would not have met a man like the young husband who was handsome, rich, and caring. Woof woof. Xiao Bai was shouting excitedly at this time, and was obviously very happy to hear that he could go back. Hey, brother-in-law, then take me with you. Shi Xiaodao came over nervously. How could he miss such a good opportunity to bring his elder sister and brother-in-law together? Chapter 78 Yi Xian's Trump Card, the man-eating ant king tries out his skills. The next day, early morning. Master, madam, goodbye. The maids looked very charming under the golden sunlight, and they said goodbye to their young masters and mistresses warmly. If such a scene were seen by outsiders, many people would be envious. Hee, we're finally leaving. The supercar started, and Xiaoxi's face was full of excitement. The two little guys were chattering back and forth, chatting so enthusiastically. Xiao Shi, are you telling the truth? Shi Xiaodao was curious when he heard what his eldest niece said. Of course. Seeing that her uncle was attracted, Xiaoxi raised her chin like a little swan and said proudly, Dad's hometown is super beautiful. If you don't believe me, ask Mom. Shi Mengyan. Listening to what the two little guys said, Shi Mengyan had a frown on her forehead. Why were they so happy just because they were going out to play? Sister, really? Shi Xiaodao looked at her elder sister, expectantly, is my brother-in-law's hometown really that beautiful? Shi Mengyan coughed dryly and glanced at someone, it's okay. Humph, Mama is lying. Xiaoxi was immediately unhappy when she heard this, and then fiddled with her phone, obviously she is super beautiful. Uncle Xiaodao, look. While speaking, he played the video he had shot. This. Shi Xiaodao watched the video on his niece's phone, and with a frown on his face, he looked at Shi Mengyan, sister, this is too much, isn't it? This is okay, it's clearly a paradise. Feeling Shi Xiaodao's gaze, Shi Mengyan's face flushed for a moment. She really didn't expect that the little guy would be so serious. On the way to the airport, you have to pass through somewhere. The figures had been waiting here for a long time, and their target was none other than Yi Xian. Second master, that kid will be here in a few minutes. One of the men in the field narrowed his eyes and said that the reason they had such a large lineup this time was to capture the kid named Yi Xian, because that kid was closely related to the disappearance of their young master. So, their goal this time was to catch the boy and force him to reveal clues. Only. How could they know that their target this time, Yi Xian, was the murderer who killed their young master? Yeah. Sun Zihu narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance of the road he had to pass through. Very good. I want to see who dares to touch anyone from my Sun family in Zhangcheng. As the voice fell, Sun Zihu's body was filled with the aura of a third-rate late-stage warrior. If I knew about this, I would grind him to dust to relieve my hatred. Rustle. At a certain moment, there was an unusual movement in the bushes, which made Sun Zihu frown. Ah. But at this moment, a scream was heard. Second master, this. Look. Ants, so many ants. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked and saw a densely packed colony of thousands of ants. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these ants are dozens of times larger than ordinary ants. They are as big as small stones, and some of them are even as big as fists. This is... Sun Zihu frowned and looked at the field, then his face changed. Man-eating ants. Impossible. How could there be man-eating ants in Zhangcheng? Moreover, they are dozens of times larger than ordinary man-eating ants. Whoosh. At this moment, a golden light fell on the field, and the surrounding man-eating ants all retreated. What appeared on the field was a man-eating ant the size of a basketball, but its color was golden all over. Gulp. Looking at the ferocious fangs of the man-eating ants in front of him, even Sun Zihu, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. So many delicious foods. The man-eating ant king narrowed his greedy eyes in a humane way and licked his ferocious fangs. These trash dare to attack the master. Obviously, this man-eating ant king is the product of Yi Xian's experiment. He is another evil subordinate of Yi Xian besides the little white dog. Little ones, eat them. At the command of the man-eating ant king, thousands of man-eating ants swarmed over and rushed towards Sun Zihu and his dozen companions. Asshole. Get out of my way. Sun Zihu's eyes fell on the man-eating ant king. He naturally understood that he was the key to the breakthrough. As long as the man-eating ant king was killed, the other man-eating ants would naturally not be able to make any waves. Unfortunately, although the plan was good, he greatly underestimated the fighting power of the man-eating ant king. Sniff. The man-eating ant king pounced directly at Sun Zihu, which made Sun Zihu sneer, "You are looking for death." Then, he stabbed the man-eating ant king with the dagger in his hand. Click. Then, in his shocked eyes, the man-eating ant king bit off his dagger on the spot, and then bit his neck without slowing down. Not good. Sun Zihu was frightened to death by the sudden scene, but the speed of the man-eating ant king was faster than he thought. By the time he reacted, the man-eating ant king had already bitten his neck and the toxin corroded his nerves. Then, consciousness quietly dissipated. Finally, he fell to the ground with a thud and became a corpse. What? When the Sun family's masters saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. What did they see? The second master was actually killed instantly by that golden man-eating ant. Run away. Without hesitation, more than a dozen people turned around and tried to flee the scene. Joke? Yi is no match for them, their strength is not even enough to fill the gap in their teeth. Hey, wanna escape? The man-eating ant king looked at the Sun family with sarcasm. This is the first time the boss gives an order. What are you thinking? My little ones, eat them all up, leaving not even a bone or a scrap. Yes, boss. The man-eating ants swooped over and engulfed dozens of people in an instant. No, I don't want to die. Get out of my way, ah. Accompanied by shrill screams, dozens of Sun family masters were devoured, including the body of Sun Zihu. The scene was horrific. Only the strong smell of blood filled the field, and more than a dozen masters of the Sun family really managed to kill the enemy without leaving even a bone residue. Good job, boys. The man-eating ant king looked at the field, with a humane satisfaction in his eyes. Go away. Don't disturb the master. At the command, the man-eating ants scattered and quickly disappeared from the scene. Tisk, it's really delicious. The man-eating ant king enjoyed the scene of sucking the tiger's flesh with emotion, and then murmured, "It's a pity, the strength is too weak." Hey. Soon, the man-eating ant king thought of something, but if I follow my master, there will definitely be more delicious food in the future. Damn dog. The man-eating ant king thought about the scene of being pinned down by the little white dog with one paw and said angrily, "Next time, I will definitely step on you." Chapter 79, Rongcheng's Layout, on the eve of Dihao Group's entry into Zhangcheng. Zhangcheng, Sun Family Villa. Sun Shonlin, the head of the Sun family, frowned and looked at his phone. I can't get through. Someone come. After thinking for a moment, Sun Shonlin called his men. Master, master. The subordinate responded tremblingly, as if he knew what the master was going to ask. Where did the second master go? This. The man swallowed his saliva, but Sun Chonlin's sharp eyes fell on the man. Speak. Plop. The subordinate knelt on the ground, no longer daring to hide the truth. Master, I dare not hide it. Second master, he left the villa with his men, saying he wanted to avenge young master. What? As soon as these words came out, Sun Chonlin's face changed drastically, confused. When Bin has several third-rate masters around him, and one of them is a mid-third-rate master, he can make such a lineup lose contact quietly. How can he be an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Sun Chonlin realized the seriousness of the matter. Mobilize all your connections to find out where the second master is. Once discovered, report it immediately. Yes, sir. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate realized the seriousness of the matter and hurried forward to carry out the operation. Half a day later, Rongqing Airport. Master Yi. Lin Zichu had been waiting for a long time, and next to him was an extended supercar parked. Get in the car and wait for me. Shi Mengyan nodded slightly and took Xiaoxi and the other person into the supercar, while Yi Xian and Lin Zichu came not far away. How is the development of the Emgrand Group? Listening to Yi Xian's words, Lin Zichu sorted out his thoughts and reported, to reply to Master Yi, now the Dihao Group's industries have spread all over Rongqing, becoming the largest group in Rongqing. After the report, Yi Xian nodded. Well done. After thinking for a moment, he looked towards Jiangcheng. It's time to enter Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng? Master Yi, what you mean is? Lin Zichu's eyes sparkled, and he obviously realized something. Entering Jiangcheng would mean that the day of their revenge was not far away. That's what you meant. Then, Yi Xian took out a black card. Here are 2 billion Chinese yuan for operation purposes. Thank you, Master Yi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu excitedly took the black card. He could finally enter Jiangcheng. He had waited for this day for too long. You deserve this. Yi Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, your brother has been planning for a long time in Jiangcheng. When the Dihao Group enters Jiangcheng, it will surely be more effective. After a few words, Yi Xian got into the extended version of the supercar. Farewell, Master Yi. Lin Zichu bowed and saw Yi Xian off, and only stood up after he disappeared from his sight. After a while, Wenkeo village was in sight. Oh. Nearing the village, Shi Xiaodao took a deep breath of air. The refreshing scent of osmanthus made him feel refreshed. This is Gue Xiang. Shi Xiaodao's eyes sparkled as he looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, we're almost there. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Such a strong osmanthus fragrance was naturally not far from Wenkeo village. Hee, I'm back again. Xiaoxi sniffed the fragrance, her face filled with excitement, and it was obvious that she loved her father's hometown very much. Woof woof. The little white dog did not forget to agree at this time, and it looked very cute. But don't be fooled by its appearance, this little thing's fighting ability is comparable to that of a first-class master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to rub the man-eating ant king to the ground. Squeak. Soon, the supercar arrived at the entrance of Wenkeo village. At this moment, as usual, the village chief and others were enjoying the cool under the trees. Only. Everyone's eyes were sharp, completely different from last time. And this. This is because before Yi Xian left last time, he added a lot of body-strengthening medicine into the well at the entrance of the village, and now it seems that the effect is quite good. Xiaoya, you're back. When the village chief Wang Zhenju saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up and he greeted him. Hello, old village chief. Yi Xian smiled, everything here felt relaxed. Hello, village chief. Xiaoxi's sweet voice sounded, and the little white dog beside her was barking happily around the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. The other old men also nodded. You know, now their Wenkeo village has been completely renewed, and all this is thanks to Xiaoye and his girlfriend. After a few greetings, Yi Xian and his party drove towards the exquisite bamboo house. Squeak. After stopping the car, Xiaoxi couldn't wait to get out, followed by Xiaobai who had escaped from the clutches of the devil, barking. In a flash, Xiaobai walked to the courtyard with ease. Xiaoxi stared at him angrily. Xiaobai, wait for me. The big and the small started chasing each other in the courtyard, and the scene was very heartwarming. Xiaoxi. Ye's mother came out of the bamboo house and saw her granddaughter. The sudden scene brought surprise to Ye's mother's face. She really didn't expect that the granddaughter she missed day and night would come. Hee, Grandma. When Xiaoxi saw her grandmother, she spoke in a sweet voice and then ran towards Ye's mother with clattering steps. It was obvious that the little guy missed her very much. Hey! When Ye's mother heard this, she responded with a smile on her face. The word grandma really melted her heart. You little brat, you didn't even call me when you got back. Then, Ye's mother looked at her son and blamed him. Meng Yan is here too. Then his eyes fell on his beautiful daughter-in-law, and the smile on his face deepened. Auntie. Hello, Mom. Hey, good. Hearing her daughter-in-law address her, Ye's mother smiled brightly again. Hello, Auntie. When Xiaodao heard her elder sister address her, she secretly admired her brother-in-law even more and followed suit to greet him. Who are you? After hearing this, Ye's mother looked at Xiaodao and said, It must be Xiaoxi's uncle Xiaodao. Ah. Auntie, you know me. Xiaodao was also stunned when he heard this. He really didn't expect that he would be recognized at a glance. Of course. Mother Yi smiled cheerfully. Last time, your sister said that she has a handsome brother who is about your age. Yeah. Xiaodao looked at his elder sister suspiciously. Handsome brother, are you sure it was his elder sister who said this? Now that you're here, then treat this place as your own home. Don't be so reserved. Ye's mother was very enthusiastic towards Xiaodao, while Xiaodao nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, Master Yi. When the call was connected, the anxious voice of Zhang Zidong from Wanjin Auction came from the other end. What's wrong? Hearing the panic tone on the ground, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. It must have happened something big to make him so nervous. Young Master Yi, something went wrong at the auction. After a pause, Zhang Zidong looked at the hacked computer and said, Our auction security system has been hacked, and now 80% of it has been breached. It is estimated that the hack will be successful in a few minutes. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Hacker? Invasion? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the hacker field still encountered problems in this area. System exchangeability. Yi Xian did not panic, but called the system. As expected, the system voice soon rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the hacker ability to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host's hacker level can easily beat the hacker god. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, many hacking skills and experiences suddenly emerged in Yi Xian's mind. Hackers? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then looked towards Jiangcheng. I want to see what kind of monsters are behind this. Chapter 80 Yi Xian counterattacks. The end of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is coming. Old Ji, come out quickly. Ye's mother shouted into the house, and the originally quiet living room suddenly became lively. Grandfather. When Xiaoxi saw her grandfather, her face was filled with joy. Her cute appearance made Father Yi smile immediately. Ah, Xiaoxi is here. Even more beautiful than last time. Hee hee, ha. Xiaoxi smiled happily as she listened to her grandfather's praise. Xiaobai, come quickly. Not long after, Xiaoxi chased Xiaobai out of the bamboo house, followed by Xiaodao. Father and Mother Yi looked at this scene and smiled at each other. You two can chat for a while. I'll go to the study. Finding an excuse, Yi Xian went to the study and then skillfully turned on the computer. Duong. Soon, they entered the dark web and followed the code input, tracing all the way back to the Wanjin auction security system, and then used various means to find the hacker. This is Mitsui Trading Company? When we saw the final location of the hacker, it turned out to be the Mitsui Shokai that had stolen the exoskeleton technology chip not long ago. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is really a thief with unrepentant intentions. Last time, he coveted the items at the Wanjin auction, and now he is doing it again. Since he is seeking death, wouldn't it be unworthy of their enthusiasm if he killed him? Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at the computer and a plan came to his mind. With the movement of his fingers, Yi Xian broke through the security system of Mitsui Company in an instant. At this moment, all the evidence of Mitsui Company's crimes were exposed in front of Yi Xian. And this is just the first step of Yi Xian's counterattack. On the other side, deep inside Mitsui Corporation. Bang! As the computer screen turned blue, the Japanese hacker master Ino Shibata's eyes widened with disbelief, and he stood up from his seat. His eyes were fixed on the blue computer screen, his heart filled with shock beyond words. What? At this moment, Ino Shibata could no longer remain calm. Impossible, how could someone defeat my security system so easily? Damn it! Who is the other party? Then, Ino Shibata, who didn't believe in evil, tapped on the keyboard to fight back. Snap! At this moment, the door was pushed open and a group of people came in, and in the center was Mitsui Masao, the president of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. What's going on? Mitsui Masao's face was gloomy, and Ino Shibata, who didn't understand, frowned. President, you are here. Ino-kun, did you know that all the computers of the Chamber of Commerce have been hacked? One of Mitsui Masao's confidants narrowed his eyes and said, that is to say, all the secrets of the Chamber of Commerce are likely to have been leaked. You should know the consequences. Gulp. After these words came out, Ino Shibata swallowed hard and said, what? The opponent is so fast. Not good. What does Ino Shibata mean? Call the emergency number immediately. Hey, Otsuka-kun. Kimura-kun, give me a hand. Then, Ino Shibata gave a general account of the situation, and soon the three Fuso hacker masters began to fight back together. Don't worry, President. Ino Shibata took a deep breath and looked at the blue screen interface. Three great hacker gods, the opposing hackers will definitely lose. By then, his identity will be exposed. Oh? When Mitsui Masao heard this, his eyes narrowed. Very good. If I find out who dares to attack my Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, I will make sure that person dies miserably. As he spoke, a murderous aura surged around Mitsui Masao. He had never had such a strong killing intent before. However, what happened next killed this idea. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed quickly, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Ino Shibata's forehead, dripping onto the keyboard. Impossible. At a certain moment, Ino Shibata seemed to have suffered an unprecedented shock, and he was obviously mentally disturbed. Asshole. That guy is a devil. Three great hackers can't even crack him at all. Poof. Then, a mouthful of blood sprayed all over Ino and Shibata. Unable to bear the shock, he fainted on the spot, his face turning pale. What? This sudden scene really caused shock in the whole audience. Three great hackers, unable to undo the hack? This is broken. After hearing this, Mitsui Masao's face became gloomier than ever before. Waste. A bunch of gluttons. However, at the same time outside the club. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field. The leader was none other than Xian Yi, and beside him were Fangjin, Lin Zitian, and others. Get started. Xian Yi and Fangjin looked at each other and nodded, then dozens of figures rushed towards Mitsui Corporation without any delay. Presumptuous. At this moment, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce was secretly on high alert and the strongmen took decisive action, and the leader was a first-class master. Die. As Xian Yi's voice fell, the next moment his body turned into black light and instantly killed the top-notch expert of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Even Fangjin was shocked by such strength. What a fast speed. Fangjin narrowed his eyes. Even in his prime, he probably couldn't do this. At the same time, he took Xian Yi more seriously. Worry. Lin Zitian was extremely shocked. He must be a top expert from Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, but he was killed instantly by Master Xian Yi with just one move. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zitian couldn't even believe what he was experiencing. Master Yi, how did you subdue such a terrifying existence? My goodness. Even the best masters are no match for Master Xian Yi with just one move. In front of Master Xian Yi, the Su family of Zhangcheng is nothing but trash. Think about this. Lin Zitian suddenly understood why young Master Yi was not surprised at all when he learned of their identities, because young Master Yi did not take the Lin and Su families seriously at all. Let's go together. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zitian waved his hand and led his men to start a massacre. Before that, they had already seen the defense map of the Chamber of Commerce given by young Master Yi. Not good. Enemy attack, bastard, ah. Accompanied by shrill screams, a massacre took place. Naturally, there was more than one first-class masters of Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, but they were obviously no match for Xian Yi, not to mention Fangjin who came to finish him off. Now Fangjin has recovered to the late second-rate stage, and his combat power is no weaker than that of a first-rate master. Plop. The door of the box where Mitsui Masao was broken open by his men, and then a disheveled figure fell to the ground. The president is in trouble, the Chamber of Commerce has been breached. 3 top masters have all been killed. Please leave as soon as possible, President. Hearing what this subordinate said, Mitsui Masao's face changed. What did you say? 3 top-notch masters were killed. How is it possible? Indeed, this information had an unprecedented impact on him. After all, even the 3 major families in Jiangcheng did not have this ability. However, before they could react, the military personnel in Jiangcheng had already surrounded the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 81, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is destroyed, and the Tomahawk security layout begins. Withdraw. At Xian Yi's command, dozens of people disappeared not far from the Chamber of Commerce, as if they had never appeared. As for the purpose, the situation has reached the point where Mitsui Company no longer has any experts left and has undoubtedly become a toothless tiger. Master Chihu, the Mitsui Trading Company has been surrounded. A centurion looked towards the Chamber of Commerce and reported to Shin Qianjue. After Shin Qianjue heard this, he nodded heavily. This matter is of great importance, not even a mosquito can fly out. Anyone who tries to break out will be shot on the spot. Yes, Master Qianhu. However, there was a figure beside Shin Qianjue, and this person was none other than Tu Yi. No. Now he is the president of Tomahawk Security. He has made a lot of efforts in maintaining the public security of Jiangcheng during this period. The reason why the military was alarmed was the evidence of Mitsui Corporation's crimes he provided. And the source of the evidence came from Yi Xian. Well done, Butcher. Shin Qianjue looked at the butcher beside him. The military will remember your achievements today, and the Tomahawk Security military will give you the green light all the way. Thank you, Mr. Shin. The butcher showed an intriguing expression. Now, the butcher, who was once a tyrant in Jiangcheng, has been cleansed and turned into a Tomahawk security guard. He will surely have a bright future. At this time, Mitsui Masao walked out of the Chamber of Commerce. Captain Shin, what do you mean by this? Mitsui Masao had a bad look on his face and looked at Shin Qianjue opposite him. He naturally knew that Shin Qianjue was the confidant of the Jiangcheng military commander. What do you mean? Shin Qianjue looked at Mitsui Masao, who was unaware of his impending death, and said, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has been hiding quite deeply over the years. Then, he threw a thick stack of evidence over. This is a military arrest warrant. Mitsui Company is suspected of disregarding human life, conducting experiments on living people, bribing high-ranking officials from all parties, and disrupting the business community. Hearing Shin Qianjue's words, Mitsui Masao's eyes fell on the evidence, and his heart was shocked when he saw it. Shockingly, this is enough evidence to cause Mitsui Company to die countless times, and it can be said to be ironclad evidence. President Mitsui Masao is now under arrest. Shin Qianjue glanced at the many masters on the opposite side. Anyone who obstructs will bear the consequences at their own risk. Bold. The faces of several confidants around Mitsui Masao changed drastically. They naturally knew what these evidences meant, but they couldn't understand why these evidences appeared in the hands of the military. Only Mitsui Masao is the backbone of their Chamber of Commerce and the young master of the Mitsui Group. How could they let him succeed? Break through. At that moment, dozens of people surrounded and attacked the military, intending to fight their way out. Court death. Seeing the dozens of desperate people from the Chamber of Commerce, Shin Qianjue's eyes flashed coldly. This is China, not your Fusang. Kill. As the voice fell, Shin Qianjue's body was filled with murderous aura. All those who resist, not a single one will be spared. Yes, Master Qianhu. Immediately, dozens of people suddenly attacked from the dark. Each of them was a second-rate master. Even second-rate families would be shocked to see such a move. Die. Dozens of military masters turned into gods of death and reaped the people from Mitsui Corporation who had broken through. In an instant, dozens of people who had originally resisted were all killed. After all, without the presence of first-rate or even second-rate masters in Mitsui Company, these subordinates are simply unable to compete with the strength of the military. Take away. Shin Qianjue's cold gaze fell on Mitsui Masao, which made Mitsui Masao sneer in his eyes. Shin Qianjue. Sanjing Jinxiong smiled coldly and looked at Shin Qianjue. Don't regret it. Pa. As soon as Sanjing Jinxiong finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Shin Qianjue. You made me regret it. Who do you think you are? You are relying on nothing but the Mitsui Zaibatsu. If you want revenge, just come to me. You. Mitsui Masao's facial bones were fractured. After all, Shin Qianjue was a first-rate master. The force of such a palm was too great for Mitsui Masao to bear. Master Chihu, the Mitsui company is a beast. At this moment, one of Shinshenjua's confidants rescued more than 100 survivors of the live experiment, his eyes blazing with anger. Shinshenjua looked towards the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, and when he saw the hundreds of people undergoing live experiments, his expression darkened. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, you are doing great. Indeed, the miserable scenes of hundreds of living subjects in front of them angered everyone present. Living experiment, exoskeleton technology. Shinshenjua frowned, and then thought of something. That's right. Technology chip. Shinshenjua looked at his confidant. Have you found the exoskeleton technology chip? This. After hearing his boss's words, the confidant's expression turned strange. Master Chinhu. After taking a deep breath, the confidant continued, strangely enough, a few days ago, a strong man entered the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, destroyed all the semi-finished exoskeletons, and stole the technical chips. Ahem, what? Shinshenjua was a little confused when he heard his subordinate's words. Quietly, return to the semi-finished exoskeleton and steal the technology chip? In fact, there is too much information in it. You know. The military once sent undercover agents to try to enter Mitsui Company, but no one survived. And now. Not only did the other party escape unscathed, he also stole the exoskeleton technology chip. It's really funny. That is to say, Mitsui Company had been planning for several years, but in the end it was just a wedding dress for others. Shinshenjua felt indescribably happy when he heard this. To be able to do this, he must be at least a first-rate expert. Shinshenjua nodded and murmured, and he was not just an ordinary first-class master. After all, if he asked himself honestly, he couldn't do it. Good fellow. When the butcher heard this, he was also a little confused. What the hell? The technical chip developed by Mitsui Shokai was stolen. This operation. Soon, a figure appeared in the butcher's mind? Could it be that young Master Yi did it? You must know. Previously, he had told Yishao about Mitsui Chamber of Commerce's research, and according to the time calculation, it just happened to match. Cough cough. If this is true, it means that Mitsui Company's achievements over the years have gone to Yishao, and now Yishao has sent Mitsui Company to hell with his own hands. It's not enough to hurt someone's heart, this is directly putting the blame on the Fuso dog. Is it really necessary to be so cruel? Although we cannot be sure that it was Yishao, we cannot think of anyone else who could have done this. Butcher. Shinshenjua's voice came from the side at this time, and continued, this time, thanks to the evidence documents you provided, it would not have been so easy to take down Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. The military commander said that all the businesses under the Mitsui Corporation will be managed by the military and Tomahawk Security. Real. The butcher's eyes narrowed and sparkled after hearing this. Cooperating with the military was a treatment that the three major families in Zhengcheng dreamed of. If they knew about it, who knows what would happen. Chapter 82, while obtaining the certificate, I am glad to receive the red certificate. Things were brewing and night was falling. Zhengcheng, Shi family study. Master. Uncle Quan came in from outside with an anxious look on his face. Before he even arrived, he spoke, something big has happened. Shi Lingfeng stopped writing calligraphy, put down the brush and looked at Uncle Quan. What's wrong? He naturally knew that something huge must have happened to make Uncle Quan behave like this. Ahem. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Uncle Quan coughed and said, Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has been surrounded by the military. Also, Mitsui Masao has been arrested. Oh? Hearing this, Shi Lingfeng was stunned. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, that is an existence that even first-class families don't want to provoke. It is said that there are at least several top-notch experts among them. Also, Uncle Quan pondered for a moment and then said, it seems that Sun Zihu, the second master of the Sun family, was killed. Yeah. After hearing this, Shi Lingfeng somehow felt as if there was an invisible hand behind him controlling everything, which made him feel uneasy. It looks like Zhengcheng is really going to be in chaos. Sighing, Shi Lingfeng looked into the distance. Be careful during this period of time. Yi Xian was unaware that his actions had silenced all forces in Zhengcheng, fearing that they would become the next Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. The next day, early morning. What are your plans for today? During breakfast, Ye's mother looked at her son and daughter-in-law and asked. Planning? Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Oh, right, Mom. The household registration book is at home, right? Yes. Ye's mother nodded and said that such a valuable thing as the household registration book would certainly not be placed anywhere else. Bring the household registration booklet over later. Meng Yan and I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. Cough cough. Meng Yan almost choked on the soup after hearing this. She looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Civil Affairs Bureau? Get a certificate? But my household registration book is still in Jiangcheng. Hey. Yi Xian casually took out a book, which turned out to be the household registration book. This is? No way. Meng Yan looked at the familiar household registration book with a hint of suspicion and opened it. She was surprised to see the owner of the household, Shi Feng, which made her stunned. My household registration book. Why are you there? To be honest, Meng Yan was a little stunned. This was her family's household registration book. Could it be stolen by this guy? But that didn't seem very realistic. Brother-in-law, you. Showdown was also stunned. He really didn't expect that his family's household registration booklet would be with his brother-in-law. Ahem, brother-in-law, it wasn't given to you by my mom? Showdown coughed dryly and said as he thought of a possibility. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then his eyes fell on Meng Yan. This household registration book has been around for a while. Auntie told us to find an opportunity to get the certificate. After all, now you are pregnant again, Halfway through his words, Yi Xian realized something and stopped in a hurry, but Ye's father and mother were stunned. As expected. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. Meng Yan, you are pregnant. After hearing this, Ye's mother looked at her daughter-in-law with expectation, which made Meng Yan's face flushed. She couldn't help but glare at someone. That guy spoke so fast. Mom, I just found out a few days ago. Meng Yan sighed, knowing that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she decided to reveal the truth. That's great. After hearing this, Ye's mother immediately became very motivated. Well, I'll go get you the household registration booklet. After saying that, Ye's mother quickly took the household registration booklet from the bedroom, and then told her son, little boy, hurry up and get the certificate today. Take good care of Meng Yan. If you dare to make her angry, I will break your legs. Dad, Mom, goodbye. Xiaoxi waved her little hand to say goodbye to her parents. Before leaving, Ye's mother reminded them, Xiaoxian, drive slowly. Watch out for my fat grandson. Ahem, got it. Yi Xian coughed dryly. Ever since his mother knew that this girl was pregnant, she seemed like a different person, as if it was not Meng Yan who was pregnant but herself. It's all your fault. While racing, Meng Yan glared at a certain guy because the treatment he gave her really put her under a lot of pressure. Boom. Chongni knocked Meng Yan on the head. Blame me? What nonsense are you talking about? I can't be pregnant by myself. Listening to someone's words, Meng Yan covered her smooth forehead with her slender hands. That guy was so hateful that he actually hit her head again. If Ye's mother saw this scene, I wonder if she would chase her son and beat him 1,000 times. Boom! As the sound of the supercar rang out, the cars in the originally crowded lane hurriedly made way, not daring to get close to the supercar at all. You just like to show off. Looking at the scene that almost caused a chain rear-end collision, Meng Yan rolled her eyes at a certain guy. It was indeed impossible to keep a low profile when this guy was around. Swish! With a beautiful drift, the supercar stopped in an empty parking space. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. As soon as they got off the bus, the two girls added each other on WeChat with blushing faces. This guy. When Meng Yan saw the scene, she immediately became unhappy. Are girls nowadays so brave? Excuse me. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then put his arm around Meng Yan's slender waist and said, Wife, let's go. Go get the certificate. Listening to someone's words, Meng Yan nodded slightly, thinking that guy still had a conscience. So envious. Seeing the two people leaving, the girl sighed with disappointment in her eyes. Originally, they thought that the girl was a mistress or something like that, but unexpectedly, she was the wife. But that handsome guy is really handsome. How is it? It feels good to be asked for WeChat by a girl, right? Entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, Meng Yan glanced at someone and said. The sour look makes people laugh. Is Meng Yan baby jealous? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian laughed and joked. Tisk. Having her thoughts revealed by someone, Xi Mingyan's face flushed and she glared at someone who was jealous. You wish. Although she said so, her rosy face said it all. A little. As the steel stamp was pressed down, Yi Xian and Xi Mingyan happily received the red book. We're getting married now. Looking at the red book in her hand, Xi Mingyan felt like she was dreaming. What else? The staff member in charge of marriage registration looked at Yi Xian with a smile and said, Young man, your wife is so pretty. Sharp. As they were talking, the staff member did not forget to give Yi Xian a thumbs up. As a woman herself, she couldn't help but like him. That is. I don't even care whose wife it is. He rubbed Xi Mingyan's head lovingly. Xi Mingyan's beautiful eyes widened at this scene. This guy was looking for death by patting her head in public. But why didn't she feel disgusted at all? Chapter 83. He is just a young boy, how could he be the owner of Dihao Hotel? Ha! After getting the certificate, Xi Mingyan returned to the supercar and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lot more relaxed. Neezy, we now have certificates to work. Looking at the two red books placed together, Yi Xian smiled. Go! What do you mean by requiring a certificate to work? He rolled his eyes and was about to say something when his stomach growled in protest. He hadn't eaten much for breakfast to begin with, and now after being so busy, it would be strange if he wasn't hungry. Go eat first, your son is hungry. Xi Mingyan stroked her belly as she spoke, a glow of maternal love appearing on her face, which looked especially beautiful against the light. Are you hungry? Yi Xian smiled slightly, then thought of something. Okay, husband will take you to a good place. Then, Yi Xian thought of the Dihao Hotel, which is also one of the pillar industries of the Dihao Group. Speaking of which, that is also my own business, and it would be nice to inspect it while having a meal. Squeak. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Dihao Hotel. Is this the Imperial Hotel? Coming to the ground, Xi Mingyan looked at the buildings decorated in European style, especially the exquisite sculptures and styles, each of which carried a heavy sense of history. When entering the hall, you will suddenly see the luxurious chandelier which is worth a lot of money. Yi Xian. Just then, a voice came from the side, and Yi Xian frowned when he looked over. Yu Xian. This person was Yi Xian's class monitor in high school, and also his love rival. Then, Wang Bingbing agreed to be Yi Xian's girlfriend, which was indeed a big blow to Xiang. After all, he was also a rich second generation. He couldn't accept that he would lose to a poor boy. But after Yi Xian and Wang Bingbing went to Jiangcheng, they lost contact. Now, seeing Yi Xian again, he naturally felt upset. Besides, now that he has inherited part of the family property, his net worth is at least several million. Yu Xiang. Seeing his high school classmates, Yi Xian smiled. Ha, I didn't expect to see you here. As he spoke, Yu Xiang's eyes fell on Xi Mingyan beside him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This girl was so beautiful. What virtue does that kid have? I haven't seen you for many years. Your girlfriend is so pretty. As he spoke, he became jealous. That's right. At some point, Yu Xiang thought of something. According to the time, you should have just graduated. Now that I have taken over the family business, how about I help you find a job? Husband, what are you doing? At this time, a heavily made-up girl took Yu Xiang's arm and pressed it into his arms, looking at Xi Mingyan provocatively. So what if you are beautiful? Can you be as good as your man? My high school classmate, Yi Xian. Yu Xiang said with a smile, and then said, he is a top student at Jiangcheng University. He is Yi Xian. The girl looked at Yi Xian, quite surprised. He is the poor boy who stole your first love. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Xiang pretended to glare at the girl, then said apologetically, don't be offended, Yi Xian. When the receptionist saw this scene, her pretty face changed. He quickly called the president of the Dihao Hotel. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. You had a conflict with the boss. What, the boss is here? After hearing the report, the president of Dihao Hotel's face changed drastically. The boss had never been here before. If he was unhappy here today, his business development would be over. After hanging up the phone, Su Luotian hurried over to remedy the situation. As the two talked, a lot of people around them paid attention to them. After learning about their relationship, they looked at Yi Xian with more sympathy. After all, Yu Xiang is a young talent from the Yu family in Rongcheng. He has a fortune of tens of millions at a young age. It can be said that there are only a handful of people in the entire Rongqing who can surpass him. Boss Su, you're here. Not long after, the lady at the front desk saw the president coming and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If President Su didn't come soon, there would be trouble. Uncle Su, why are you here? Yu Xiang was stunned when he saw the person coming. You know, their Yu family has many business cooperations with the Emperor Hotel, and the Emperor Hotel is not something their Yu family can afford to offend. Su Luotian didn't even look at Yu Xiang who was talking, but quickly walked to Yi Xian and bowed respectfully. Boss, why are you here? He didn't dare to be arrogant at all. After all, this was his immediate superior's boss. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked, including Shi Mengyan. Yi Xian, is this Dihao Hotel yours? Shi Mengyan looked around, and it was obvious that this information had caught her off guard. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't say much about it. After all, there was nothing to say. Impossible. Yu Xiang looked at Yi Xian in confusion. He is just a young boy, how could he be the owner of the Dihao Hotel? I don't believe it. Yu Xiang took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xian opposite him. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Yu Xiang's cell phone rang. When he saw it was the old man calling, he had a bad feeling. Hello, Dad. After the call was connected, Yu Xiang greeted. Rebellious son, what did you do in the Imperial Hotel? Yu Xiang's father cursed. You must not offend that man named Yi Xian, otherwise my Yu family will be in great trouble. If you want to die, don't hold me back. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The even more powerful Yu Xiang was left behind, and his mind was buzzing with a loud noise. What? The old man gave a death order directly, so who is Yi Xian? Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiang stepped back half a step and bowed to Yi Xian to apologize. It was all my fault before. I apologize to you here. Mr. Yu, how can you apologize to a poor boy? He doesn't deserve it. Bang! Before the girl could finish her words, Yu Xiang slapped her in the face. Shut up! Feeling Yu Xiang's anger, the girl dared not even fart. Go away! Yi Xian glanced at Yu Xiang, but what he didn't expect was that the president of the Dihao Hotel had a keen eye. Obviously. He guessed that all this must have been done by Wu Luotian. Yes. Yu Xiang gulped his saliva and then fled. Thinking about how he had just introduced a job to Yi Xian without knowing the consequences, he wished he could find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. Master Yu, wait for me. The girl hurriedly chased after him. After all, she still wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Bang! Before the girl got close, Yu Xiang slapped her to the ground again. Fuck, because of you, your father almost got into big trouble. Damn, what on earth did that kid go through in these years? Grand Group actually belongs to that guy. By the time the girl came to her senses, Yu Xiang had already driven away, leaving her alone in the wind, wondering how he could have become like this. Shi Mengyan looked at the scene and couldn't help but roll her eyes at someone. Sure enough, that guy was in the limelight again. Chapter 84, 1 smile can conquer a city, 2 smiles can conquer a country, and 3 smiles can conquer my heart. Boss, I'm sorry to scare you. Su Luotian took a breath and bowed to apologize. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand, then looked at the girl next to him. Get me a private room. Yes, boss. Su Luotian responded respectfully, and then personally led Yi Xian and the other person to box number 1, which is also the best room in the Dihao Hotel. Boss, what would you and this lady like to eat? Shi Mengyan's identity has not been confirmed yet, and Su Luo is too cautious to call her by her name casually. Don't be so reserved. We just got our marriage certificate today. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said, speaking of which, she is the proprietress of the Dihao Hotel. Congratulations, boss and boss lady. Su Luotian was very good at congratulating people, and his subtle flattery made Shi Mengyan glare at someone, saying that the word boss lady was so ugly. As for what to order. Mengyan is pregnant, just watch and do it. Yes, boss. After Su Luotian took note of it, he walked out. After all, the boss and the boss's wife would not be so ignorant as to act like a light bulb in his eyes. But, to be honest, the boss lady is quite pretty. Soon, the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Yi Xian, when did you buy the Emperor Hotel? During the meal, Shi Mengyan looked at someone curiously. She couldn't believe that although this was Rongqing, a hotel of this size was not cheap. A few months ago. He just said it casually. After all, it was not important to him, and the Dihao Hotel was just a part of the Dihao Group. If Xi Mengyan knew that her man was the boss of Dihao Group, I wonder how she would react. Nature. Not to mention, he has a status of 900 trillion. A few months ago, you. Listening to what that guy said, Xi Mengyan's mouth twitched slightly, which means that before they met again, that guy was already the owner of the Dihao Hotel. Hateful. This bastard. After all, there are so many secrets that we don't know about. Certainly. What Xi Mengyan was most curious about was how much money he had. After 3 rounds of meals, we had some drinks from time to time. So full. After finishing the big meal, Xi Mengyan stroked her belly and said, "I don't even want to walk anymore." It's not easy. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, "Just stay at the Dihao Hotel. The whole hotel belongs to your man anyway. Tisk. Look at what you can do." Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes, but didn't refuse. Ding dong. Then, Yi Xian pressed the bell on the wall. Click. Soon, Su Luotian came in from outside the box. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Mengyan is tired, help me get a presidential suite." "Okay, boss." Su Luotian naturally did not dare to slack off at all, and hurriedly asked someone to book a top-floor presidential suite. After all, this was the boss' first time to take a rest in a hotel. Presidential suite, after washing up. Xi Mengyan came to the large floor-to-ceiling window in her pajamas, and looked at the beautiful scenery of Rongqing in the distance, feeling deeply moved. This configuration is no worse than that of a 5-star hotel. As she murmured, her beautiful eyes rippled, "The scenery here is quite nice." "Yeah." Yi Xian looked at the very beautiful scenery and said with a smile, "Even if there are thousands of beautiful scenery, it is not as beautiful as the charming smile of my baby Mengyan." "Put. You're being naughty again." Xi Mengyan glared at a certain guy, saying that all the beautiful scenery was not as beautiful as her charming smile. That guy was so mean. How many girls have been seduced by this trick? Humph. I won't be fooled, Xi Mengyan thought so, but the corners of her mouth curved up unconsciously without her knowing it. How could that be? I'm just telling the truth, okay? Yeah. Xi Mengyan looked at the serious person with great interest. "Then tell me how beautiful I am." "Well." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then continued, "1 smile can conquer a city, 2 smiles can conquer a country, and 3 smiles can conquer my heart." His eyes were full of tenderness, which made Xi Mengyan blush, and she dared not look him in the face. That guy. I didn't realize he has some literary talent. His 3 smiles won my heart. I don't know how that guy came up with that idea. I'm afraid, it's hard for a girl to resist such teasing. At least, Xi Mengyan couldn't remain calm. Is this true? No one would believe you. Xi Mengyan was so moved that she thought that someone had such a good eloquence. Of course it's true. Yi Xian embraced the beauty, smelling the pleasant fragrance on her body that calmed his heart. If time could stop at this moment, it would definitely be the most beautiful gift in the world. Hubby, it's great to meet you. The two looked at each other, and Xi Mengyan spoke emotionally, suddenly realizing that she was becoming more and more dependent on this guy. I just found out now. Yi Xian said with a smile, then stared at the beautiful lady. "Mengyan, my wife, what did you call me just now?" "Husband." Ugh. Halfway through her speech, Xi Mengyan glared at someone and said, "Humph, I won't pay any attention to you. Just call me that in private, it feels good." Yi Xian was satisfied with his comments, but it caused someone to roll his eyes, but he did not refute. After all, now that they have obtained their certificate, there is nothing wrong with changing their name. Soon, the beauty in his arms fell asleep. Ding dong. At this moment, Yi Xian received a message, which was sent by Jiang Buchan. Miss Mengyan is in danger. Jiang Zhenghan wants to annex the Shi family. He failed last time. This time he has sent assassins to kidnap Miss Mengyan and threaten her. Looking at the information, Yi Xian frowned. Jiang Zhenghan. Could it be that this is the person who attacked my father-in-law last time? Then he looked at Xi Mengyan, who was taking a nap. However, at a certain moment, Yi Xian clearly sensed that danger was approaching. From a bird's-eye view, a group of people suddenly appeared in the jungle behind the Emperor Hotel. It's quite interesting. I wonder what kind of ability the system will exchange for it this time. With a hint of curiosity, Yi Xian summoned the system. System, exchange ability. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the system responded quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the soul searching technique to the God level. It consumes 5 enhancement points. Note, under this ability, all the secrets of the person being cast are exposed to the host. Wow! Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system voice ringing in his ears. What a thing! God level soul searching technique? This ability seems to be amazing. All secrets can be revealed. TSK. Think about this. Yi Xian looked at the people who came here again, and a smile appeared on his face. These people may be very good test targets. After muttering, Yi Xian disappeared from the room in a flash, and the assassin was completely unaware of this. Chapter 85, a trial run of the soul-searching technique, and the Phantom of the Hades Palace met a miserable end. The Imperial Hotel is located in the dense forest. Swish! Figures appeared in the field, and there were more than 20 people in the group. Master Phantom, Shi Mengyan is in the presidential suite. At this time, a third-rate master spoke respectfully to the Hades killer code named Phantom beside him. You must know. There is a strict hierarchy within the Hades Palace. Even if he is a third-rate master, he is only a D-level master in the Hades Palace, while Phantom was already a B-level master half a year ago. In the Hades Palace, the highest level of killers is S-level, and the weakest is D-level. Even the lowest level D-level masters have to kill 100 people before they can be promoted. Above that, C-level masters need to kill 500 people to advance, and B-level masters need to kill 1,000 people, and so on. Certainly. In addition to these, it is said that there are SS-level killers in the Hades Palace, but such existence is beyond the reach of Phantom. Yeah. Phantom narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. It is said that Shi Mengyan was the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing back then. It would be nice if I could enjoy her for a while. That Jiang Zhenghan is quite generous. If the commission wasn't high enough, I wouldn't come to a place like this. After all, Mei Ying is now a second-rate master with a high status. Even destroying a third-rate family in Jiangchang is not a problem for him. Unfortunately, what Jiang Zhenghan wants is the absolute control of Shi Group. Of course, the most important point is that the commission given is not enough for him to wipe out the family. This girl, just consider it as interest to me. Phantom looked at the photo and realized that she was indeed a stunning beauty. At some point, Phantom sensed a cool breeze. Who? The killer's instinct told him that great danger was approaching. Shockingly, when he looked not far ahead, he found that a figure had appeared at some point, and this person was Yi Xian, who had rushed over. Who are you? Phantom looked at the person who came and felt a little unsure because he didn't even notice when the person came. He is. In this room, the subordinate beside Phantom frowned and thought of something at a certain moment. Master Phantom, it's him. The target's mistress this time. When Phantom heard this, his eyes narrowed. He knew the target, and his appearance at this moment already explained a lot. Kill him. Thinking of this, the night is long and dreams are many, the Phantom silent, the person in front of him made him feel extremely uneasy. Yes, Master Phantom. One of his men wanted to show off in front of Phantom, so he flashed towards Yi Xian and killed him with such speed that he was obviously a third-rate mid-level killer. Puff. However, before the man could get close, Yi Xian's spatial cutting ability cut his neck on the spot, and hot blood gushed out. Impossible. By the time the third-rate killer realized something was wrong, his consciousness had already collapsed and he fell to the ground like a corpse. What? The sudden scene really shocked everyone. Everyone looked at them in horror and shock. That guy, how did he do that? He clearly didn't do anything, but just killed his companion instantly, killing without anyone noticing. Damn it! Phantom's face was gloomy. Only at this moment did he realize that the boy in front of him was not simple. His eyes were evasive and he didn't know what he was thinking. Let us go together. As the voice fell, more than 20 men from the underworld palace rushed towards Yi Xian to kill him. After all, they dared not disobey Phantom's orders, otherwise the consequences would be serious. At least, not something they can bear. Boy, die. With a loud bang, more than 20 people rushed towards Yi Xian with all their strength, without anyone holding back. Joke? The scene of their previous companion's tragic death still appears before their eyes. It's not that they don't want to retain their strength, but they dare not. That kid. The Phantom narrowed his eyes, and his gaze never left Yi Xian from beginning to end, but he did not notice any change on his face. Everything seemed to be under his control. Not good. At a certain moment, he saw an imperceptible curve at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Evil and charming. Just kidding. Ridicule. It was an indescribable subtle expression of the phantom, and it was this arc that made his back feel cold and uneasy. A strong sense of uneasiness suddenly surged into my heart. As expected. Before he could think about it, an incredible scene happened before his eyes. Just see. Poof. 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and the necks of more than 20 men were cut almost at the same time. The scene was extremely weird. You must know. There were more than 20 people attacking from all angles, so it was impossible to kill them all at once with one move. But the facts were before his eyes, which made Phantom look solemn. Not only him, but even an A-level killer might not be able to do such a thing. Who on earth is that guy? Plop. Just like that, while Phantom was shocked, corpses fell to the ground one after another, followed by a strong smell of blood rising into the sky. If it weren't for the smell of blood, Phantom would have thought he was hallucinating. You. Indeed, at this moment the Phantom was scared. He was really scared. That guy was terribly strong, and he knew very well that his strength was far beyond his understanding. Who on earth is this person? How can he be so strong? Taking a deep breath, Phantom stared at Yi Xian without moving his eyes away for a moment. Because he was waiting for a perfect opportunity. You don't know who I am. Glancing at the Phantom, Yi Xian naturally saw all of its little movements. Right now. Sniff. A dagger shot towards Yi Xian's heart at high speed, while the Phantom quickly left in the opposite direction. Joke? That person's strength was strange and he was definitely not someone he could handle. So, the dagger attack was only to buy a moment, and it must be said that the plan was wise. Pity. He overestimated his own strength. Just as he was rapidly moving away several meters, he was shocked to find that Yi Xian had appeared several meters in front of him without him noticing. What? Golda swallowed his saliva and looked at the other side in disbelief. You. How is it possible? Dang. But at this moment, the dagger behind him fell to the ground with a sharp sound, breaking the silence. At this moment, Mei Ying realized that the strength of the man in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Damn it! Could this person be a top-notch expert? However, even a top-notch expert wouldn't necessarily have such terrifying strength. Asshole. If I had known he was so powerful, I would never have dared to take on Zhang Zhenghan's task. Let me go, I promise. Before the Phantom's voice fell, he felt as if a large hand was reaching into his mind and stirring it, causing him extreme pain. Shockingly. At this moment, Yi Xian placed his hand above the Phantom's head and began to perform soul searching. Perhaps he could get unexpected information from it. And what's even more terrifying is that Phantom found that he couldn't move at all. Yi Xian had directly blocked all his movements in space. However, this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Chapter 86, The Mysterious Hades Palace, Xian Yi attacks Jiang Family Manor. No! The pain was so severe that even the Phantom, who was used to seeing life and death, could not endure it and let out a shrill scream of doubt about his life. Asshole, let go! Phantom's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and the pain was so severe that he was speechless. What did you do to me? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. However, Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to the Phantom's screams, but at this moment he saw scenes of the Phantom's memories, from the time when he was selected by the Underworld Palace as a child, and then went through the Dark Killer training program. Even he once killed his own brother with his own hands. 1 breath. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. About 10 breaths later, Yi Xian let go of the Phantom's head, but at this time the Phantom had become a corpse, and his face still retained the fear and pain before death. No one knows what he went through before he died. The Hades Palace? After getting Phantom's memory, Yi Xian frowned. It's really a place of purgatory on Earth. Phantom, a B-level assassin in the Hades Palace, in the late second-rate realm, and his strength in the Hades Palace is in the middle and lower levels. After knowing the Phantom's memory, Yi Xian looked into the distance. The B-level killers alone are at least in the late second-rate stage, the A-level killers are all first-rate masters, and the S-level killers above them are at least half a step away from becoming martial arts masters. Interesting. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with interest. It seems that this world is much stronger than I imagined. But it's more interesting this way, isn't it? Of course, that's a matter for the future. As for now. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian naturally knew the employer of this mission. As Jiang Buchan sent in the message, it was Jiang Zhenghan from a first-class family in Jiangcheng, and he was also Jiang Buchan's elder brother. As for the last assassination attempt on my father-in-law in Demon City, it was also done by the Hades Palace. Jiang Zhenghan? Obviously at this moment, he is already dead. Then, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and called Xian Yi. Hey, Palace Master. After the call was connected, Xian Yi on the other end was respectful. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then glanced at the bodies of Mei Ying and others lying on the ground. Go kill someone. Jiangqing Jiang family, Jiang Zhenghan. After Xian Yi heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Yes, Palace Master. Russell. After hanging up the phone, a golden ant suddenly appeared in the field, and there were no less than 1,000 ant colonies. The golden ant leading the group was the man-eating ant king. Owner. After the man-eating ant king arrived at the scene, he came to Yi Xian and rubbed his trouser legs in a flattering manner. Looking at the man-eating ant king, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Clean up these corpses. Hey, it's the master. A humanistic light flashed in the eyes of the man-eating ant king, and then he pounced on the phantom's corpse with a whoosh and started to bite it. In no time, he had eaten it until not even a bone was left. As for the surrounding area, it was also cleaned up by the man-eating ants. Such a scene. If the outside world saw it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and it is even possible that the man-eating ant king would be sliced into pieces. Well done. Seeing the ant king's smooth operation, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Hey. Then, Yi Xian reached out and tore open the space to the side, taking out a pool-sized amount of medicine. This is a gift for you. Bang! As the square wooden barrel containing the liquid medicine fell to the ground with a dull sound, the man-eating ant king's eyes lit up, because just a sniff of the liquid medicine could make him feel energized. If you drink a few sips, you can imagine the effect. Thank you, Master. The man-eating ant king was filled with excitement, and then he glanced at his followers behind him with sharp eyes. What are you standing there for? Why don't you thank the master? Thank you, Master. Seeing the reactions of his younger brothers, the man-eating ant king nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Yi Xian flatteringly. Master, I will not be polite. With a whoosh sound, the man-eating ant king dived into the pool like diving, and the other subordinates around him naturally did not dare to move forward at all. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he smiled slightly and left the scene. If nothing unexpected happens, the man-eating ant colony will undergo a qualitative transformation. I don't know how much time has passed. Buzz. The medicine in the pool became slightly lighter, and a golden light burst out from the pool. It was the man-eating ant king who was enjoying the medicine. But at this moment, the man-eating ant king was golden all over, with golden scales appearing between his brows. The aura surging around him at this moment was enough to rival that of a second-rate master. Damn, so strong. The man-eating ant king stepped on his front legs, causing the ground to crack. It's a pity that I couldn't break through to become a top-notch expert. Otherwise, that dog will only be abused in front of me. Then, the man-eating ant king looked at his many younger brothers. The rest, you guys divide it up. As soon as these words were spoken, the colony of man-eating ants suddenly became excited. Thank you, boss. Crash. Thousands of ants immediately rushed towards the liquid in the pool, and then a shocking scene appeared. I saw that the medicine liquid in the square wooden barrel was falling at a visible speed. Less than a minute. The entire pool of liquid medicine was drunk up by the man-eating ants. And just at this moment, the thousands of man-eating ants in the field all turned golden in color, and several of them grew to the same size as the previous man-eating ant king. The effect is pretty good. The man-eating ant king looked at his subordinates with satisfaction, especially his trusted aides. With their current combat power, even a top-notch expert would have to suffer. The future is really exciting. Looking at his capable subordinates, the man-eating ant king looked towards the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. Mad, find some time to lead your brothers to fight the dog. I am no match for him, but how can I not be a match for all these brothers? Time goes by, Jiangcheng. Jiang family manor. Swish. A figure holding a long sword appeared in front of the gate of Jiang's manor, and his speed was as fast as a ghost. Who is it? The two third-rate masters guarding the entrance to the manor had their throats cut by the sword before they could react, and fell to the ground like corpses. There wasn't even a drop of blood on Xian Yi's sword. Obviously. This is the effect of extremely fast speed. This is the weapon bestowed by the palace master. The blood of these people is not worthy of being splashed on it. Bang! The next moment, Xianyi slashed down with his sword. The special iron gate was cut into 2 pieces and flew directly into the manor, then smashed heavily to the ground. Several Jiang family masters who failed to dodge in time were smashed to death on the spot. Zhang Zhenghan, where is he? Xianyi's actions were extremely domineering. After all, with his strength, there was no need for him to carry out assassination, because the Jiang family of Jiangcheng was not qualified enough. Third Master, be careful. Jiang Buchan was just about to leave the manor when he happened to see this scene. However, when his eyes fell on Xianyi, his pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes were filled with shock. This is the beggar man at the auction. What a strong breath and clear mind. Seeing this person, Jiang Buchan obviously realized something and then looked in the direction of the villa where his cheap elder brother was. Next, there will be a good show to watch. Chapter 87 Xianyi's highlight moment, sweeping away the Jiang family. Go back. Jiang Buchan looked at the scene, spoke to his men, then turned and headed towards his villa. Xianyi obviously also saw Jiang Buchan, especially Jiang Buchan's subtle finger movements, which made him realize that the direction must be where Jiang Zhenghan was. Although I don't know what his relationship with the palace master is, I can be sure that he is not an enemy. Third young master, what are you doing? Jiang Buchan's subordinate was stunned, then looked at Xianyi. Are we not going to take action? Shut up. Jiang Buchan glared at his men, then looked at Xian with a thumping face. Not only can you not do it, tell our people not to do it. If anyone dares to stop me, I will destroy him with my own hands. Gulp. Hearing the third young master's words, the confidant swallowed his saliva. To be honest, it would not be a bad thing for them if the first young master died. At least. By then, there will be one less competitor for the position of family head. Yes, third young master. After taking a deep breath, the subordinate immediately passed the order along, and some experts from the Jiang family who were about to move forward retreated without a trace. Remember. Jiang Buchan looked at Xianyi, and then warned his confidant beside him, this person cannot be an enemy, let alone offend him. Because, we can't afford to offend the people behind him, not even the Jiang family. Hiss. Hearing his young master's words, the confidant took a deep breath. They couldn't afford to offend the Jiang family. This sentence alone said it all. I'll remember this. The subordinate nodded heavily and also memorized Xuanyi's appearance. This person is very powerful. Jiang Buchan looked towards the direction where his cheap elder brother was, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful tone. I'm afraid Jiang Zhenghan will not survive today. I should have thought of that earlier. Jiang Buchan murmured, having offended that master, Jiang Zhenghan's fate is already doomed. Third master, that gentleman. He paused, and the confidant beside him guessed, could it be from the 3 major families in Zhongcheng? Jiang Buchan's sharp eyes fell on his confidant, and his body was filled with undisguised murderous intent. You don't need to know what you are not supposed to know. Third master, I know I was wrong. The subordinate bowed hurriedly, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Considering that the third young master had been patient for more than 10 years and yet he could be taken seriously by others, that person must be extremely powerful. Cliff, if it happens again, please leave me. I dare not. Duanyan knelt on one knee with a thud. He had never seen the third young master so angry before, and he didn't dare to say another word. Presumptuous. At the same time, the Jiang family masters in the fierce battlefield were in chaos. Stop him. We must not let it harm the young master. Yes, Uncle Eagle. More than 100 masters from the Jiang family blocked their way, and Uncle Ing, who was leading them, was a top-notch master, which gave them more confidence. Yeah. Xianyi looked at the hundreds of people in front of him, and saw figures flashing and blood splattering. Puff. As one of Uncle Ying's confidants was killed in an instant, Uncle Ing felt uneasy at this moment. Because that confidant was a second-rate late-stage master, but he was able to kill him instantly even so. The strength of the man in front of him was probably enough to be comparable to that of a first-rate master, and even he couldn't do that easily. Could it be that this person's strength is higher than his? Think of this. Uncle Ying's face was solemn, his eyes filled with anxiety. If this was true, something big might happen. Oh, no! How could it be? That guy is so strong. Accompanied by shrill screams, more than 100 people were killed by Xianyi in an instant. The long sword in his hand seemed to be able to cut off everything in the world. Asshole. At a certain moment, Uncle Ling could no longer sit still. He stomped his feet on the ground and slashed towards Xian Yi's neck with a knife at high speed. His method was so brutal that if someone was hit, he would definitely die. Kid, die. The blade light broke through the air, arriving in an instant at such a fast speed. That kid is dead. The Jiang family masters who came to help from the surrounding looked at Xian Yi with mockery in their eyes. This kid was so bold that he actually broke into their Jiang family alone. Uncle Ling took action. Duanya looked at the field without moving his eyes away for a moment. After all, Uncle Ying's strength was enough to rank among the top 5 even in the Jiang family. Yeah. Jiang Buchan looked at Uncle Ling, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. He alone is no match for us. This can't be possible? Duanya looked at the field with some uncertainty. Even the top masters couldn't defeat that man. As expected. Before he could think about it, he saw Xian Yi's figure flash in the field, and then he passed by Uncle Ling. Time seemed to stop at this moment. How could you? As soon as Uncle Ling finished speaking, blood spurted out from his neck. You should know that the long sword used by Xian Yi has the spatial ability blessed by Yi Xian. Undoubtedly, this will greatly increase the attack speed. What? This sudden scene really scared the many Jiang family masters around. Then, the look in their eyes when they looked at Xian Yi in the field changed. They couldn't believe that Uncle Ling, a top-notch master, was still killed in seconds. Gulp. Jiang Buchan's men who retreated secretly kept swallowing their saliva, obviously shocked by the scene before them. This, Uncle Ling was killed in 1 second? Duanya's eyes widened with disbelief. What a first-class master. Surprisingly. Still, he was beheaded. You can easily guess what this means. That being said, isn't the existence behind this person far more terrifying than he imagined? Since the third young master knows such an existence, it is a foregone conclusion that he will compete for the position of the head of the family in the future. Even. It is not impossible for the Jiang family to become one of the 3 major families in Jiangcheng. Third master, that man is so strong. Duanya swallowed his saliva as he spoke, and Jiang Buchan rarely said anything but nodded heavily. Powerful. That man was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Originally, in his opinion, Xian Yi was at most as strong as Uncle Ling. But now it seems that Yi Xiao's strength is somewhat different from what he had imagined. It seems that this person got some opportunities from Master Yi. Thinking of this, Jiang Buchan took a deep breath. His intuition told him that getting to know Yi Xianding was the best decision in his life. Jiang Zhenghan, you must die today. While he was thinking, Xian Yi had already arrived at the villa where Jiang Zhenghan was. Wherever he went, there was a bloody trail with corpses lying on both sides. Jiang Zhenghan, not knowing what was going on, came out of the villa with a frown on his face. Bold. Who dares to act wildly in my Jiang family? Before Jiang Zhenghan could show his might, a terrified voice came from the side. Master, hurry up, this person is targeting you. Uncle Ling has been killed by him, and the Jiang family's masters have suffered heavy losses. As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder striking Jiang Zhenghan's mind, and his brain went blank in an instant. What? Uncle Ling is dead, this guy. How is it possible? In an instant, Jiang Zhenghan lost all his arrogance. He turned around and was about to evacuate under the protection of his men. However, Xian Yi appeared not far from him without him noticing. Seeing the scene, Jiang Zhenghan was completely terrified and his eyes were full of ferocity. He's looking for death. Kill him for me. Chapter 88 Meng Yin, your parents are coming to Wenkeo village. Kill him. At Jiang Zhenghan's command, dozens of his trusted men rushed towards Xian Yi to kill him, hoping to show their loyalty and be valued. However, they overestimated their own strength. Idiot. When Jiang Buchan saw this, he sneered. This person was capable of killing a first-rate master in seconds, yet he was still thinking of attacking him. As expected. Sniff. The sword flashed, and in less than 3 breaths, dozens of people died on the spot. After all, the strongest of these people was only a second-rate master, and the gap between him and Xuanyi was really too big. What are you going to do? Jiang Zhenghan panicked when his men were killed. Don't come over, I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. The Jiang family will control the future. If you dare to touch me, the Jiang family will not let you go. He. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Zhenghan's neck was cut by the sword. Blood, this is, you dared to kill me. Thump! As his consciousness collapsed, Jiang Zhenghan turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Until his death, he could not believe that the man dared to kill him, the eldest son of the Zheng family. Swish! Jiang Zhenghan died, and Xian disappeared in the field in a flash. As for the Jiang family masters who surrounded him later, none of them dared to step forward. Joke? Uncle Ing, a top-notch master, was killed instantly, so they would be defeated if they went up too. Let's go. When Zhang Buchan saw this, his eyes narrowed and then he left with his men. It would be a lie to say that he was unhappy. After all, if he hadn't been patient over the years, he would have died countless times. Now that Jiang Zhenghan is dead, he undoubtedly has one less competitor. Exquisite bamboo house at night. Squeak. As the brake sound stopped, Yi Xian and Xi Mengyan returned home. Mom and Dad are back. When Xiaoxi heard the sound, she ran out chirping, with a barking little white dog following behind her. Sister, brother-in-law, does it take so long to get a certificate? Listening to Shi Xiudao's words, Xi Mengyan glared at him and said, how can a child have so many questions? Come inside and talk. Ye's mother pulled Xiaoxi aside and changed the subject, which made Xi Mengyan secretly relieved. See, it's all your fault. Xi Mengyan glanced at someone unhappily. If he hadn't insisted on staying in the hotel, why would he have taken so long? Blame me? Are you sure? You wouldn't do this in a hotel. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, Xi Mengyan covered his mouth and he looked towards the house guiltily. You're crazy, and you're still talking. I glared at someone. Is this guy afraid that others don't know? While talking, the two came to the living room. However, Xi Mengyan gave someone a look, obviously telling him to stop talking nonsense. I got the certificate. After a few pleasantries, Ye's mother looked at her son and got down to business. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out the marriage certificate. Looking at the red certificate, Xi Mengyan's face couldn't help but blush. Speaking of which, this can be considered as officially establishing their husband and wife relationship. Haha, okay. Seeing my son and daughter-in-law get their marriage certificate, especially now that my daughter-in-law is pregnant, it is a double happiness. That's right. Mother Yi looked at her son's marriage certificate and at some point thought of something. Now that we have the certificate, I think we should find a suitable time to get married. Pfft, cough cough. Xi Mengyan, who was trying to calm down by drinking some water, was choked by the sudden words. Marry? Auntie, no. Isn't this a little too fast, Mom? Xi Mengyan hurriedly changed the topic, her face flushed. How did she get to the point of marriage? Quick! How could it be? As she spoke, Ye's mother looked at Xi Mengyan's belly and said, now that you are pregnant, if you don't get married soon, you won't be able to wear a wedding dress. This, my parents don't know yet. Xi Mengyan said this, hoping to use this as a delaying tactic. This one. Ye's mother pondered for a moment, then looked at her son. Ding ling ling. But at this moment, Shi Xiudao's cell phone rang, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw the incoming call. Sister, Mom's calling. Looking at the caller ID, Shi Xiudao subconsciously looked at his elder sister. Call you to ask me what I want. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at Shi Xiudao, obviously not very interested in Shi's mother's call. Besides, her mind was completely focused on getting married right now, so she had no time to pay attention to it. Oh. Shi Xiudao said oh and answered the call. Hello, Mom. After the call was connected, Shi Xiudao spoke with some guilt. After all, he had asked for leave to come to his brother-in-law's hometown. As for the head teacher. Joke? Now, not to mention the class teacher, even the school principal doesn't dare to speak loudly to him. You're so bold, you little brat. As expected, Shi's mother started to educate him, which made Shi Xiudao skillfully put the phone away, and this was the most direct reason why he didn't want to answer the call. You deserve it. When Xi Mengyan saw her brother being scolded by her mother, the corners of her mouth curved into a happy arc. But soon, Xi Mengyan could no longer laugh. Lessons learned. Shi Xiudao stood up from the chair and looked at his elder sister. What? Mom, you said, you and my dad are coming to my brother-in-law's hometown. Very good. Shi Xiudao, who was pouting, was immediately excited, but Xi Mengyan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Puff. In fact, Xi Mengyan was shocked by this information. Mom and Dad are coming to Wenkeo village. Give me the phone, I'll do it. Beep beep. As soon as Shi Mengyan picked up the phone, the other end came up with a hang-up sound, which made Shi Mengyan frown. What the hell? My parents came to Wenkeo village without even saying hello to me. Were they afraid that I would know? How can this be? Mengyan, your parents are coming to Wenkeo village. Yes, father and mother looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. After all, this way they would not have to make another trip. After all, the parents of both sides had to meet each other anyway. This, Shi Mengyan sighed secretly. As expected, whatever you fear will come true. What should you do? It's the first time for my in-laws to come, so we can't neglect them. Mother Yi then looked at Yi Xian and said, Xiao Xian, there are many farms in the village that are well decorated. You can arrange them when the time comes. Don't worry, Mom. Yi Xian nodded. In fact, he did not expect that his father-in-law and mother-in-law would come directly to Wenkeo village, but it was also good this way. Nizi, are you okay? At a certain moment, Yi Xian looked at Shi Mengyan, who was stunned, and asked, could it be that you are still nervous when the parents of both sides meet? You. Who is nervous? Shi Mengyan's face flushed red, and it was obvious that her deep affection had already explained everything. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian's lips curved up. This girl was quite adorable. Chapter 89. The little brother, want to see the mighty power of Boss Bai. It's late at night in the jungle behind the mountain. Woof woof. A white figure shuttled through the jungle under the bright moonlight, and then settled down somewhere in the jungle. This white figure was the little white dog. If outsiders saw the little white dog's speed at this moment, they would be shocked, because even a top-notch master could not match it. Rustle. Immediately afterwards, no less than thousands of man-eating ants suddenly emerged from the surrounding grass, and there were thousands of golden ones. Dog, long time no see. The half-meter-tall man-eating ant king narrowed his eyes, and said with a fighting spirit surging in his body, today, I will definitely pin you to the ground. The most capable general under the master's command can only be me. Sniff. As the voice fell, the man-eating ant king, whose fighting power was comparable to that of a first-rate master, turned into golden light and opened his fangs to bite the little white dog. Come on, boss. A group of younger brothers cheered and encouraged each other, and the field suddenly became lively. Hey! Listening to his younger brother's shout, the man-eating ant king's eyes flashed with excitement, and it seemed as if he had already appeared before his eyes the scene of becoming the most capable general under his master. Just thinking about it makes him excited. Dog. At a certain moment, the man-eating ant king became even more excited, crawl at the feet of the ant master. Bang! Seeing that the man-eating ant king was so rebellious, the little white dog immediately lashed out with its claws, and the next moment the man-eating ant king was lashed out 7 or 8 meters away. Even the man-eating ant king, whose defense had greatly increased, was still grimacing in pain. Oh shit! That dog is so strong? What? When the man-eating ants saw their leader being slapped away by a claw, their arrogance suddenly dropped, and everyone's eyes were filled with human-like surprise. Obviously, under the effect of this medicine, the intelligence of these man-eating ants has been unprecedentedly improved. Tisk. The little white dog glanced at the cannibal ant king who was slapped away and said, with this little strength, you want to be the boss. You don't know your own limitations. The little white dog took a step forward and looked up at the bright moon at a 45-degree angle, feeling quite lonely. Mad. When the man-eating ant king saw this scene, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. He was tricked by that guy again. Assholes, come on, guys. I still don't believe it. Knowing that he was no match for the little white dog, the man-eating ant king ordered his subordinates to gang up on him, as he didn't believe that the little white dog could be a match for so many of his men. Well. Thousands of subordinates were a little confused when they heard their boss's words, but he was their boss after all. Ahem. Boss Bai, I'm sorry. The most capable subordinate of the man-eating ant king coughed dryly and then led thousands of man-eating ants to attack. Snort. Seeing this, the man-eating ant king looked at the little white dog opposite him and said jokingly, Dog, I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Everyone, use all your strength to kill that dog. Woof woof. Listening to the roar of the man-eating ant king, the little white dog refused to show weakness. If I don't show my might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Snap. As the voice fell, the little white dog pressed its 4 paws to the ground at the same time. Suddenly, the hard ground could not bear the weight and cracks appeared, which then spread. Immediately afterwards, a wave of man-eating ants that were rushing in the front with the little white dog as the center were directly blown away and knocked unconscious. Little ant, let me show you how powerful Lord Dog is. With a hiss, Xiaobai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he appeared again, he had already defeated no less than hundreds of man-eating ants. And this is when it holds back. If the little white dog had not held back, these men of the man-eating ant king would have been dead long ago. Worry. When the man-eating ant king saw this scene, his bean-sized eyes widened and his eyes were full of surprise. What's going on? That dog, is he so powerful now? In fact, this scene was somewhat beyond its imagination. It seems, the gap between my strength and this dog's has gotten bigger. Oh my god. How could this happen? This shouldn't happen. Bang 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 bang. Just like this, after a few minutes, all the man-eating ants fell to the ground with overwhelming force, and the eyes they looked at Xiaobai all changed. Boss Bai, this is too strong. Duh. He stepped forward with one claw, and the ground immediately cracked. His eyes fell on the confused man-eating ant king. Little ant, now my fighting power is comparable to that of a top-notch fighter. You are no match for me. Feeling the breath of the little white dog, the man-eating ant king was shocked. The guy was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. Hey! Thinking of this, the man-eating ant king gave a humane and flattering smile. Well, Boss Bai, this is a misunderstanding. I, the little brother, want to see the mighty power of Boss Bai. Having said that, the man-eating ant king looked at his younger brothers behind him. Why are you still standing there? Come over here and greet Boss Bai. Oh. Before the man-eating ants that were being pushed around had a chance to rest, they were ordered by their leader to get up one by one. Meet Boss Bai. There was awe and admiration in the eyes of the man-eating ants. Are you kidding? They just experienced Boss Bai's terror with their own eyes. At this moment, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to say a single word. Seeing the creeping man-eating ants, the little white dog said in a domineering manner, I hope this is the last time. You won't be so lucky next time. I don't dare. The man-eating ants all swallowed their saliva. My god, even though they are small, they are not stupid. Boss Bai is so powerful, why would they provoke him unless they are looking for death? Scared. In fact, they were really scared after the battle just now. It would be better. The little white dog glanced at the field, then looked at the fawning man-eating ant king beside him. Little ant, Master Dog welcomes your challenge at any time. Well. When the man-eating ant king heard this, his expression froze, and he quickly expressed his loyalty. Boss Bai, you are joking, how dare I? Boss Bai has always been the strongest general under the master's command. I dare not surpass him. Ha, really? The little white dog glanced at the man-eating ant king. It would be weird if he believed what he said, but it didn't matter. As for this little ant surpassing it, are you kidding? Not to mention this life, it's impossible even in the next life. Certainly. The man-eating ant king was full of admiration. My admiration for Boss Bai is like the endless flow of the river, or like the flooding of the Yellow River, which is out of control. All right. The little white dog naturally didn't believe it, and then looked at the thousands of man-eating ants around him and said, disperse. If you disturb the boss's rest, none of you will be able to escape. The little white dog looked towards the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. Although it was quite far away from the house, it would be bad if it disturbed its owner. Yes, Boss Bai. Thousands of man-eating ants retreated in an orderly manner as if nothing had happened. Chapter 90, 500 million to buy the land of Wenkeo village? Hey, Boss Bai. Seeing his younger brother leave, the man-eating ant king flattered even more. Well, please say a few good words to the master in the future. If the outside world saw this humane scene, it would surely shock their titanium eyes. The man-eating ant king knew very well that the little white dog in front of him was his master's most trusted subordinate. And this guy is so close to the young master, so naturally he is more valued. Since you can't beat them, then join them. At least. It must do this before it surpasses the dog, otherwise endless days of suffering will await it. The little white dog looked at the man-eating ant king and said, it all depends on your performance. Boss Bai, take care. Under the gaze of the man-eating ant king, the little white dog left the field until it disappeared from sight. Bah, what a crap performance. When I become stronger, I will kill you first. The next day, early morning. Oh. At Rongqing Airport, after getting off the gangway, Xi's mother took a deep breath and felt the refreshing air. She felt a lot more relaxed. Is this Rongqing? The air is much better than Jiangcheng. Yes. Shi Lingfeng looked around and then looked towards the direction of Wenkeo village. I heard from Xiaoxi that Wenkeo village is a paradise on earth. We can have some fun this time. While Xi's father and mother were talking, Uncle Quan received a phone call. Hey, what's up? What did you say? Zhang Zhenghan from the Zhang family was killed. Upon hearing the information from the other side, Uncle Quan's face was filled with shock, which made Father Shi frown slightly. Quan, what's wrong? Looking at Xi's mother walking not far in front of him, Shi Lingfeng asked. This. Uncle Quan glanced in the direction of Xi's mother and whispered, Master, something big happened in Jiangcheng. Just yesterday, Zhang Zhenghan from the Zhang family was killed, and the Zhang family also suffered heavy losses along with a top-notch expert. After listening to Uncle Quan's words, Shi Lingfeng was stunned for a moment, then looked at Uncle Quan in disbelief. What did you say? Are you sure? In fact, the impact of this information on him was unprecedented. Absolutely true. Uncle Quan took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Jiangcheng is in chaos now. What are you talking about? As they were speaking, Shimu's voice came from not far away. Nothing. Seeing this, Xi's father ended the topic and then came to the airport exit. I've been busy recently, why not have some fun in Rongqing? Thinking about the current situation in Jiangcheng, Father Shi pondered for a moment and said, All right. When Xi's mother heard this, she agreed without thinking too much. A little. As they got closer to Wenkeo village, Shimu finally smelled the rich and pleasant fragrance of osmanthus. This is such a strong cinnamon scent. Mother Shi couldn't help but sigh, while Uncle Quan, who was driving, smiled and said, Madam, you may not know that there is a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree at the head of Wenkeo village. During this season, the fragrance of osmanthus spreads far and wide. Yeah. Hearing Uncle Quan's words, Xi's mother became even more excited. Seeing this, Xi's father smiled. It must be said that this paradise is really fascinating. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Quan thought of something and then sighed. My uncle spent 500 million to buy all the land in Wenkeo village. This. Looking into the distance, Xi's mother was stunned. 500 million to buy the land in Wenkeo village? Yes. Madam, you may not know that Wenkeo village was facing the risk of demolition. It was thanks to the arrival of the son-in-law. Hearing Uncle Quan's words, Mother Shi was stunned. Xiaoya, this is a very generous move. Mother Shi took a sip and then looked towards the direction of Wenkeo village. However, I am very curious about how much money Xiaoya has. Mother Shi frowned, the image of her son-in-law emerging in her mind. The more she got to know him, the more she realized that her son-in-law's wealth was beyond her imagination. First, he used 1 billion to save the group from danger, then he used 2 billion as a betrothal gift, and even acquired Showdown Noble School, and now it's another 500 million. Yes. Uncle Quan was quite emotional, and what Mother Shi said was just the tip of the iceberg of Yi Xian. You know. He knew very well that his son-in-law was extremely powerful. Not only was he extremely strong, but his medical skills were also amazing. If his brother-in-law hadn't helped, how could he have become a second-rate master now? If it weren't for my son-in-law, the situation of Wenkeo village would be unimaginable. Uncle Quan sighed and said that in a sense, it could be said that Yi Xian had protected Wenkeo village. As expected of my son-in-law. As Xi's mother spoke, the satisfaction and pride in her eyes were not concealed at all. As they were talking, Wenkeo village had already arrived. Squeak! With the sound of brakes, the car stopped at the entrance of Wenkeo village. Wow! After getting off the bus, Xi's father and mother were really shocked by the picturesque scenery. Although Uncle Quan didn't say anything, the surprise in his eyes said it all. There really is a paradise in this world. Father Shi looked around and sighed, if I could live here in my old age, it would be a great blessing in my life. This is a very thoughtful plan. Shimu looked into the distance. Now Wenkeo village seemed more reasonable than before, especially the curling smoke in the distance that seemed like a world away. Old man. Excuse me, how do I get to Yi Xian's house? Uncle Quan came under the osmanthus tree and asked the village chief. After a conversation, the village chief Wang Zhenju also learned the identities of the three people. So they are Beichen's relatives. The village chief and others all welcomed him warmly. After all, Yi Xian was the benefactor of their Wenkeo village and also the most promising young man. Thank you very much. Father Shi nodded slightly, then drove towards the exquisite bamboo house. Sir, madam. Uncle Quan thought about what had just happened. My son-in-law seems to be very popular in Wenkeo village. That's normal. Father Shi looked at the peaceful scenery around him and said, if it weren't for Xiaoye, they would have been homeless. It can be said that Xiaoye gave them peace. That's right. Mother Shi thought of something at some point, and then looked at Father Shi. Don't put on airs later, after all, they are our in-laws. How could that be? Father Shi glanced at Mother Shi. Even under normal circumstances, he would not act in a pretentious manner, not to mention that this son-in-law was the benefactor of the Shi family. Soon, an exquisite bamboo house appeared before our eyes. This is such an elegant bamboo house. Arriving in front of the bamboo house, Shi's mother was stunned by the scene in front of her. This should be Xiaoye's home, right? Such a clever design. It seems that my in-laws are a little different from what we imagined. You know. This kind of place is definitely the dream residence of countless wealthy people in Jiangchang. It turned out that my worries were unnecessary. Woof woof. At this moment, the little white dog rushed out of the bamboo house barking, and behind it was a cute baby, who was none other than their granddaughter Yi Xiaoxi. Chapter 91. If you do it again, I will crush your snake head. Xiao Shi. When Shi's mother saw her granddaughter, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and so did Shi's father. Yeah. Xiaoxi, who was chasing a little white dog, heard a familiar voice, looked over and was stunned for a moment. Grandpa, Grandma, you are here. After seeing Father Shi and Mother Shi, Xiaoxi's face was filled with joy. Woof woof. As for the little white dog next to it, it was running around in circles around the yard happily. After defeating the man-eating ant king yesterday, it was now in high spirits. Brother-in-law, look, who's here? At this time, Shi Xiaodao, who arrived later, saw his parents coming and hurriedly shouted into the house. You little brat. When Shi's mother saw her son's aberration, she glared at him and said, I'll settle the score with you later. Hey hey. He scratched the back of his head, knowing that he was in the wrong, but fortunately his sister came out to act as a shield and diverted attention away from him. Mom and Dad, you're here. When Shi Mengyan saw her parents, her face turned red, because today was the first time both sets of parents met. Mother Shi nodded, and then her eyes fell on Mother Yi. This is my mother-in-law, right? So young. Ha, no way. After hearing this, Ye's mother came forward and started a conversation. The in-laws are beautiful. The mothers of both sides communicated enthusiastically and became closer after just a few words. If you didn't know, you would think they were best friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Brother Yi, you gave birth to a good son. Shi Lingfang also started talking to Ye's father on the other side, and Ye's father smiled modestly. It's okay. It was Brother Shi who brought up Meng Yan to be so outstanding. The two of them flattered each other, and at the same time they became drinking buddies and had a great time talking to each other. Hiss. But at this moment, a king cobra appeared outside the courtyard. It was more than 2 meters long and its tongue was spitting out, which was terrifying. Hee, Xiao Bai, don't run. Xiaoxi naturally didn't see the king cobra, but when she saw it, Shi Xiaodao's pretty face turned pale. Xiaoxi, don't go. Brother-in-law, something bad has happened. There is a poisonous snake. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over there, and Shi Mengyan's pretty face turned pale on the spot. Xiaoxi, don't move. Shi Mengyan rushed over, and the little white dog saw this and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. This little spicy guy is looking for death. Whoosh. The little white dog then jumped towards the king cobra, who was tired of living for daring to scare his little master right under his nose. Noob. When Shi Xiaodao saw Xiao Bai rushing up, her pretty face changed drastically. Indeed. He didn't expect Xiao Bai to be so impulsive, but it was too late. Broken. Ye's mother and others felt sorry for it when they saw this. How could such a small body be a match for the poisonous snake? Bang! Before everyone could come to their senses, Xiao Bai pressed the king cobra's 7-inch point with one claw, and immediately pressed it firmly to the ground. Hiss! Although the king cobra struggled hard, it still couldn't break free, and the huge force made the king cobra feel extreme pain. Wow! The sudden scene really shocked everyone, and Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened with worry. Wow, Xiao Bai is so powerful. Then, Shi Xiaodao looked at the field in admiration. Xiao Bai was so handsome. That's a poisonous snake. Surprisingly, it can't even make the slightest wave in front of Xiao Bai. Is this still Xiao Bai? Shi Mengyan was a little confused when she saw Xiaobai stealing the show. It was the first time she saw Xiaobai take action. She wondered how this little guy did it. It was so small, but it subdued the king cobra so easily. Father Shi and Uncle Quan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. That little white dog is so powerful. Defeat the enemy in one move. Hiss. At this moment, he felt as if his waist was broken by the steps, and then he uttered a sound begging for mercy. Mercy, Lord Dog, mercy. When the little white dog saw the submissive king cobra, he looked down on it in a humane way. That's just a bit of backbone. What a bummer. Honestly, you're too weak. The little white dog looked down at the king cobra and said, if you do it again, I will crush your head. Yes, yes, yes. Gulping his saliva, the king cobra was really scared. Damn it, he finally came out for a walk, but he never expected to meet such an evil star. Roll. The little white dog let go of the king cobra and continued, also, I will tell you about those snakes in the future. Don't come to Wenkeo village to look for food again, or I will kill you if I see you. Yes, boss. When the king cobra saw the little white dog let go of it, it swam away without caring about the pain in its vital area. Joke? To be honest, it really wanted to fight back and bite the puppy to death, but it couldn't and didn't dare. If that were the case, its brain would probably explode and it would die instantly. Now, the only safe way is to leave this place as quickly as possible. Pa pa pa. Then, Xiaoxi in the courtyard clapped and cheered excitedly. Yeah. Xiaobai is so awesome. The jumping appearance made Ye's mother and others couldn't help laughing. This little guy is so adorable. Woof woof. Listening to the praise from his little master, Xiaobai excitedly wagged his tail and circled around Yixian, asking for credit. Master, Xiaobai is awesome, isn't he? If outsiders knew what he was thinking, I wonder how they would feel. Master, this little white dog is very intelligent. Uncle Quan murmured softly, and Shi Lingfeng nodded slightly but did not continue on this topic. After all, the identity of Master Yi Xian's disciple is a secret. If it were made public, there would certainly be a lot of trouble. Although, he was also very curious about what method could make a dog become so powerful. Well done. Yi Xian rubbed the little white dog's head, then smiled and said, go play. Woof woof. The little white dog was praised by its owner and ran away happily. Shi Xiaodao was extremely envious. Brother-in-law, this is awesome. It's a pity, I didn't take a video of the little white dog fighting the king cobra, otherwise my classmates would definitely be super envious. Xiaobai, wait for me. Then Xiaoxi chased Xiaobai and started playing in the yard again. After the false alarm, the atmosphere suddenly became warm again. Mom, you may not know this, but my brother-in-law is an excellent cook. Shi Xiaodao showed off her brother-in-law's superb cooking skills proudly. That look. It seems that the person with superb cooking skills is not Yi Xian, but Shi Xiaodao. Oh. Hearing this, Shi's mother looked at her son-in-law angrily. Really? Ah, that's right. Mother Yi looked at her son and said, Xiao Yi, it looks like your father-in-law and mother-in-law haven't tasted your cooking yet. Today at noon, show off your skills. No problem. Yi Xian smiled. When the little white dog that was chasing heard that his master was going to cook, his eyes lit up. Hey, the master is going to cook again. Chapter 92, Beggar's Chicken Operation, a feast for your taste buds. Gurgle. Just then, Xiaoxi's stomach growled in protest. When she heard that her daddy was going to cook, her eyes were filled with stars. Dad, what are we having for lunch? The cute look made people laugh. Shi Xiaodao swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He really had no resistance to his brother-in-law's cooking skills. Well. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly. I'll make you something delicious today. How about beggar's chicken? Beggar's chicken? Xiaoxi looked at her father thoughtfully. Is it delicious? Of course. Since Yi Xian chose to do this, he must have his reasons. The authentic beggar's chicken has almost stringent requirements. Certainly. That was for others, Yi Xian's words were just spoken casually. The knife flashed, and several local chickens were skillfully cooked, then brushed with sauce and wrapped in layers of lotus leaves and yellow mud. Brother-in-law, what is beggar's chicken? Watching his brother-in-law's operation, Shi Xiaodao stared at him and asked curiously. This one. Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law, then patiently explained, it's related to the same story. It is said that a long time ago, there was a beggar. One day, he accidentally got a chicken and wanted to kill and cook it, but he had neither cooking utensils nor seasonings. He came to the foot of Yushan Mountain, killed the chicken, removed the internal organs, and coated the chicken with yellow mud and firewood. He put the coated chicken in the fire and roasted it. When the mud dried and the chicken was cooked, he peeled off the mud shell, and the chicken feathers also fell off with the mud shell, revealing the cooked chicken meat. While telling the story, he continued to cook the beggar's chicken with his hands. This brat knows a lot. Mother Yi looked at her son and rolled her eyes, but she did not hide the pride on her face at all. It was obvious that she was proud of her son's ability. It's okay. Father Yi looked at his son working in the field and commented seriously, he looks quite like me back then. Pft, cough cough. Hearing his father's sudden words, his mother was choked by her carelessness and could not help but glare at someone. Roll. Is this old guy crazy? Just you still have style? Wanting, are you okay? Seeing her relative choking, she's mother asked hurriedly with concern. Fine. Mother Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She really couldn't say what the guy just said. If her in-laws knew about it, it would be a joke. At a certain moment, as Yi Xian opened a roasted beggar's chicken, the rich and tempting aroma immediately hit his nose, making people swallow their saliva. Smells so good. Shi Xiaodao's eyes brightened, it's finally ready, we can start eating soon. Woof woof. The little white dog was also barking at the side at this moment, its eyes fixed on the beggar's chicken in its owner's hand, never moving away, and even its eyes were glowing green. If you don't know, you would think it's a wolf cub. I knew it, Daddy is the best. Xiaoxi stood aside with her hands folded in anticipation of Daddy's cooking skills. Oh no, it was Daddy who never let her down. She really liked Daddy very much. Gulp. Shi Mengyan couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and then looked at someone with a more complicated expression. Sure enough, that guy stole the limelight again. Okay. After cutting up all the beggar chickens, the plates were filled with beggar chicken meat. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it gets cold. AMU. Shi Xiaodao couldn't wait any longer. He picked up a piece of beggar's chicken and put it into his mouth. The meat was crispy and tender, and it was soft and tender in his mouth, with a unique flavor. Oh. After finishing the meal, Shi Xiaodao looked at the beggar's chicken in his hand in disbelief. Brother-in-law, this is so delicious. Shi Xiaodao was indeed shocked. The beggar's chicken in front of him directly refreshed his understanding of his brother-in-law's cooking skills. Although he knew that his brother-in-law's cooking skills were always very high. It's delicious. Xiaoxi took a bite of the beggar's chicken and nodded in agreement. Xiao Yi, you are so awesome. After Ye's mother finished eating, she gave her son-in-law a thumbs up, but Shi Lingfang and Uncle Quan on the side had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and finally their eyes fell on the beggar's chicken they were eating. Indeed, they clearly felt that they seemed to have become much stronger. This is called flour chicken, it looks like it's not simple. Joke? The fact that they had such a clear awareness of it said it all. My son-in-law is indeed a disciple of a master, his methods are simply amazing. Certainly. They naturally didn't know that Yi Xian used the essence of the refined medicinal liquid when brushing the juice, so it was normal to change the physique. But if outsiders saw this, they would definitely call it a waste of money. You know. This is something that countless people dream of, but now it is used to prepare beggar's chicken. After a long time. Lunchtime passed quietly, and Ye's father and Shi's father were drinking together on the stone table, looking very comfortable. Sister Mu, since you finally come here, why don't you stay a few more days? Ye's mother tried to persuade them to stay, and after some contact they felt like they had met too late, and naturally were reluctant to part so soon. This is exactly what we meant. I just don't want to disturb you. Shi's mother looked around and liked this place more and more. Hey, what's the bother? Mother Yi waved her hand and smiled, then continued, just to have some fun for a few days, and by the way, to discuss the wedding. After all, Nightmare is already pregnant and can't wait. Haha, okay. Hearing this, Shi's mother smiled and nodded, while Shi Mengyan beside her blushed and wondered what was going on. That's right. Then, Ye's mother thought of something and assisted her son. Sister Mu, you came to Rongqing in such a hurry that you probably didn't bring many clothes. Well, let's go shopping in the mall this afternoon. Having said that, Ye's mother looked at her son. Xiao Xian, what do you think? Seeing his mother's operation, Yi Xian naturally understood it and said with a smile, of course. Go ahead and buy it. I'll pay for it. When Xi's mother saw her son-in-law speaking, she no longer refused. Real. When Xiao heard that her brother-in-law was paying the bill, she immediately became very excited. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. So, I can go shopping again. Yes. Long live daddy. Xiaoxi was also clapping her hands excitedly, and it was obvious that she really enjoyed shopping. Woof woof. At this time, the little white dog was also barking, and it was obvious that it also wanted to go. Xiaoxi squatted down and rubbed the little white dog's head. Xiaobai, I can't take you to the mall. Hee, let's go, daddy. Woo woo. These words caused the little white dog to droop its ears and look at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes, which made Xiao gasp, brother-in-law, Xiaobai is too smart. Let's go. Yi Xian rubbed Xiaoxi's head and left with a group of people. As for being smart, it was just a joke. With Yi Xian's methods, it would be strange if Xiaobai was not smart. Chapter 93 Dad and Liar was bullied. Rongqing Shopping Center. Squeak. As the stretched sports car stopped, the group arrived at the shopping mall. Wow. As soon as she entered the shopping mall, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled, it's so big here. Yes. Xiao looked around and said, this is the shopping center in Jiangchang. Buy whatever you want, you have plenty of money. Yi Xian said with a smile as he rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly. Long live my brother-in-law. Xiao shouted loudly, and looked like she loved her brother-in-law very much. You, just pamper them. Xi Mengyan glanced at someone. It seemed like this guy was really afraid that others didn't know he was rich. Why, are you jealous, baby? Looking at the beauty beside him, Yi Xian laughed and joked. Put. Who is jealous? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing what someone said, Xi Mengyan's face turned red. She really didn't expect that guy to say such a thing. You know. Now my mother and mother-in-law are by my side, are you crazy? However, this move made the people around him extremely envious, and the invisible dog food was the most deadly at this moment. This young couple has a good relationship. Ye's mother and Xi's mother looked at the scene with smiles on their faces, especially now that Xi Mengyan was pregnant again, they were undoubtedly in a better mood. Look at you. Listening to what her mother and mother-in-law said, Xi Mengyan's face turned even redder. That guy was really abominable. How can this be? Damn it, I'm going to make him bleed profusely today. Thinking of this, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone, then pulled Xiaoxi straight to the Lancome flagship store not far away. Sister, Xiaoxi, wait for me. Xiao realized it later and followed suit, and thus began his shopping spree. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A quarter of an hour. Soon, more than half an hour passed, and I visited several flagship stores and purchased a lot of expensive goods. Ha! At this moment, Ye's mother looked at the girl not far away. Lear, why is she here? Dad, look, that's Aunt Lear. She looked and saw a familiar figure. The girl was none other than Shen Liar. Now. She was live streaming outdoors with her mobile phone, and beside her were 3 close friends and roommates. It must be said that the 4 beautiful girls attracted quite a few people's attention. Get out of the way. Just at this moment, a young man was surrounded and came to the center of the field, and Shen Liar happened to block his way. Hey, what are you doing? Lear's roommate came back to his senses and frowned as he looked not far away. The fans in the live broadcast room were also excited at this moment. Fuck, who is so domineering? My goodness, there are all kinds of people these days. Do they own this shopping mall? Pfft, that handsome guy, could he be the popular first-line star Lin Yuchen? That's the celebrity who is said to be a big shot. As the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, Lin Yuchen also saw Shen Liar, who was broadcasting live outdoors. Why, do you want to create a scandal and become famous? Lin Yuchen felt good about himself and looked at Shen Liar with contempt, which made Shen Liar frown. Are you sick? I've never met such a narcissistic person. Shen Liar is not interested in celebrities and naturally does not know the identity of Lin Yuchen in front of her. Interesting little girl. Lin Yuchen narrowed his eyes. He would not lose face in front of so many fans behind him. Then he winked at his bodyguard. Get out of the way. The bodyguard naturally understood and rushed towards Shen Liar and the other 3. How could you do this? Shen Liar's roommates were filled with indignation. They were clearly the ones here, but the person opposite was so overbearing and was clearly bullying them. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw the scene, their faces became gloomy. Damn it! It's great to be a first-line star, but their quality is too low. The bodyguard didn't care about all that, and since Shin Liar was pretty, it would be nice to take advantage of her. Dad, Aunt Lear was bullied. Xiao Shi looked at the field angrily. Bad guy. Stop. At the critical moment, a voice was heard, and the person who spoke was none other than Yi Xian. Hearing Yi Xian's voice, the bodyguard stopped what he was doing, and Lin Yuchen frowned and looked at Yi Xian not far away. Cousin. When Shin Liar saw the person coming, she was stunned. She didn't expect to meet her cousin here. WTF. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw my cousin arrive, they immediately perked up as if they were injected with chicken blood. They knew that the cousin of the fairy Lear was no ordinary person. Not only did he drive a luxury car, but he also had a hotel VIP card topped up with 100 million yuan. Just ask, this is an ordinary person. And the most important thing is that my cousin has a very good relationship with the fairy Lear. My cousin is here. Shin Liar's roommate was delighted to see her cousin coming, and then glared at Lin Yuchen opposite her. Cousin, they are too overbearing. Lear was broadcasting live outdoors, but they insisted on pushing us aside. Seeing their cousin coming, the three beautiful girl roommates became bolder and started to mutter and complain. Oh. Listening to the three people's words, Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yuchen and then paid no more attention to him, but looked at the bodyguard not far in front of him. Were you the one who wanted to push my cousin just now? His eyes fell on the bodyguard, which made him feel like a thorn in his back, and he couldn't help but wonder where this wild boy came from. Who are you? I warn you that you'd better not get involved in today's affairs. Otherwise, no one in Rongqing can protect you. He looked at Yi Xian with a naked threat. After all, Lin Xiao was a star promoted by Phantom Entertainment Company, and not everyone could offend him. Yeah. Listening to the bodyguard's words, Yi Xian smiled and said, what if I take care of it today? You. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. The bodyguard had a grim look on his face and he raised his hand and punched Yi Xian. The sudden attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Snort. Lin Yuchen looked at the scene coldly without stopping at all. After all, no one had ever dared to act rudely in front of him. Brother-in-law, be careful. When Xiaodao saw that man suddenly attack, he immediately warned him. Shen Liar's pretty face changed. She obviously didn't expect that the burly bodyguard would actually take action directly. You deserve it. You dare to provoke the male god Yuchen, you are stupid now. The crazy fans around him complained and angrily directed at Yi Xian. For a while, public opinion was extremely unfavorable to Yi Xian, and Lin Yuchen felt that the corners of his mouth curled up even more brilliantly. A powerless young boy dared to provoke him. Bang! Under everyone's attention, the bodyguard was knocked to the ground by Yi Xian before he could get close to him. With a bone-breaking sound, his facial bones were shattered and he fainted on the spot. Ha! The crowd watching this looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Oh my god, that guy is so skilled. Next, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Chapter 94, A Slap on the Brainless Fan, shocking everyone. Wow. Mother Shi looked at the scene and was also stunned for a moment. Meng Yan, Xiaoyi is so skilled? In fact, it was the first time that Xi's mother saw her son-in-law take action. Although the slap was a little inappropriate, it had to be said that it was very satisfying. An actor dares to be so arrogant. This really shows how morals are going downhill. Presumptuous. The other bodyguards' faces darkened upon seeing this. They were responsible for protecting Lin Yuchen. If the news got out today, it would have an immeasurable impact on his reputation, and they would be badly hurt if they didn't die. Therefore, only by destroying this guy can the losses be minimized. Bang! Bang! However, just as the bodyguards came to their senses, they saw that each of them had been knocked down by Yi Xian's palm, and they were lying on the ground wailing with blood at the corners of their mouths. It is. The way they looked at Yi Xian changed. That guy was too cruel, he was like a devil. Lear, your cousin is so skilled. Shin Liar's roommates blinked their big eyes and looked at Yi Xian in admiration, just like the Prince Charming in their hearts. This, I don't know either. Listening to her bestie's words, Shin Liar coughed dryly. She really didn't know when her cousin became so powerful. Wow, you are awesome, cousin. 66666, these bodyguards deserve a beating. That's right, but my cousin is really good at fighting. Hey, A-list stars are going to have some fun now. The bench has been moved. The cousin is so protective of his young star that he is in trouble. The live broadcast room was abuzz with discussions, and the number of active fans increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands, which shows how eye-catching this move was. Boy, you are so brave. Seeing that all the bodyguards were beaten, Lin Yuchen narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know who I am? How dare you touch my people?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and looked at Yi Xian with contempt. "I am the person that Phantom Entertainment strongly promotes. Have you ever thought about the price of offending Phantom Entertainment?" Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yuchen was answered with a slap in the face. In this way, he followed the fate of the first bodyguard, with his facial bones shattered and he fainted on the spot. However, this scene stunned everyone. Hiss! Shi Xiaodao gasped when he saw this. "Brother-in-law, you beat up a popular first-line star. This is a big deal, but it's awesome." Shi Xiaodao was extremely excited. It was unprecedented that he slapped a first-line star. Lear, this? When Xin Liar's roommates saw this, they were all shocked. They could imagine with their toes how shocking it was to hear that a top star was knocked unconscious in public. That's a top star. When the people around saw this, they all gave a thumbs up. They had long disliked this kind of young hunk. You can say that. Yi Xian did what they wanted to do but did not dare to do. However, when Lin Yuchen's 300-plus brainless fans came to their senses, they were unhappy. "What, Yuchen male god? Why are you hitting my idol? Come on, sisters." Crash. As the voice fell, more than 300 crazy fans rushed towards Yi Xian. The sudden scene was beyond everyone's expectations. This is causing public outrage. Ahem, the situation seems to be out of control. The people around were all shocked when they saw this. After all, the lineup of more than 300 crazy fans was quite large, and the slightest mistake could result in death. "Brother-in-law, run!" Xin Liar had never seen such a scene before, and she even regretted not giving way to the first line star. Now she had implicated her cousin. If anything happens to my cousin, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life, and my mother will even break my legs. Bang! However, before Xin Liar could think about it, a crisp slap sounded from the field, and then a brainless fan was slapped and flew 4 or 5 meters away, and a scarlet slap mark appeared on his face. The sudden change stunned everyone in the field. Even the more than 300 crazy fans who rushed forward were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that guy actually dared to do it. What the hell? That guy is really brave. The people around were stunned and their eyes changed when they looked at the scene. They not only slapped the top stars but also attacked the brainless fans. That's how it works. If you are not careful, you will be nailed to the pillar of shame by public opinion. However, these brainless fans don't know what kind of existence they have offended. Bang! 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 The hand rose and the palm fell, and more than a minute later, more than 300 brainless fans were knocked to the ground, wailing in pain. That scene is horrible. Then, more than 300 brainless fans looked at Yi Xian with changed eyes. That guy was too cruel. Indeed. What happened here was far beyond their understanding. Although it feels great, it has caused a big disaster. Gulp. The sounds of swallowing saliva came from the throats of Xin Liar's 3 best friends. The cousin is really too protective of his children. Slap a first-rate star and smack down more than 300 crazy fans. Such an action will definitely make headlines, and Yi Xian will be pushed to the forefront. Cousin, this. In fact, Xin Liar was stunned when she saw this scene. Fuck you, my cousin is awesome. Beating up the brainless fans, wow, it's so satisfying. Hey, great job, Ali. Brainless fans, how could that be? This is unscientific. Sure enough, there is nothing that my rich cousin dares not do. The live broadcast room was abuzz with discussion, and at this moment the number of fans had soared to tens of thousands. All of them were excited watching the live broadcast. Let's go. After taking a look at the mess on the ground, Yi Xian turned around and left, as if he had just drawn a wave of garbage. Oh. The dazed Xin Liar followed her cousin out of the field, and her 3 best friends didn't dare to say a word. The scene before them was too much of a shock to them. Brother-in-law, so domineering. When Shi Xiaodao saw her brother-in-law returning, the admiration and adoration in her eyes were not concealed at all. So cool. Aunt. Shenlier saw that Ye's mother's face was flushed because of her cousin. Mother Yi looked at Shenlier and said, I'm glad you're okay. But let's get out of here first. Feeling everyone's gazes, Ye's mother thought for a moment before speaking. This guy. Shi Mengyan looked at the indifferent person, as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with him. Indeed, that guy's skills were beyond her expectations. As for Shi's mother, the look she gave Yi Xian showed a more satisfied look. Just imagine. If my cousin can do this, how bad will she be to my own daughter in the future? It seems. It is necessary to put their marriage on the agenda. Shi's mother thought so for a moment, wondering how Shi Mengyan would react if she knew about it. Chapter 95, Sky-High Priced Wedding Dress, worth 80 million. Dad is so handsome. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly and looked at the unconscious Lin Yuchen angrily. That man was so bad. Xiaoxi, long time no see. Shenlier hugged Xiaoxi affectionately, her eyes full of love. Do you miss Aunt Liar? Aha! Xiaoxi, the little chick, is pecking at the rice and nodding its head. It looks so cute that it is so lovable. Thank you, cousin. After a few pleasantries, Shenlier looked at her cousin. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if it hadn't been for her cousin today. Fine. Yi Xian waved his hand and said this, and Ye's mother saw what was happening and then thought of something. By the way, I heard there's a new bridal shop opening in the shopping mall. Why don't we go check it out? As she spoke, Ye's mother looked at her in-laws, and Shi's mother understood and agreed. Bridal shop, is this too fast? Indeed, Shi Mengyan was caught off guard by the sudden conversation, and a blush appeared on her face. What's the hurry? Mother Shi glanced at her daughter and said unhappily, You can wait, but my grandson can't. Hey, that's it. Shi Xiaodao, who was not afraid of trouble, said, I'm going to have a nephew soon. Shi Xiaodao. Hearing what his unscrupulous brother said, Shi Mengyan looked at Shi Xiaodao with a murderous look in her eyes. This kid would tear down the house roof if he wasn't punished for 3 days. It seems that the lesson he learned was not enough. Nephew? Shenlier was stunned when she heard this, and then looked at Shi Mengyan in surprise. Cousin, my sister-in-law, is pregnant again. Obviously, Shenlier was not stupid and naturally heard something. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Shenlier's 3 best friends and roommates were full of surprise in their eyes, and then looked at the beautiful sister with envy. Wow. My sister-in-law is pregnant again, this. Oh my god, don't say my cousin's woman is too pretty. Well, she's more perfect than the goddess in my dreams. Fans in the live broadcast room were chattering about the topic, and the number of fans undoubtedly increased significantly. It was obvious that Shi Mengyan played a major role in this. Even the action of slapping the first line star just now was drastically weakened at this moment. While they were talking, the group arrived at the bridal shop. Wow! After entering the bridal shop, Shi Mengyan and the others were attracted by the dazzling array of eye-catching wedding dresses. Each design was extremely decent and generous. They even imagined themselves wearing wedding dresses. Plop. For some reason, Shi Mengyan's heart beat faster when she arrived here. Is she going to try on the wedding dress now? Nervous. Expect. Stimulate. All kinds of emotions surged in Shi Mengyan's heart, which made her feel very complicated. Not long after she left, a sparkling wedding dress in the window attracted everyone's attention. Dad, look, that wedding dress is so beautiful. Xiaoxi ran to the wedding dress and said with anticipation, It will look great if mommy wears it. Ye's mother and Shi's mother looked at each other and nodded. This wedding dress was impeccable in both appearance and design, and every detail exuded low-key luxury. Just one look at it and you'll know it's worth a fortune. But obviously, with Yi Xian's current worth, there is no need to worry. Sir, ladies, how can I help you? At this time, the manager of the bridal shop came over with the shopping guide. It was obvious from the temperament of these people that they must be extraordinary. We want to try out this wedding dress. Ye's mother made the decision immediately and spoke to the store manager. The store manager was stunned when he heard this, and then he became more serious. Ma'am, to be honest, this wedding dress is the most precious item in our store. This wedding dress, named Diamond Wedding Dress, was designed by Martin and Renee, 2 internationally renowned wedding dress designers. It is inlaid with 150 carats of diamonds, which is luxurious and elegant. This wedding dress not only demonstrates extremely high artistic value, but also reflects the designer's ultimate pursuit of details. The inlay of each diamond has been carefully designed. The store manager introduced the wedding dress in detail, and then continued, as for the price, it is naturally very expensive. This wedding dress costs as much as 80 million Chinese yuan. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Ha! Shenlier's eyes widened, and she looked at the dreamy wedding dress in front of her in disbelief. It's worth 80 million. Oh my god! This is a money grab. 80 million for a wedding dress is crazy. Really? When Xi's mother heard this, she frowned. Although they were not short of 80 million, it was really not worth it to use such a large sum of money to buy a wedding dress. Yi Xian, this is too expensive. Xi Mengyan frowned slightly. Even though she was looking forward to the wedding, there was no need to buy such a nice wedding dress. No problem. Yi Xian pinched Xi Mengyan's face lovingly and waved his hand generously. I want this wedding dress. Wow. Upon hearing this, the live broadcast room went into an uproar. Oh my goodness, I can buy a wedding dress worth 80 million just like that. This operation is invincible. That's awesome. That's 80 million. Ordinary people may not be able to afford it in 20 lifetimes. Sure enough, we don't understand cousin's happiness. Cousin, come home with me, I will listen to you. As the explosion continued, the number of fans in the live broadcast room quietly broke through the 100,000 mark. The reason why this was so was naturally obvious. Yi Xian, you. Xi Mengyan was about to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Xian. It's okay, after all, getting married is something that only happens once. It's normal for wedding dresses to be expensive. Looking at the wedding dress in the window, Yi Xian smiled and said, go try it on. Seeing Yi Xian's insistence, Xi Mengyan didn't say anything else. After all, they were now a legally recognized couple, and that guy didn't lack the money. Although she didn't know how much money that guy had, but one thing was certain, his wealth was definitely beyond her imagination. So envious. Seeing Xi Mengyan enter the fitting room, Shenlier and the other three's eyes were full of gleams. Yi Xian looked at Shenlier and the other three and said with a smile, meeting his fate. How about you be the bridesmaids? Ah. Shenlier heard the sudden words, her face was full of disbelief. Cousin, is this true? Boom. Yi Xian knocked his head and said, of course. You guys go pick out the bridesmaids' dresses, and my cousin will pay for them. As he spoke, Yi Xian looked at his cousin's three beautiful girlfriends. I just wonder if the three little beauties are willing. Cousin, we do. When the three beautiful girls heard the invitation from their cousin, they were flattered for a moment. They naturally would not refuse to witness the wedding of cousin Lear and her beautiful sister. And the most important thing is that the bridesmaid dresses here are also super beautiful. If you miss such an opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Squeak. Shenlier and other four beautiful girls were chattering in the bridesmaids' dresses room. The door of the fitting room opened, and then a girl in a white wedding dress walked out like a fairy. She instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room, and the light around them dimmed. Oh. Xiaodao looked at her elder sister in a wedding dress, her mouth opened wide. Sister, you are so beautiful. Chapter 96. My brother-in-law beat up more than 300 brainless fans. As beautiful as a fairy. The stunningly beautiful woman seemed to have walked out of a painting, and even refreshed Shenlier and others' perception of beauty. Ah, that's really good. Seeing her daughter-in-law, Ye's mother's face was filled with joy. The effect was much better than she had expected. Really? My son has found a treasure. This daughter-in-law is one of a kind in the world. Mom is so beautiful. Xiaoxi was jumping around. Mama was so beautiful. It's okay. Xi Mengyan looked at Yi Xian with some uncertainty, her face flushed slightly. The wedding dress cost 80 million. I'm afraid that all the clothes she has worn since she was born are not as expensive as this one. Yeah, very good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He could imagine that this was a grand wedding scene. There was no doubt that this girl would be the focus of everyone's attention. Swipe the card. Yi Xian then took out a black card, and the store manager took a deep breath and said, okay sir. In this way, Yi Xian finally bought a wedding dress and 4 bridesmaid dresses. Sir, the total amount spent is 90 million. Here is the invoice. After receiving the invoice, the group left the bridal shop. The live broadcast room was also in an unprecedented state of excitement at this time. Oh my god, 90 million is crazy. It's too cruel, I can't even imagine it. Yeah, the wedding dress is expensive, but the bridesmaid dresses are 2.5 million. Little fairy Lear and the others made a profit. Jealousy is tearing me apart, woo woo. While people were complaining, comments in the live broadcast room emerged like mushrooms after rain, filling the entire screen. Ha! Not long after they left, Shinlier and the other three beautiful girls breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just dreamed. Cousin, let's go shopping first. Shinlier separated from her cousin, fearing that if she stayed any longer his cousin would spend more money. After all, the four of them had spent his money 10 million today. Well, go ahead. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Of course, he didn't care about this little money. Lear, I'm not dreaming, am I? One of the beautiful girlfriends felt that the bridesmaid dress bag in her hand was heavier than 1,000 pounds. 2.5 million. Yes. My cousin is so generous. Shinlier listened to her bestie's complaints and coughed dryly. I didn't expect this. At this moment, the live broadcast room is still immersed in the barrage of complaints. After all, the scene before them was a huge shock to them. However, while they were complaining, a wave of rewards suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear for the dreamy starry sky X111. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear for the dreamy starry sky X222. Ride a pig to watch the sunset and reward the fairy Lear for the dreamy starry sky X333. The screen was suddenly filled with a dreamy starry sky, which really stunned Shinlier's best friend. Ah! Lear, cousin. Mr. Shiyang has given me another reward. Accompanied by her best friend's scream, Shinlier and two other best friends looked over, and were a little stunned when they saw the dreamy starry sky filling the screen. What? The Sunset Boss gave rewards, and the number is still growing. Fuck, the Sunset Rich Man has appeared. As expected, Fairy Lear has been bullied so badly, Mr. Shiyang will not just stand by and watch. Is this to comfort the little Fairy Lear, woo-woo? Master Shiyang, please accept our greetings. The number of fans in the live broadcast room has soared to 200,000, which shows how great the appeal of riding a pig to watch the sunset is. Lear, your cousin has rewarded you again. The three beautiful girlfriends stared at the live broadcast room in a daze. They were shocked and envious by the scene before them. Their cousin was so domineering. He comforted Lear so openly. Have you ever considered their feelings? He is too doting. Woohoo! Ahem, is my cousin crazy? Shinlier coughed dryly. Even if she had money, she wouldn't have to do this. Immediately afterwards, riding a pig watching the sunset posted a comment, Lear is frightened. That first line star will pay the price. Simple words, but like a cannonball exploding in the live broadcast room. I knock. What the hell, the Sunset Boss said that he would make the first line stars pay the price. This is the rhythm of giving a boost to the little fairy Lear. Good job. The first tier stars don't take him seriously, but they know very well that this Sunset Boss definitely has the ability. Didn't they see that he gives out hundreds of millions of tips as if it were a piece of cake? Cousin, this. Shinlier looked at the comments of Sunset Boss. Even if others didn't know Sunset Boss's identity, how could she not know it? When the three girlfriends around her saw this scene, their eyes were filled with astonishment, and then filled with envy. Not only did they draw the brunt of the A-list celebrities, but they also made them pay the price. I have to say, this is not just ordinary calf protection. As for what will happen next, they don't know, but based on their understanding of Lear's cousin, they are afraid that this first line star is in trouble. Because they knew very well that the so-called first line star was nothing but trash in front of Lear's cousin. As time passed, it was already night when we returned to Wenkeo village. Squeak! The car stopped in front of the exquisite bamboo house, and Xiaoxi and Xiaodao got out excitedly. Woof woof! The first thing that was heard in the courtyard was the excited barking of the little white dog. Obviously it had already noticed that its owner had returned. Xiaobai, hee hee. Seeing the excited little white dog, Xiaoxi chased it and the atmosphere was very cheerful. You're back. After having a drink in the afternoon, Ye's father and Xi's father strolled around Wenkeo village for a while. They were in a good mood. Ye's mother and Xi's mother looked at each other and nodded, while Xiaodao on the side chirped, Dad, you don't know, my brother-in-law was so awesome today. At the shopping mall, we met A-list celebrities. Then, Xiaodao recounted what happened in the shopping mall with great interest, but Ye's father and Xi's father were stunned. First line star, you kid, are too impulsive. Father Yi glanced at his son. Even though his son was very good, it wasn't a good idea for him to beat up a top star in public. More than that. Shi Xiaodao continued, my brother-in-law also beat up more than 300 crazy fans of that first line star. Look. As he was talking, Shi Xiaodao played the video recorded on his phone. Ye's father, Shi's father, and Uncle Quan also watched. As expected. Seeing the scene where Yi Xian defeated 300 crazy fans, this. Father Yi was really shocked by the scene before him. What did he see? My own son knocked down more than 300 people by himself. When did my son become so skilled? Good job. Father Shi and Uncle Quan looked at each other. Although this was easy for Yi Xian, it took a lot of courage to attack more than 100 people so openly. But this approach is quite satisfying. Chapter 97. Obtain the God-level Magneto and test your skills. Laugh. But while the group was chatting, a truck stopped in front of the exquisite bamboo house. Then the car door opened, and it was revealed that the diamond wedding dress was being transported. Mr. Yi, we meet again. The bridal shop manager personally delivered the wedding dress and said respectfully, this is the wedding dress you bought, please check it. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then the staff carefully helped move the wedding dress into the exquisite bamboo house. Is this a wedding dress? Father Shi was stunned when he saw this, especially when he saw the diamond embellishments on the wedding dress, which looked obviously not cheap. Yes. Mother Shi looked at the wedding dress, then looked at her daughter. Do you know how much this wedding dress costs? You won't believe it if I tell you, 80 million? Well. When Father Shi heard this, he was stunned. 80 million for a wedding dress was really a bit of a waste. Xiaoye, you're spending too much money. Even though Shi's father was the head of a third-rate family in Jiangchang, he couldn't help but be amazed. However, it can be seen from this that the son-in-law values his daughter. Fine. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Compared to what Meng Yan has endured over the years, a wedding dress is insignificant. When Mr. Yi heard his son's words of responsibility, he nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Shi and Mrs. Shi looked at each other and were even more satisfied with their son-in-law. This guy. Shi Meng Yan couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart when she heard someone's words that were almost a confession. She would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. Bamboo house, in the study. Yi Xian turned on the computer and began the hacking operation with ease. Duong. Soon, Yi Xian used various means to collect all kinds of negative information about the first-line star Lin Yuchen. These evidences alone were enough to ruin his reputation and give him no chance of recovery. Then, Yi Xian uploaded the collected negative information to the internet with just the press of the enter key. As for what will happen next, it is not his concern. After finishing everything, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This feeling was pretty good. In my spare time, I called the system again. System, exchange ability. With a hint of expectation, Yi Xian called the system again to exchange for new abilities, but he didn't know what kind of abilities he would exchange for this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the Magneto ability to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. God level Magneto electric ability. With this ability, the host can manipulate metals and form a magnetic field around them for defense and attack. In addition, the host with the Magneto electric ability can also have the ability to fly. The specific uses of the host will be experienced by the host himself. Looking at the system's explanation, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. God-level Magneto? Manipulate metal and create magnetic fields? Even fly? While murmured, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the metal ornaments not far from the study, and then as his magnetic ability was exerted, a magical scene happened. All the ornaments were filled with liquid, and then changed into various shapes under Yi Xian's control, just like the ultimate magic. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would probably shock countless people. This ability is truly beyond belief. Then Yi Xian looked at the metal ornament in front of him that had transformed into the shape of a long sword, and he actually felt like he was dreaming. Then, Yi Xian controlled the reaction force of the magnetic field. Suddenly, Yi Xian's feet left the ground, but he still walked on flat ground, which was amazing. Is this the flying ability given by the power of magnetism? TSK, it seems the God-level Magneto is much more powerful than imagined. Meanwhile, on the other side, Intensive Care Unit of Moto Hospital. A group of people came hurriedly from afar. The leader was none other than Lin Yuchen's father Lin Jinming, who is also the second largest shareholder of Moto Entertainment Company. How is Yu Chen? Arriving at the intensive care unit, Lin Jinming asked with a gloomy expression and concern. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The director of the Magic City Hospital consoled him and continued, Master Lin has now passed the critical period, but his facial bones are severely damaged. It will probably take several months for him to recover. What? Hearing the dean's words, Lin Jinming's face turned grim. A few months can make a lot of things change, especially in the entertainment industry. Moreover, if the matter of his son being beaten in public is not handled properly, it will definitely be a disaster for his career. Ding dong. Just then, one of Lin Jinming's men received the message. Director Lin, we have found the person who beat up the young master. Then, the subordinate reported, Yi Xian, 23 years old, a graduate of Jiangcheng University, his parents have a simple background, have several businesses under their names, and are suspected to have connections with Jiang Chengxi's family. Lin Jinming frowned slightly after hearing the report from his men. He is just a young boy with no background. I remember that Jiang Chengxi's family is just a third-rate family. He dares to touch my son with such ability. He is courting death. You know. The power of Magic City is superior to that of Jiangcheng, and their Lin family is only a second-rate family in Magic City. The Shi family is no different from an ant in front of their Lin family. It would be best if the Shi family had nothing to do with this matter, otherwise. After a pause, Lin Jinming's eyes flashed with ferocity. I don't mind having the Shi family removed from Jiangcheng. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, Lin Jinming's cell phone rang and he saw the call was connected. Hey, what's up? After learning the message from the other party, Lin Jinming's face changed drastically. What did you say? There's a lot of negative information about Yu Chen on the internet, and it's already spread all over the internet and can't be blocked. Okay, I got it. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Lin Jinming turned on his phone and logged onto the internet, where he saw a lot of negative information about his son. How could this happen? Indeed, the development of the situation was far beyond his imagination, asshole. Who is it? Lin Jinming was really angry. If these negative news were not controlled, his son's life would be ruined. Hateful. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Lin Jinming immediately ordered his men, investigate and find the person who leaked the information. I'm going to make him wish he could neither live nor die. Yes, Director Lin. The subordinate took a deep breath, then turned around and asked someone to find the source, and also asked someone to block the black material as much as possible. But after all this, Lin Jinming no longer had the heart to look for Yi Xian. After all, compared to the black material here, putting the matter of Yi Xian aside for the time being was the best way to deal with it. Yi Xian. Lin Jinming narrowed his eyes and looked towards Jiangcheng. Just wait, when this matter is resolved, I will go to Jiangcheng and destroy you myself. Anyone who messes with Yu Chen will be paid back 100-fold. Certainly. What Lin Jinming didn't know was that the person who leaked the dirty info was none other than Yi Xian. If he knew about it, he would definitely rush to Jiangcheng and kill Yi Xian immediately. But he will never know this. Chapter 98, People from the Sun family encounter the Western killer organization, the Temple of the Sun, for the first time. Give the order. Lin Jinming knew the seriousness of the matter and said to his men beside him, Young master must not know about this. If I find out who leaked it to Yu Chen, I'll skin him alive. Yes, second master. The Lin family's men who were protecting Lin Yu Chen on the side swallowed their saliva and dared not be careless at all. Lin Jinming nodded, then pushed open the door and entered. Yu Chen, how do you feel? When he arrived at the ward and saw his son wrapped in bandages, Lin Jinming was furious and his hatred for Yi Xian grew even stronger. He knew very well that now was not the time to settle accounts with that boy. Dad, you're here, hiss. Seeing his father coming, Lin Yu Chen could no longer hold back and 2 lines of tears fell. Die. Dad, I want that kid to die. Lin Yu Chen learned that he had a comminuted fracture of his facial bones, 6 broken ribs, and even a severe concussion, which almost cost him his life. If he doesn't take revenge, how can Lin Yu Chen gain a foothold in the entertainment industry? He may even become a laughingstock in the Magic City. Rest assured. Lin Jinming's eyes flickered, and he naturally wouldn't tell his son about the negative information on the internet. That kid, I will personally avenge you. Now, all he has to do is to calm his son down and let him recuperate in peace. Wait until the right time, tell him about this, at least not now. Thanks, Dad. Lin Yu Chen felt relieved when he heard his father's promise, but he had no idea that his current situation was much more serious than he thought. After dinner, it was already late at night. This girl is getting more and more beautiful. Yi Xian kissed the beauty in his arms lovingly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His mind recalled the scenes they had experienced, the encounter 4 years ago, the meeting again some time ago, and the current pregnancy. Suddenly, Yi Xian had reached the peak of his life. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong hostility approaching from a distance, and its momentum was very clear and its purpose was exactly in the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. What's going on? Another person who is looking for death is coming. Thinking of this, Yi Xian disappeared in a flash in the room, and the next moment he appeared above the exquisite bamboo house. With his god-level magneto ability, Yi Xian was able to do this very easily. With his eyes of perspective, he suddenly saw no less than 100 people appearing in the dense forest at the back of the mountain. Swish! Hundreds of people appeared in the woods, led by none other than Sun Shonlin, the patriarch of the Jiangqing Sun family who had been planning this for a long time. Ever since his son and second uncle disappeared one after another, Sun Shonlin knew that they might have both been murdered, so the purpose of his actions was to seek justice for his son and brother. Certainly. He naturally knew that the person who made the move was extremely powerful, so he waited for so long in order to hire an expert to take charge. Master, the place ahead is where Yi Xian lives. Sun Shonlin nodded slightly, and then the subordinate continued. However, the intelligence said that Shi Lingfeng and that Quan were also there. Oh? Hearing this, Sun Shonlin's eyes flashed with fierceness. Could it be that the deaths of Wenbin and Arrow are related to Jiang Qingxi's family? No matter what, Yi Xian must die today. The confidant pondered for a moment. What if Shi Lingfeng stops us? Stop. Hearing this, Sun Shonlin's eyes flashed with ferocity. There is a master here. If anyone obstructs me, I will kill him. If the Shi family of Jiangcheng can be annexed, it will surely greatly increase the strength of my Sun family. Sun Shonlin said so. If this is true and with the help of the Temple of the Sun, it will be just a matter of time before the Sun family becomes a second-rate family, or even a first-rate family. Grown-ups. Thinking of this, Sun Shonlin bowed to the man beside him and said, if Shi Lingfeng interferes later, I'll have to trouble you to suppress him. The man nodded slightly, and the aura he exuded had already surpassed that of a third-rate master. He was actually a mid-level second-rate master. His other identity was a one-star killer in the Sun Temple of the Western world. As for the Temple of the Sun, it is on par with the Temple of the Underworld, and the two major killer organizations have been fighting openly and secretly over the years. With the promise from this adult, Sun Shonlin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked towards the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. I want to see what kind of monsters dare to touch the people of my Jiangqing Sun family. Who? At this moment, Sun Shonlin looked towards the distance as if he sensed something, and his heart tightened when he saw the figure appearing not far away. This kid is not simple. The assassin from the Temple of the Sun narrowed his eyes, and at this moment, Sun Shonlin's men were shocked when they saw Yi Xian. It's him. Master, he is that Yi Xian. As soon as these words were spoken, hundreds of eyes fell on Yi Xian, and they immediately moved forward and surrounded him. Oh? When Sun Shonlin heard this, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, good boy, you are Yi Xian. You are so brave. Thinking of the ghostly appearance of that guy just now, Sun Shonlin's eyes flashed with coldness. Did you kill Wenbin and Arrow? Tell the truth and I'll leave your body intact. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled at Sun Shonlin in front of him, glanced at the hired killer sitting there and then ignored him. If I say it's not true, do you believe me? Really? As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Shonlin understood everything. Boy, you are so brave. The evil spirit lingered, and Sun Shonlin's eyes were red. The hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable. Master. Let me meet him. At this time, a master from the Sun family flashed towards Yi Xian and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, obviously wanting to show off in front of the head of the family. Die, boy. The third-rate late-stage expert of the Sun family attacked Yi Xian at high speed, with a ferocious look on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of the boy being killed by him on the spot. Sniff. But at this moment, a silver light flashed, and the next moment it pierced through the Sun family master's eyebrows. It was actually caused by Yi Xian's god-level magnetic ability to control metal. You, ho-ho. The Sun family expert's eyes widened, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? Plop. Just like that, the Sun family expert died on the spot, and his body dissipated along the way. You should know that the silver needle made of liquid metal was tempered with corpse-dissolving powder. What? This scene really frightened everyone in the field. Sun Shonlin couldn't believe it. That kid, just one silver needle turned a third-rate expert into ashes. How could this happen? Thinking of this, Sun Shonlin took a deep breath and said, "Sir, it seems that I still need to trouble you to take action." Sun Shonlin knew very well that Yi Xian was too strange and was beyond his ability to deal with. "Boy, hand over the silver needle and I'll spare your life." The one-star killer narrowed his eyes and naturally saw the key point. If he had the silver needle, his combat power would definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, his eyes became hot. Chapter 99, The Wonderful Use of Space Ability, Storage Ring. Yeah? Looking at the one-star killer who appeared, Yi Xian raised his lips and said, "If you want the silver needle, come and get it yourself." Snort. Court death. The one-star killer of the Temple of the Sun sneered, "Do you really think I'm a third-rate expert or a piece of trash? Silver needle, I'm determined to get it." Sniff. At a certain moment, the one-star killer who found the flaw narrowed his eyes and approached in an instant. His speed was faster than anyone could imagine. Good. Sun Shonlin was delighted when he saw the scene, and then he said sarcastically, "You think you are so arrogant just because you have some strength. You are still young after all. That kid is dead." The Sun family's strong men also had smiles on their faces. The adult in front of them was a mid-stage second-rate master. However, just when the one-star killer thought he had succeeded. Not good. A strong sense of crisis came over him, and the one-star killer was about to move sideways, but it was too late. A ray of silver light pierced through his forehead at a speed he could not imagine, and the corpse-dissolving powder took effect, and he followed in the footsteps of the Sun family master. A second-rate master was also killed in seconds. There is no body left. Wow. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone around suddenly lost their composure, and their eyes were filled with fear. Joke? Even a second-rate master couldn't defeat them with one move, so how could they be his opponents? How could you be like this? In fact, Sun Shonlin couldn't believe what he saw. How could that boy be so powerful? I don't believe it. At a certain moment, Sun Shonlin took out a pistol and pointed it at Yi Xian, his eyes full of ferocity. "You are faster than a bullet." Bang! A shot was fired, and the next moment a high-speed bullet exploded towards Yi Xian. This was his greatest reliance, and this gun was also something he had obtained with great difficulty. Even a second-rate master may not be able to block it, so that guy must die. Go to hell. The speed of the bullet was so fast that Sun Shonlin looked at Yi Xian opposite him and said, "Wenbin, did you see that? Dad has avenged you." Buzz. However, before Sun Shonlin could think about it carefully, he discovered that the rapidly flying bullet stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Xian and could not move forward at all. Seeing such a weird scene, Sun Shonlin's pupils shrank suddenly. This is impossible. Indeed, the scene before him was far beyond his imagination. Yi Xian reached out and took out the bullet, then smiled at Sun Shonlin, who was facing the shock. "This is your trump card. If there is no other means, then die." Whoosh! Yi Xian held the bullet between his fingers and shot towards Sun Shonlin. For a moment, his speed was much faster than before. Puff! Blood splattered, and Sun Shonlin was shot in the head. This scene scared everyone. Withdraw! Without any hesitation, the third-rate top master of the Sun family changed his expression drastically and hurriedly ordered all his men to retreat. Damn, that kid is simply a devil. Retreat quickly! More than 100 masters of the Sun family were all frightened at this moment. They dared not shout at all and turned around to leave, wishing they had longer legs. It's too late to retreat now. Looking at the hundreds of people fleeing, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Since you are here, then stay. Kill them all, leaving no one alive." As Yi Xian's voice fell, rustling sounds came from all directions, and then the man-eating ant king came with thousands of man-eating ants. "Little ones, eat them all." "Yes, boss." The man-eating ants howled to the sky, and they attacked the hundreds of Sun family warriors in an overwhelming manner. "Ah, go away. Asshole, I don't want to die." With shrill screams, the Sun family's masters died one after another, and in the end, the third-rate top master's eyes were filled with hatred. "Yi Xian, you killed the people from the Temple of the Sun. No one can save you." Phew! As soon as he finished speaking, the man-eating ant king bit his neck and sucked his blood dry, and he died. "You dare to disrespect the master, you are seeking death." A few minutes later, the smell of blood filled the field. As for the masters of the Sun family, not even a bone was left, but they were all eaten up by the man-eating ants. Hey, the masters are all dead. The man-eating ant king came to Yi Xian's trouser leg and rubbed against Yi Xian in a flattering manner. Yi Xian took out a ring and threw it to the man-eating ant king. This is a storage ring that I made with my spatial ability. There is a lot of liquid medicine in it. Little ant, your mission is to make the man-eating ant colony stronger in the shortest possible time. Storage ring? The man-eating ant king is now as intelligent as humans. He looked at the ring curiously and conducted some experiments according to his master's instructions. Suddenly, a bottle of medicine appeared out of thin air in the middle of the field. The master's methods are comparable to those of a god. In fact, this scene convinced the man-eating ant king, and from now on it and its men will have a good life. Little white dog. The man-eating ant king looked at the ring around his neck and sneered in his heart. It won't be long before I become the #1 warrior under my master, he. That scene makes it excited just thinking about it. Let's go. Yi Xian waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, master. The man-eating ant king prostrated himself in a humane manner, then said to his younger brothers behind him, my master has given the order, so disperse now. Then, thousands of man-eating ants left the scene in a well-trained manner. Master, the little ant is leaving. The man-eating ant king bowed and left the field. It couldn't wait to use the essence of the medicine. It originally had no hope of surpassing the little white dog, but now it was fully revived and full of energy. Not far away. The man-eating ant king injected the medicine given by Yi Xian into a pond. My little ones, this is all a gift from the master. Your mission is to make me stronger in the shortest possible time. Yes, boss. Thousands of man-eating ants rushed towards the pond with a whoosh. The huge scene made the pond boil on the spot, and they gulped down the medicine given by their master. Master, you are truly a god. The man-eating ant king looked at the scene in front of him, especially the storage ring hanging around his neck. It's much more convenient to have this thing. But after calming down, the man-eating ant king did not dare to relax. The master must have given the little white dog something similar, and liquid medicine or something like that must be indispensable. It seems that I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Murmuring, the man-eating ant king took out the essence of the medicine and drank it in big gulps. Quietly, the scales on its forehead became stronger, especially the scales faintly appeared all over its body. If the outside world saw such a scene, they would be shocked. It is really too unbelievable. At the same time, the strength of the man-eating ant king and the man-eating ant colony is increasing at a visible speed. After all, the man-eating ant colony is Yi Xian's trump card in his future plan. Of course, Yi Xian doesn't know at this moment what kind of terrifying existence he has created in the future. Chapter 100 Xiaoxi, when do you and Xiaoxian plan to get married? The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room through the window, shining on a beautiful face. The surrounding light was dimmed by the girl's beauty. After struggling with her starry eyes, the beautiful girl woke up and saw the handsome profile in her field of vision, which made Xi Mengyan couldn't help but smile. Because it was this person who appeared in her life like a ray of sunshine. Ding dong. Before Xi Mengyan could think about it, a message was pushed on her phone. She clicked on it and saw, shocking, popular first-line star Lin Yuchen's scandal has been exposed, with negative information as evidence. Xi Mengyan, who originally didn't intend to pay attention, saw a familiar figure. The person who had a conflict with her yesterday was clearly seen in the pushed headlines. A first-line star, could it be? As expected. Xi Mengyan searched online and found out that the first-line celebrity who had gotten into trouble was none other than Lin Yuchen from yesterday. It's him. After seeing Lin Yuchen, Xi Mengyan was stunned. This was indeed a bit unexpected. Boom. Before Xi Mengyan could think about it, she was hit on the forehead. Ugh. Xi Mengyan covered her forehead in shock, then looked at someone. Why, did you hit my head so hard? What? Glancing at Xi Mengyan, Yi Xian said unhappily, what are you talking about? What are you looking at? You're so absorbed in it. Yi Xian called her several times before, but the girl didn't respond. Oh, yes. Xi Mengyan thought of something and then handed the phone to Yi Xian. Look, Lin Yuchen's house collapsed. It seems like someone has reported some black material to me? Yeah. After glancing at the phone screen, Yi Xian did not react much. After all, he was the one who reported the scandal. Yi Xian. Seeing someone's reaction, Xi Mengyan was suspicious. This couldn't be you who did it? I. Hearing Xi Mengyan's words, Yi Xian smiled slightly. If I say yes, do you believe it? Tisk. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. After all, this is not something that ordinary people can do. Brother-in-law, good morning. When Xi Xiaodao saw his elder sister and brother-in-law coming out, he greeted them warmly. Now he admired his brother-in-law very much. Yeah, morning. Yi Xian greeted Xi Mengyan casually, but she rolled her eyes and suddenly felt that her status was getting lower and lower. Come, Mengyan, have breakfast. Ye's mother enthusiastically took her daughter-in-law's hand and brought her to the dining table. This treatment made Xi Mengyan feel a little comforted. Daddy, hug me. At this time, seeing that his father was idle, Xiaoxi opened his little hands and asked for his father to hold him. Seeing this scene, father and mother Xi smiled at each other. That's right. During breakfast, Ye's mother and Xi's mother looked at each other, and then Ye's mother asked, Xiaoxi, when are you and Xiaoxian going to get married? Pft, cough cough. Hearing what her future mother-in-law said, Xi Mengyan was caught off guard and started coughing awkwardly. This? Then Xi Mengyan looked at Yi Xian, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Mom, it's still a little early. Yi Xian said with a smile, and Xi's mother continued, Xiaoyi, I think it's better to decide as soon as possible. After all, Mengyan has been pregnant for a month now. She can't wait much longer. Good. When Xi's mother's voice fell, Ye's mother continued, I think the sooner we decide on it, the better. As for the time, 1 month later is a bit too rushed. How about setting it for 2 months later? I think it's okay. Xi's mother agreed with this, and Ye's father Xi nodded, okay. Well. Xi Mengyan was stunned when she heard the parents of both sides make the decision. What do you mean just 2 months later? It seemed that they were not consulted. Xiaoye, is it okay? Ye's mother then looked at her son-in-law, and Yi Xian felt his mother-in-law's gaze and shook his head. No problem. Hearing this, Xi Mengyan kicked someone under the table. Is this guy crazy? What does no problem mean? Hey. After hearing this, Xi Xiaodao's eyes were full of smiles and he was very happy. In 2 months, I will be able to openly call him brother-in-law. It's all your fault. After breakfast, Xi Mengyan looked at Xiaoxi playing with the little white dog in the courtyard and glared at someone beside her. Blame me? He glanced suspiciously at Xi Mengyan beside him. How can you blame me? You clearly didn't refuse. Xi Mengyan wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. After all, that guy. You're right. I haven't found a suitable reason to refuse. Hateful. If I had known earlier, I would not have let both sets of parents know that she was pregnant. Now I don't know what to do. 2 months. By then, they will be married. Thinking of this, Xi Mengyan's heart couldn't stop beating violently. Half a day later, Jiangcheng Airport. Mengyan, long time no see. As soon as they got out of the airport, a young man in a suit and tie came to greet them with roses. This man was Su Xiaoyang, whom the Sun family had always wanted to get close to. The eldest son of the Su family in Jiangcheng. Seeing Su Xiaoyang not far away, Xi Mengyan frowned. Su Xiaoyang, I'm not familiar with you, so please call me by my full name. Xi Mengyan's heart tightened and she subconsciously looked at Yi Xian for fear that he would misunderstand her. Who is this? Su Xiaoyang originally wanted to say something, but after seeing Yi Xian, vigilance appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian, Mengyan's boyfriend. As he spoke, a big hand wrapped around his waist, which made Su Xiaoyang's face turn pale. Mengyan, is this true? Su Xiaoyang looked at Xi Mengyan, his eyes full of anger. He was willing to lower himself to pursue this bitch, but she would rather choose a poor boy. You saw it all. Xi Mengyan thought that since they had both obtained their marriage certificate, it would be normal to let this guy serve as a shield. Hello? Su Xiaoyang glared at the two of them fiercely, then turned and left the field. Hey, brother-in-law is domineering. Seeing Su Xiaoyang leaving in a panic, Xi Xiaodao came up and gave him a thumbs up. I have disliked him for a long time. Let's go. Yi Xian rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly, then walked away. However, the people behind him were in an uproar. Oh my god, that was the eldest son of the Su family just now. Young master of the Su group, that kid is going to be in trouble. Hey, those big families are not something that ordinary people can mess with. Everyone was chattering, and Shi Mengyan became quite worried after hearing what was said. Yi Xian, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Although the two have already obtained their marriage certificate, Su Xiaoyang is no simple person after all. The Su family is a big family in Jiangcheng and is far from comparable to the Shi family. Even my grandfather is not as good as him. Boom. Seeing Shi Mengyan's worry, Yi Xian tapped her head lovingly. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? He's just a dandy kid. Your man can suppress him in a matter of minutes. Chapter 101 Boss, the wedding banquet in 2 months 1TB with Mengyan, right? Tisk. Look at what you can do. After hearing what her man said, Shi Mengyan's heart finally relaxed, knowing that Su Xiaoyang posed no threat to Yi Xian. Let's go home. Yi Xian waved his hand and drove the extended supercar to Yulong Villa. Ding-a-ling. A cell phone rang at this moment, and the caller was Mu Ruoxue. Hey, Ruoxue. Boss. Mu Ruoxue answered the phone and continued, I wonder if you have time today. What's up? Listening to Mu Ruoxue's words, Yi Xian was suspicious. That's right. Mu Ruoxue paused for a moment, then continued, Kunpeng Hotel wants to sell all its shares. I wonder if the boss is interested. Oh. After hearing these words, Yi Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Kunpeng Hotel sells all shares? You know, the market value of Kunpeng Hotel is more than 5 billion, which is not a small amount. After all, it is the most high-end hotel in Jiangcheng. Yeah. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. I will go to Kunpeng Hotel in the afternoon. Okay, boss. Mu Ruoxue responded and hung up the phone. What's wrong? Shi Mengyan heard her best friend talking to this guy on the phone and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Nothing. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and said, Ruoxue said that Kunpeng Hotel was for sale and asked me if I wanted one. You? Hearing this, Shi Mengyan recalled the conversation just now. Let's go to Kunpeng Hotel in the afternoon. Are you going to buy the hotel? I do have that thought. Yi Xian nodded without hiding it. After all, the 900 trillion points would just be there, and there weren't many strengthening points left at this point. Welcome home, master and madam. In front of Yulong Villa, Feng Shihan and 8 maids bent over to greet people. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then rubbed Xiaoxi's head lovingly. Xiaoxi is hungry, prepare lunch. Yes, master. The villa kitchen immediately became busy. Wow, I'm finally back. Shi Xiaodao came to the living room and lay down. My brother-in-law's house is still more comfortable. Shi Mengyan couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this, but didn't say anything. As for Xiaoxi, she was chasing and playing with the little white dog, and the atmosphere was very warm. Ding-a-ling. At this time, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Hey, boss. When the call was connected, it was Wang Ziheng who was on the other end. Are you okay? It's all gone viral online. A top star got beaten up by you. Yi Xian nodded in response, then recounted what had happened. What? Cousin Lear, so that's how it is. Then be careful. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ziheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. What did the boss say? Sun Hao and Li Mingyuan looked at Wang Ziheng and asked. They were really scared when they knew that their boss had beaten up a top star. Ha! Wang Ziheng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, it's all true, but it's because Cousin Lear was targeted. Fuck. That A-lister deserves it. Damn, now anyone can become a star. Ding dong. At this time, Sun Hao received a push message on his mobile phone and clicked on it to take a look. Well. Looking at the information on the screen, Sun Hao was a little confused, but then he was overjoyed. Well done. Second brother, fourth brother, look quickly. Then, Sun Hao handed over the phone, and on the phone was the news that the first-line star Lin Yuchen had his reputation ruined. This is? Lin Yuchen is dead? Wang Ziheng and the other man were also a little confused. After all, Lin Yuchen was a popular first-tier star, but the person who released the negative news was truly a strange person. You know. If this black material was used to threaten Lin Yuchen, he would definitely extort a large sum of money. Wang Ziheng and the other two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Yuchen's comments. This was a good thing for the boss. In the afternoon. Squeak. Accompanied by roars, we drove to Kunpeng Hotel. Boss. Mu Ruoshue had been waiting for a long time, and the person accompanying her was Chen Bingkuan, the head of Kunping Hotel. Mr. Yi. After meeting Yi Xian, Chen Bingkuan naturally did not dare to neglect him. After all, it would not be long before he would be his boss. Let's go. Yi Xian and his party then entered the Kunping Hotel and came to the number 1 box. Soon, Chen Bingkuan signed the contract on behalf of the company. Mr. Yi, from now on you will be the sole owner of Kunping Hotel. Chen Bingkuan bowed respectfully, and from this moment on his boss had changed. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then thought of something. From now on, the hotel will still be managed by you. Yes, boss. Chen Bingkuan was shocked and responded excitedly. Also, my wedding banquet will be held here in 2 months. You will arrange it. Wedding banquet? Chen Bingkuan swallowed his saliva after hearing this. This is the boss. Take a deep breath. In fact, Chen Bingkuan was shocked by this news. He wondered which girl was so lucky to marry the boss. Mu Ruoshue was stunned. Could it be with her best friend? Boss, the wedding banquet in 2 months won't be with Meng Yan, right? Seeing Chen Bingkuan leaving, Mu Ruoshue asked curiously. Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at Mu Ruoshue. Meng Yan means that you will be the witness at that time. This. Mu Ruoshue was stunned. Ahem, when did this happen, boss? How come I don't know anything about it? In fact, she has been busy with Tianlai music during this period and has not contacted her bestie for a long time. It was just decided a few days ago. Time flies and night falls quietly. Su family manor in Jiangcheng. Yi Xian, I want you to die. Su Xiaoyang looked at Yi Xian's message on his phone, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Shi Mengyan. A bitch who gave birth to a bastard. If she wasn't pretty, would you really think I would want her? With a cold smile, Su Xiaoyang looked in the direction of the Shi family. On the one hand, he had a possessive desire, and on the other hand, he wanted to achieve the goal of destroying the Mu family through Shi Mengyan. What are you thinking about? Just then, a middle-aged man came forward. This man was Su Xiaoyang's father, Su Tianlai. Nothing, I just felt disgusted by a young boy today. Su Xiaoyang naturally didn't take Yi Xian seriously. After all, in his opinion, they were not from the same world at all, at least that was what Su Xiaoyang himself thought. A hairy boy? Su Tianlai frowned. He knew his son a little bit. Then he frowned. Didn't you go to the airport to pick up Shi Mengyan? Could it be related to this? Su Xiaoyang nodded, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in his mind. The hatred in his heart became even stronger. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived quietly. The end of the Su family in Jiangcheng quietly unfolds. Chapter 102, something happened to the Su family, and Lin Zichu had to avenge the extermination of his family. Plop. At a certain moment, several people fell into the villa where the Su father and son were talking, looking pale and panic-stricken. Seeing this scene, Su Tianlai frowned. But, Master, something happened. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and then several people were filled with fear. However, before they could continue, a group of people rushed in from outside the villa. Su Tianlai, long time no see. But at this moment, a voice came from not far away and then appeared in the scene. The person who came was none other than Lin Zichu. Presumptuous. Su Xiaoyang was furious when he heard this. How dare you touch my Su family? Before he finished speaking, Su Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the person who came, his eyes filled with disbelief. You, Lin Zichu. Impossible. Su Xiaoyang couldn't believe what he saw. Aren't you dead? Indeed. The person in front of him filled Su Xiaoyang with horror. He had personally forced the 2 Lin brothers to jump off the cliff, and they were definitely going to die. But now, why did Lin Zichu appear in front of him unharmed? This was obviously beyond his understanding. The remnants of the Lin family are still lingering around. Su Tianlai looked at Lin Zichu and the other man, narrowing his eyes. The Dihao group should be yours, right? During this period, the Dihao group had been suppressing all of the Su family's industries in an all-round way. He had long felt that something was wrong, and now that Lin Zichu and the other person had appeared, everything made sense. Snort! Su Laogo, you are not stupid. Lin Zitian smiled coldly. They stared at each other for too long that day, and no one knew how the 2 brothers had been spending these years. It can be said that there is not a single day that goes by when I don't think about revenge. Asshole. Su Xiaoyang's face was icy, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Zitian. Lin Zitian, how can you talk to my dad like that? Kill him for me. At this time, no less than 100 masters of the Su family have gathered in the villa. Su Xiaoyang looked at the scene coldly. 8 years ago, my Su family could have destroyed your Lin family. Today, even if I come, I can't save you 2 remnants. Yes, master. Following Su Xiaoyang's order, all the strong men of the Su family took action one after another. Hundreds of people rushed forward, creating an unprecedented scene. Yeah? Lin Zichu raised the corner of his mouth and sneered as he looked at the second-rate master of the Su family who was rushing towards him. He is not the same now as he was then. Bang! After one punch, Lin Zichu did not move at all while the second-rate mid-stage expert of the Su family on the opposite side retreated repeatedly, with blood spurting out of his mouth and his whole face turned pale. Then, he looked at Lin Zichu with eyes full of shock and disbelief. But you, how is it possible? In fact, this second-rate mid-level expert from the Su family couldn't believe what he was seeing. Boy, you are actually a second-rate late-level expert. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and even Su Tianlai looked solemn. What? He looked at Lin Zichu with an incredulous look. How could this Lin Zichu be a second-rate late-stage expert? You must know. Lin Zichu is only in his early 30s now, and he can't imagine what will happen in a few years with such strength at this age. By then, what awaits the Su family is bound to be a disaster, so no matter what, the 2 remnants of the Lin family must die today. Good boy. Su Tianlai narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Zichu. Even Lin Zitian was already a second-rate master. These 2 great threats must not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. I haven't seen you for 8 years. I didn't expect that the third-rate master back then would grow to this point. After taking a deep breath, Su Tianlai had already made up his mind, but do you really think you can get revenge with just this little ability? Madness. Su Tianlai looked at Lin Zichu jokingly, and then an old man came out from the depths of the villa, emitting an extremely strong aura. Ahem, 8 years ago, are old man Lin's 2 grandsons still alive? That's really surprising. As the old man approached, Lin Zichu and the others recognized him. It was none other than Su Jinyuan, the old man of the Su family. 8 years ago, he was already a top second-rate master. Now, 8 years have passed, and no one knows how strong it is. Okay. Su Jinyuan's eyes fell on Lin Zichu and the other man. Today, I will personally send him to see your grandfather. Sniff. As soon as the voice fell, Su Jinyuan's attack arrived at an unprecedented speed. Not good. Lin Zichu's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he raised his hand to resist. Seeing this, Lin Zitian stepped forward in a hurry. You old bastard, how dare you? Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the Lin Zichu brothers were directly blown away, their breathing fluctuating. On the other hand, Su Jinyuan remained calm and composed, and the difference in performance was immediately apparent. Oh! Seeing that Lin Zichu and his brother were not injured, Su Jinyuan was slightly surprised. You 2 are quite interesting. But it's a pity that it can't be used by my Su family. Thinking of this, Su Jinyuan's eyes became fierce. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to kill him. Let's go crazy again? Su Xiaoyang didn't expect that his grandfather would take action personally, and the excitement in his eyes was not concealed at all. You know, his grandfather is the backbone of their Su family, and even if he doesn't show up often in recent years, his influence is still huge. These 2 little bastards are dead. Su Tianlai looked at his extremely powerful father with no concealment of the heat in his eyes. He knew very well that his father had now become a first-class master. As long as they have enough foundation in a few years, their Su family will surely become a first-class family in one fell swoop. Die. Su Jinyuan looked at Lin Zichu and the other man who were so close to him. He thought he could kill these ants with just a flick of his hand. Laugh. But at a certain moment, a golden light flashed, and the next moment a long sword suddenly fell in front of Lin Zichu and the other man, and this sword was Longquan. As for Su Jinyuan, he was forced back by the sharp sword light and looked at the opposite side with a serious expression. Who are you? The sudden change made Su Jinyuan look gloomy, because the move just now put him in extreme danger. Brother Feng, it looks like you're still needed. Lin Zichu smiled bitterly, and a man appeared on the scene. It was Fangjin. No problem. Fangjin waved his hand slightly, then looked at Su Jinyuan opposite him. It's just right to find a first-class master to practice with. Are you sure you want to get involved in the affairs of my Su family? Su Jinyuan frowned and looked at Fangjin. Just leave now, I will pretend that what just happened never happened. Father, he. Shut up. Before Su Tianlai could say anything, Su Jinyuan glared at him, which made Su Tianlai dare not say a word. After all, he dared not disobey his father's wishes. Yeah. Fangjin glanced at Su Jinyuan, with an intriguing smile on his face. Let me stop, who the hell do you think you are? Chapter 103. Fangjin takes action and sweeps the entire field. Who the hell do you think you are? When Fangjin's domineering voice sounded, Su Xiaoyang became furious. His grandfather was the person he admired the most. Court death. As soon as Su Xiaoyang finished speaking, Fangjin slapped him in the face. Wait until everyone comes back to their senses. Su Xiaoyang had already turned into a stream of light and was blown away 5 or 6 meters, smashing heavily on the ground and becoming a corpse. Indeed. The muggle Su Xiaoyang is too weak in front of Fangjin, not even as weak as an ant. Xiaoyang. When Su Tianlai saw his beloved son's tragic death, his face turned red. This was the only child in the Su family. Kill. Go ahead, I'm going to tear these people into pieces. You are so outrageous. Seeing this, Su Jinyuan's face turned extremely cold. I will kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Su Jinyuan had already attacked. His move was very vicious. If someone was hit by this move, he would be dead. With a swish sound, just when Su Jinyuan thought that this move would kill him, the sword light flashed, and the next moment a wound appeared on Su Jinyuan's neck, and then hot blood gushed out. He. You, impossible? He was killed with one strike. Su Jinyuan couldn't believe it until his death. He was not even a match for that guy in one strike. No. To be precise, he didn't even know when Fangjin made his move. Fast, too fast. Who on earth are you? Su Jinyuan's face was filled with resentment, his consciousness collapsed and he fell to the ground as a corpse. Father. When Su Tianka saw this, his eyes were bloodshot. His beloved son died tragically, and now his father died in front of him again. Overwhelming hatred filled his chest. Die. You all must die. Su Tianlai's face was filled with gloom. Please help me, sir, and avenge my Su family. For this, the Su family is willing to give half of our family property as a reward to you. Oh. As Su Tianlai's voice fell, the secret room of the villa opened, and a man appeared, but his aura was much stronger than Su Jinyuan's. The Su family in Jiangcheng has become increasingly useless over the years. The person who appeared was named Sting, and his actual identity was a killer, but he was not from the Underworld Temple or the Sun Temple, but from the Dark Knight organization. Master Sting, please help. Su Tianlai's face was cold, and Lord Poison Sting was his biggest trump card. Even his father was afraid of him. Dusher nodded slightly, his eyes then fell on Fangjin, and finally stopped on the Longquan sword. This sword is nice. Poison Stinger glanced at Fangjin, then smiled and said, the Su family has performed well over the years, and it's worth it for me to take action once. So? At this point, Stinger looked at Fangjin and said, next, die. Sniff. At some point, a dagger appeared in Stinger's hand and he attacked Fangjin at an extremely fast speed. Bite. However, unexpectedly, there was a sound of metal collision in the field, but Fangjin did not move at all, while the Stinger on the opposite side retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. Feeling the sting of the gap, he looked at Fangjin with disbelief. Impossible. You are only at the level of a top-tier expert. How can you possibly be my opponent? Shock. Sting was really shocked by this scene. You know, he is already in the late stage of a first-class master, and is also a top killer of the Dark Knight organization. Even though he was invincible among the top masters, he was now suppressed by that kid. What? The Lin Zichu brothers looked at each other and both saw the other's shock. Fangjin has recovered to be a first-class master? No wonder. Only. With that guy being like this, his strength must be far beyond that of an ordinary first-class master. No wonder. 8 years ago, their Lin family was vulnerable in front of the Su family. It turned out that there was such a powerful master behind the Su family. Just the late first-class level. Fangjin glanced at the Stinger. Although this strength was already very good, it was just that for him. After all, before he was severely damaged by the Hades Palace, he was already at the top of the first-class level. Even though he has just recovered to be a first-class master, he is no longer the same under Yi Xian's training. You should be from the Dark Knight organization. As soon as these words came out, Stinger's pupils suddenly shrank. You know. This is his biggest secret. No one in Jiangcheng or even the Su family knows about it. But how does this guy know about it? You actually know about the Dark Knight organization. It seems that your identity is not simple. Stinger felt even more heavy-hearted. He knew his identity just from the fight they had just had. He knew what that meant even with his toes. Their Dark Knight organization is an extremely mysterious existence. Although it is not as famous as the Hades Palace and the Sun Temple, it is not far behind them. Good opportunity. At a certain moment, Dusher saw Fong Jin was distracted, and with a cold light in his eyes, he suddenly attacked. Brother Fong, be careful. Lin Zichu was startled. He really didn't expect that the Stinger would attack suddenly. Not good. Lin Zitian looked over and saw that Fong Jin's chest was pierced. The Stinger's attack was really too fast. After all, that was a full-strength attack from a first-rate late-stage expert. Even a first-rate peak-level expert might not be able to dodge it. Hey, kid, you're still too young, huh? Wrong. Before Stinger could think about it carefully, he found that there was no blood splattering on the opposite side and there was no obstruction. This is an afterimage. Thinking of this, the Stinger felt a chill on his back and turned around to leave. It's too late to run now. Phew. The sword flashed, and the poisonous Stinger's head was chopped off on the spot, and blood gushed out of his neck. This scene scared everyone in the Su family. Joke? Who was the Stinger? That is, one person is enough to sweep away the Su family. Even such an existence had its head chopped off by that guy's sword. I'm afraid their strength is not enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. Escape! Without any hesitation, the powerful men of the Su family dared not delay even a moment, for fear of being implicated if they were slow for a moment. Snort! Seeing this scene, Lin Zichu sneered, "Kill them all, leaving no one alive." Yes. With a swish, all the men beside Lin Zichu took action one after another, and a massacre quietly took place. Ha! A little later, the Su family in Jiangcheng was wiped out. If this scene were to spread out, it would surely turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down. Brother Fong, thank you for this time. Lin Zichu clasped his fists solemnly towards Fong Jin. This battle was very important to the two brothers. Brother Lin, you're welcome. Fong Jin waved his hand slightly and continued, we are all working for young Master Yi, so we are one family, so there is no need to do this. Besides, now that the two of you have no more hatred, you will have nothing to worry about in the future. Lin Zichu and the other man looked at each other excitedly. Now that their great revenge had been achieved, they were naturally extremely excited. As for the future, they would have no choice but to spend the rest of their lives repaying Yi Shao's kindness. Chapter 104, Something happened to Shi's family, and the A-level killer from Hades Palace arrived. Let's go. Looking at the field, Fong Jin gazed into the distance, with such a big tremor, I'm afraid someone will come here in a short while. The Lin Zichu brothers nodded, knowing that now was not the time to reveal their identities. After all, now that the Dihao group is still in the development stage, it is more convenient to do some things in secret. Withdraw. Lin Zichu then gave an order, and dozens of figures left the Su family manor, leaving behind only the smell of blood. About a few minutes later. Swish. Many figures appeared on the scene, and it was roughly estimated that there were at least 5 or 6 forces. What a strong smell of blood. This is. After arriving at the center of the field, various forces began to investigate, but soon everyone's expressions changed. What? The Su family was wiped out, including the old man of the Su family. After learning about the Su family's situation, all parties became completely uneasy. You know, the Su family was a leader among the second-rate families in Jiangcheng. It could even be said that they had one foot into the first-rate family. However, even such a powerful family was destroyed. One can imagine the strength of the person who made the move. First it was the eldest son of the Jiang family, and now the entire Su family has been wiped out. The eyes of all parties became solemn. For some reason, there was always a feeling that a storm was about to come, and they were afraid that the sky in Jiangcheng was going to be in chaos. Withdraw. Without staying for long, all forces left in fear. After all, the force that destroyed the Su family was not something they could easily provoke. Soon the scene returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Only. The news of the Su family's demise spread throughout Jiangcheng like wildfire. The night has deepened and the clouds are moving in all directions of the river city. Shi family villa. Bang! Uncle Quan pushed open the study and came in, his face full of solemnity. Master, something big has happened again. The Su family was just destroyed. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Lingfeng, who was practicing calligraphy, stopped. Ah Quan, what did you say? Shi Lingfeng looked at Uncle Quan, somewhat suspicious. The Su family was destroyed, are you sure? Absolutely true. Uncle Quan swallowed his saliva and continued, all the forces in Jiangcheng know about it, and the old man of the Su family is also dead. Su Jinyuan, another top-notch expert, has been killed. Shi Lingfeng was no longer calm at this moment. You know, the first-rate masters were the top powerhouses in Jiangcheng, but now they were being killed one after another. In particular, the strongest person in their Shi family now is Uncle Quan, who has just become a second-rate master. They are not qualified to participate in such a high endgame. Yes. Uncle Quan took a deep breath and looked into the distance with emotion. Now all forces in Jiangcheng are shaken. It is even said that the three major families have spread the news to keep a low profile. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, Shi Lingfeng's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? What did you say? There are killers entering the villa? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Shi Lingfeng looked solemn. Could it be that the Su family had just been wiped out? Thinking of a certain possibility, Father Shi's face became gloomy. Master, what's wrong? When Uncle Quan saw Father Shi like this, he felt something was wrong and asked. Quan, my men just reported that assassins have entered the villa. What? Uncle Quan's face changed drastically after hearing this. How could this happen? I didn't know anything about it. Then this person's strength. It's terrifying when you think about it. If that person were to cause trouble, they would definitely not be able to stop him. What do we do now? In fact, the sudden news made Uncle Quan panic. Now that you're here, let's go take a look. Father Shi took a deep breath and walked out of the study. Uncle Quan wanted to say something, but he didn't open his mouth in the end. After all, the fact that the other party was able to enter the villa quietly meant that his strength was beyond his ability to deal with. A little. Father Shi and Uncle Quan came to the outside of the villa, and at this moment Uncle Quan looked around vigilantly, and a group of masters from the Shi family were also ready for battle. Swish! At this moment, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, so fast that they seemed to appear out of thin air. These people. Uncle Quan saw that the people who came had serious expressions on their faces, because the weakest among this group of people were only third-rate masters at the peak, especially the ones in the lead, whom he couldn't see through at all. Obviously. The strength of these people must be above his. That useless phantom fell into the hands of this kind of bastard? The leader glanced at Uncle Quan and paid no more attention to him. After all, he was too weak. Even the 2B-level killers beside him had mocking expressions on their faces. They are not comparable to the losers like Phantom who just became a B-level killer. The strongest is no more than a second-rate expert. Phantom is useless enough. Among them, a B-level assassin from the Hades Palace, codenamed Bald Wolf, jokingly said, I'm actually very curious about how that Phantom died. Ha, this is not that simple. Another B-level killer, Nightingale, narrowed his eyes and looked at Uncle Quan. We'll know once we give it a try. Sniff. As soon as he finished speaking, Nightingale attacked. Quan, be careful. Shi Lingfeng's face changed drastically, but it was too late. With a bang, he punched Uncle Quan, who was trying to resist hastily, and sent him flying. Puff. Uncle Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. It was obvious that the man opposite him was much stronger than Uncle Quan. So strong. Uncle Quan held back his injuries and stared at the man opposite him, a second-rate midterm expert, and not just an ordinary midterm expert. Is Quan okay? Shi Lingfeng supported Uncle Quan, while a group of masters from the Shi family surrounded the two of them. Ahem, no problem. Uncle Quan took a deep breath and looked at the opposite side with a serious face. Master, they are too strong. That guy's two subordinates are already in the middle stage of the second-rate level, and the leader. Although he didn't say it, Father Shi understood it very well. The leader's strength is probably at least in the late second-rate stage, or even stronger. Damn it! Finally, are you thinking about their Shi family? Who are you? Shi Lingfeng's eyes fell on the leader. My Shi family doesn't seem to have any grudges against you. Ha, really? The level assassin of the Hades Palace, Bingshan, sneered, back in the Demon City, you almost died at the hands of our Hades Palace assassins. Are you sure it's okay? As soon as these words came out, Shi's father's face changed drastically. Motive killer, Hades Palace, you are those killers. But it seems that you don't know the existence of the Phantom. But that's not important. Bingshan said this while looking at the villa, catch you all and bring you back. If we interrogate you, the people who killed my Hades Palace will naturally come to us. You. Uncle Quan looked solemn. If he allowed these people to be captured, the consequences would be disastrous. Master, take the madam away. I will cover them. Chapter 105, Master, are these my son-in-law's people? Master, let's go. The eyes of the powerful men of the Shi family were full of determination, which made Shi Lingfeng feel unwilling. Oh. A level killer iceberg watched the scene with interest and said jokingly, this scene is really touching. But do you really think you can leave? Bingshan narrowed his eyes and sneered, anyone who touches my underworld palace will die. Except this person, kill all the others. Glancing at Shi Lingfeng, Bingshan gave the order. Yes, Master Iceberg. Dozens of men from the underworld palace responded, and then rushed towards Uncle Quan and others on the opposite side. As people from the underworld palace, the Shi family was no different from ants to them. You. Uncle Quan's face was cold. These people were indeed too strong, beyond their imagination. Master, be careful. The bald wolf had already approached, trying to capture Shi Lingfeng. Damn it! Uncle Quan's heart sank, and he wanted to go forward to rescue, but before he could make any move, a crisp sound was heard, and then the B-level killer bald wolf flew backwards at an even faster speed. Pft, cough cough. Blood spurted out, the bald wolf's face turned pale as paper, but his eyes looked at the opposite side in disbelief. Shockingly. At some point, a person appeared in front of Shi Lingfeng. It was Xian Yi. Shua. Then, several people appeared on the scene again. These people were the Xian Wei recruited by Xian Yi. Really? Bingshan looked at Xian Yi, who appeared in front of Shi Lingfeng, and narrowed his eyes. You are the people behind the Shi family, right? You are so brave that you dare to touch anyone from my underworld palace. He looked down at the opposite side with the eyes of an ant, and Xuanyi glanced at Bingshan. Mingdian, it is indeed a rat who cannot stand the light. Anyone who dares to attack the palace master will die. As the voice fell, Xian Yi disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared in front of Bingshan like a ghost, with sword light flashing. What? Impossible. Even. Before Bingshan could react, the sword had already cut his neck, and the second-rate late-stage master died on the spot. Hee, if you dare to touch anyone from the underworld palace, the underworld palace will not let you go. Plop. After saying this, the iceberg's body fell to the ground with his head raised. Until his death, he couldn't believe that the other party had killed him without even thinking about it. Even if the opponent is a top-notch master. As for Xian Yi, now he is already in the late first-rate stage, and with his transformed physique and weapons, he is able to fight against the top first-rate players, not to mention that the iceberg in front of him is only in the late second-rate stage. The two are totally not on the same level. Zhan Ju. Following Xian Yi's command, the Xian guards he brought with him immediately attacked one after another. They were all second-rate masters, and they rushed towards the dozen people in the underworld palace like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Escape! No, I don't want to die, ah. Sharp screams rang out in the field. In less than 10 breaths, more than 10 corpses appeared on the field, and all the killers from the Hades Palace were killed. Ha! Shi Lingfeng and Uncle Quan looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Until now they both felt like they were dreaming. Truly the shock here was too great for them. Thank you, sir, for your help. Shi Lingfeng bowed in gratitude. He knew very well that these people were very strong, and if they hadn't taken action, the Shi family would have been finished. No need. The palace master has issued an order that anyone who attacks the Shi family will be killed without mercy. Xian Yi bowed to Shi Lingfeng and glanced at the field. Withdraw. Without saying anything more, he disappeared from the spot. Even Father Shi and Uncle Quan didn't notice when he left. Immediately following. The same was true for several figures in the field, and the area in front of the Shi family villa fell quietly. Someone, clean up the mess. Uncle Quan commanded the Shi family's masters, and then came to the side with Shi Lingfeng. He stared into the distance for a long time without saying a word, just watching quietly. I don't know how much time has passed. Master, are these not my son-in-law's people? After pondering for a while, Uncle Quan asked the question that concerned him the most. After all, apart from his son-in-law, he couldn't think of anyone else who had such means and such subordinates. That's not clear. Father Shi took a deep breath, and it was obvious that he had some guesses. Maybe that person is very powerful. Uncle Quan pondered for a moment. The scene that had just happened emerged in his mind. His strength is very likely to be that of a first-class master, and not just an ordinary first-class master. Ahem, if that's the case. Shi Lingfeng coughed dryly, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in front of him. It might not be a bad thing. At least, Meng Yan and the others will be fine if the situation in Jiangcheng changes in the future. The next day, early morning. As the golden morning sun rose, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep, and what came into his eyes was a beautiful face. This girl was Shi Meng Yan. Looking at the beautiful lady so close to him, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This girl is getting more and more beautiful. Boo. At a certain moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek, which felt very good. Ding-a-ling. However, before he could savor the thought, the sound of a cell phone interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Grandpa. Seeing that it was Shi Meng Yan's grandfather calling, Yi Xian answered the phone and greeted him. Ha, Xiaoye. Mr. Mu smiled cheerfully and continued, I hope I didn't disturb you in Meng Yan's rest. How could that be? Yi Xian smiled slightly and asked suspiciously, Is there anything wrong, Grandpa? After all, if Mr. Mu called at this time, there must be something going on. Yes, that's right. Mr. Mu pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you have time today? There is a new batch of stones in the Jiangcheng gambling stone market. Please accompany me to take a look. Gambling on the stone market? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Of course he knew about the Jiangcheng gambling stone market. It was a highlight of Jiangcheng. At this time every year, it would attract gamblers from all over the country to come and gamble on stones. In a sense, gambling on stones can be considered a major pillar industry of Jiangcheng. Okay. After a few words, he hung up the phone. But if you want to gamble on stones, it seems that you need to exchange abilities. While he was pondering, Yi Xian called the system again as expected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the gambling stone ability to God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. God level gambling stones. With this ability, the host will have all the abilities and skills of gambling stones, and all hidden gambling stones will be visible to the host. Note, the effect is better when used with the eye of perspective. Really? Looking at the new abilities he had acquired, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. But before he could think about it, Shi Meng Yan woke up. Yi Xian, who are you calling? Shi Meng Yan opened her sleepy eyes and looked at someone suspiciously. She enjoyed the feeling of resting her beautiful face in someone's arms. My grandfather called and told me to go check out the gambling stone market in Jiangcheng. He rubbed Shi Meng Yan's head lovingly and put his arm around her slender waist, which made Shi Meng Yan roll her eyes, but then a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Even though the guy was rubbing his head like he was doting on his daughter, the feeling seemed pretty good. Chapter 106 You bastard. D. How group is also yours? Master, good morning, madam. When I arrived at the living room at noon, Fang Shihan had already prepared breakfast. After all, she had been under Yi Xian's personal guidance during this period of time. Fang Shihan and the maid's cooking skills have skyrocketed. Sister, brother-in-law. Shi Xiaodao was playing the chicken game on the sofa with a smile on his face. And under the hands-on instruction of his brother-in-law, Shi Xiaodao's gaming skills are now much higher than before. At least the classmates who bully him are like beating up little kids. Certainly. The most important thing is that this can bring a lot of attention in front of my girlfriend. Shihan. Yi Xian looked at Fang Shihan, who was busy nearby, and called out. Master. What can I do for you? Fang Shihan came closer, her sweet face and tall figure far surpassed that of the school beauties. If outsiders saw her, they would surely be envious of her. It's not an order. Then, Yi Xian took out a black card. There is 100 million in this card. Take out a portion to pay the maids, and use the rest for daily expenses of the villa. Looking at Fang Shihan, Yi Xian continued, As for your salary, just spend it as you see fit. This is the young master. Fang Shihan wanted to say something, but she took a deep breath and took the black card. However, she felt like she was dreaming, because there was 100 million yuan in the card. Too many. Moreover, the young master allowed him to withdraw money at will. Wasn't he afraid that he would run away with the money? Although she wouldn't, this trust made her feel pressured. Master, rest assured, Shihan will take good care of the villa. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, and casually brought up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, martial arts master, God-level drinking, God-level driving skills, God-level bone massage, God-level perspective, God-level medicine, God-level beast taming, God-level gaming, God-level refining, God-level piano, God-level treasure appraisal, God-level space, God-level hacker, God-level gambling on stones. Wealth, 8999970269981112 Huaxia currency. Reinforcement points, 46. Looking at the increasingly rich skill bar, Yi Xian was quite moved. By now, he has so many abilities. Oh. Xiaoxi was eating breakfast and gave Fang Shihan a thumbs up. Sister Shihan, it's delicious. So good. Shi Xiaodao also kept busy eating, which made Fang Shihan feel accomplished and more confident in managing the villa. Young lady, Master Xiaodao, please eat more. Fang Shihan's sweet voice was heard, and breakfast passed quickly. Dad, Mom, goodbye. After breakfast, Xiaoxi and Shi Xiaodao waved goodbye to Yi Xian, and the two of them played with the little white dog in the villa. Goodbye, Master. Fang Shihan and the other maids bowed their heads until the supercar disappeared from their sight before standing up. Everyone, please pay attention. Fang Shihan coughed dryly, then said, the young master just gave me some money and asked me to pay you wages. As agreed before, each of you will receive an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He paused for a moment, then continued, later, I will transfer 1 year's salary in advance to each of you. Ha! When these words were spoken, the 8 maids were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes were filled with joy. 1 year's salary in advance, oh my god. Master is so generous. I like it so much, boo-hoo. The maids were chattering, saying that an annual salary of 500,000 yuan was equivalent to the salary of a senior director in a large company. If this were to get out, I wonder how many people would be envious. On the other side, in a supercar. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang and Yi Xian looked at it. Nizi, help me answer the phone. Oh. Shi Mengyan then answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. Hey, Mr. Yi. The person on the other side was none other than Shen Bingkuan, the person in charge of Kuanping Hotel. You are the only owner of Kuanping Hotel. There is a tableware company that wants to cooperate with the hotel. What do you think? Oh. Listening to Chen Bingkuan's words, Yi Xian said without further ado, this is a small matter, just take care of it as you see fit. Yes, Mr. Yi. Chen Bingkuan took a deep breath, and his heart was filled with shock. Cooperation with the tableware company was a small matter, but this was the lifeblood of the hotel. Don't call me about this kind of thing in the future. Just make the decision yourself. Hearing this, Shi Mingyan's heart was shocked. This guy really bought the Kuanping Hotel? It's too hasty. That is the Kuanping Hotel, which is worth 5 billion, equivalent to half of the shares of their Shi family group. Yi Xian, you became the owner of Kuanping Hotel? After hanging up the phone, Shi Mengyan took a deep breath and looked at the person who was driving. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then smiled and said, Why, Nizi, are you interested? If you are interested, my husband will transfer the Kuanping Hotel to your name. Go away. I'm not interested. Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes. That was the 5 billion worth of Kuanping Hotel. Transfer it to her? Yeah. Shi Mengyan did not respond, but looked at Yi Xian seriously. Tell me the truth, besides what I know about Tianlai music and Kuanping Hotel, what else are you hiding from me? Looking at the beautiful scenery flying backwards outside the window, Shi Mengyan pricked up her ears and listened. Well. After hearing this, Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Do you know about Dihao Group? Grand Group? Shi Mengyan was stunned when she heard this, and then her face was full of disbelief. You can't be saying, the Dihao Group is also like this. Indeed, this made Shi Mengyan uneasy. After all, the Dihao Group is the biggest dark horse in Zhengcheng. Now it is even able to rank among the top 10 in Zhengcheng's business community. Its momentum is quite strong. Moreover, the market value is at least 30 billion. Good. Yi Xian held Xi Mingyan's hand and said, I wanted to give you a surprise in the future. This. Xi Mingyan smiled bitterly. The Dihao group was at least 3 times stronger than their Shi group. Grand group, you guy. Xi Mingyan was indeed greatly shocked by this information, and while she was speaking, the gambling stone market was already within sight. After getting off the car, the two came to the commercial street next to the gambling stone market. Soon, the two came to a store. Neezy, this shawl is nice. Surprisingly, what caught their sight was a brocade shawl, which was exquisitely made and was also a top domestic luxury product. Yeah, not bad. Xi Mingyan nodded, and the boss came over when he saw this. How do you sell this? Yi Xian looked at the brocade shawl and asked about the price. Xi Mingyan would definitely look very beautiful in this shawl. This is a brocade shawl. The price is a little more expensive. One price, 30,000. Good. Yi Xian looked at the brocade shawl. 30,000 plus the labor cost was not expensive. Wait. When he was about to pay, a voice came from not far away, the shawl, I want it. Chapter 107 It's all because of you that I almost offended Mr. Yi. I want it. As the voice fell, a man and a woman came into the store. The woman was wearing heavy makeup and the young man looked like a rich second-generation playboy. This. The shop owner was embarrassed when she heard this. It seemed that the person was not an ordinary person and she dared not offend him, otherwise the business of this small shop would be over. I want the shawl for 30,000. Yi Xian didn't even look at Zhou Yaozong, but looked at the boss. 50,000. Seeing this, Zhou Xiao frowned and said, I'll give you 50,000 for the shawl. 100,000. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded, which made Zhou Yaozong even more worried. Mr. Zhou, I really like this shawl. The woman next to Zhou Yaozong looked at Xi Mingyan, her eyes full of jealousy, because she was much prettier than her, so she wanted to buy a shawl to surpass her. Is it okay to buy this for someone? Rest assured. Zhou Yaozong embraced the charming woman and glanced at Yi Xian. No one has ever dared to snatch things from me, Zhou Yaozong. Aha! I knew that Master Zhou is the best. The charming woman looked at Zhou Yaozong with admiration, and then looked at Xi Mingyan provocatively. The meaning was very clear, just like a peacock that had won a battle. However, Xi Mingyan smiled silently. It's true that in a big forest, you can meet anyone. Boy, do you know who I am? Zhou Yaozong looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said proudly, Kunpeng Hotel knows that my father is the hotel's largest shareholder. It's not too late to quit now. Kunpeng Hotel? Xi Mingyan was stunned when she heard Zhou Yaozong's words. Wasn't the hotel bought by this guy? How come he didn't know that he had such a grown-up son? Are you sure? Yi Xian looked at Zhou Yaozong suspiciously, thinking that the largest shareholder should be the previous one. Poof. Are you scared? Seeing Yi Xian in a daze, Zhou Yaozong thought he was frightened, and a smug look appeared on his face. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then made a phone call in front of him. Tisk. Seeing this, Zhou Yaozong looked at him with disdain. I'll see how long you can keep pretending. Hey, boss. After dialing the phone, Chen Bingkuan's respectful voice came from the other end. Yi Xian glanced at the scene and said, Do you know a man named Zhou Yaozong? Zhou Yaozong? Chen Bingkuan was stunned when he heard this, and then he thought of something. Director Yi, that is the son of the former largest director of Kunpeng Hotel. Why did that kid offend you? It's not really a collision. There was some conflict. Since that guy is related to Kunpeng Hotel, just play with him for a while. I see. Chen Bingkuan took a deep breath, knowing Zhou Yaozong's personality. Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi. I will contact Lao Zhou right away. After saying a few words, he hung up the phone. Zhou Yaozong saw this and asked sarcastically, Why, are you done with the call? I want to see what kind of people you can call. Zhou Yaozong looked like he had Yi Xian in his grasp, and had no idea what was waiting for him next. Really? Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said, I think your phone should be ringing soon. Ding-a-ling. As he was speaking, Zhou Yaozong's cell phone rang. He frowned when he saw it was his father calling. Isn't it such a coincidence? With a hint of suspicion, Zhou Yaozong answered the phone. For some reason he had a bad feeling. Dad. As soon as he got through the phone, his father Zhou Pingchuan's voice came from the other end. Stinky boy, have you offended someone? I. Zhou Yaozong felt even more uneasy after being scolded. Dad, a brat just tried to snatch my cape from me. Don't you know how abominable that is? What's that man's name? Zhou Pingchuan naturally wouldn't listen to his son, but asked with concern. This. Zhou Yaozong wanted to say something, then looked at Yi Xian. Boy, what's your name? Yi Xian. With a smile on his face, he said, if nothing unexpected happens, the person who called should be this guy's father. Dad, his name is Yi Xian. Zhou Yaozong changed the subject, but these words made Zhou Pingchuan's mind buzz. What? It's true. No wonder Lao Chen called so seriously. Zhou Pingchuan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. You bastard, you've caused a big disaster. I finally sold the shares of Kunpeng Hotel, and you are trying to do this to me. Do you know that it was Yi Xian who bought the entire Kunpeng Hotel for 5 billion? We can't afford to offend someone like my son. No matter what method you use, you must get his forgiveness. You are such a ruthless person who easily took out 5 billion. Have you been squeezed by me? FCK. After a crazy output, Zhou Pingchuan finally threatened, you evil creature, if you don't forgive me, I will sever the father-son relationship with you. How could I, a wise man, give birth to a fool like you? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Well. Zhou Yaozong stared at his phone in confusion, his mind suddenly buzzing with inspiration. Damn, that guy bought the Kunpeng Hotel. Plop. Thinking of this, Zhou Yaozong knelt on the ground and said, Mr. Yi, I look down on you. I hope you can forgive me and let me go. Puff. When Shi Mengyan saw this, she couldn't help laughing, and at this moment she completely believed that this guy was the owner of Kunpeng Hotel. Fuck. When the guests around saw this scene, they were all stunned, and then their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. This handsome guy, his identity is not simple. Mr. Zhou, you. Seeing this, the charming woman at the side shrank her cerebellum and went into shutdown mode. Get up quickly. How can you kneel down in front of a young boy? Shut up. Zhou Yaozong slapped the seductive woman with his backhand, and she fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and stared at Zhou Yaozong in confusion. That guy, how could this happen? Go away. Glancing at Zhou Yaozong, Yi Xian waved his hand. Don't let me see you again in the future. Ahem, don't worry. Mr. Yi, I will never let you see me. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yaozong got up in a panic and walked away. Mr. Zhou, wait for me. The seductive woman was stunned for a moment and chased after Zhou Yaozong. However, before he could get close to her, Zhou Yaozong slapped her in the face again. Bitch, don't come looking for me. It's all because of you that I almost offended Director Yi. After saying that, he drove away quickly without caring about the life or death of the charming woman. He was really scared. This. The seductive woman stared in a daze at the direction where the supercar went away. Until now she still couldn't figure out why. Let's go. Yi Xian took Shi Mengyan's hand and left the store, then disappeared from sight. The charming woman was still in a daze. How could it become like this? Who is that boy? Chapter 108 Grandpa, actually. Kunpeng Hotel is Yi Xian's. You, just like to show off. Shi Mengyan glared at someone. At this moment, she looked even more charming with the shawl on. Beautiful lady, please add me on WeChat. As the two men were walking towards the gambling stone field, a handsome man with good looks came up and spoke. I'm sorry. After hearing this, Shi Mengyan's face flushed and she took Yi Xian's arm. I'm already married, this is my husband. I see. Sorry to bother you. With a dry cough, the handsome guy smiled awkwardly and then apologized to Yi Xian. Brother, I'm sorry. Fine. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly and watched the handsome guy leave in embarrassment. Hey, wife, now don't say your man is showing off. He looked at the beauty in his arms jokingly. I can't believe it, my Mengyan is quite charming. There are people asking for her WeChat on the street. But that boy is very brave. You, what else? Listening to someone's joke, Shi Mengyan glared at Yi Xian fiercely. It seems very proud that someone asks for his wife's WeChat ID, right? Xiao Yi. Just as we arrived at the gambling stone field, a voice came from not far away. Grandpa. Looking closely, Shi Mengyan recognized the person who came, and it was none other than Mr. Mu, and beside him was Uncle Fu. Ha, Mengyan is here too. When Mr. Mu saw his granddaughter, the smile on his face became even more intense. Of course. As Shi Mengyan spoke, she held onto her grandfather's arm and leaned against him, and suddenly the person next to her became less attractive. That's right. As they entered the gambling stone field, Grandpa Mu thought of something and looked at his granddaughter who was holding his arm. Mengyan, I heard that you are pregnant again. Ha! The sudden words made Shi Mengyan stand there in a daze. Grandpa, how did you know that? Shi Mengyan was stunned for a moment, then pouted, Humph, it must be my mother who said that. What? Shi Mengyan couldn't help but blush shyly, and looked even more beautiful under the golden sunlight. Haha, okay. Grandpa is not an outsider. He rubbed Shi Mengyan's head lovingly, then looked at Yi Xian. You will be getting married in 2 months, right? The timing is not bad. When the time comes, Grandpa will give you a big red envelope. Grandpa. Hearing her grandfather's joke, Shi Mengyan felt even more embarrassed and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I even know they are getting married. Snort. It must be my mom who said that again. Okay, I won't tell you. Seeing that his granddaughter was about to get married and her husband was so outstanding, Mr. Mu had no reason not to be happy. So, where do you plan to hold your wedding? How about Kuanpeng Hotel? Mr. Mu pondered for a moment, then continued, I heard from your uncle a few days ago that it seems that Kuanpeng Hotel has just launched a wedding package. Kuanpeng Hotel? Shi Mengyan was stunned after hearing this, and then looked at someone strangely. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing his granddaughter's reaction, Grandpa Mu asked with a smile. Ahem, how could that be? Shi Mengyan gave a dry cough. Kuanpeng Hotel was the best hotel in Jiangcheng, so why would she be dissatisfied with it? Hey, let me tell you. Shi Mengyan thought for a moment and did not hide it. Grandpa, actually, Kuanpeng Hotel belongs to Yi Xian. Oh. After these words were spoken, Mr. Mu was stunned, and so was Uncle Fu next to him. Xiao Yi, is this true? Mr. Mu looked at his grandson-in-law in surprise. The Kuanpeng Hotel was worth 5 billion. And the most important thing is that the Kuanpeng Hotel has so many complicated shareholders that it is not something that ordinary people can afford. The energy required to buy it nowadays is unimaginable. At least, even if the Mu family wanted to buy it, it would take a lot of time and effort. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said nothing. After all, this was just a drop in the bucket for him. Originally I was planning to let Mengyan manage the hotel, but she didn't seem interested. Yi Xian looked at Shi Mengyan beside him and laughed jokingly. Tisk. I'm not going. She rolled her eyes at someone. She was already busy enough with the Shi group and didn't have the time to manage the Kuanpeng Hotel. Old Master Mu listened to the two people bickering, with a smile on his face. But at this moment, a voice came from the side. Yo! Isn't this Mu Lao? An untimely voice sounded, and when I looked up, I suddenly saw an old man of similar age to Grandpa Mu appear in my field of vision. Lu Zhangtian. Seeing the person coming, Mr. Mu's face turned gloomy. Who is this person? Yi Xian glanced at the man opposite him. It seems that he doesn't get along with the old man. Him. Shi Mengyan looked at the old man opposite and sighed. This man's name is Lu Zhangtian. He is a treasure appraiser like Grandpa, but he has always been targeting Grandpa. After listening to Shi Mengyan's words, Yi Xian understood. This is because Mr. Mu's treasure appraisal skills are better than Lu Zhangtian's, and his fame is higher than his, which makes him want to defeat Mr. Mu to satisfy his vanity. Ha, old man Mu. Did you bring enough money today? Looking at Mr. Mu with a smile, Lu Zhangtian said with a smile, don't be fooled like you did half a year ago. Snort. Upon hearing this, old Master Mu snorted. Half a year ago, he was blackmailed by Lu Zhangtian because of a mistake in treasure appraisal. He was really disgusted by that time. Over the past 6 months, he has been sarcastic whenever he has the chance. How do you want to bet? Without further ado, Mr. Mu naturally wanted to get back at the table. Indeed. Lu Zhangtian was so arrogant that his tail would have risen to the sky if he hadn't been hit. This one? Seeing his mortal enemy accept the challenge, Lu Zhangtian looked around and said, this is a gambling site, how about a round of gambling? However, we will each nominate a young man to compete with. Does old man Mu dare? Betting on stones. Hearing Lu Zhangtian's words, Mr. Mu frowned slightly, obviously knowing that this was a trap set for him. Xiao Yi, do you know anything about gambling on stones? Mr. Mu narrowed his eyes, then looked at his grandson-in-law beside him. I know a little bit. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at Lu Zhongtian opposite him, but in Jiangcheng, there should be no one among the younger generation who can match me. Oh. After hearing this, Mr. Mu's eyes lit up with joy. Okay, I accept this bet. Ha, really? Lu Zhongtian's eyes fell on Yi Xian and he laughed sarcastically. Boy, you are so arrogant. I hope you can still laugh later. Having said that, Lu Zhongtian smiled triumphantly. Watanabe-kun, it's up to you now. As he spoke, he looked to his side, and then a young man from Japanese came to the field. This man was the foreign aide invited by Lu Zhongtian, the Japanese stone gambling genius Watanabe Miyu. Fight with me, I will definitely win this time. But he didn't know that a good show was quietly unfolding. Chapter 109, Win 10 billion to buy candy, you are going to make me die of sweetness. After hearing this, Mr. Mu looked over, and when his eyes fell on Watanabe Miyu, his expression froze slightly. This kid is not simple. Judging from his aura, he must be quite capable. Besides, Lu Zhongtian would not fight a battle without confidence. Xiao Yi, it's up to you. Mr. Mu nodded to his grandson-in-law, and Yi Xian smiled, don't worry. Snort. When Watanabe-san saw Yi Xian, he sneered. That's right. Lu Zhongtian glanced at Yi Xian, nodded to Watanabe-san, and then looked at Mr. Mu. Old man Mu, since you were so confident. How about playing big today and betting 1 billion? Lu Zhongtian smiled wickedly and looked at Mr. Mu with an aggressive gaze. This guy. Shi Mengyan looked at Lu Zhongtian with a frown, which was really annoying. Master, this? Before Uncle Fu could say anything, Mr. Mu raised his hand to stop him. Good. Mr. Mu narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zhongtian, just 1 billion. Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned, and then looked towards the field in disbelief. Betting 1 billion, are these two crazy? Gulp. Shi Mengyan couldn't help swallowing her saliva and leaned close to Yi Xian's ear. Grandpa really agreed, but, are you sure? Although she had not met Lu Zhongtian many times, one could imagine how discerning he was since her grandfather paid so much attention to him. And that young man from Japan looks like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. No problem. Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Since they want to play, then play with them. Wait, your husband will win you 10 billion to buy candy. Put. When Shi Mengyan heard someone's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. When 1 billion to buy candy, you're going to make me die of sweetness. In that case, let's get started. Watanabe Miyu ate some dog food, which made him more eager to win. How about choosing any stone on site, with no upper limit on the price? As a genius in the Fuso gambling stone world, Watanabe-san naturally would not take Yi Xian seriously, and he had just found a piece of excellent stone. After the agreement, Yi Xian and his party left the field and would return here to reunite in half an hour. Are you really sure? Shi Mengyan asked with some uncertainty. After all, this not only involved a billion-dollar gamble, but also concerned her grandfather's reputation. Nature. Yi Xian nodded indifferently. You know how powerful your man is. Pa. It's already this hour, why are you still not serious? Shi Mengyan glanced at him, and at this time Fu Bo looked at the message he received on his phone. The young man from Fusong has been found. His name is Watanabe Miyu, a rare talent in gambling on jade in Japan, and he is also the last disciple of the famous master of gambling on jade in Japan, Hyuga Musashi. Oh. When Mr. Mu heard this, his expression became more serious. That Fusong kid has such a big background? Grandpa, this is amazing. Shi Mengyan looked at her grandfather suspiciously and asked, while Grandpa Mu looked far behind him and said, it's more than amazing. Not to mention that he is a genius in gambling on stones, the fact that he is Hyuga Musashi's last disciple is enough to explain everything. You know. Hyuga Musashi is well known in the international gambling stone industry. After learning about Watanabe Miyu's identity, Grandpa Mu was a little unsure. Although he knew that his grandson-in-law was extraordinary, the Japanese boy was so outstanding that it exceeded his imagination. Half an hour passed quickly. Stone cutting area. The place is already crowded with people, all looking forward to the next billion-dollar gamble. It has been a long time since the Jiangcheng gambling stone field has been so lively. Yi Xian, are you sure you want to use this stone? Shi Mengyan looked at the basin-sized gray stone in front of them, and she couldn't see what was special about it. On the other hand. On the other side, Watanabe-san was made of emerald green stone as tall as a person, and his appearance was much taller than Yi Xian. This contrast? Is that kid serious? Everyone looked at Yi Xian with suspicion. Uncle Fu's eyelids twitched when he saw this, although he didn't know where Yi Xian got the confidence from. Ha, old man Mu, your stone materials are really surprising. Lu Zhongtian looked at the gray stone opposite with sarcasm. Obviously, in his opinion, he thought Yi Xian was just going to throw the jar into the air. Don't be happy too soon. Mr. Mu glanced at Lu Zhongtian. Until the end, everything is unknown. Yeah. After hearing this, Lu Zhongtian's smile faded. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Let's cut first. Then, following the cutting rod drawn by Watanabe Miao, the cutting master operated and the stone fragments fell down, and soon a piece of jade the size of a head appeared on the field. This is glutinous jadeite. Besides, such a large piece is worth at least tens of millions. Good. When Lu Zhongxing saw this, he was overjoyed. He was indeed a genius in the Fusong jade gambling world. He might not be able to cut out such high-quality jadeite raw stone. Boy, it's your turn. Watanabe Sanyu looked at Yi Xian opposite him with arrogant contempt. Of course, he was not there to watch Yi Xian cut out the jadeite raw stone, but to wait to see the boy's joke. Because only when that boy cuts out the waste stone can his extraordinariness be highlighted. Xiaoya, let's start. Mr. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that things had come to this, he could only make the best of it. The worst that could happen was losing 10 billion. Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked at the arrogant Watanabe Sanyu on the opposite side. To be honest, this guy is very good at gambling on stones, but it's a pity that he met him. Hey. Shi Mengyan looked at the dazzling jadeite rough stone opposite her and couldn't help but sigh, obviously thinking that Yi Xian's chances of winning were slim. You know. A raw stone worth tens of millions, this is already incredible. The stone cutting path was completed, and soon the stones fell down. Snort. Let me see how long you can keep pretending? Lu Zhongtian smiled coldly, naturally not believing that anything good could be cut out of this gray stone. Ah. But at this moment, a scream was heard. This is transparent, crystal clear. Iced jadeite. Indeed, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Iced jade is an extremely high-grade jade, much higher than glutinous jade. And, judging from the size, it should be quite big. What? Watanabe Miyu's face changed drastically when he saw this. This is impossible. As they stared in disbelief, a piece of icy jadeite raw stone the size of a basketball appeared before their eyes. Boom! Lu Zhongtian's mind went blank as he stared at the icy jadeite on the table. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Hiss. Mr. Mu looked at the icy jadeite rough stone and said, such a large piece of icy jadeite is worth at least 50 million yuan. We won. Shi Mengyan was a little confused, and then looked at someone with a complicated expression. That pervert was so good at gambling on stones. 110, trying out the Imperial Green, convincing the gambling stone master Hyuga Musashi to become his apprentice. Ha, good. After Mr. Mu came back to his senses, his face was filled with excitement and joy. Surprised. Undoubtedly, he had not anticipated the scene at all, and it felt so good. So what if Fusang is a genius in gambling on stones? A disciple of Hyuga Musashi? Hey, he was defeated by his grandson-in-law, TSK Tisk. In fact, just thinking about it makes people excited. Lu Zhongtian, I'm willing to admit defeat. His eyes fell on Lu Zhongtian, and at this moment his expression was extremely ugly, which made him feel relieved when he spoke. Now. There was no more shouting on his face. Snort. Lu Zhongtian snorted coldly, then placed a black card on the table. After all, he wouldn't dare to cheat in public unless he didn't want to get involved in the gambling stone industry. In fact, Lu Zhongtian wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was too embarrassed to stay in this place. You're so cruel. After saying these harsh words, Lu Zhongtian turned around and left, but he cursed in his heart, what a crappy Japanese genius. Waste. I've blinded my eyes in vain. That kid is very good. Before leaving, Lu Zhongtian looked at Yi Xian meaningfully and asked him to remember his appearance. If he didn't make him pay the price, he would not be called Lu Zhongtian. You. Seeing Lu Zhongtian's reaction, Shi Mengyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had offended another person. How so? Watanabe Miyu looked at the field with a look of surprise on his face. The scene before him seemed as unreal as a dream. You know. No matter when, he is the focus of the audience. But now. In front of that man, his so-called pride and talent were a joke. This blow made him unable to recover for a while. Pa 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 pa. Just then, applause came from not far away, and then an old man came. My dear friend, I admire your gambling skills. The old man came to the center of the field and smiled warmly, without any hostility in his eyes. Master, why are you here? When Watanabe Miyu saw the person coming, her face turned red. After all, what just happened was not a glorious thing. I was bored in just passing by. Obviously, the person who came was none other than Hinata Musashi, a master of gambling stones who was well known in the international gambling stone circle. I'm sorry, master. I embarrassed you. No problem. Hinata Musashi waved his hand, then looked at Yi Xian meaningfully and said, I have told you this before. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always hidden talents in the Chinese gambling stone industry. Hinata Musashi nodded slightly. His disciple had had too smooth a journey, and now experiencing such a failure was definitely not a good thing. My dear friend, would you like to play a bet with me? Master, what are you doing? Watanabe Miyu's face changed when he heard this. He really didn't expect that his master would personally invite him to gamble. No need to say more. Hinata Musashi raised his hand to stop him, then said with a smile, whether you win or lose, I can give you 1 billion Chinese yuan. Oh? Hearing what Hyuga Musashi said, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man is quite interesting. In that case, fine. Yi Xian nodded. After all, there was no reason to refuse the wealth that came to his doorstep, although he was not short of money. Thank you for your help, my friend. Hinata Musashi's eyes sparkled. He seldom had the urge to spar with others, and he was really itching to show off his skills. Let's get started. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled. This was just a natural thing for him. Good. Hinata Musashi nodded heavily and took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever. Because he did not detect any emotional fluctuations from Yi Xian from beginning to end, which could only mean that he was absolutely confident in his ability to gamble on stones. Just like this, it also aroused his competitive spirit. A quarter of an hour later, the two men each took a piece of stone to the stone cutting area. Watanabe Miyu and others looked at the field with curiosity. But fortunately, at this moment, in order to avoid unnecessary sensation, Hyuga Musashi asked a stone-cutting master to cut the stone privately, and naturally promised to pay him a considerable fee. My friend, I'll go first. Hinata Musashi was eager to try, and then drew a cutting path on the stone. Laugh. As the stone chips fell, the emerald green and transparent jade came into view. This is full green blast jadeite. Looking at the touch of green that came into view, the stone cutter had a serious expression. The palm-sized full green jadeite in front of him could be said to be the best of the best, and its value was comparable to the 50 million ice jadeite that Yi Xian had cut before. Good. Watanabe Miyu looked at the top-quality jadeite cut by his master, his eyes sparkling. With such high-quality jadeite, we will definitely win. My friend, it's your turn. Hinata Musashi looked at the cut jadeite stone with satisfaction and smiled at Yi Xian opposite him. Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and soon the stone-cutting master started cutting the stone according to the path. This is... At a certain moment, a dazzling green light emerged, which made Watanabe Miyu feel like he had seen a ghost. With such a green head, could it be possible that... When Mr. Mu saw this scene, he looked at the scene with a serious expression. No way? Hiss. The stone cutter was shocked. He had been cutting stones for more than 10 years and had never seen a jadeite with such a green head. Gulp. After the stones were removed, a piece of raw stone appeared in front of him, which made him swallow his saliva. Could it be possible? This is imperial green. The stonecutter recalled the existence recorded in the books. After all, he had never seen anything like imperial green before. What? Watanabe Miyu's face changed drastically. He looked at the jadeite raw stones with green heads rising to the sky in disbelief. He was shocked beyond words. This is truly imperial green. Hinata Musashi was so excited at this moment that he could hardly control himself. He stroked the fist-sized imperial green jadeite stone with trembling hands. This feeling, and the green head are right. Indeed, Hyuga Musashi never expected that during his trip to the Jiangcheng gambling stone field, he would actually see the top-grade jadeite he had always dreamed of with his own eyes. Imperial Green. That was his biggest dream in life and the height he wanted to achieve throughout his life, but now, it was realized by a young man. Really? In the face of talent, so-called hard work is worthless. Plop. Without any hesitation, Hyuga Musashi immediately knelt on his knees. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. My dear friend, please accept my disciple's greeting. Just like that, Hyuga Musashi, the internationally renowned treasure appraiser, knelt in front of Yi Xian. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would surely turn the entire gambling stone industry upside down. Ahem, master. Uncle Fu was stunned. He really didn't expect that such a leading figure in the gambling stone world would kneel down and become Yi Xian's disciple. Master, you. Watanabe Sanyu had a complicated expression. He was not too surprised by his master's reaction. After all, getting imperial green from gambling on stones was his master's greatest obsession. Ahem, what is that? Yi Xian was also shocked by Hyuga Musashi's actions. Old man, get up and talk first. Yes, master. Hinata Musashi took a deep breath, excitedly stood up and waited respectfully, looking at Yi Xian with eyes full of admiration and passion. Watanabe Niyu's face was full of bitterness. In this case, does he have to call him Grandmaster?